A year prior, a youthful boy witnessed his father bearing a sword upon his back. With unparalleled valor, he vanquished demons and rescued humanity, yet thereafter vanished without a trace. Time has flown by, and a year has swiftly passed. The boy, clutching a sword and a flask of wine, embarked upon the path of ascension, only to be met with repeated disdain and ultimately found himself ensnared within a grove of peach blossoms. The sword, once hailed by his father as the sword of guardianship, now stands prominently at the apex of the Qingyun sect. The spring rain drizzled softly. The boy, armed with a wooden sword, donned a woven bamboo basket slung over his shoulder and carried a gourd of wine on his back, his feet clad in worn shoes that allowed him to tread lightly. He let the wind scatter the falling peach petals upon his slightly damp temples and his somewhat tattered azure robe, his demeanor exuding a certain calm and grace. Navigating through the rain-soaked woods, his gaze remained clear and unclouded. At the tender age of 11 or 12, he pressed on through wind and rain. Gu Yuxing, that was his name. A year ago, a great demon had invaded Qingping Prefecture, plunging humanity into peril. It was the last time Gu Yuxing beheld his father's imposing figure as he strode forth from Qingyun's sect to confront the demon. The unwavering and benevolent look he cast back at his son remains indelibly etched in his memory. Now, at the foot of Qingping Mountain, amidst the peach blossom grove, there lay but a solitary grave. The only mementos Gu Yuxing had to remember his father by were a wooden sword and a gourd of wine. The solitary grave was shrouded in dense grass and foliage. As the spring rain fell, the peach petals fluttered down, and Gu Yuxing could no longer see the steadfast figure that had always borne a sword upon his back. Placing the gourd of wine before the grave, he gazed up at the dim, overcast sky, where droplets fell like threads of rain, akin to tears. After a lengthy pause, Gu Yuxing drew forth the wooden sword from his waist and struck at a nearby peach branch, causing the petals to cascade down and envelop him. Alas, he sighed softly. He fixated on the wooden sword, his slender fingers gently caressing its surface, his gaze tender and nostalgic. In that very grove of peach blossoms, the innocent child had once perched upon his father's shoulders, eyes wide with wonder as he beheld the world around him. "Father, you carry a sword every day, yet I have never seen you wield it. Can you truly use a sword?" "A little." "Father, will you teach me to wield a sword?" "I cannot teach you. The master has said that only when I have felled all the peach blossoms on the mountain will I be worthy to teach others. However, I can craft you a wooden sword." "Father, let me see your sword." "Do not touch it. It is a sword of guardianship." "What is a sword of guardianship?" "Yuxing, you are still young. When you grow up, you will understand." Memories flooded back. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxing plucked a handful of peach blossoms to place into the gourd, then spoke. "Father, Qingyun sect is recruiting disciples today. I intend to enter Qingyun for my training. If you are watching from above, please bless me with the chance to enter the mountain and seek a master. Once I have mastered the sword, I shall vanquish the demons that oppress humanity, clearing this mountain of its peach blossoms." He took a sip from the gourd, the fiery spirit searing through his youthful heart. In that moment, the frail 12-year-old seemed to grow a little stronger. With a wooden sword in hand and a gourd of wine slung over his shoulder, he made his way toward Qingping Mountain. Horses thundered past him, kicking up clouds of dust and mire, carrying young scions of affluent families heading to Qingyun sect. The path without his father's presence felt interminably long. Yet Gu Yuxing's resolve remained steadfast. He feared neither the mud that stained his shoes nor the dampness that clung to his robe. The road to Qingyun sect was deeply imprinted in his memories of joyful childhood, growing ever more vivid with the memory of his father's demise in the battle against demons. "I wondered who it was." "It's you, Gu Yuxing." A curtain parted from a carriage drawn by 2 horses, revealing a boy of similar age, Lu Chun, a companion from Qingyun town. His father had also been a practitioner of Qingyun sect, returning safely after slaying demons, now esteemed as an elder of the sect. Such is the privilege of those with noble lineage. With his carriage and servants in tow, he was the epitome of splendor. Childhood friends had drifted apart, and Gu Yuxing raised his eyes to meet Lu Chen's gaze, which sparkled with arrogance. Lu Chen raised his hand, signaling the carriage to halt, while his attendants regarded Gu Yuxing with sly amusement. Today, the young master would enter Qingyun sect, and the Lu family would welcome another practitioner. Encountering his childhood friend, The attendants were well aware of their young master's intentions. They sensed amusement on the horizon. Lu Chun smirked. Gu Yuxing, are you here to pay tribute to your cowardly father? Gu Yuxing clasped his hands within his sleeves, his knuckles turning pale as he replied, my father is not a coward. He is. Lu Chen's voice rose slightly. The servants beside the carriage stifled their laughter behind their hands. A year ago, 300 practitioners had ventured forth from Qingyun to slay demons in Qingping Prefecture. Gu Yuxing's father, Gu Bai, had been among them. Although dying in battle was a noble feat, upon their return, many had perished, nearly annihilated, and Gu Yuxing's father had not returned. The companions had brought back only an unsheathed sword. Soon after, whispers spread through Qingyun town, claiming that Gu Bai had lacked the courage even to draw his sword against the demons, fleeing before them across Qingping, ultimately swallowed by a great demon. Gu Bai as a coward became a tale recounted at every meal in Qingyun town. He is not, Gu Yuxing retorted, biting his lip. For all these years, he had clung to the belief that the man who had walked out of the peach blossom grove with a sword upon his back was a hero. He is. Lu Chun shrugged, his gaze landing mockingly on the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist. Why not ask the people of Qingyun town? He is not a coward. Gu Yuxing's hands, hidden within his sleeves, clenched into fists, his frail body trembling slightly, his lips pale from exertion. Then he is ha ha ha. Lu Chun cracked his whip, and the horses surged forward. The hooves splashed mud onto Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing stood rooted to the spot, dazed. Laughter erupted from the carriage. The son of a coward is also off to train in the mountains. The piercing jeers were not whisked away by the spring breeze. Instead, they grew clearer in his ears. He is not, Gu Yuxing murmured, his voice barely audible to himself. He felt a burning sensation in his eyes as he looked up, tears threatening to spill. In his eyes, Qingping Mountain loomed high, so elevated that Gu Yuxing could never glimpse its peak. Yet he always felt that his father's silhouette from that year towered even higher. Father, how tall is Qingping Mountain? Yuxing, you cannot see the peak because you are in the abyss. To ascend and reach the summit, you must climb higher to behold the world. Father, have you ever reached the peak? That year, Gu Bai did not answer. Perhaps he had said something, but the wind whisked it away, and Gu Yuxing could not hear it. One day, I shall ascend to the highest point of Qingyun to see. Gu Yuxing vowed, gripping the wooden sword. If his father had seen the summit, he would follow in his footsteps. If his father had never reached the peak, then he must ascend to see it himself. How high is this mountain? How vast is this world? Youthful ambition is commendable, but do not forget to watch your footsteps. An elderly voice called from behind. Gu Yuxing turned to find an old man trailing quietly behind him. The old man's garments were tattered, his hair a mix of white strands, his eyes sunken, cheekbones pronounced, and his stature remarkably short. He carried a large, elongated black wooden box on his back, resembling a zither case, yet more akin to a sword sheath. The old man leaned on a bamboo staff, pointing to the ground, and Gu Yuxing noticed a sizable pit in the path ahead. Thank you, sir, Gu Yuxing responded with a respectful bow. The old man, however, leaned heavily on his staff, breathing heavily as the gentle rain fell upon his disheveled hair and worn clothes. The wind tousled his silver locks, and his robe fluttered, yet the wooden box on his back remained untouched by the spring rain. The old man's murky gaze swept over Gu Yuxing's wooden sword, then lingered on the gourd he carried, and a flicker of awareness sparked in his eyes. Young lad, may I have a sip of your wine? Gu Yuxing hesitated, replying, this wine is for my father. You are still young. Even if your father were alive, I would still drink it. The old man beckoned for Gu Yuxing to sit beside him and rest. Gu Yuxing approached, silently handing the gourd to the old man. The old man uncorked it, inhaling deeply before sighing. This is fine peach blossom wine. With that, he drank it all in one go. Gu Yuxing's eyes widened in curiosity. Over the years, his meager living had led him to brew his own wine, merely mixing in a few peach petals, not fine wine by any means. Yet seeing the old man, weathered and dusted with the trials of life, stirred something within Gu Yuxing. If he did not strive earnestly, would he not end up like the old man, sharing a jug of murky wine for fleeting joy? With this thought, Gu Yuxing's resolve grew stronger. This year I have had my fill of peach blossom wine. Next year, I shall return for another jug. The old man stroked his beard, satisfaction radiating from him as he returned the gourd to Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing hung the gourd upon his back, his gaze unwavering from the wooden box perched on the old man's back. Gathering his courage, he inquired, "Old sir, what lies within?" "A sword," the elder replied with calm demeanor, gesturing towards the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist with his gnarled fingers. "Shall I trade with you?" Instinctively, Gu Yuxing pressed closer to the wooden sword at his side, his eyes fixated on the box, where he could faintly discern the intricate runes etched upon it. Runes more profound than those inscribed on the demon-suppressing stone at the entrance of Qingyun Town. Without a doubt, the sword within was an extraordinary treasure. The fleeting thought of exchange vanished. This wooden sword was crafted by his father, who had scoured the peach blossom forest for the finest piece of peach wood, painstakingly carving it day and night. Its hilt bore the essence of yin and yang, with two figures lifelike in their representation. Gu Yuxing recalled how his father, while carving the other side of the figures, had spent half a month beneath the peach trees, indulging in wine. Resolutely, Gu Yuxing shook his head and replied, "I shall not trade." The old man seemed to smile faintly. "What a pity. Old sir, may I see the sword drawn from its sheath?" Gu Yuxing spoke almost instinctively, his eyes brimming with anticipation. For a year, he had endured sleepless nights, burdened by regrets, having never witnessed his father draw a sword. He had perished. Gu Yuxing had never even seen him. It was akin to a nightmare. The people of Qingyun Town whispered that his father was a coward who dared not unsheath his sword in the face of demons. Gu Yuxing harbored resentment. Resentment towards his father for not drawing the sword. How he wished his father had done so. At the very least, he would not lie buried in that grove of peach blossoms, and the stone tablet could have borne the illustrious name Gubai. Very well. The old man hesitated not a moment. He set aside his bamboo staff and rose slowly. No longer was the elder frail, as the spring breeze brushed against his weathered face. His gaze shone brightly, his stature upright, the sword box behind him resonating with a clear clang. As his words fell, the sword was drawn. A stream of azure light seemed to seep from the wooden box, like silken rain flowing through the empty mountains. The world was enveloped in a blinding white, rendering all light invisible. The sword's aura pierced the heavens, resembling countless stars in the bright day. Sword light, radiant and resplendent, soared towards the constellations. The sword emerges in a world of strife, yet it is most challenging to slay demons. Silken rain brews peach blossoms, granting you passage into Qingyun. The elder murmured softly, as Gu Yuxing's eyes regained their brilliance. The world fell into silence. Turning his gaze to the side, he found no trace of the old man. Suddenly, the sound of wheels and horses echoed. A grand road led to Qingyun. Gu Yuxing had arrived before the gates of Qingyun Mountain. Chapter 2. The Proud and Delicate Mo Wanyun. Falling into Gu Yuxing's life. Who on earth is that old gentleman? Gu Yuxing pondered, his heart stirred by the brilliance of the sword that shone like the Milky Way. Its profound mysteries unfathomable. The ability to teleport seemingly out of thin air was something he had never encountered before. I wonder when I will be able to wield my sword and move the stars. He took a deep breath. The Qingyun sect loomed before him, its grand staircase leading directly to the lofty halls, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. Gazing at the vast sky, the white clouds resembled the fur of a celestial hound, clustering together in splendid array, while Qingping Mountain towered majestically. At the foot of the mountain, figures darted about, horses neighed, and young masters were led away by a retinue of servants. Gu Yuxing's arrival stirred not a ripple. Akin to a mere speck of dust, at the forefront of the crowd stood 3 disciples from the Qingyun sect, clad in their signature garments adorned with azure clouds, swords resting at their sides. Their robes billowing in the spring breeze, exuding an ethereal aura. Cultivators, a status that transcends the mundane, both coveted and revered. Dong, dong, dong. The ancient chime of the Qingyun sect's bells resonated through the air. One of the disciples stepped forward. His gaze fixed ahead, and Gu Yuxing felt as if the disciple's eyes pierced through the crowd, seeing into the very souls of all present, sending a shiver down his spine. Entering the Qingyun sect is not an easy feat for any of you. Allow me to offer some guidance. With the wind as my ally, carry me to the clouds. Qingping Mountain is blessed with favorable winds. Those who ascend with the wind shall possess the finest grace. As his words fell, the crowd murmured in excitement. Ascending with the wind? What if they fell to their deaths? Yet, The disciple offered no further explanation. Instead, with a smirk and a flick of his sleeve, he summoned a wisp of wind from the clouds above, lifting himself gracefully into the air, soaring toward the heavens amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. An immortal. Immediately, several commoners knelt, bowing fervently, chanting their wishes. May the immortal bless me with 7 wives, each loyal to me. Humph! This is the Qingyun sect, not a wishing well begone. A gust of wind swept through, sending the kneeling supplicants tumbling, spinning in the air before crashing to the ground. Though they did not perish, they were not unscathed. Witnessing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. While the wind's assistance was indeed advantageous, a fall that leaves one face down is hardly graceful among the throng. Gu Yusheng gazed upward at the climbing clouds. Lost in thought, the old man he had encountered earlier, after wielding his sword, had evoked a sense of weightlessness. Could this be the momentum of the wind? If he had relied solely on his own pace, he would surely have wasted precious time. To rise with the wind is to seize one's youth. A stirring within him, he sensed a gust approaching. Ascending with the wind? Who knew that this impoverished place of Qingping Prefecture held such wonders? Just then, a youthful, haughty voice rang out. Gu Yusheng turned to see a petite girl of similar age, her long hair cascading as she approached briskly. Dressed in a white and green skirt, her hair adorned with tassels. She moved with an ethereal grace, her brows like delicate feathers, eyes as bright as jade, her slender waist barely concealed, lips like rubies, her steps light and lively. A true beauty in the making, in my opinion. It should be Mo Wanyun who carries on the legacy, sending me to the clouds. Grandpa, I adore my name. Mo Wanyun. That was the girl's name. As her words settled, Gu Yusheng felt her delicate hand beckoning him, the wind bending to her will as she floated gracefully. The fragrance of orchids filled the air. A little fairy rose with the wind, soaring like a startled swan. Oh dear, my little ancestor, wait for this old bone of mine. An anxious, elderly voice emerged, revealing an old man with a youthful countenance, burdened by a basket of books, one of which he was reading as he hurriedly approached, his expression filled with affection for the girl. Ha ha, Grandpa, this is so much fun. The petite girl, cradling her arms, resembled a sleepy imp, almost drifting away on the wind. As she looked down, she spotted a dazed youth gazing skyward, his shoes muddied, a gourd hanging from his back. And she pouted in disapproval. Don't stare. The girl pressed her hands against her skirt, and suddenly, a gust of wind surged, throwing her off balance as she began to tumble from the sky. Oh no. Grandpa, help! Mo Wanyun cried out desperately. Little ancestor. The old man, seemingly unable to part with his book for even a moment, quickened his pace, reaching out to catch her as she fell. Gu Yusheng felt a sudden darkness before he could comprehend what was happening. As the little fairy collided with his nose, instinctively, he reached out and, inexplicably, caught the mischievous girl. Humph! Mo Wanyun blinked in surprise, glaring at Gu Yusheng. Hey, you bumped into me. Before Gu Yusheng could respond, the girl, her face flushed, slapped him. He instinctively dodged, explaining, My lady, it was my sword. Mo Wanyun's body swayed, and a red ribbon from her hairpin caught on Gu Yusheng's wooden sword. Falling unnoticed, scoundrel, Mo Wanyun stepped on Gu Yusheng's foot. Oh dear, ancestor, are you all right? The old man approached, scanning Gu Yusheng with a quick glance. Seeing his beloved granddaughter unharmed, he sighed in relief, then returned to his book, engrossed in its pages. Mo Wanyun, intending to confront Gu Yusheng, noticed her grandfather's distraction and, in frustration, tugged at the old man's beard. Grandpa, I'm angry. This place is boring. I want to go home. The old man, caught off guard by the tugging, exclaimed in surprise and waved at the two already dumbfounded disciples of the Qingyun sect. You too, I've traveled a great distance. This Qingyun mountain is high and far. Will you not guide me? The two disciples approached respectfully, their faces filled with astonishment, and one stammered, May I inquire if you are Mr. Mo from the Holy Academy of Books? The old man nodded. This is my granddaughter, Mo Wanyun. I brought her to Qingping Mountain to see the peach blossoms. As for the way up the mountain. The two disciples' faces turned pale with fear. One hurriedly replied, To welcome Mo is a fortune earned through 3 lifetimes of cultivation. Miss Mo need not rely on the wind to ascend. It would be unthinkable to impose that upon you. Please follow me. Seeing the two disciples' deference, Imo Wanyun cast an annoyed glance at Gu Yusheng. Rolling her eyes, "Humph, I insist on forcing it." She pointed at Gu Yusheng. "It's all your fault." With a flick of her hand, she summoned another wisp of wind, rising gracefully as if seated among the clouds. She stuck out her little tongue playfully at Gu Yusheng, placing her hands to her ears and making a face. "Little mudfish, I'm going to take all your wind away, so you can't ascend the mountain." Oh, Wanyun waved her sleeve, stirring the clouds in the sky, as gusts of wind swirled around her like wings. Lifting her higher, "Little ancestor, take care." The old man tucked his book away and hurried up the mountain, viewing the world through the lens of the green hills, a congenital pure body. The two disciples of the Qingyun sect exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. "Qi, you stay here. I'll go inform the elders at Qingyun." "No, I'll go directly to the sect master and ask him to welcome Mr. Imo." "Why should it not be me?" "Don T think I'm unaware of your intentions. Not only you, but even the sect master would consider themselves fortunate to receive guidance from Mr. Imo." "Preposterous. I am the senior disciple. My word is final." The disciple responsible for welcoming new entrants, Zhao Zhan, abandoned his post and hurried after the scholarly old man, leaving Qi Ming visibly displeased. The winds at the foot of the mountain had already been stirred by Mr. Mo's granddaughter, and for 3 days, Qingping winds would be hard to find. However, what could be done? That little girl could flatten Qingping Mountain with a mere whim. Who would dare to utter a word? "The wind is gone. Let me offer you another path. Climb the Qingyun ladder." Qi Ming pointed to the ladder behind him, where Mr. Imo, still engrossed in his book, was slowly making his way up. "Anyone who ascends the Qingyun ladder may become a disciple of our Qingyun sect. Go forth." Qi Ming smirked, harboring ulterior motives, as this scene unfolded before Gu Yusheng's eyes. "Is there such an opportunity?" The many young people, unaware of the Qingyun ladder's mysteries, rushed toward it. "Hee, what a naive bunch." Qi Ming sneered softly, as the task of recruiting new disciples, once a leisurely pursuit that brought considerable sect contribution points, now felt overshadowed by the arrival of a significant figure, leaving him with no chance to ingratiate himself. How frustrating! Such is the fleeting nature of sect relationships, as thin as paper. Qi Ming's gaze landed on Gu Yusheng, whose clothes were muddied yet had fortuitously caught Mr. Mo's granddaughter. A surge of jealousy welled within him. "What is your name?" "Gu Yusheng." "Gu?" Qi Ming frowned, disliking the surname. "He's the son of Gu Bai." Lu Chun pushed through the crowd, a smug expression on his face. "Ah, the son of Gu Bai." Lu Chen's words struck like thunder on a clear day. Setting aside the fact that Gu Yusheng had just caught a loli with his bare hands, which was enviable enough, merely the name Gu Bai was enough to send shockwaves throughout the area. "What? He is the son of Gu Bai. Who is Gu Bai? I feel like I've heard that name before." "Fool, Gu Bai, the one who, when faced with a demon, dared not draw his sword and was left trembling in fear. A disgrace to the Qingyun sect. The son of a coward dares to come to the Qingyun sect. Is he planning to disgrace himself again?" "Ha ha ha." As Qi Ming learned that Gu Yusheng was the son of Gu Bai, his expression gradually grew colder, and a twinge of jealousy morphed into profound dissatisfaction within his heart. However, in the presence of 1,000 onlookers, he refrained from speaking out, lest he be accused of bias within the Qingyun sect. Since this fellow was unappreciative, he would allow him to suffer another humiliating defeat. Qi Ming straightened his posture, clasped his hands behind his back, and addressed Gu Yusheng. "Will you not offer a few words in your defense?" Gu Yusheng remained silent. His eyes had never been so clear. Every face around him bore a mocking smile, each grin piercing his heart like a multitude of sharp needles. He fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Chun, who wore a triumphant expression and said to Qi Ming, "Master Qi, I am the son of Lu Zhan." "Oh?" Qi Ming replied, his demeanor unexpectedly surprised. "Then you need not ascend the Qingyun ladder. Come with me into the Qingyun sect instead." "Yes, master." Lu Chun, having successfully taken a shortcut as a second-generation cultivator, became increasingly arrogant, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Yusheng. "What are you staring at? Not convinced? I have a father, and you do not. Ha ha ha." Chapter 3. A Father's Shame, a Son's Humiliation. A vow made with a sword. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Gu Yusheng felt as though he had been stabbed again, the pain reminiscent of the past year spent away from the bustling city. Enduring various slanders that pricked at his heart like needles, his eyes reddened, and he instinctively drew the wooden sword from his waist. "Ha ha ha! A wooden sword? And you think to kill me? Do you not even have the decency to look at yourself? As Gu Yusheng brandished the wooden sword, Lu Chen laughed even more recklessly, and the crowd paused in surprise, regarding Gu Yusheng's expression as that of a fool. In this brutal world, no one would show sympathy for the weak, a truth Gu Yusheng understood well. He stepped forward, and in the face of countless mocking gazes, he plunged the wooden sword viciously into his own thigh. Blood burst forth like plum blossoms blooming. Slowly, Gu Yusheng withdrew the wooden sword, staining his fingers with blood, and drew 3 lines across his face, pointing the sword at Lu Chen's brow before the eyes of the world. He declared, "Lu Chen, we bear no grudge towards each other. Once, we were playmates. However, today, you have insulted my father not once but twice. I may not comprehend the grand principles of the world, but I understand the shame of a father and son. Today, I swear with my blood. 3 years hence, on the day we both receive our crowns and honors, I shall take this sword and slay you, avenging this humiliation." Gu Yusheng's voice was not loud, yet it rang with conviction. As his words fell, a blood bead formed at the 3 streaks on his youthful face, and before anyone could react, it suddenly surged into Lu Chen's body. Gu Yusheng, what have you done? Lu Chen, startled by the bloodied wooden sword, stumbled back a step, fear creeping into his heart as the blood bead entered him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "This is bad, young master." The blood oath. How could this brat invoke the heavenly oath? Beside Lu Chen, an elderly steward, resembling a butler, suddenly sharpened his gaze, fixated on Gu Yusheng, a flicker of murderous intent passing through his eyes as his hand, concealed within his sleeve, transformed into a palm poised to strike. "Hold on." Qi Ming, the Qingyun sect's emissary, stepped forward. "No combat is permitted here." His words were not for the sake of justice nor to protect Gu Yusheng. He turned to glance at the scholar Amo, who was engrossed in his reading on the Qingyun ladder, his book radiating a sacred light. Ming warned, "Steward Lu." It was this boy's words that invoked the Sacred Academy's ritual book held by Master Amo, forming a heavenly oath. "You must not engage. Otherwise, the consequences will rebound upon your young master." "What?" The would-be assailant, Steward Lu, felt his eyelids twitch at the mention of the Sacred Academy's ritual book, begrudgingly lowering his sleeve while glaring at Gu Yusheng. But he soon let out a cold laugh. "A heavenly oath. So what? This towering Qingyun ladder will keep you locked out, and 3 years hence, you will be nothing more than an ant crushed beneath my young master's foot." "Indeed, I'll crush you," Lu Chen roared at Gu Yusheng, genuinely startled by his desperate demeanor, yet emboldened by his status as a disciple of the Qingyun sect. He grew increasingly arrogant. Gu Yusheng chose not to respond further to Lu Chen. Thunder rumbled in his heart. He understood that oaths were not mere words but a path to tread, one fraught with thorns. He reattached the bloodied wooden sword to his waist. Blood dripped from his right leg to his shoes with every step he took through the crowd. In that moment, all parted for him, and the laughter faded into silence. Although many still perceived Gu Yusheng as insignificant as dust, the phrase "a father's shame, a son's humiliation" resonated with a few hearts. In this lifetime, certain familial bonds are impossible to sever. The crow has a duty to feed its parents. The lamb bears the grace of kneeling to nurse. Many gazed at Gu Yusheng's frail figure, watching as he left a trail of bloody footprints on the moss-covered ground, leading all the way to the Qingyun ladder. "Can he ascend the Qingyun ladder?" someone in the crowd inquired. A middle-aged scholar holding a fan responded, "Though I hope he can enter Qingyun and make things more interesting, I would wager he cannot take 3 steps." The Qingyun ladder was forged from the blood of countless Qingyun sect disciples, and the blood of countless beasts has spilled upon Qingping Mountain, the heroic souls forming the most enigmatic Qingyun ladder. This is a path of heart refinement. Without unwavering will and perseverance, each step forward feels like bearing a mountain's weight. His father, Gu Bai, did not dare draw his sword in the face of beasts until death. At merely 12 years of age, he surely cannot pass this trial. Gu Yusheng paid no mind to the surrounding voices. The pain in his leg brought an unprecedented tranquility. He stepped forward, placing his foot upon the Qingyun ladder, marking the first step of his cultivation journey. A subtle pressure descended upon him, as if a mountain were slowly pressing down from above. He looked up, the Qingyun ladder soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight, seemingly reaching towards the heavens. How strange, he has not been rebuffed. the middle-aged scholar noted in surprise. The first rung of the Qingyun ladder was not high. One could simply step up. Yet, even so, countless individuals failed to take that first step. As Gu Yuxing ascended the Qingyun ladder, many rushed forward, but as soon as they lifted their feet, an invisible force hurled them back, flattening them against the ground as if they bore a 1,000-pound burden. Fortunately, Qi Ming waved his hand to prevent injury, yet those sprawled on the ground looked utterly wretched, resembling frogs at the bottom of a well. Gu Yuxing lifted his bloodied foot and took a second step. The unseen end loomed before him like a well. At the bottom, he was a stubborn frog, advancing step by step. Suddenly, an overwhelming weight pressed down on Gu Yuxing's shoulders. Though he saw nothing, he felt as if a heavy, cold stone rested upon him in a daze. He seemed to perceive blood mist coalescing on the Qingyun ladder ahead, transforming into clawing beasts that lunged at him. A peculiar voice echoed deep within him. Your father was a coward who fled in the face of beasts. No, Gu Yuxing bellowed. He took a step forward. The mocking voices in his mind abruptly faded. Yet the beasts formed from blood mist grew increasingly distinct, and he could even see their sharp claws and drooling fangs. I am not afraid. Gu Yuxing's resolve solidified. He took another step, feeling as though sharp claws were tearing into him, ripping him apart, pain so vivid and real. Clenching his teeth, he slowly lifted one foot. He has actually taken 2 steps. The middle-aged man with the fan displayed a hint of astonishment from behind. From his vantage point, Gu Yuxing was already several dozen feet off the ground. The Qingyun ladder did not have many rungs, yet the minds of the onlookers, lacking clarity, did not perceive the truth. But it ends here. The middle-aged man shook his fan, feigning insight into human affairs. He will fall, some shouted. Their family disciples had collapsed on the first rung, unable to endure seeing this country bumpkin take 2 steps. As Gu Yuxing's foot landed on the 3rd step, an even more formidable presence surged towards him. This time, it was not just the grotesque visages of beasts, but also the terrified figures fleeing from them. Run, run, voices echoed, attempting to pull Gu Yuxing back. With a slight smile, Gu Yuxing calmly declared, while all may turn back, Gu Yuxing shall not. Boom. Gu Yuxing stepped onto the 3rd rung, his gaze clear, his expression resolute. The oppressive weight upon him vanished in a peculiar manner. A voice of surprise arose, not from the middle-aged man with the fan, but from the leisurely strolling M.O. on the Qingyun ladder, who had yet to divert his gaze from his book, merely casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yuxing. The path of study is long. Could it be that I am moving too slowly? At this rate, I shall be overtaken by the rising tide. The elder continued forward. Gu Yuxing's focus remained solely on the ascending Qingyun ladder, seizing the moment when the weight on his shoulders dissipated. He hastened forward, taking several more steps. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing felt as if mountains were crushing cities. The countless demonic beasts that had appeared earlier vanished, replaced by a formidable demon. Its eyes glowed like lanterns, wings unfurling to 100 zhong, and with a piercing cry, it soared into the sky. Wherever the great demon passed, thousands of mortals scattered like ants, fleeing in terror. Gu Yuxing felt an overwhelming sense of solitude as he pressed on. How laughable that mere mortals would dare to slay demons! The voice of the great demon echoed like thunder. Countless individuals were fleeing. Even those sword-bearing cultivators showed signs of fear, each scrambling for their lives. Flee, weak insects! No one dares to make a stand. No one dares to draw their sword. At that moment, a thought flickered in Gu Yuxing's mind. Perhaps his father was not to be ashamed of. Such a powerful demon, and yet the ants still clung to life. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing's body shook violently. No. He jolted awake. The image of his father, wielding a sword as he ascended the Qingyun, flashed unconsciously in his mind. That resolute gaze he cast back was so steadfast. I should not doubt my father. He bore his sword to slay the great demon. He would have no regrets in death. Gu Yuxing's previously confused gaze became clear once more. This path, my father once walked with me, and at that time, I was upon his shoulders. Gu Yuxing could vaguely recall the joyful moments of being lifted upon his father's shoulders, feeling the refreshing breeze. Now, the path lay beneath his own feet. I must walk this path myself. If my father is watching from the heavens, he must be observing me. Gu Yuxing's trembling body steadied. The terror of mountains collapsing and seas breaking still loomed. And he felt insignificant. That great demon lingered in his mind like a haunting shadow. Instinctively, Gu Yuxing grasped the sword at his waist. This is a sword of protection. When you grow up, you will naturally understand. The words of Gu Bai echoed in his mind. He tightened his grip on the sword. A smile unexpectedly gracing his face. In his memories, Gu Yuxing recalled that his father mostly spent his time reading. Always carrying his sword, perhaps never intending to draw it against demons. Yet, he remained resolute. Who was he protecting? The human race. Such lofty ideals were not his concern. Father, I understand now. I know whom you are protecting. I will live well. Chapter 4. That year, the sword of protection stood before the demon suppression steel. Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth and pressed forward. He beheld the figure of the old man engrossed in reading. Step by step, he closed the distance, not glancing back, for there was no need to do so. Yet, the Qingyun ladder ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Gu Yuxing felt his body grow increasingly weak, the sweat from his pain-soaked face staining him. Each step was profoundly arduous. What is this little mudfish doing, stabbing itself with a sword? On a cloud, Imo Wanyun observed Gu Yuxing from above, her arms crossed, the blood staining the young man's shoes eliciting a frown from her. Grandfather, he's just one step away. Why not lend a hand? I cannot assist. The path must be walked by oneself. The old man stroked his beard. Wanyun, remember this. The trials of youth are often the most precious treasures of life. You should not interfere, Wanyun huffed in pride. Grandfather, here you go again. If you won't help, then spare me the lectures. Who chooses a difficult path when a smooth one lies ahead? It's merely a lack of choice. If you want he help, I shall assist him. Imo Wanyun's gaze fell upon Gu Yuxing's face, and though her arms were crossed, she unconsciously clenched her small fists. That will only harm him. The old man's expression turned serious. Halting his granddaughter's actions, Wanyun pouted and declared, Come on, little mudfish, you can do it. You're just one step away. After saying this, she instinctively spat, fearing Gu Yuxing might hear. Pa, 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 why should I cheer for a scoundrel? Oh, right. Once he enters Qingyun Gate, I'll let him have a taste of my fist. Humph. Imo Wanyun looked skyward, yet her eyes never left Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing felt as though all his strength had been drained, his sweat-soaked body becoming frail and powerless. The Qingyun ladder ahead remained an endless void. Was this where it would end? He raised his head to gaze upward. His fists clenched tighter. Yuxing, you cannot see the mountain peak because you are in the abyss. To rise, you must ascend the mountain to behold the world. I promised my father I would reach the summit to see it. If I cannot even enter Qingyun Gate, how can I talk of climbing mountains and seeing the world? I, Gu Yuxing, must keep my word, Gu Yuxing roared fiercely as he stepped forward. The moment his foot landed on the new step, a brilliant white light suddenly appeared. The old man reading beside him fell behind. In the next instant, Gu Yuxing was the first to enter Qingyun Gate. Qingping Mountain, enveloped in perpetual celestial mist, resembled a fairyland, with towering clouds and mountains, their summits obscured from view. Qingyun Gate occupied the 6 peaks of Qingping Mountain. With a grand platform connecting the 6 peaks, at the entrance stood a towering ancient stele, 1,000 feet high. The demon suppression stele. This stele had been transported from the demon realm by a sage, taking a century to be inscribed with countless demon-suppressing runes by master engravers from across the land. Standing for thousands of years atop Qingping Mountain, it did not belong to Qingyun Gate, but to the 3 great sacred lands of the Xian realm. To jointly guard this demon suppression stele, the 3 sacred lands each dispatched several elders to establish Qingyun Gate on Qingping Mountain, solely for the purpose of safeguarding this stele. Throughout this millennium, countless formidable demons, demon kings, and even great demon kings from the demon realm attempted to invade Qingping Mountain, seeking to destroy this stele, yet all were ruthlessly suppressed by it. The demon suppression stele is sacred. Over the centuries, countless cultivators have sacrificed themselves for humanity, their names revered by posterity, receiving incense offerings for eternity, their souls converging at the stele, never to reincarnate, sworn to protect humanity. Even Imo Fanqing, a great scholar from the Sacred Institute, brought his granddaughter Imo Wanyun to pay respects before the stele. Before the demon suppression stele stood many elders and core disciples of Qingyun Gate, including the gate's master, Xiao Rang, known by his Dao title as Zuanjizi, who was welcoming the esteemed Mo Fanqing and his granddaughter. Ironically, Gu Yuxing was the first to enter Qingyun Gate, left neglected to the side, not due to a lack of interest in recruiting disciples, but because the name Gu Yuxing failed to pique the interest of the gate's master, elders, and disciples, who even found it amusing in their peripheral vision. Gu Yuxing felt the chill of their indifference, particularly from one elder among the many, Lu Zhan, who did not conceal his hostility toward Gu Yuxing, only refraining from acting out of respect for Mo Fanqing's stature and the presence of numerous disciples attempting to ascend the Qingyun ladder. Gu Yuxing's gaze roamed the crowd, and suddenly, his pupils constricted, his frail body trembling, a complex emotion manifesting on his pale face. Before the demon suppression stele, atop the back of a massive divine turtle, stood a sword, the sword of Gu Bai. The sword, along with its sheath, was embedded into the turtle's back with immense force. At that moment, Gu Yuxing felt a profound humiliation. His fingers dug deep into his flesh, turning a dark shade of purple, yet he felt no pain, only a deep sorrow and complexity within. His father's sword was disgracefully displayed upon the turtle's back. Memories flooded Gu Yuxing's mind, recalling how his father had carried the sword through countless nights. Always impeccably dressed, tirelessly teaching him the principles of reading and morality, that gentle and refined father, who cared so deeply for humanity, was regarded by Qingyun Gate as a source of shame, standing before the demon suppression stele. "Grandfather, there is a sword here." The curious Mo Wanyun attempted to approach the sword but was gently stopped by the master, Zuanjizi. The elders of Qingyun Gate, as if they had touched a taboo, hastily cautioned her. "Miss Mo, that is a sword of disgrace." Mo Wanyun was bewildered by their reactions. "Wanyun, come here to your grandfather. Do not ask questions." The old man appeared reluctant to discuss the sword, casting a loving glance at his granddaughter Mo Wanyun, then looking back at the neglected Gu Yuxing. Though Mo Wanyun was usually proud and mischievous, she was astute and perceptive, quickly grasping the situation. She had already noticed Gu Yuxing being sidelined and, through snippets of conversation, understood the underlying reasons. Now, awakened by her grandfather's glance, she realized that this sword must be connected to the Mudfish boy. Seeing the important figures of Qingyun surrounding her, their demeanor noticeably solicitous, she recognized that it was merely due to her grandfather's status, while that boy was left aside, as if abandoned by the world, evoking a sudden sense of guilt within her. This world is tumultuous, yet its joys and sorrows are not the same. Seizing the opportunity while everyone fawned over Mr. Mo, she made her way to Gu Yuxing. "Hey, little mudfish, my name is Mo Wanyun." Immersed in despair, Gu Yuxing's body trembled slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, his lips quivering, and after a long moment, he finally spoke. "Gu Yuxing." "What a scholarly name." Gu Yuxing replied wistfully. "Yours as well." O Wanyun smirked, proudly stating, "Humph, of course." She wished to say more when an elder from Qingyun Gate, Lu Zhan, barked. All disciples entering the mountain, gather before the demon suppression stele. Mo Wanyun raised an eyebrow at Gu Yuxing, then returned to her grandfather, yawning, "Grandfather, I am tired." Upon hearing this, Mo Fanqing addressed the master of Qingyun Gate, Zuanjizi, "Friend Xiao, I have come here for leisure and may have caused some disturbance. My granddaughter tends to be active and troublesome, so I kindly ask you to arrange a quiet and peaceful place for her. Master Mo's arrival at Qingyun Gate is a privilege for us all. Please." Xianjizi turned to glance at Lu Zhan, his peripheral vision briefly sweeping over Gu Yuxing. "Elder Lu, please take care of the matter regarding the selection of new disciples for the sect." Lu Zhan's expression shifted, a smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Understood." Xianjizi fell half a step behind Mo Fanqing, followed by several dozen elders. He furrowed his brow and said, "The 6 peak masters and elders should remain as well. Have you not all enjoyed this segment in previous years? This year, there are numerous disciples of considerable talent. You must choose wisely and guide them with care." The 6 peak masters exchanged glances, internally grumbling. Look at how this sect leader operates, secluding himself while delegating trivial matters to the peak masters. When encountering esteemed guests, he guards core interests fiercely, ensuring no one else partakes in the spoils. After all, this is a senior from the Sacred Academy. If he could offer even a few pointers in his spare time, it would save years, if not decades, of detours on the path of cultivation. Though the peak masters and elders were reluctant, they nonetheless smiled and nodded. Yes, sect leader, Mo Fanqing, holding an old book, suddenly halted and pointed to his granddaughter. Mo Wanyun, saying, I almost forgot. My granddaughter has reached the age of cultivation. If you esteemed elders are willing and have the fate to do so, please accept her as a disciple. What? Xian Jizi's eyelids twitched, and his heart soared with joy. The six peak masters were momentarily stunned, but quickly began calculating the implications of accepting Mo Wanyun as a disciple. With their discerning eyes, they could tell that this seemingly proud young lady was, in truth, a natural with an untainted body, having been nurtured by the sacred texts, a rare find indeed. Senior Mo, is this appropriate? Our Qingyun Gate is merely a guardian sect, a third-rate minor sect. We might lead her astray. Xian Jizi feigned humility, all the while observing the expressions of the elders and peak masters. Such a promising talent should only be taught by the sect leader. There is nothing inappropriate about it. I recall that Qingyun Gate also possesses quite a few teachings from the three major sacred lands. Wanyun, whom do you wish to take as your master? Cough. Xian Jizi twirled his beard, instinctively stepping forward. Standing out among the crowd, Wanyun stifled a yawn, appearing somewhat reluctant. Suddenly, she pointed at the slender, solitary figure standing apart and with a mischievous smile declared, Whosoever accepts him as a disciple, I shall cultivate with them. His shoes pinched my feet when we were down the mountain. I must give him a good lesson and bully him daily. Humph. Chapter 5. Gu Yusheng, you must strive. Mo Wanyun's words left the elders beside her momentarily stunned. In their eyes, a youth like Gu Yusheng was inconsequential. Even if he could ascend the Qingyun ladder and enter Qingyun Gate, what of it? The sect leader's instruction to Lu Zhan regarding the acceptance of new disciples was quite clear. In the majority's minds, Gu Bai was a disgrace to Qingyun Gate. While his son would not be expelled, he would certainly be neglected, and once the recruitment frenzy passed, a pretext would be found to cast the youth out of the mountain. Yet now, this lad was fortunate indeed, under the protection of the granddaughter of a great scholar. Regardless of her youth, the power behind Mo Wanyun was an insurmountable mountain. Had Qingyun Gate not relied on the remnants of the three great sacred lands, it was likely that someone like Mo Wanyun could stir up considerable upheaval with just a stamp of her foot. Furthermore, over the past few centuries, due to various reasons, Qingyun Gate had lost contact with the three sacred lands, retaining only a demon-subduing monument that still bore witness to its former glory. A talent like Mo Wanyun was coveted by Qingyun Gate, yet now she was inexplicably tied to Gu Yusheng, like a perfect pot of porridge marred by a single fly. It was somewhat disheartening, however. With something to eat, one would always fight for it. Given her untainted body, she would certainly excel in alchemy, and as for Gu Bai's son entering my Danxia Peak, he would only need to handle some menial tasks in alchemy and would not have to descend the mountain to slay demons. After all, the embarrassment would not reach the outer doors. Initially, Mo Wanyun showed some interest upon hearing the term alchemy, but later, upon hearing Zhao Sanqian of Danxia Peak speak poorly of Gu Yusheng, she shook her head, declaring, I do not wish to practice alchemy. Zhao Sanqian's countenance stiffened, shooting a sharp glance at Gu Yusheng. This girl was such a promising talent, yet she insisted on being saddled with this dead weight. How unfortunate. Immediately, a plump Taoist priestess, holding a duster, spoke to Mo Wanyun. Miss Mo, you may join my Luochun Peak, where I shall teach you the way of the seven emotions. With your clear mind and unique constitution, you can directly bypass the stages of Yuan Tai, Kai Mai, Duangu, and Ning Hun, and within 7 years, you shall reach the realm of harmony, capable of contending with great demons. Upon hearing He Hongyan's words, even the great scholar, Mr. Mo, was taken aback. The path of cultivation undoubtedly has varying levels, from low to high. Yuan Tai, Kai Mai, Duangu, Ning Hun, harmony, unity, golden core. However, as humanity cultivates the 3,000 paths, the direction of cultivation diverges after the unity realm, giving rise to great scholars, holy monks, and Taoists. Thus, practitioners often refer to the 7th, 8th, and 9th realms to denote those of profound cultivation. The first 4 realms are martial realms, the pinnacle of martial training. Many spend their lives striving to reach the 4th realm. Qingyun Gate is a minor sect, and its current sect leader is merely at the unity realm. Even slaying a great demon king would be a challenge. Yet this way of the 7 emotions claims one can reach the 5th realm in just 7 years. Does Qingyun Gate truly possess the way of the seven emotions as part of its heritage? He Hongnian continued, to report to my senior, the way of the seven emotions was left behind by a divine being from the Penglai sacred land, though the inheritance is incomplete. However, should Miss Mo cultivate it to perfection, there lies a chance to enter the sacred lands, Mo Fanqing pondered briefly. While the way of the seven emotions is admirable, once one embarks on this path, his lively and adorable granddaughter might become cold and detached. Sect leader Xian Jizi observed the expressions of the peak masters and elders, contemplating for a moment before devising a strategy. He cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Given our status, we cannot yet be considered Miss Mo's benefactors. We can only impart knowledge. Thus, it shall be. Miss Mo's unique identity and constitution mean her path of cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. The masters and elders of the Six Peaks may instruct Miss Mo, and of course, I may also guide her in her cultivation. Senior Mo, does this seem acceptable? Good. The elder merely uttered a single word. Though he often dwelled among sacred texts, being somewhat of a bookworm, he was keenly attuned to the thoughts of others. He understood perfectly that the discussions were merely Qingyun Gate weighing its pros and cons. Each peak may offer teachings, but not all must be learned. Xian Jizi, indeed, proved worthy of his position as sect leader. Should Mo Wanyun only take one master, it would remain a simple master-disciple relationship. However, if all six peaks engage in mutual learning, it would forge a bond of shared knowledge with Qingyun Gate. Mo Fanqing, having spent half his life in study, was already broad-minded. He perceived the underlying motives but feigned ignorance. Seeing Mo Fanqing acquiesce, Xian Jizi's expression brightened, and he then turned to the six peak masters and their elders. Casually pointing towards Gu Yuxing and, seemingly without care, asked, "This boy was the first to enter the mountain. Who among you wishes to accept him as a disciple?" The previously jubilant expressions of the assembly suddenly froze in disbelief. After all that, this conundrum was still being tossed back to them. Luochun Peak does not accept male disciples, as you are well aware, sect leader. Zhao Shixiang, did you not just mention that Danxiao Peak needs some disciples skilled in alchemy? Cough. Did I say that? Zhao Sanqian shrugged, opting to abandon the matter entirely. I never mentioned it. The four of you. Danxiao Peak has always had fewer people, plus we need disciples with alchemical talent, while your four peaks are bustling with activity. Zhao Shixiang, your words are misguided. Though we may have many disciples, we are limited by fixed quotas during recruitment, one of the peak masters interjected. Enough. The sect leader waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the newly arrived Gu Yuxing. What a ruckus! Senior Mo has traveled from afar and surely requires a serene place to be accompanied by poetry and nature. It is fitting, as the peach blossoms are in full bloom on Qingping Mountain. Master Lu is advanced in age and uninterested in tending to the peach trees. Let us arrange for this youth to be placed in the peach blossom grove, with all the same treatment as a sect disciple. The sect leader's wisdom was evident. The peak masters and elders displayed expressions of delight, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Mo Wanyun's shrewd eyes scanned the peak masters and elders before returning to the youth before the demon-subduing monument. Thinking to herself, "Little mudfish, we are not friends. I am not a kind soul, and I can only help you this far." Before the demon-subduing monument, Gu Yuxing withdrew his gaze from the sword. Though he felt an overwhelming impulse to draw it, he understood that even such an action would yield no results. Jiu Bai was not a coward. Each clarification he made to others felt like a dull blade scraping against an old wound. Weakness was a sin. Faced with Gu Bai's sword, Gu Yuxing could only remain silent, his resolve unwavering. Jiu Yuxing tightly gripped the wooden sword at his waist, silently encouraging himself. Gu Yuxing, you must strive. Prove your worth. Even if Qingyun Gate disdains you, you must persistently move forward, diligently cultivate. For there will come a day when you will draw this sword before everyone, proving that you have not lied. With grand aspirations in his heart, Gu Yuxing felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Cultivation. This was his singular focus. Moments later, he glanced down at the sword in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Within his palm was a hairpin adorned with a red string, a remnant from that girl. Jiu Yuxing raised his hand, only to see a lively figure bounding away into the distance, surrounded by a throng of elders from the Qingyun sect. Creating a veritable uproar, he lowered his head in silence, casting a glance at his mud-stained and bloodied shoes. The mountain birds and fish travel different paths. This path of cultivation demands one to navigate the waters alone. At this moment, a greater number of disciples had already passed the Qingyun ladder examination. Among these youthful aspirants, not all relied solely on their own resolve. The majority had taken a pill known as the demon-repelling pill, which allowed them to effortlessly gain entry into the Qingyun sect. This pill was sold in various markets by the Qingyun sect at an exorbitant price, clearly indicating that a formidable family background and financial resources were also integral to the sect's assessments. This seemed only fair. Look, there lies a sword upon the back of a turtle. The disciples who had passed the Qingyun sect's examination, after paying their respects to the demon-suppressing steel, appeared somewhat listless. Until one of them noticed the sword embedded in the turtle's shell. It was a sword of shame. Lu Chun, who had brought the disciple Qi Ming, raised his voice deliberately, infused with resentment as he glared at Gu Yusheng. Do you know whose sword this is? Could it be Gu Bai's? Indeed, it is that coward who quakes at the sight of great demons. Lu Chun laughed heartily, and those around him joined in, taunting Gu Yusheng. Your father has been nailed to the pillar of disgrace. Why do you not defend him? Gu Yusheng closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Enough! Silence! After Lu Zhan and the others had their fill of laughter, he pretended to step forward, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Since you all recognize it as a sword of disgrace, remember this well. You practice to slay demons and banish evil. Do not let fear render you unable to draw your sword when faced with demonic beasts. Now, the elders of each peak will begin selecting disciples. The 6 peak masters and elders, who had merely played the role of background figures, had returned, their attention falling upon these individuals while deliberately overlooking the frail youth. Gu Yusheng, who stood alone, shunned by others. Although most of these individuals had yet to cultivate, it was not out of the question that some scions of noble families had begun their training early, using elixirs to nourish their primordial essence. Those of exceptional talent, undoubtedly, were akin to Mo Wanyun, a rare innate Dao-bodied, a bearded man bearing a sword brightened, for he was Lei Jiangheng, the master of Yunfeng. His gaze settled upon a prince encircled by dozens of attendants. This prince appeared to be 3 years older than Gu Yusheng, dressed in extravagance and surrounded as though he were the sun amidst the stars. Adorned in royal attire, emblazoned with a unique pattern of 9 dragons ascending to the heavens, he held one hand to his nose, gazing at Gu Yusheng with palpable disdain, as if the earthy scent emanating from Gu Yusheng made him uncomfortable. The Qianlong dynasty, a superpower 1,000 miles away from Qingping Mountain, why would they send a prince here? Wait, is that the unawakened Qianlong sword body? Lei Jiangheng's eyelids twitched, both surprised and delighted. He leaped to the side of the noble prince. What is your name? Would you like to join my Yunfeng to learn the sword? I guarantee that within 10 years, you will become the foremost genius of Qingyun. No, the second greatest, the most accomplished swordsmanship prodigy. With an air of arrogance, the noble youth replied, I am Chu Chun, the 9th son of the Qianlong dynasty. I aspire to be the greatest genius of the empire. At the coming coronation ceremony in 3 years, I shall claim the title of first among Qingyun and seek the hand of the young lady from the Mo family. With the noble Qianlong blood of the Chu family coursing through my veins, I am a natural talent for swordsmanship. Do you possess the qualifications to teach me? Indeed, I do. Lei Jiangheng entirely discarded his earlier arrogance. His gaze now fervent. The Qingyun sect is merely a third-rate sect. Were it not for my father learning that the young lady from the Mo family would be residing at Qingping Mountain for 3 years, I would not have bothered at all. As he spoke, the prince's gaze fell upon Gu Yusheng, and with a hint of disdain, he remarked, Qingping Prefecture is but a small place, and a country bumpkin from such a locale thinks to learn the path of cultivation and one day slay demons to stand out. How naive. Chapter 6. The Primordial Essence Guide. The mysterious wine gourd. With a forced smile, Lei Jiangheng glanced at Gu Yusheng, his brows furrowing slightly in distaste. He addressed Lu Zhan, Elder Lu. This child has been assigned by the sect master to the Peach Blossom Grove. Please send a disciple with him to avoid any further embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The sect master had previously hinted that he had the authority to fully deal with this child, who had dared to issue a heavenly oath against his own son, leading to a life-and-death confrontation. He had long harbored deep-seated resentment. Learning that Gu Yusheng was to be sent to the Peach Blossom Grove, Lu Zhan sneered. The sect master still valued reputation, leaving this child a glimmer of hope. However, the Peach Blossom Grove, while beautiful, was a cursed place. once the site of a brutal battle between humans and demons, where rivers ran red with blood, hence its eternal bloom of peach blossoms over the millennia. Liu Zhan glanced to his side, and a disciple stepped forward to Gu Yusheng. This disciple, with a sharp, rat-like face and beady eyes, was far from courteous. "What are you dawdling for? Come with me." Gu Yusheng cast a sidelong glance at the prince named Chu Chun and turned toward the peach blossom grove. He was well acquainted with that expanse of blossoms. "Senior brother, there's no need to escort me." "Who would want to escort you?" The sharp-faced man, irritated at being assigned such a troublesome task, was more than happy to comply when Gu Yusheng declined his company. He casually removed a bundle from his shoulder, prepared for the new disciples, and, with a flick of his fingers, stealthily pocketed a silver ingot from the package. "Remember to behave yourself. Do not stray from the proper path. Violating sect rules will result in expulsion." Gu Yusheng accepted the package, saying, "Doesn't you're taking of my silver count as a violation of sect rules?" The man's expression froze. "Which of your eyes saw that?" Gu Yusheng fixed his gaze on the sharp-faced man, feigning to speak. "Curse it!" The man huffed disdainfully, begrudgingly tossing the silver ingot to Gu Yusheng before scurrying away. "The third one." Gu Yusheng turned and muttered to himself. The wind at Qingping Mountain was slightly cool, and while the Qingyun sect was vast, it felt quite small. Gu Yusheng walked alone, the mountain scenery passing by like a distant memory. He was caked in mud, akin to a wild grass by the roadside, unnoticed by all. He understood as well that to be solitary in life felt like being untethered, drifting like dust on a path. He traversed the road past the demon-suppressing steel. Reminiscent of the days of his father's indulgence, that winding path was overgrown with wild grass, and a small stream trickled gently through the mountainside. The once weathered thatched cottage had fallen into disrepair. Peach blossoms had fallen each spring. Year after year, it seemed that nothing had truly changed, maintaining an ancient, comforting charm. Yet, Gu Yusheng no longer had his father. He walked onward, drawing his sword and unfastening the wine gourd from his back. From his bundle, he retrieved a welcome gift for new disciples of the Qingyun sect, a silver ingot, an identity token, 2 sets of Qingyun sect attire, and a foundational cultivation manual along with several sect handbooks, including the Primordial Essence Spirit Guide. This was the manual all disciples of the Qingyun sect were required to study upon entry. This foundational cultivation manual was bequeathed by the great figures of the 3 major sects during the establishment of the Qingyun sect at Qingping Mountain. When the demon-suppressing steel was erected, it was strictly forbidden for anyone outside the Qingyun sect to impart its teachings. Thus, even Gu Yusheng's father had refrained from sharing the cultivation methods contained within, for fear of retribution. The path of cultivation begins with the acquired primordial essence. The sages believe that after birth, as one absorbs the essence of grains, the innate vital energy dissipates, necessitating the re-establishment of one's foundation and the refinement of the primordial essence. Only by refining the primordial essence could one qualify to practice. Failing to do so would confine one to a lifetime as merely a martial brute, capable of strengthening the body but unable to transcend the laws of heaven and earth, alter fate, or extend life. The refinement of primordial essence varies from person to person, thus creating a hierarchy. The introductory manual categorizes the quality of refined primordial essence into upper, middle, and lower grades, each further divided into 3 tiers. The 9th tier is the lowest, while the 1st tier is the highest. Those who achieve the 3rd tier of primordial essence can be considered upper-grade. An upper grade primordial essence shines blue, while a lower grade glows gray. When refined to the 2nd tier, it sparkles like the moon in the vast sky. At the 1st tier, it radiates like the sun at dawn, capable of invoking celestial phenomena. The tier of primordial essence one can refine is contingent upon individual aptitude. Those with poor talent or innate deficiencies can only produce incomplete primordial essences, while prodigies can not only refine primordial essences without much time expenditure but may even achieve upper-grade ones. The process of refining primordial essence can take as little as 3 months or as long as 10 years. Those with exceptional talent advance swiftly, while the average must grind away like water on iron. With time slipping by, upon reaching this point, Gu Yusheng displayed a contemplative expression, his gaze clear and filled with self-belief. Even if a flicker of impatience crossed his mind, it vanished swiftly at present. He had nothing left to lose and could only strive for betterment each day. "I shall refine a 1st-tier primordial essence." Gu Yusheng clenched his fists. Yet at that moment, his stomach grumbled unceremoniously. A hint of embarrassment crept across Gu Yuxing's face. He understood that before embarking on any grand endeavor, one must first satiate their hunger. Gu Yuxing approached the stream beside the peach blossom grove, removing his muddy shoes to wash them. The cold water of the mountain stream seeped into his bones as he tore a strip of cloth to bandage the wound on his right leg. He attempted to spear fish with a wooden stick, but after several attempts yielded no success, he resigned himself to the task of netting fish. I find myself utterly incapable of even catching a single fish, let alone dealing with the formidable beasts in 3 years. I must face Lu Chun in battle. I must strive with all my might. Gu Yuxing tended to a fire in the small courtyard, grilling fish. The peach blossoms in the mountain forest were dampened by the rain, leaving his clothes slightly wet and cold. He retrieved a wine gourd, and the frail figure of Gu Yuxing sniffled, taking a sip of the wine, savoring the exquisite taste of the fish. "What a fine wine!" he exclaimed, mimicking the old man's admiration. He knew little of wine, yet the scene of his encounter with the mysterious elder outside the mountains surfaced involuntarily in his mind. The sword danced like a radiant river of stars, profoundly stirring the heart of the youth. I wonder in what year and month I will be able to wield such a world-shattering sword. Gu Yuxing took another sip, feeling a peculiar warmth rising within him, and his body began to float. Initially, he paid no mind, merely seeking to ward off the cold with the wine, but moments later, he felt as if a flame was gradually igniting within him, making him feel unbearably hot, as though an uncontrollable force was rampaging through him. How can this wine be so overpowering? Could it be poisoned? Gu Yuxing stared incredulously at the wine gourd in his hand. This was a cherished possession of Gu Baixing from his lifetime. During one mid-autumn festival, Gu Yuxing had heard Gu Bai recount how he had exchanged 3,000 measures of poetry and wine for this extraordinary item during his travels to Xianhezhou, being regarded as a fool by his companions for doing so, which led Gu Bai to keep it in use. Gu Yuxing remembered that this wine gourd contained a story about the fateful bond between his father and mother. "I am but a humble person. The elder has no reason to harm me." Gu Yuxing felt layers of mist rising from his body. With a surge of inspiration, he opened the Taishang Yuan Tai Ling Yinju and began to cultivate according to its methods, channeling the uncontrollable force within him. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Gu Yuxing's flushed face, and the wound on his right leg gradually healed as it once was. As the stars in the sky shifted, half a day had passed. Gu Yuxing slowly awoke, blinking in confusion as he gazed at his hands, which were slick and drenched, covered in dirt and grime. This wine gourd. Gu Yuxing hurriedly sprinted towards the thatched cottage, shut the door tightly, lit a candle, and washed away the filth on his body. Under the candlelight, he scrutinized the gourd in his hand. It appeared remarkably ordinary, resembling an unripe gourd that had been hollowed out. Gu Yuxing fetched several bamboo bowls and poured a cup of wine from the gourd, this time exercising great caution, savoring a sip and awaiting the warmth to rise within him. Moments later, it felt as though another flame ignited in his belly. Indeed, Gu Yuxing's expression brightened. This wine gourd was truly a treasure. No wonder a seemingly mundane wine would be deemed delightful by such a remarkable figure. Gu Yuxing continued to guide the rising warmth to refine the Yuan Tai, and as the force dissipated, his body expelled a significant amount of impurities. Following the descriptions in the foundational techniques, he indeed sensed a mass of azure mist gathering at his dantian. Is this the manifestation of the Yuan Tai? Gu Yuxing found it somewhat unbelievable. According to the text, the process of refining the Yuan Tai was akin to ascending a ladder. To witness the clouds parting and the scenery emerging, it should take at least 49 days. He grasped the wine gourd on the table as if it were a precious treasure. This object appears ordinary, yet possesses unimaginable effects. I wonder if it is due to the wine or if it contains greater mysteries within? Just as Gu Yuxing prepared to pour the remaining wine back into the gourd, he unexpectedly noticed a layer of white mist rising from the wine in the bowl, vanishing in an instant. His heart skipped a beat, and he hastily took a quick gulp. This time, the wine burned his throat, causing his face to contort slightly. This is the true flavor of wine. Gu Yuxing patiently awaited the effects. But this time, the peculiar warmth did not rise within him. Instead, he felt a wave of intoxication wash over him, causing him to sway and slump onto the table, drifting into a muddled slumber. That night, outside the peach blossom grove, the forest was intoxicated. An elderly man with disheveled hair approached the small courtyard, lantern in hand. He did not enter but stood outside the wall, listening to the rhythmic breathing of the youth within. His murky gaze seemed profoundly deep in the night. He extended a hand, and the bamboo bowl on the table flew into his grasp. The old man wrinkled his nose in disdain. Is this even wine? What of the fine wine I sensed earlier? Shaking his head, the old man returned the bowl to its place and turned to leave, hands clasped behind him, but a bunch of mundane folks, sending troublesome individuals to me as if I were someone of significance. Goodbye, oh goodbye, I, Lu Yuan, have been indebted to you for these years of wine. Do not expect me to guide your son in his cultivation. Merely allowing him to live an ordinary life here would be a tremendous favor. Chapter 7. The youth sits for training. The way of the sword begins in the heart. The melodious calls of birds echoed through the empty mountains, the fragrance of peach blossoms wafting through the air. In the softly glowing morning light, in the small courtyard, a wooden sword lay at the edge of the well, and a gourd hung on the railing. The youth had been refining his yuan tai for an hour, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The process of refining the yuan tai involved drawing upon one's dantian as a foundation to communicate with the energies of the heavens and earth. Akin to digging a well in flatland, the depth of the well determined the clarity and sweetness of its water. The quality of the yuan tai was discerned by the color of the energies that could be sensed entering the dantian during the refinement. With azure being the best, gray being the second best, and achieving silver or even gold requiring immense fortune and the ability to endure great pain during the tumultuous entry of the energies. Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth, persisting with unwavering determination. After about an hour, Gu Yuxing opened his eyes, his frail body swaying slightly, utterly exhausted, with bite marks on his lips. Still azure, Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. Over the past few days, he had toiled day and night, and the yuan tai energy formed in his dantian was azure. This meant that his refined yuan tai was of the third grade, barely qualifying as a superior yuan tai. Yet Gu Yuxing was not content. The yuan tai realm was the beginning chapter of the cultivation journey, and the quality of the yuan tai would affect how far one could travel on the path of cultivation and how high one could ascend. Not enough. I must strive harder. After a brief rest, he once again practiced the Ta Ching Yuan Tai Ling Yinju, channeling the energies of heaven and earth into his dantian. Initially, the energy presented as a deep blue, but under Gu Yuxing's refinement, it gradually transformed into a massive azure yuan tai energy. Azure derived from blue yet surpasses it. However, the azure energy's further refinement into silver felt like crossing a river blindfolded. As he groped his way forward, after persevering for a while longer, it seemed that the azure energy in his dantian had increased. Leaning against the railing, Gu Yuxing sat, his hands trembling slightly, as he removed the wine gourd hanging on the wall and poured a small sip into his mouth. The fatigue in his body quickly dissipated, yet the yuan spirit contained within the wine was not as miraculous as before. After several days of experimentation, Gu Yuxing had discerned the function of this wondrous gourd. It likely absorbed the yuan spirit from the surroundings and infused it into the wine, a process that required 3 to 5 days. Once the spiritual essence was detached from the gourd, it would rapidly dissipate. The pace of my cultivation is still too slow. At this rate, in 3 years, I will only reach the opening veins realm at most, but this realm requires unblocking a majority of the body's meridians, a far more prolonged endeavor. How can I possibly contend with Lu Chun? How many years will it take to reclaim that sword of protection? Gu Yuxing took a deep breath. He had been in the peach blossom grove for several days, without any master to guide his cultivation. Each day, he could only listen to the lectures of the elders dispatched from various peaks at the demon suppression steel on how to refine the yuan tai. Dong, dong, dong. The melodious chime of the Qingyun sect's bell echoed. Gu Yuxing changed into a set of Qingyun sect robes and hurried towards the martial training ground behind the demon suppression steel. The training ground was already filled with people, new disciples of the Qingyun sect. The sect occupied 6 peaks. Although the newly admitted disciples were assigned to these 6 peaks, many possessed mediocre talents and could only establish small courtyards at the foot of the mountains, cultivating as outer disciples. Only a select few were favored by the elders of the 6 peaks to become inner disciples, with even fewer chosen by the peak masters as direct disciples of the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun ladder had its heights and depths, and similarly, the disciples were ranked. Those like Gu Yuxing were considered neglected disciples. Although classified as outer disciples, he lacked even the guidance of an elder and could only attend the martial training ground to listen to the rotating elders' teachings. Naturally, these elders were not necessarily inclined to impart their knowledge freely. They merely fulfilled their sect's duties to earn substantial contribution points. Ji Yuxing found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged. Despite that, many gazes were still directed at him, accompanied by whispers and murmurs. However, Gu Yuxing had long since grown accustomed to this and chose to ignore it. The youth sat with an upright posture. His eyes filled with anticipation. He wondered which Peak's elder would be delivering the lesson today. The training ground buzzed with noise and whispers. It was no surprise that the initial curiosity of joining the Qingyun sect had faded into the realization of the hierarchy among people. Many had begun to slack off, feeling abandoned by the sect, drifting through life aimlessly. Some even attended merely to establish a familiar face, believing that even if they failed the sect's assessment 3 years later and were expelled, they would still have some connections to thrive. Silence. A sudden voice rang out from the forefront of the training ground, unmistakably belonging to Elder Lu Zhan of the Qingyun sect. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Gu Yuxing at once, a hint of a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Today, I am not here to impart knowledge, but to announce a few matters. From this day forth, every individual must undertake a sect mission and complete it within 3 months. Otherwise, they shall be expelled from the mountain gate. What? Are sect missions not voluntary? Someone immediately voiced their dissent. We still have our cultivation to attend to. You may certainly choose to forego the sect missions, but know this. Those without sect contribution points shall not enjoy any cultivation resources within the sect. Do not forget that the techniques and elixirs you cultivate require contribution points for exchange. Do you intend to rely solely on listening to the elders' lectures here each day? At this juncture, Lu Zhan cast a deep glance at Gu Yuxing. The sect does not support waste. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Zhan then surveyed everyone and added, the affairs hall has already issued hundreds of sect missions. You may claim them shortly. As soon as the words left his lips, the disciples in the martial arts arena were taken aback and began to contemplate. With nearly 1,000 newly admitted disciples and only a few hundred sect missions available, it meant that some would inevitably be left without tasks. Even if the sect were to issue more missions later, they would vary in difficulty, so it was prudent to select missions early. The individuals present were not foolish. Upon hearing this, some immediately rose, fearful of being too late. Swish, swish, swish. One person moved, and others quickly followed suit. Gu Yuxing's slender figure was obscured by the crowd. I have yet to finish my words, Lu Zhan sneered, causing the crowd to freeze. Someone quickly realized and exclaimed, Elder Lu, your son has not come to the martial arts arena. Have they already gone to claim their sect missions? This is unfair. Unfair? Lu Zhan snorted. If you desire fairness, it depends on your strength. From the moment you entered the sect, the fates were sealed. You simply refused to accept your destiny. The disciples were left both furious and exasperated, yet they could find no retort. Fates sealed. In a secluded corner, Gu Yuxing clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. It is far too early to dictate fates. At the same time, Lu Zhan's blatant provocations only serve to further solidify Gu Yuxing's resolve to pursue the path of cultivation. Fates are not yet sealed. We are all still at the foot of the mountain, yet to ascend to the heights of the azure clouds. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena grew increasingly oppressive, but Lu Zhan then delivered another shocking proclamation that struck the disciples like a bolt of lightning. I forgot to inform you that the sect's assessment period for new entrants has been reduced from 3 years to 1 year. Should you fail to condense your primordial fetus within a year, you will be expelled from the mountain gate. The sect has no resources to sustain you. Take heed. With that, Lu Zhan swept his sleeves and departed. A year to condense the primordial fetus. Have they gone mad? Those who condense their primordial fetus in 3 years are already considered geniuses. Why does the Qingyun sect recruit so many without sufficient resources? Hush, you may not be aware, but in recent years, demonic beasts have rampaged through Qingping Prefecture. Many disciples from the previous generation of the Qingyun sect have perished in battle. We might very well become cannon fodder. Discussion erupted, with some astute individuals already hurrying towards the affairs hall. Regardless of the circumstances, it was paramount to complete the sect missions first. The once crowded arena now resembled startled birds, all hastening towards the affairs hall. A year, you say? Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. He could condense his primordial fetus at any time. Lu Zhan's words were likely meant for him. Yet, he felt nothing but disdain. Watching the throng rush to claim their sect missions, Gu Yuxing remained unperturbed. He had come here to absorb knowledge. If he simply followed the crowd, he might not be able to select an easily achievable sect mission and would forget the original intent of his visit. In the blink of an eye, the vast martial arts arena became desolate. Gu Yuxing gazed at the teaching platform at the forefront, lost in thought. Today, there should be no teaching elders present, right? The morning sun cast its rays upon the youth's face, and his pair of hopeful eyes remained bright, untouched by the burdens of age, like a tender sprout yearning for sunlight and nourishment. "Why do you not leave?" A languid voice emerged from behind him as an elderly figure clad in a blue robe appeared. The old man was slender, draped in a loose robe, with a long sword slung over his back. His cheekbones were slightly prominent, and his hands, emerging from his sleeves, bore thick, calloused knuckles. Gu Yuxing quickly stood up, adjusted his Qingyun attire, and clasped his hands before him in a respectful bow. "I await the teachings of the esteemed master." The old man scrutinized Gu Yuxing for a moment before waving his hand. Sit. Gu Yuxing settled down, anticipating the elder to ascend the platform and begin his lecture. To his surprise, the old man took a few steps forward and casually sat down opposite him. "I am Yu Qingshan, practicing swordsmanship at Yunfeng. You carry a hidden sword. I presume you have an interest in swords." Gu Yuxing nodded, his gaze fixated on the sword behind the elder, lost in thought. There is no need to gaze at another sword. You must focus on your OWN. Why Yu Qingshan's demeanor was kind. "I will only teach for half a day. Discussing principles may take too long. Let us talk about the sword. Condensing the primordial fetus is akin to forging a sword. Since you already possess a sword, you should practice with it, even if it is an unremarkable wooden sword." Gu Yuxing remained silent for a moment before his eyes suddenly brightened, rising once more to bow. "Please, master, teach me the way of the sword." Why Yu Qingshan slightly shook his head. "The Qingyun sect has its own rules. You have yet to enter Yunfeng, so we cannot be regarded as master and disciple." The young man clasped his hands and stood, his expression disheartened. Yet, he gritted his teeth and insisted, "Master, even if you only teach me the way of the sword for half a day today, it would be beneficial." Why Yu Qingshan sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the youth's slender figure illuminated by a beam of light above him. A momentary contemplation crossed his weathered face. The path of the sword is arduous. The journey ahead is fraught with thorns. Have you truly considered this? Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Yuxing replied, "I wish to bear my sword upon my back. I have spent over a year contemplating this. I humbly request your guidance." "Very well." Why Yu Qingshan did not allow Gu Yuxing to sit again. Instead, he slowly removed the sword from his back, holding it before him without drawing it from its sheath. In this vast world, there are countless paths, yet the way of the sword is singular and straightforward. I shall not impart to you sword techniques or moves. Rather, I will discuss the path of the sword and cultivation. Listen closely. The youth leaned in attentively. Chapter 8. The youth stood alone, a mere figure against the backdrop of the sun. The sun gradually climbed overhead. The occasional peach blossom, carried by the winds of Qingping Mountain, fluttered past his eyes. Yet he remained steadfast in his stance, unmoving. Curiosity, confusion, and contemplation flickered across his face, and during these fleeting changes, he would occasionally pose a question. The elderly swordsman, Yu Qingshan, sitting on the ground, was not particularly loquacious, but he answered all of Gu Yuxing's inquiries with clarity and brevity. He would observe the youth's expressions and eyes, only proceeding with his teachings once he was certain the boy understood. The way of the sword is indeed fraught with obstacles, yet wielding a sword in the world is the most reliable path. The principles of this universe, as well as the notions of right and wrong, can all be discerned at the tip of the sword. As Yu Qingshan spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered across his aged face. His large, gnarled fingers gestured toward the sword at Gu Yuxing's waist. Swords vary in quality, and likewise, the way of the sword has its distinctions, akin to the levels of cultivation. From shallow to profound, there exist 7 realms: the fundamental sword, sword energy, sword intent, sword heart, sword spirit, and sword domain. The fundamental sword is devoid of self, without form or root, much like the condensing of the primordial fetus in this world. There exists injustice. When one looks around, the sword should not be underestimated in its initial realm. Some spend their entire lives seeking a sword yet never find it, losing themselves in the process. In my view, you have already entered the realm of the fundamental sword. Were it not so, I would not waste my breath. Hearing this, Gu Yusheng, who had been lost in thought, clasped his hands together and asked, "Are you saying that the wooden sword at my waist is my fundamental sword?" Yu Qingshan revealed a rare smile, surveying the youth who had stood attentively for 2 or 3 hours. "Is it not?" Gu Yusheng fell silent. The wooden sword at his waist symbolized his innermost conviction. Embodying much of his sorrow, go find one's fundamental sword is to possess the qualification to practice swordsmanship. The so-called sword energy realm is merely the entry-level stage. Even without techniques, one who possesses strength and swiftness can wield sword energy. Such is a common occurrence, not to be marveled at, however. The condensation of sword energy lies in concealment, not in display. This point must be firmly remembered. Yu Yusheng listened intently, engraving the words in his heart. Although Yu Qingshan did not receive a direct answer from the youth, he increasingly felt that the boy before him was indeed remarkable. Young yet composed, perceptive yet humble. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the thought of taking him on as a disciple. But upon recalling Gu Yusheng's background, he dismissed the notion. The sword intent realm emphasizes power. Sword energy resides within the sword, while sword intent extends through attacks, manifesting within techniques. Regardless of how exquisite the sword techniques may be, if devoid of sword intent's advantage, they are akin to dull arrows piercing through silk. As for the sword heart, sword spirit, and sword domain realms, a trace of yearning appeared on Yu Qingshan's weathered face. And he sighed wistfully. "Let it be a matter of fate." At this moment, Gu Yusheng suddenly inquired, "Master Yu, if someone were capable of severing the heavens with a single sword strike and moving the stars, what realm would that be? Have you witnessed such a thing?" Yu Qingshan's murky gaze suddenly fixed on Gu Yusheng, his hands subtly tightening around the sword technique. "Not at all." Yu Yusheng shook his head. "I have heard tales of sword immortals existing in this world. Merely legends." Yu Qingshan's expression grew despondent, and his interest waned abruptly. Yu Yusheng glanced at the time, realizing that Yu Qingshan had exceeded his teaching duration. Summoning his courage, he said, "I humbly request, esteemed elder, to grant me 3 moves and 2 techniques. That is not permissible. I too am a person of principles." Yu Qingshan resolutely declared, rising to see the young man standing still. His lips pursed in a melancholic manner. The space he occupied remained untouched. Even the beads of sweat seemed to coalesce in place. The elder had turned away, but suddenly glanced back and inquired, "What is your purpose in learning the sword?" "To survive," Gu Yusheng replied calmly. "Is that all?" "Nothing more," Gu Yusheng insisted. "I had expected you to say something about slaying demons with your sword," Yu Qingshan remarked, deftly rotating the sword in his palm without drawing it from its sheath, and with a swift motion, he thrust forward. "After 1,000 strikes, you shall understand." The elder turned the sword in his hand again and walked away, leaving Gu Yusheng alone in the vast training ground. "Thank you, Mr. Yu, for your instruction." Gu Yusheng bowed in the direction of the departing elder. After a moment, he moved his stiff limbs and took a step forward, only to hear a soft sound. Not far ahead, precisely where the elder had pointed the sword, a fine beam of light seemed to pierce through the crack in the stone, though it was merely a fleeting flicker of sword light. It profoundly shook Gu Yusheng's heart. Such speed! The sword pierced the stone silently, allowing it to gradually mend under the sex formation. The stone had not truly mended, only that the line was exceedingly fine. The young man gazed at the stone for a long while, lost in thought, before he stiffly began to walk towards the affairs hall to receive his sect task. Those returning from the affairs hall after collecting their tasks noticed Gu Yusheng had stood vigil in the training ground for quite some time. And they laughed at him, calling him a fool. In the pavilions, Lu Chun looked down from above, scrutinizing Gu Yusheng as he made his way to the affairs hall, a smirk of mockery and resentment curling his lips. He touched his brow and turned to Lu Zhan, saying, "Father, I have vowed an oath to the heavenly Tao. Please help me erase it. I feel restless when I sleep." Lu Zhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold and stern. Except for a sage, no one can dissolve the oath of the heavenly Tao. The only way is to break the curse of the vow within the rules of the contract. I shall kill him, Lu Chun gritted his teeth. Liu Zhan produced a box and handed it to Lu Chun. This is a condensing yuan pill I acquired from Elder Dan Xiaopik. You must quickly refine your yuan fetus. If you can condense a mid-grade yuan fetus, I will find a way for the elder who cultivates swordsmanship at Yunfeng to accept you as a closed-door disciple. Father, do you think so little of your son? I will refine a superior-grade yuan fetus. Humph. Do you think a superior-grade yuan fetus is so easily refined? Lu Zhan scoffed. He had just been promoted to the position of elder at Qingyun sect, and the resources at his disposal were limited. Merely purchasing this one condensing yuan pill had already consumed most of his sect contribution points. The sudden requirement for newly admitted disciples to condense a yuan fetus within a year was shrouded in mystery. But even achieving a mid-grade yuan fetus within that time frame would be exceptional. Father, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chun, has already refined a trace of yuan fetus energy, which appears blue. He may possibly condense a 3rd-grade green yuan fetus in the future. Liu Chen's eyes held envy and jealousy. Your son is not inferior to others. He hails from the royal bloodline of a first-tier dynasty and has been taking medicinal pills to refine his body since childhood. Lu Zhan replied, glancing at his son, his expression shifting to in the future. If you have the chance, you should interact with him more, as it may bring some benefits as for that Gu Yusheng. He is merely an ant. Someone without a mentor, incapable of stirring much of a tide. He may even perish while undertaking sect tasks. As soon as Lu Zhan finished speaking, an elder appeared, sword in hand, striding toward the pavilion. He quickly pulled Lu Chen forward, no longer displaying any arrogance. Greetings, Master Yu.is. There's something you need. Yu Qingshan's emaciated figure swept past Lu Zhan without pausing. Master Yu, my son wishes to learn the sword. You are one of the few great sword cultivators on Yunfeng. If you could guide him with a few techniques. Before Lu Zhan could finish, Yu Qingshan shot him a frosty glare, halting his words. A great sword cultivator? I am unworthy of such a title. In the entire Qingyun sect, aside from Master Lu, there is no one deserving of that title. Oh, not flatter me. I will not teach. Lu Zhan stood there, his face a tumult of colors. Father? Who is he? So arrogant. Lu Chun protested, only to receive a slap across the face from Lu Zhan. Unfilial son. I do not mind your arrogance in Qingyun town, but here is Qingyun's sect. Do not cause me trouble. Liu Chun lowered his head, resentment and unwillingness etched on his face, realizing that the old man had lectured Gu Yusheng for a full 3 hours in the training ground. Gu Yusheng, it's you again, Lu Chen seethed, blaming Gu Yusheng for the slap he had just received. On the road to Yunfeng, Yu Qingshan was intercepted by Lei Jiangheng and sect master Xiaorang. Does the sect master have business with me? Yu Qingshan's demeanor remained indifferent to the sect master of Qingyun sect. Xiaorang found it difficult to speak. He glanced at the peak master Lei Jiangheng, who cleared his throat and said, Junior brother you have mastered the one-word sword technique to the realm of transformation. The 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Lu Chun, wishes to learn this exquisite sword technique. Given his noble status, although he is a disciple of our Qingyun sect, he is also a distinguished guest we cannot afford to offend. After much consideration, I believe it is more appropriate for you to teach him the sword technique. Yu Qingshan remained silent for a moment before responding. Had you come to me sooner, I might have agreed, but now, I must enter seclusion to comprehend the sword. I have no time. Farewell. Lei Jiangheng's face turned awkward. Junior brother, why is that? He is a prodigy and may very well condense a superior grade yuan fetus. Not teaching him would be a loss for you. You are the master of Yunfeng, and with the heavenly sword in your possession, who cannot be taught. Yu Qingshan waved his sleeve and flew off on his sword, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sect master, junior brother you. He is too presumptuous, hardly respecting you as sect master. Zuanjizi remarked, astounded. If you could master the one-word sword technique, a few hundred years, the position of sect master would have long been yours. Junior brother you is far more low-key than you. Lei Jiangheng retorted, his flesh twitching. Sect master, I wouldn't dare. I only consider the sect's interests. Although junior brother Yu's swordsmanship is extraordinary, he was injured at the source when he battled demons in the past. Time is not on his side. If he does not pass on the one-word sword technique, who knows how many hundreds of years it will take for someone else to learn it. Do not forget, our Qingyun sect has more than just Chu Chun as a genius. Zuanjizi smiled, stroking his beard. Realization dawned on Lei Jiangheng. Sect Master, you mean the granddaughter of M.R.M.O from the Sane Academy? Precisely. Last night, sister, he came to seek me. That young lady from the M.O family possesses exceptional talent, a rare prodigy in a millennium. She has only been practicing the Taijing Yuan fetus spirit induction technique for 3 days and has already condensed a blue Yuan fetus. Given time, she could potentially condense a second-grade Yuan fetus, or even a first-grade Yuan fetus. What? Lei Jiangheng exclaimed, his eyes wide. After a while, he stammered, why did sister he come to seek you in the middle of the night? Zuanjizi was equally dumbfounded. Did he not understand what he had just said? Chapter 9. A life like a cage. Wielding the sword against peach blossoms upon arriving at the affairs hall, Gu Yuxing found the interior nearly devoid of people. Sighs echoed as many clearly had not received suitable tasks. With the Qingyun sect admitting more disciples than in previous years, combined with the scarcity of sect resources, many tasks proved quite challenging for newly admitted disciples. Tasks such as delivering messages for certain elders or looking after spirit pets were fiercely contested, while the more demanding tasks, like hunting fierce monsters, were often taken up by disciples who had already been cultivating since entering the mountain. Gu Yuxing, being a few years younger than the other disciples, entered the spacious affairs hall with his slight frame. The elder in charge had long since dozed off behind the counter. Cultivators despised being disturbed, so naturally, no one engaged with Gu Yuxing upon his entry. All the newly posted sect tasks were displayed on the wall behind the counter, marked with circles to indicate those already accepted. Gu Yuxing, standing slightly taller than the counter, craned his neck to observe the remaining few tasks, all of which were quite challenging, either requiring the search for rare treasures or the defeat of ferocious monsters. He did not believe he possessed the capability to undertake the demon-slaying tasks that others avoided. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a task plaque on the wall, its script markedly different from the others. Written in a crooked manner, seek fine wine, reward 100 sect contribution points. Most other tasks offered contributions of 20 points or less. The task plaque had originally been circled but was now crossed out multiple times. Many had attempted this task and failed. Gu Yuxing paused for a moment and cupped his hands, saying, I am Gu Yuxing, disturbing your tranquility. May I inquire if the seek fine wine task is still available? The elder opened his bleary eyes, initially failing to see Gu Yuxing, who instinctively took a few steps back and bowed again. It is available. The elder replied coldly, casually placing 2 task tokens on the counter. Just write down the task number you wish to claim. Thank you, senior. Gu Yuxing took the plaque, and there was a brush hanging from a rope on the counter. Straining, he lifted his arm to grasp the brush and neatly inscribed the 3 characters Run Su Lu above the task token. Although his posture was somewhat labored, his handwriting was commendable. The elderly man looked somewhat surprised, his drooping eyelids lingering on the young boy, and inquired, Is he the son of Gu Bai? Gu Yuxing nodded solemnly and replied, Yes, senior. The elder's gaze remained calm, not casting the same colored looks at Gu Yuxing as others had. The probability of failure for this task is quite high. The royal wine of the Great Qian dynasty also failed to pass inspection. You might as well choose another task to avoid unnecessary back and forth. By the way, this task must be returned within a month, regardless of success or failure. Gu Yuxing clasped his hands and said, Senior, I have seen my father brew peach blossom wine, so I wish to give it a try. If I fail, I shall come back to disturb you again. Go ahead. The elder waved his hand. Watching Gu Yuxing exit the great hall, he gazed at the characters on the receipt plaque and sighed. A polite little fellow, with a hint of elegance in his writing, yet the twilight sun cast its warm glow upon the forest path. At the foot of the mountain, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, while higher up, the buds were ready to burst. In a serene courtyard, a young boy, slightly oversized in his garments, brandished a wooden sword, thrusting it forward. Today's training session at the martial arts arena was the day Gu Yuxing had absorbed the most knowledge since entering the Qingyun sect. He vividly recalled the scene of Yu Qingshan, sword on his back, slicing through the fine cracks of azure stone with the sword's hilt. The wooden sword thrust forward, pointing towards a peach tree in the courtyard. There was no glimmer of sword light, nor any shadow of a blade. Although he had cultivated the primal energy in his body, he still did not comprehend its application. Why Yu Qingshan had not taught him any techniques, only imparting the wisdom that this sword must be wielded countless times. Gu Yuxing was a person of steadfast determination. He believed that someone who carried a sword would not deceive him. Swish, swish, the wooden sword pierced the air again and again, aimed at a single peach blossom. The sword moved, but the flower remained still. The fading rays of the sun illuminated the boy's delicate features. Sweat trickled down, transformed by the swinging sword into glistening pearls that fell to the dusty ground. Gu Yuxing's heart was resolute with the sword, recalling his father Gu Bai's words from his youth. The ancients say, preparation leads to success. Lack of preparation leads to failure. Even though the peach blossom remained motionless, Gu Yuxing continued to wield the sword for 2 hours. As dusk descended and candlelight flickered upon the branches of the peach trees, he finally sheathed the wooden sword, washing the sweat from his face with clear water. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Just moments ago, he had managed to unleash a wisp of sword energy with his wooden sword, a result of countless repetitions and attempts to merge it with the refined primal energy. His body was now exceedingly fatigued, yet, as usual, Gu Yuxing began to cultivate his primal energy. After a while, a trace of confusion crossed his face. Tonight, the speed of refining his primal energy seemed significantly quicker than usual. The following morning, Gu Yuxing carried a bamboo basket into the peach blossom grove, gathering a basketful of blossoms and foraging for wild fruits by the stream, preparing to brew wine during his leisure. Although he possessed a unique gourd, Gu Yuxing had felt neglected since entering the Qingyun sect, acutely aware that it was filled with sharp eyes, requiring utmost caution in all matters in his childhood. He had learned to brew peach blossom wine, and with this task of seeking fine brew, he had devised a plan. First, to gather some peach blossoms, then search for common herbs in the mountains to mix in, and finally, in the last few days, to bottle the wine in the gourd and let it rest overnight before submission. The immediate priority was to refine his primal energy, as a newly initiated disciple. He needed to condense his primal energy within a year, which meant that he had to cultivate a first-grade primal energy within that time frame. An urgent matter indeed. Under the morning's rosy light, Gu Yuxing refined his primal energy for 2 hours, once more sensing the azure primal energy in his dantian swirling like a vortex, as if it could condense into primal energy at any moment. Yet he refrained from doing so. The spirit-attracting formula states that the body's capacity to contain the chaotic energies of heaven and earth must be refined continuously to condense pure primal energy. However, how to refine the energies of heaven and earth requires using contribution points from the sect to exchange for corresponding cultivation techniques in the scripture repository. Gu Yuxing held his wooden sword. Lost in thought, he initially intended to complete the brewing task quickly to earn contribution points for the sect, but suddenly, he recalled the changes in his primal energy flow after sword practice yesterday. Perhaps practicing swordsmanship is a viable method. Gu Yuxing's eyes brightened. He approached a peach tree, steadied himself, and thrust the wooden sword. A beam of sword light erupted from the tip of the wooden sword, striking down a peach blossom. Gu Yuxing's expression lit up. He had begun to grasp the threshold of sword energy cultivation. Subsequently, he executed several more thrusts, each resulting in a peach blossom falling. However, the joy from the first thrust had faded. And Gu Yuxing suddenly recalled Yu Qingshan's words. The essence of sword energy lies in concealment. If I can strike without startling the flowers, then I would have truly mastered the sword. Yet now, my control over sword energy remains exceedingly unstable. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxing felt a twinge of guilt for indulging in self-satisfaction over a mere slight improvement. He adjusted his breathing and refrained from showing off with the sword. Relying solely on instinct, thrusting one sword after another. 389, 390. Gu Yuxing silently counted. With his mind steadied, he attempted to channel the primal energy from his dantian into the wooden sword. Though it remained a simple thrusting motion, each thrust imparted a different insight to Gu Yuxing. Time passed gradually in the peach blossom grove. The boy tirelessly brandished his wooden sword at a peach tree. Today's task, 3,000 swords. Gu Yuxing set a target for himself, feeling the wooden sword grow heavy in his hand, pressing down upon him. He was on the verge of exhaustion. The frequency of his sword strikes was not rapid. If he were to strike quickly or merely aim for a target, he could complete 10,000 swords in a day. Yet Gu Yuxing understood that a person's effort should not aim to impress others or even oneself, but rather stem from a steadfast conviction that drives one forward. That is true diligence. Look, someone is practicing swordsmanship in the peach grove. Every afternoon, disciples of the Qingyun sect would cross the cloud bridge from the Six Peaks to pay homage at the Demon Suppression Monument. Standing on that misty cloud bridge, one could see the most beautiful peach blossoms of Qingping Mountain, which bloomed from the foot of the mountain to its peak from February to May. Indeed, though the mountain is adorned with peach blossoms, entering the grove leaves one drenched with dew. Who could that be? A few female disciples from Luoqing Peak stood on the cloud bridge, curiously observing the frail boy in the distance. I don't know. Shouldn't sword practice be at Yunfeng? One girl asked, puzzled. But that's Gu Yusheng. Another girl covered her mouth and giggled. The other girls erupted into soft laughter upon hearing this. A girl in green pondered. No wonder. I heard my master say that while the 3,000 branches of peach blossoms represent the beauty of spring, they can easily trap one in a cage, warning us not to delve too deep into the peach grove lest we allow dust and mud to stain our hearts and hinder our cultivation. Poor Gu Yusheng, burdened by his father's sins, can he truly sever the peach blossoms and escape the confines? The group of female disciples, chattering and laughing, strolled upon the cloud bridge, perceiving the boy as merely another aspect of the peach grove. Adding a touch of joy to their monotonous cultivation. 2990. Gu Yusheng remained focused, his complexion pale, the wooden sword trembling in his hand. Just one sword left. Clenching his teeth, Gu Yusheng let the wooden sword slip from his fingertips. The final thrust failed to meet its target. Tomorrow's goal is 3,100 swords, with an additional 100 swords as punishment. If I fail to complete it, another 100 swords will be added. Gu Yusheng picked up the wooden sword and hung it at his waist, his garments soaked with sweat as he slowly made his way through the peach grove. Upon returning to the courtyard, he retrieved the gourd and took a small sip, restoring some of his strength. He washed the peach blossoms and placed them in an earthen jar, putting the wild fruits in a wooden barrel, allowing time to work its magic in brewing, without haste. Closing the door of the courtyard, Gu Yusheng attempted to refine his primal energy once more. His previously fatigued body felt like a parched rice field suddenly blessed with rain. He could distinctly sense the heavenly energies rushing into him. Gu Yusheng silently formed seals, guiding the abundant energy to expand his dantian. Chapter 10. The youthful innocence, encountering the evening clouds in the peach grove the next day. That figure was once again swinging a sword in the peach grove. At noon, the same group of female disciples appeared on the cloud bridge. Look, that foolish boy is incessantly poking at the peach blossoms with his sword. The girl in green emphasized the word poke, while the enchanting disciples around her, blooming like spring flowers, blushed and giggled, covering their faces. Such a frail figure, wielding a wooden sword. What can he possibly accomplish? Sister, could it be that spring has stirred your thoughts, leading to such musings? Oh, I won't discuss this with you. The female disciple playfully teased as they walked away, finding a bit more joy amidst their mundane days. Gu Yusheng remained steadfast, yet he was invisible to the eyes of the Qingyun sect disciples. For Gu Yusheng, the days of cultivation were equally monotonous and tedious. 3199. Clenching his teeth, Gu Yusheng struggled with the last thrust, the wooden sword once again slipping from his grasp. Tomorrow's goal, 3,400 swords. Gu Yusheng gazed at the sword that had fallen to the ground. Feeling a twinge of regret, he could not comprehend why he was able to complete the previous thrust, yet faltered on the final one. Time flowed without a trace, causing a few more peach blossoms to bloom. Gu Yusheng, as usual, entered the peach grove. Today's target, 5,500 swords. Gu Yusheng took a deep breath and began the monotonous routine once more. The female disciples who had come from Luoqing Peak to pay their respects paused in their steps. A woman clad in green, resting her chin in her hand, gazed intently at a somewhat ethereal, frail figure amidst the swirling mist, her eyes brimming with curiosity and perplexity. It seems as though he punishes himself daily, as if he bears a grudge against that peach blossom tree. Senior Sister Xiaofeng, practicing swordsmanship should not be like this. Look at Miss Mo. She mastered the Yunshui sword art taught by our master effortlessly, not by burying herself in practice before a peach tree. The woman in green nodded, yet instead of mocking the youth's swordplay as she usually would, she defended him. But he is here at this hour every day? Is he not? It appears so. On the bridge, several women exchanged glances. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew silent and stiff. Their laughter stemmed from their elevated position, allowing them to look down upon those beneath them. But how high was Qingping Mountain? The Qingyun sect merely resided at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, what was wrong with a person striving for improvement? Walking along the abyss required a certain bravery. One must remember that the young man aspired to greatness and had once vowed to be the finest in the realm. How dull! I shall return to my practice. I heard that Miss Imo has already condensed her primordial energy into azure silk. Compared to her, what difference is there between us and that Gu Yusheng? In the peach blossom grove, Gu Yusheng wielded his wooden sword, exuding vitality and vigor, as he had anticipated. The azure primordial energy in his dantian had thickened several folds compared to before he began swinging his sword, and the initial azure energy transformed into peculiar, intricate patterns that gradually solidified the foundation of his dantian. The limits of his body, much like the number of times he could strike with the final sword, were being surpassed each day. Another day of splendid spring sunlight arrived. Jiyu Yusheng swung his sword as usual, and in his eyes, the peach blossom at the sword's tip appeared as if it were their first encounter. From its bud yet to bloom to now exuding a delightful fragrance, Gu Yusheng witnessed the blossom's full bloom. The scent was captivating and refreshing. Abruptly, Gu Yusheng turned his head, only to see a girl descending from the peach tree behind him. Radiant as a flower, bouncing down with ease and appearing before him in an instant. The girl's eyes sparkled like blooming peach blossoms, clad in a simple white dress. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her demeanor was enchanting. Jiyu Yusheng locked eyes with the girl, momentarily entranced, as her jade-like gaze seemed to contain an entire galaxy, far more dazzling than the earthly realm. Feeling somewhat flustered, Gu Yusheng held his wooden sword upright, his fingers tense with apprehension of harming the girl. His lips quivered, wanting to greet her, yet he felt a pang of shyness and was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he managed to offer a tranquil and serene smile. "You are obstructing my sword practice." "Hey, so you are the person they spoke of." Imo Wanyun crossed her arms, partially obscured by the peach blossoms. Her lively eyes filled with curiosity. A gentle breeze brushed her face, tousling a few strands of hair, embodying the innocence and vivacity of youth. "What? The one who practices swordplay daily against the peach blossom." As Imo Wanyun said this, she covered her mouth, giggling. Noticing Gu Yusheng's rigid stance, she laughed outright and playfully tapped his wooden sword with her delicate finger, which resembled a lotus stem. "Don't poke at me." She circled around the peach branches, hands on her hips, adopting a fierce demeanor. "Return my belongings." Jiyu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback. He certainly knew what the bright-eyed and impudent girl was demanding. He intended to return it honestly, but the words faltered on his lips. "I don't understand." Not being honest, Imo Wanyun glared at Gu Yusheng, her finger fiddling with the silver butterfly in her hair. "The pearl from my hairpin, strung with a red thread." Jiyu Yusheng shook his head. "I haven't seen it." "Really?" Gu Yusheng nodded. The girl tapped her finger on her rosy cheek, suddenly leaning closer to Gu Yusheng's face, startling him into leaning back, and in that moment, he caught a whiff of her fragrance, more alluring than that of the peach blossoms. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Be careful. My sword might poke you." "Humph, you're blushing. You must be lying." I am not." Jiyu Yusheng stepped back, unable to maintain his balance, and fell to the ground in a rather awkward manner. The girl, however, burst into laughter. "Then let's pretend you didn't." Imo Wanyun reached up and plucked the very peach blossom Gu Yusheng had been pointing at with his sword, adorning her hair with it, and mischievously stuck her tongue out at him. "Do you think it looks good?" Gu Yusheng stared blankly for a moment, merely nodding in silence. "Let's go." Imo Wanyun then turned and skipped away, weaving through the peach grove, occasionally disturbing a branch or two, causing petals to flutter down. After a while, Gu Yusheng finally rose to his feet and held his sword. With a thrust, he cut through the air. Troubled in his heart, he severed countless peach blossoms, the vibrant life of the grove gradually obscuring the figure of the girl as she faded from view. Sighing, Gu Yusheng felt inexplicably melancholic, sheathing his sword. Today, he could not practice properly. He turned to the small courtyard. The peach blossom wine hidden in the corner could finally be opened today. Jiyu Yusheng poured some of the aged brew into a gourd, mixing it with a little of his own, filling a wine jar, and prepared to present it to the affairs hall as a task for the sect. "Is this the fine wine you sought?" Elder Wanji, in charge of the affairs hall, opened his drowsy eyes, scrutinizing the earthen jar Gu Yusheng presented at the counter. Yes, senior. Ruan Ji stretched his neck, gazing at the youth before him. In just half a month. The young man seemed to have grown taller. His sun-kissed face resembled a stone weathered by the elements, exuding an indefinable resilience. Ruan Ji intended to speak, but as his nose twitched, he suddenly caught a whiff of the wine-esque aroma. Chapter 11. The Peach Blossom Wine Brews Trouble. The Ninth Prince harbors grudges. Gu Yusheng. Why are you everywhere? I see you are intentionally provoking the Ninth Prince, Liu Chan, having received a cold reception earlier. Naturally sought to vent his frustration on Gu Yusheng. If I were you, I would behave like a submissive dog, hiding in a secluded spot, rather than embarrassing myself in public. Gu Yusheng replied nonchalantly. Lu Chun, aren't you just a good dog? What? Lu Chen's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He glanced back at Chu Chun, who was gazing skyward, clearly not regarding Lu Chun as a person. Say that again. Gu Yusheng smirked disdainfully. Oh, you're not a good dog. Do you think I won't kill you? Lu Chen clenched his fist. Yet he did not dare to lay a hand on Gu Yusheng. The Qingyun sect forbade all private duels. Violators would be expelled from the mountain. Gu Yusheng remained unfazed, responding, no need to rush. You still have 3 years to be a dog, Dado? Are you implying that if I am your master, you can kill me at will? Chu Chan, who had been fanning himself, suddenly interjected, looking at Gu Yusheng with amusement. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's expression soured as if he had just swallowed a fly, realizing that Chu Chun had likened him to a dog. If you dare to bite me, I will surely kill you. Gu Yusheng's gaze fell upon the haughty Chu Chun. Though they had no prior interactions, this individual had publicly humiliated him upon his entry into Qingyun. Belittling all in attendance, Gu Yusheng, equally ambitious, felt a surge of defiance. Since this was a world where people trampled over others to ascend, adhering to such rules was inevitable. Very well. Chu Chan smirked mockingly. Never acknowledging Gu Yusheng, I have encountered too many boastful fools who are unaware of their own insignificance, merely a snake writhing in the mire. Liu Chan. If you wish to cling to my Xinlong dynasty, you must show your sincerity. 3 years hence, I expect to see you bite him. Whether you are a qualified dog will reveal itself then. Liu Chen's lips twitched, rendered speechless for a moment. This is not a place for your antics. A voice from outside interrupted, belonging to Ruan Ji. He returned, effortlessly placing a jar of imperial wine sent from the Xinlong dynasty on the ground. Striding in, he addressed the palace guards. This wine is too precious. Our Qingyun sect is merely a small faction, unworthy of such luxury. Take it back from whence it came. Chu Chun, who had been fanning himself, suddenly froze, his expression stiffening. Such fine wine was not acceptable? Who exactly drank this wine? Hand over the task token to me. Ruan Ji ignored the astonished crowd and, passing by Gu Yusheng, casually remarked, you indeed have good fortune. This 100 sect contribution points will be credited to your sect token. Remember to use it wisely. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Gu Yusheng accepted the sect token with both hands, turning to find Chu Chun, Lu Chun, and the 4 palace guards staring at him with incredulity. Wait a moment. Chu Chun stepped forward, as though his dignity had been severely trampled. Elder Wan, my wine was deemed unworthy by the one who issued the task. Why should this brat's brew be accepted? Indeed, I wish to inquire the same. Ruan Ji spread his hands. Who should I ask? Does the 9th Prince harbor any discontent? Indeed. Chu Chun tightly gripped the fan in his hand. Is it so that my Xinlong dynasty is deemed insignificant in the eyes of the Qingyun sect? Not at all. Ruan Ji's expression turned solemn as he cast a glance at the extraordinarily noble Chu Chun. This young man, though not large in stature, possessed a remarkable talent for casting aspersions. This task was issued by a venerable elder of our sect, to entertain the esteemed scholar Ardhanam O from the Sacred Academy of Shushan with fine wine, if the 9th Prince still feels aggrieved. Perhaps he should inquire with that old gentleman. You, upon hearing the name of the Sacred Academy of Shushan, the pride on Chu Chen's face immediately dissipated. He shot a deep, seething glance at Gu Yusheng, his eyes concealing a simmering rage. Had he known that this task involved gathering exquisite wines to entertain the great scholar of the Sacred Academy, he would have sought out the finest wines in the world. This was a splendid opportunity to associate with the Sacred Academy, and now, not only had this opportunity slipped away, but it also fell into the hands of Gu Yusheng, who walked amidst the dirt. Let us depart. Chu Chen's face turned pale, and in his fury, He raised his foot and smashed a delicate wine jar with a resounding crash, the fine liquor splashing forth, filling the entire hall with its aroma. The wine flowed over Gu Yuxing's shoes, and upon hearing the commotion, numerous disciples from the Qingyun sect arrived to investigate, remaining silent. Ruanji lifted his sleeve and pointed towards the door, unable to utter a word for a long while. Under normal circumstances, which disciple would dare to cause a ruckus in the Hall of Affairs? Such was the power of authority. Ruanji glanced at Gu Yuxing and waved his hand, saying, "Young man, refrain from coming here in the future to avoid bringing me trouble." Gu Yuxing cupped his hands and quietly withdrew. He approached the demon suppression monument, standing for a long time before the slender figure of the monument. He was not merely gazing up at the revered demon suppression monument, which commanded the respect of all, nor solely reflecting on the heroes of the human race who had perished, but rather fixating on that sword. As long as that sword remained embedded in the tortoise's back, it served as a constant spur for Gu Yuxing, reminding him not to become complacent. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. He raised a cup of wine and took a sip. Though the youth had yet to establish himself, he walked with great urgency. The road to Qingping Mountain was difficult, yet Gu Yuxing always lifted his head to witness the rising tides of clouds. Thus, amidst the grove of peach blossoms, the young man drew his sword and struck. Sweat poured forth as usual in a warm and elegant chamber, a serene and quiet place. Outside the fence, the peach blossoms bloomed brilliantly, petals cascading like rain. Within the elegant chamber, the fragrance of books filled the air. As a young girl sat behind a sandalwood desk, her head resting on a thick tome, dozing off in a charming manner. In the small courtyard of the warm chamber, a jar of fine wine was placed on a stone table. The great scholar Mo Fanching held a worn book, savoring each line, while opposite him sat an elderly man with disheveled hair. The venerable elder of Qingyun sect, Lu Yuan, who had guarded Peach Blossom Mountain for many years. "Mr. Mo, do try this peach blossom brew." Lu Yuan poured a cup for Mo Fanching. Mo Fanching, unable to put the scroll down, raised it to his lips and took a sip, then turned his gaze towards the earthen jar, nodding and saying, "This wine is excellent. The last time I tasted such fine wine was at the demon-slaying celebration in Xianhu." Lu Yuan's aged face stiffened slightly. "Have you met Gu Bai, Mr. Mo? We have shared a drink together." Mo Fanching moved the scroll from his face and slowly lowered the wine cup, his gaze shifting to the edge of the warm chamber, where he could see the distant, small figure of a young man in the peach blossom grove. "How lamentable it is that a lad capable of ascending the Qingyun ladder to reach Qingping Mountain is left to roam wild and untamed by you." Lu Yuan shook his head, saying, "I am merely a gardener of peach trees. Many matters are beyond my control. Moreover, a person walking at the edge of the abyss can likewise temper their will." Mo Fanching gazed at Lu Yuan, remaining silent. Lu Yuan, with an austere demeanor, stood with his hands behind his back at the cliff's edge, stating, "I understand your concerns, Mr. Mo, yet the Qingyun sect has its own difficulties. The 3 sacred lands lost a spark here and never rekindled it. The reason the ember of the Qingyun sect has endured for 1,000 years is that every year, disciples of the Qingyun sect rise to confront the heavens and battle the demons. I have survived these years, witnessing far too many disciples of the Qingyun sect perish at the hands of the demon race. Erecting a sword of shame before the demon suppression monument is not without merit. At the very least, it constantly reminds the disciples of the Qingyun sect that failing to draw a sword when faced with demons is an act of cowardice. Only through relentless cultivation and becoming stronger can one hope for survival. When the heavens collapse, someone must bear the weight, mustn't they? Whether they be immortals or deities, they have only ever stood as gods upon this land, never truly opening their eyes beneath this vast sky. We are all but ants. At this point, Lu Yuan turned to Mo Fanching, bowing deeply. I wish to request that Mr. stay in Qingping Mountain for a few more years. Only with you here can Qingping Prefecture be safeguarded. The next wave of demon tide should not be more than a decade away. Mo Fanching filled his cup with wine, lifting it to his lips yet hesitating to swallow. A hint of nostalgia flickered across his expression. After a long pause, he sighed. "I am but a useless old scholar. Matters of subduing demons should be left to the younger generation. By the way, though you truly believe that the beast that invaded Qingping Prefecture last year was merely a great demon?" Lu Yuan appeared perplexed. Mo Fanching lamented. "On the day the Qingyun sect opened its doors to recruit disciples, Did you not witness a sword descending from the west, dazzling like the stars? Lu Yuan's hand trembled. His eyes filled with disbelief. Mo Fancheng spoke as if discussing an ordinary matter. That day, someone rode a sword to slay demons, and news from the demon city reported that a demon monarch fell at the border of Qingping Prefecture and Xianhu. Thus, I ponder, could last year's great demon have concealed its true power? A demon monarch. Lu Yuan's voice trembled. What sort of person possesses such means? Who knows? Lu Yuan paced back and forth, his expression grave, and clasped his hands, saying, Mr. Mo, I have urgent matters to attend and I beg your pardon. Mo Fancheng resumed reading his book for a while, and upon finishing, he rose and walked to the warm chamber. Discovering his granddaughter soundly asleep atop a book, drool trickling from her lips onto the pages, why, little ancestor, this book is a rare collectible. Mo Fancheng gently pulled the book from her grasp. The young girl, Mo Wanyun, slowly awakened, wiped her mouth with her hand, and pouted, Grandfather, are you not going to let me sleep? Cultivation is exhausting. Wanyun, look at others. Mr. Mo pointed towards the grove of peach blossoms outside the plum blossom window. That young man wanders alone, as if abandoned by the Qingyun sect. The road ahead is fraught with challenges, yet he has not once drawn his sword. Day after day, though you are gifted, you indulge in play and slumber. If this continues, your grandfather may become displeased. Mo Wanyun pouted, plucking a pink peach blossom from her hair, muttering, Grandfather, did you not advise me not to measure myself against others, nor to judge others by my own standards? He is him, and I am me. Then are you going to disturb him? Huh? The young girl's face suddenly flushed. Grandfather, what are you saying? Chapter 12. Spring rain awakens thunder. A visitor arrives at the courtyard. Do you really think I am old and foolish? Mo Fancheng stroked his beard. That young man is currently in the depths of the mud. If you feel sympathy, it should not be so. The aspirations of youth are the most difficult to gauge. Should he ascend the Qingyun, if you do not diligently cultivate, it may well be you who needs to catch up. Sympathy? Mo Wanyun crossed her arms. I feel none of that. I intend to demand something from him. I plan to give him a good thrashing. Demand something? What could it be? Well, Mo Wanyun brushed her hair, her words caught in her throat. It's nothing, Grandfather. With so many books, I truly do not wish to read. You must read, whether you like it or not. Mo Fancheng's expression suddenly turned serious. From today onward, I shall test your knowledge. The books I have given you must be memorized. You are not permitted to use spiritual awareness to forcibly remember. Ah? Mo Wanyun instantly looked pained. Additionally, starting today, you must learn some self-defense skills. Peaceful days are not to last long. I have drawn a few sword techniques. Practice them as you see fit. Should you lack diligence, I shall make you memorize even more books. The old man, with a flick of his hand, let several sheets of paper fall from his sleeve, each depicting simple sword techniques. Mo Wanyun glanced over the papers casually, muttering, these seem much simpler than the Yunshui sword technique. The old man chuckled and went out to enjoy some wine. Reading is such a strain on the brain. Mo Wanyun pouted, resting her chin on her hands, hanging the sheets of paper on the wall, her round eyes staring for a long time before she bumped her head on the table and fell asleep. At Yunfeng, Lu Qian stood beside the ninth prince, who wore a gloomy expression, forcing a smile. Your Highness, it's all that Gu Yuxing's fault. If it weren't for him, you could have easily earned 100 contribution points for the sect and exchanged them for a Peiyuan pill. Exchange for a Peiyuan pill? Chu Qian scoffed, extending his hand from his sleeve to reveal an exquisite royal porcelain vial resting in his palm. Does this prince lack such trifles? Saying this, he opened the vial and poured out several immensely precious Peiyuan pills. Lu Qian watched, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with greed and desire. Your Highness, are these pills real? What, do you want one? Chu Qian replied haughtily, serve as my dog, and I might reward you with one. You? Lu Qian's expression darkened. Ninth Prince, regardless of how one may view it, my father is an elder of the Qingyun sect, and I am someone of some renown. Is that so? Unwilling, are we? A mocking smirk crept across Chu Qian's face. What of being an elder of the Qingyun sect? Over the years, had it not been for my Xianlong dynasty safeguarding Tianyao City, you insignificant nations would have long been trampled by the demon clans. Would I truly place value on the mere 100 contribution points from the Qingyun sect? I merely seek an opportunity to exchange fine wine for a meeting with Miss L. Lu Qian's expression momentarily faltered. The illustrious prince of a first-rate empire was, in fact, just a lovesick fool. What background does that Mr.Mo from the Holy Academy possess? The memory of Gu Yuxing's encounter with Miss Mo flashed through Lu Qin's mind, stirring a deep-seated jealousy within him. Attempting to redirect his hatred, he remarked, "Ninth Prince, the one you protect is but an insignificant insect like Gu Yuxing, wholly unworthy of your regard. Thus, you must teach him a lesson. It would be best if he were to vanish entirely from this world." A smirk graced Chu Qin's lips. As for the 3-year agreement, the squabbles between two mere insects hold no interest for me. Should you handle this matter well, I can offer you a Peiyuan pill. Liu Qin's heart soared at the words. "Ninth Prince, just wait. I have already fallen victim to his heavenly oath, rendering me sleepless. While I cannot directly take his life at present, I possess other means." With that, Lu Qin turned and departed, soon meeting a thin man in a deserted location. "Junior brother Lu, you summoned me?" The lanky man, resembling a monkey, was none other than Zhao Ji, the one who had attempted to pilfer silver from Gu Yuxing's entrance package, and a nominal disciple of Lu Zhan. "Brother Zhao, has my father formally accepted you as a direct disciple yet?" A flicker of cunning and craftiness crossed Zhao's face. At merely 12 years of age, Lu Qin's slight unease was easily perceived by him. Noticing Lu Qin's lingering rage, he understood that this son of Elder Lu had recently been currying favor with the 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty and had likely received little kindness in return. Zhao Ji sighed, "Junior brother Lu, my talents are mediocre. I must resign myself to my fate. Unlike you, with your father as a newly appointed elder and a close relationship with the 9th prince. Your future is boundless. Brother Zhao, assist me with a task, and I shall speak favorably of you to my father, facilitating your entry into the inner sect." "Really?" Zhao Ji's face lit up with surprise, though his eyes darted with cunning as he flatteringly replied, "Your affairs are my affairs, young Master Lu Yuxing." Liu Qin gritted his teeth. "I cannot wait that long. I wish for his swift demise, as only then can I cultivate in peace. Brother Zhao, this matter, to harm a fellow sect member is a grave sin." Zhao Ji's expression turned to one of shock, shaking his head in refusal while scrutinizing Lu Qin with narrowed eyes. Contemplating how to extract the utmost benefit from this situation, "I am aware of that." Lu Qin lowered his voice. "He is merely an inconsequential individual within the sect. Should Gu Yuxing perish, no one would care. Rather, they would rejoice in his end. Brother Zhao, if you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost. It is indeed a challenging task. However, since young Master Lu has brought it up, it would be too unkind for me to refuse. Direct action carries considerable risk, yet I know of a demon beast lurking near the Peach Blossom Grove. With a little maneuvering, it would not be difficult to arrange for him to meet his end at the claws of that beast. Young Master Lu, I too wish to position myself near the 9th prince. I wonder if you might." "Very well, an additional pawn will spare me some trouble," Liu Qin blurted out. Zhao Ji's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep breath, secretly contemplating. "Being a dog is not so bad, but I must be a dog that bites silently from the shadows." The spring rain fell lightly. The clouds shrouded the Peach Blossom Grove. At the foot of the mountain, the peach blossoms had withered, while those near the secluded courtyard were in full bloom. In the midst of the rain, petals drifted down like snowflakes. Suddenly, a wooden sword sliced through the air, dozens of peach petals landing neatly upon its blade. With a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, Gu Yuxing's gaze sharpened as he subtly shook his wrist. Sending the petals flying from the sword, he thrust the sword again, cleanly severing the remaining petals. After half a month of arduous training, he had finally cultivated his swordsmanship to a minor success in the sword chi realm. Just a step away from mastery, today's goal. To swing the sword 10,000 times. Gu Yuxing inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the wooden sword. Just yesterday, he had achieved his self-imposed punishment of thrusting the sword. And with the final strike, he overcame the mental barrier that had previously plagued him, managing to keep the sword from falling. Though he had not learned any sword techniques, a profound sensation surged within him as he grasped the wooden sword. A harmonious union between his arm and the weapon. Gazing at the wooden sword, he felt an overwhelming urge to release the sword chi, which he resolutely suppressed. The elder who had taught him for 3 hours in the training grounds held a significant place in his heart. And Gu Yuxing visited the training grounds daily. Unfortunately, that elder had not returned, leaving Gu Yuxing with a sense of regret. Yet, he held the elder's words firmly in his heart. The essence of the Sword Chi realm lies in concealment. Once the Sword Chi is released, it signifies that he has reached the pinnacle of the Sword Chi realm and must strive to break through into the Sword Intent realm. Ji Yuxing understood that excessive haste may not be beneficial. He focused his mind, wielding the sword as he always did. Once again, the sword failed to disturb the peach blossoms. However, within Gu Yuxing's dantian, a thick swirl of primordial energy was forming, coiling like a green sphere. At the very center of this sphere, a glimmer of silver light appeared. This silver light served as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating Gu Yuxing's bleak and monotonous journey of cultivation. This is... A trace of uncontainable joy spread across Gu Yuxing's face. He excitedly embraced the peach tree, stifling the urge to cheer aloud. After all, he was still a 12-year-old boy, having encountered two of life's four great tragedies: the loss of his parents in childhood and the absence of a worthy mentor in youth. Among the thousands of disciples in the 6 peaks of the Qingyun sect, bustling with life, he could only find solace in the company of the peach blossoms, dwelling in solitude within his small courtyard. The beauty of the 4 seasons in this world was boundless, yet the young boy could only conceal all his encounters within his heart. He embraced the peach tree before him, silently roaring in anguish. Suddenly, the thunder of spring awakened with a resounding boom. Ji Yuxing gazed up at the sky, as the rain from Qingping Mountain drenched his youthful face. "Hey, little mudfish, it's raining," a familiar voice called from behind. Gu Yuxing turned to see Mo Wanyun standing beside the small wooden door of the courtyard, hands shielding her hairdo, displaying mild displeasure as she kicked at the tightly shut door. "I'm coming." Gu Yuxing's heart swelled with joy as he swiftly approached the courtyard, meeting the gaze of the young Miss Mo amidst the spring rain and thunder. Mo Wanyun's embroidered face resembled a lotus blossom, more radiant than the peach blossoms themselves. The fine rain fell softly upon her delicate cheeks, her eyes flickering with mild irritation, as she held a half-sheet to shield her snow-white neck. Though petite, she resembled a budding lotus in gently rippling water, elegant as the shadows of flowers in the rain, reminiscent of butterflies dancing in spring, utterly captivating. Ji Yuxing initially intended to push the door open but found himself momentarily entranced. Standing still in awe, "Hey, open the door," Miss Wanyun pouted, stomping her foot in frustration on the back of Gu Yuxing's shoe. "Quit acting like a fool, OH." Ji Yuxing hurriedly fumbled, discovering that the door was not locked but merely barred by a wooden latch, which he inadvertently secured as he struggled. Seeing the lovely Mo girl drenched in rain, he felt a surge of impatience and pushed a few times. "I'll climb over." The boy chuckled foolishly and vaulted over the fence. With a splash, one of his shoes landed atop the fence, while he had already jumped over, his face adorned with spring mud and peach petals, radiating an endearing innocence. Initially bothered by the rain, Miss Wanyun found herself laughing at the boy's clumsiness, her hand covering her mouth. How foolish! She reached out and pushed the small wooden door open with a creak. The boy scratched his head in contemplation, his expression dazed as he muttered, "Why is this door pushed?" Hearing this, Miss Wanyun burst into laughter once more. "Surely you haven't become foolish from practicing the sword." Only then did Gu Yuxing realize. Having lost one shoe without even noticing, and walked under the eaves of the small courtyard, continuing, "Miss Mo, it seems the rain will continue for a while. Be careful not to get soaked. The chilly spring rain is most likely to catch one with a cold. I was quite the mischievous child, often enjoying the rain, and my father would chase me with a bamboo stick. This." The boy's expression suddenly darkened, and he wiped the already clean wooden chair with his sleeve. After a while, he lifted his face, offering a gentle smile as he sincerely said, "Miss Mo, please have a seat." Chapter 13. Unintentionally learning the 9 styles of swordsmanship, the mysterious dragon character under the eaves. Mo Wanyun's curious eyes explored the secluded courtyard, which exceeded her expectations. It featured a well, a patch of spiritual field, and most importantly, a remarkably adorable wooden tiger. I can ride this little wooden tiger." Mo Wanyun was instantly captivated by the charming wooden creature, bouncing over to mount it, her delicate hands shaking the wooden horns atop its head. "Little mudfish, this is delightful." Ji Yuxing observed the scene with care, approaching cautiously to ensure nothing was broken. "Be careful, don't damage it," Mo Wanyun snorted dismissively. "You're so stingy." Ji Yuxing chose not to explain, turning to enter the house, where he arranged several peach blossom cakes in a bamboo basket and poured a cup of peach blossom honey brew into a bamboo tube. Approaching the wooden tiger, he asked, "Miss Imo, would you like to try some?" Nodding, Imo Wanyun took a bite of the peach blossom cake, only to choke slightly. She then took a sip of the honey brew, wiping her mouth with her small hand. "Hey, Gu Yusheng, is this how you entertain guests?" Gu Yusheng extracted a thin piece of cake from the bamboo basket, savoring it carefully. "This is the finest I have here." Of course, Miss Imo is a person of distinction and is unlikely to appreciate it. "Fortunately, you are not me, so you need not endure such hardships." Having said this, Gu Yusheng tightened his grip on the wooden sword and aimed it at the peach blossoms in the small courtyard. Imo Wanyun pouted, observing the silhouette of the boy practicing his swordplay in the rain. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze, focusing on the peach blossom cake and the peach blossom honey brew in her hands. She wished to tell the boy that both the cake and the honey brew were rather delightful. Yet, seeing his intense concentration, she felt neglected and, in a huff, set the cake down, muttering, "Must you practice swordplay in this rain?" The boy turned back, smiling as he replied, "I am accustomed to it. If I miss a strike today, I must punish myself with 100 strikes tomorrow. Thus, it is more efficient to complete it daily." "Miss Imo, please make yourself comfortable board." Imo Wanyun noticed the rain splattering against the boy's determined face. Each strike he made was not done carelessly. Observing several of his movements, her eyes gradually brightened. In recent days, she too had been practicing the Yunshui sword technique, and having a sharp intellect, she had grasped most of its essentials. However, she had yet to comprehend the significance of one particular move: turning clouds and overcasting rain. Suddenly, she noticed raindrops cascading along the boy's wooden sword, falling like pearls, with the subtle intricacies of the technique hidden within. Was this not the very swordplay she struggled to understand? So that was it. Joy lit up Imo Wanyun's face as she yearned to share her excitement with the boy, but she caught sight of him standing in the mud, his clothes drenched, his gaze fixated with an almost obsessive focus, igniting her curiosity about him for the first time. Her expression turned thoughtful as she retrieved several sheets of paper from her sleeve, hanging them on the wall of the small courtyard. Then took a weathered book that had been resting atop her head and began to read quietly. Oddly enough, the books she usually found unengaging now seemed captivating amidst the spring rain and thunder. And she felt no fatigue in reading. Thus, the boy, engrossed in his swordplay, and the young girl, immersed in her readings, spent their time in the courtyard. The spring rain showed no signs of abating, instead intensifying. Finally completing his practice for the day, the boy turned around to find a pair of eyes peering at him through a book. "Hey, little loach, can you read?" Gu Yusheng entered the wooden house to change clothes, peeking his head out through the window, earnestly stating, "I recognize some characters, is that true?" "Indeed," Gu Yusheng replied again, gesturing toward a small wooden tiger by the table. "I used to learn characters on it every day." "Is that so?" Imo Wanyun's lips curled into a smile as she casually placed her book into a beautiful storage bag and took out an old, yellowed volume. When Gu Yusheng emerged, she opened the first page of the book, pointed at a character, and asked, "Do you recognize this character?" Gu Yusheng glanced at it, and on the aged page was a vivid illustration of a vast sea, sketched with a few strokes, lively on the paper. Below the illustration were ancient characters that had long ceased to be in USA. Gu Yusheng had seen these characters on an old tortoise shell in his childhood. There were only a few dozen characters, and he had once asked his father, Gu Bai, who had taught him but cautioned him never to mention it to anyone. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't recognize it. You claimed you could read?" Mo Wanyun said with a hint of pride. In truth, she did not recognize any of the characters in the book. She had stumbled upon it accidentally in the pages of a famous work by a renowned scholar. In his youth, Gu Yusheng was profoundly influenced by the shadow of Gu Bai's death, which loomed over him like an elongated figure. Sensing a competitive spirit ignited by the girl seated on the wooden tiger, he declared, "This character is pronounced Hu, the most primitive sound of the ancient dragon clan, symbolizing the dragon's inhalation and exhalation, akin to a great river surging forth, unending." Imo Wanyun appeared skeptical. Gu Yusheng stepped closer to her, pointing at the illustration in the yellowed book, explaining, "You see, this illustration conveys what this character expresses." Imo Wanyun flipped to the second page, only to find the characters there exceedingly complex, composed of several dragons, winds, and thunder. Nearly 100 strokes in total, the character itself larger than the illustration. You don't recognize this character, do you? Gu Yuxing replied. Though it appears intricate, its meaning is rather simple. It is pronounced Qian, signifying the changes in the heavens. The forces of wind and thunder, ultimately converging as one, implying concealment. What about this one? Imo Wanyun continued to test Gu Yuxing with several more characters, all of which he recognized. This book is quite peculiar, she murmured, lifting her gaze only to find Gu Yuxing observing her with a clear, earnest gaze. In the moment of recognizing characters, they had unknowingly drawn quite close. The boy was still innocent and naive. While Imo Wanyun was already aware of the budding feelings, her face flushing crimson, she snapped the book shut, glaring fiercely at Gu Yuxing. Return my things. Feigning ignorance, Gu Yuxing replied, Miss Imo, I haven't taken anything. You definitely have. Imo Wanyun leapt down from the wooden tiger. If you don't return it today, I shall disturb you every day until you can't practice your sword in peace. With that, she made to step into the rain. Wait a moment, Gu Yuxing called out to her. What is it? Imo Wanyun turned, only to find the rain above her head had ceased. Looking up, she saw the boy holding an umbrella for her. Now you want to get wet. If you don't return my belongings, I want to return your umbrella. Imo Wanyun stepped into the rain, glancing back at Gu Yuxing with a mischievous smirk. Gu Yuxing merely felt that the girl under the umbrella looked particularly lovely. He replied nonchalantly, Then I shan't return it. Imo Wanyun, at a loss for how to reclaim her dignity, took a few steps forward. Feeling vexed, she quickly approached Gu Yuxing, raised her foot, and stepped on his instep. In the astonished gaze of Gu Yuxing, the girl wore a look of triumph, her laughter ringing like wind chimes in the rain as she dashed into the downpour. Her figure gradually receding, Gu Yuxing stared for a long while. After a moment, he let out a soft hiss, belatedly realizing his foot was in pain. A vague sense of loss welled within him as he turned to see several sheets of paper still hanging on the wall. Miss Imo, you dropped something, he called out, but the mischievous figure had vanished. Fearing the papers might be blown by the wind or soaked by the rain, Gu Yuxing intended to retrieve them as his gaze swept over the illustrations on the sheets. A look of astonishment spread across his face. There were drawings of little figures wielding a wooden branch, and as the wind rustled the papers, the images seemed to come alive, echoing in Gu Yuxing's mind. This swordplay? Gu Yuxing took a deep breath, disbelief etched on his features. He had no intention of stealing, yet the sword techniques depicted on the paper seemed to have been blown into his mind by a gust of wind. Endlessly swirling, forming 9 distinct sword techniques. Each one was not overly complex, but the hidden intricacies within were as vast as the ocean, ever-changing. Realizing this, Gu Yuxing instinctively grasped the wooden sword and began to practice the techniques resonating in his mind within the small courtyard. Every movement felt akin to inscribing a character. After practicing each technique 3 times, he surprisingly grasped several subtle variations from each. This must be the work of the esteemed Mo, who once studied diligently. Gu Yuxing sheathed his wooden sword and bowed respectfully to the techniques on the wall. Having struggled to find a path for cultivation, discovering these sword techniques inadvertently felt like a fortuitous opportunity for him. As dusk approached, the rain drummed against the banana leaves outside. In his leisure, Gu Yuxing brewed the peach blossom wine. Completing his chores, he took down the wine gourd hanging by his bed, stealthily uncorked it, and inhaled deeply. A rich aroma of wine wafted toward him, and his expression brightened. After several days of settling, the spirit gourd had absorbed enough of the world's essence, and the wine was imbued with mysterious power. Gulp. Gu Yuxing drained the wine in one go, just as he intended to refill the gourd. An unprecedented surge of warmth surged within him. In an instant, it felt as though his body was engulfed in a fierce blaze, bringing excruciating pain. Gu Yuxing looked horrified. Logically, he understood the cycle for the spirit gourd to accumulate the world's essence was about 7 days to reach its peak. The last time had not been this intense and volatile. What could be the reason? Without time to ponder, he sat on the ground, swiftly channeling the Ta Ching Yuan Tai Ling Inju to guide the raging energy into his dantian to forge his Yuan Tai. However, this force was overwhelmingly powerful, rampaging within his body. Gu Yuxing had yet to forge his Yuan Tai, nor had he opened his meridians, and his body's channels and acupoints were still unblocked. The terrifying energy formed 9 silver patterns in his dantian. the azure Yuan Tai energy gradually transforming into a flickering glow, presenting the exclusive silver hue of a second-tier Yuan Tai. Yet even so, Gu Yuxing was drenched in sweat, unable to tame this force. Crack. Gu Yuxing heard the sound of his bones. The veins in his arms swelled like worms. I was careless. Gu Yuxing felt as if he were inhaling and exhaling consuming flames with each breath. He was on the verge of losing control of his body, his consciousness nearly overtaken by the wild force. Yet at that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. The image from the yellowed book and the ancient characters flashed through his mind. In a daze, Gu Yuxing suddenly comprehended. The dragon characters and illustrations in that book seemed to represent a profound breathing technique, or perhaps the ancient dragon clan's cultivation method. Pressured by the situation, Gu Yuxing had no time to think further. He gazed at the first character in that book. His form resembled a soaring dragon, inhaling and exhaling like the vast rivers and seas, with waves surging magnificently. In Chapter 14, the enhancement of the quality of the primordial essence reached the second realm of swordsmanship in an instant. Gu Yuxing felt as though his dantian had broken through some limiting barrier, suddenly transforming into an expansive ocean. The energy surging within him was akin to a tumultuous river, endlessly roaring. Yet, the vastness and depth of the ocean could not be filled by mere rivers. In merely a few breaths, the mysterious power raging within Gu Yuxing consolidated within his dantian, and he was overtaken by an unprecedented hunger, his stomach growling. He ceased his meditation. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. His youthful face marked by disbelief, he fixed his gaze on the spiritual gourd on the table, his mind preoccupied with the enigmatic Dragon Clan script. That was close. Gu Yuxing exhaled a breath of turbid air. Shoving food into his mouth in large bites in the brief span of a single incense stick, he had traversed 2 life-and-death experiences. One peril stemmed from the terrifying spiritual energy within the gourd, which nearly caused his body to explode. The other danger arose from his desperate meditation on the image of the soaring dragon and the Dragon Clan script. In mere moments, he nearly had his essence drained. Had it not been for that formidable power within him, he feared he would have been completely depleted, reduced to a mere corpse. After consuming a substantial amount of food, Gu Yuxing gradually satiated his hunger. Once he calmed down, he turned inward to examine the changes and consolidation of the primordial essence in his dantian. However, upon discerning the situation within, he was left momentarily stunned. The once abundant azure primordial essence had now transformed entirely into silver. Yet, compared to before, this refined silver essence was less than 1,000th of its original amount. Moreover, within his dantian appeared silver primordial patterns, and the size of his dantian had expanded several times over. Gu Yuxing felt a mix of shock and joy. The joy came from the realization that he could finally refine a second-grade primordial essence, while the shock lay in the fact that with the enhancement of the primordial essence's quality, it signified the need to refine hundreds of times more essence than before. In other words, he would require significantly more time to cultivate and exert effort. No wonder there are so few who can refine a third-grade primordial essence within the entire Qingyun sect. Gu Yuxing mused inwardly. The path of cultivation necessitates not only talent and perseverance, but also abundant resources. Once his heart settled, Gu Yuxing picked up the spiritual gourd on the table, falling into contemplation. Previously, the wine within the gourd, after 7 days, gathered a concentration of heavenly and earthly essence just right for refining primordial essence. Yet today, it had almost led to his demise. From where did this terrifying energy emanate? Could it be that the gourd harbored other secrets? Thunder rumbled outside, and rain pattered down. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and Gu Yuxing was astonished to find a barely perceptible pattern glowing on the surface of the gourd. Lightning? A force of nature? Gu Yuxing thought incredulously. After a moment's reflection, he dashed into the rain, hanging the gourd on the fence while retreating indoors to observe closely. As lightning split the sky, the silver light reflected upon the gourd. Gu Yuxing remained motionless, and with each flash of lightning, he could sense a strand of formidable heavenly and earthly essence being absorbed by the gourd. This continued until the sound of thunder subsided. Gu Yuxing retrieved the gourd and poured out a few drops of wine. This time, he approached with much more caution, daring only to sip a tiny drop. Nevertheless, Even this modest quantity released a terrifying essence that swiftly ignited a warm current within him. Indeed, Gu Yuxing found himself capable of withstanding this power, simultaneously relieved by his prudence. Channeling the Taiching primordial essence spirit guide, he gradually refined the essence from the wine into his dantian, causing the once parched primordial essence to begin to fill once more. As the night wore on, Gu Yuxing awakened from his meditative state. He went to wash up in the small courtyard, and upon gazing into the copper mirror, he noticed a subtle change in his demeanor. His physique had also grown taller. With the wine gourd at his side, it no longer seemed so out of place. Armed with a wooden sword, he made his way to the peach blossom grove. As usual, he thrust out his sword with precision. The blade was silent. A single peach blossom petal fell from the tip of his sword. Gu Yuxing's pupils constricted. He had not released any sword energy with that strike. Yet the peach blossom was severed by an invisible force, falling neatly apart. Sword intent? Have I entered the second realm of swordsmanship? Gu Yuxing stood momentarily dazed, then refocused, swinging out a second strike. This time, petals of peach blossoms fluttered down within the arc of his sword, swirling in the invisible force generated. The realm of swordsmanship thrives on offense, achieving victory through momentum. The second realm of swordsmanship? Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. In that instant, he felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. After countless daily sword swings, he had finally attained progress. He understood that this was undoubtedly related to the changes in his dantian's primordial essence from the previous day. Yet he had never doubted his diligence, though not grow complacent. This is merely a small step on the path of cultivation. Gu Yuxing took a deep breath, continually reminding himself. He had witnessed that astonishing sword strike beneath Qingping Mountain. In comparison, his current realm of swordsmanship paled in insignificance. This year, I have tasted the peach blossom brew. Next year, I shall return. Gu Yuxing still remembered the words of that mysterious elder. From that moment forth, his pursuit was that very sword strike delivered by the elder. His inner joy turned a page. Gu Yuxing resumed his usual practice, wielding his wooden sword with determination. Today's goal is 9,000 sword strikes. Gu Yuxing set his target, reducing it by 1,000 strikes compared to before, not out of laziness, but rather because he sensed that upon entering the second realm of swordsmanship, each thrust would generate a force. And comprehending the power within the sword was a completely new path. In essence, Gu Yuxing needed to incrementally decrease the number of strikes, ultimately culminating in a single decisive blow. Throughout the night, the wind and rain battered the peach blossom grove, creating a picturesque scene that naturally attracted numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect to stand on the Yunqiao Bridge connecting the six peaks. Admiring the view, among them were the female disciples from the falling dust peak, standing on the bridge, gazing at the 300 miles of peach blossoms. The silhouette of the youth practicing swordsmanship amidst the grove rendered the scenery of Qingping Mountain exceptionally romantic. In the Qingyun sect, many couples strolled together, pausing on the bridge or at solitary peaks, witnessing the blooming and fading of the flowers. It is said that those who are indifferent to love often question the affectionate. And wielding a sword is a challenge to ascend Qingping Mountain. Gu Yuxing practiced his swordplay all day, while they had spent an entire day mocking him, unable to grasp the dream of slaying demons that was beyond their reach. They instinctively believed that others could not achieve it either, dismissing their efforts. Now, that youth's figure continued to swing his wooden sword, still failing to earn their internal recognition. Hey, do you think it's really useful for him to practice swordsmanship like this every day? A girl, clad in a green silk dress, inquired of her companions, her brow furrowed. In truth, her question stemmed not from the inquiry itself, but rather from her own frustration at her inability to condense primordial essence. She sought validation from others to quell her inner turmoil. If it were useful, what need would there be for geniuses? Replied the girl at the forefront, her expression proud, surrounded by others, as a newly recruited disciple of the Qingyun sect. She had already condensed a wisp of primordial essence within her dantian, albeit only a shade better than the gray primordial essence. The likelihood of condensing a low-grade primordial essence was considerably high. Yet even so, under the sect's annual restrictions, it was enough to evoke envy and jealousy in many. Remaining in the Qingyun sect to cultivate was a dream that most could scarcely attain. The girl in the green dress's expression dimmed. She yearned for such an answer, but when others articulated their thoughts, she felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and resentment. She pursed her lips, Is effort truly in vain? Why don't you ask him? Came the laughter from the surrounding voices. One particularly alluring girl remarked bluntly, swinging a sword might not make one stronger, but if I married him, I might find happiness every day. Bah! Such candid remarks elicited laughter from the others. At that moment, at the end of the Yunxiao Bridge, a surge of sword energy traversed through the air, causing the clouds above to ripple, while strands of sword rain descended like stars. Oh, someone is practicing swordsmanship. It's Junior Sister Imo. The girls focused their attention, and they beheld a petite figure on the platform of falling Dust Peak, exerting herself to swing her sword, the movements flowing seamlessly. The sword technique Imo Wanyun practiced was the Cloud Water Sword technique, accessible to all disciples of Falling Dust Peak. The same girls who had just mocked Gu Yuxing were suddenly struck as if by an invisible slap, feeling a wave of shame wash over them. A person with talent, several dozen times greater than theirs, yet exerting effort 100 times more. They had just been deriding that youth wielding the sword, scoffing at the notion of effort being futile. The world is not devoid of intelligent individuals, yet many are led astray by their own cleverness throughout their lives. Hemph, Imo Shimi really knows how to put on a show. If I had her background, I would surely surpass her. The girl who had mocked Gu Yuxing wore a jealous expression, murmuring words of discontent, and several voices echoed her sentiments. The girl in the green dress fell into contemplation, her previously muddled eyes gradually clearing. She, unlike others, was left behind, her gaze fixed on the youth in the peach blossom grove, smiling as she said, "Effort should indeed bear fruit." In a secluded area, a gaunt man watched Gu Yuxing practice swordsmanship, his eyes narrowing like those of a mole, his hand emerging from his sleeve, clutching a packet of powder. "Jiu Yusheng, blame your misfortune." Zhao Zi's lips curled into a cruel smile as his emaciated figure slipped into the depths of the forest. In the peach blossom grove, Gu Yusheng swung his sword 9,000 times. He had begun to grasp the threshold of wielding his sword and the existence of sword intent, yet he had not released any sword energy. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Luoqing Peak, and just moments ago, he had felt waves of sword energy in the hazy distance. He perceived a familiar figure. Moroli, if she is exerting herself so diligently, I too must strive even harder, Gu Yuxing mused, casually patting his wine gourd. The wine within was scant. He had previously submitted a jar for a sect mission, and the barrel now held little of the fruit brew. Observing the scattered peach blossoms, he realized that in a few days, they would fall and need to be harvested, prompting him to ascend the heights of Qingping Mountain. I shall gather more today. Gu Yuxing approached his small courtyard, picked up a bamboo basket, and dashed into the peach blossom grove, following the babbling brook. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a tranquil mountainside, where only the sound of spring rain transforming into a stream could be heard. As he looked up, he spotted a millennium-old peach tree at the edge of the waterfall cliff, its blossoms radiant and flourishing, distinctly different from the others. The intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, soothing Gu Yuxing's weary body after his recent sword practice and inviting relaxation. These peach blossoms would surely make for exquisite wine. Jiu Yuxing hurriedly navigated the edge of the brook. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a sound. An instinctive alertness surged within him. He recalled his father's warnings about the lurking beasts within Qingping Mountain, making him question the safety of his surroundings. In the depths of the valley, behind a jagged stone, Zhao Zi, emaciated like a monkey, took note of Gu Yuxing's silhouette. A cold smirk crept across his lips. A person born with a wretched fate often possesses the worst luck. Just as I feared the snow ape might consume my drug and lose its wits, drawing me into the chaos, you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Zhao Zi's gaze flickered towards the snow ape crouched beneath the peach tree, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He quietly retreated from the deep valley. Jiu Yuxing was absorbed in admiring the ancient peach tree flourishing beside the waterfall, his pace gradually slowing. An instinct warned him of an approaching unknown danger. He instinctively aimed to turn and flee, yet the haunting echoes of countless voices mocking his father surged within him. Turning away was easy, but what would follow? All those days of relentless sword practice, what had they been for? To evade? No, he could not. Jiu Yuxing drew the wooden sword from his waist. Gripping it firmly, he took a step forward, and suddenly, a snow-white claw emerged from the mist rising from the waterfall, stirring the rain of peach blossoms as it lunged straight for his face. It was a snow ape, towering like an adult, with a rugged visage, sharp fangs bared, and bristly fur like needles, its gaping maw roaring with fury, eyes wide as copper bells, filled with rage with a roar. One claw swiped at Gu Yuxing's face while the other sought to grasp him in its clawed embrace. A terrifying gale rushed towards him. Despite some preparation, Gu Yuxing found it difficult to evade. Without time for contemplation, he thrust the wooden sword forward as he had always done. The wooden sword vibrated, its attached sword energy clashing against the gale, producing a resonant sound. At that moment, Gu Yuxing's diminutive frame seemed insignificant compared to the snow ape. Yet the sword energy he unleashed stirred the curtain of water from the waterfall. Before the wooden sword could reach its target, the gale between the ape's claws had already been shattered. The massive creature, surprisingly agile, leaped over Gu Yuxing's head. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Yuxing's wooden sword grazed the snow ape's abdomen. Sparks flying, a thunderous crash echoed as the ape's weighty body landed behind him. Gu Yuxing spun the wooden sword, seizing the opportunity to turn, retreating several steps on his toes. Having not yet learned any lightness techniques or evasive arts from the sect, he could only rely on his wooden sword. Once steady, he looked back to see the snow ape several paces away, its mouth full of fangs, drool trickling down, eyes blood-red, fur bristling upright, its enormous form coiling on the ground, gathering strength. The long gash left by Gu Yuxing's earlier strike now oozed blood. With a roar, the snow ape slammed its palms against the ground, its bones cracking audibly. Its body swelled in size, veins bulging like worms on its limbs, and even its abdomen bore deep, gnarled grooves. Gu Yuxing swallowed hard, a drop of sweat trickling down his forehead. This was clearly a second-tier beast, equivalent to a practitioner at the opening veins realm, but the snow ape, with its ancient monkey bloodline, was innately strong, possessing formidable self-healing abilities and overwhelming power unmatched by any practitioner of the opening veins realm. Even those of that level would be no match for it. The snow ape? A primate beast, thrived only in the snow-covered regions of Qingping Mountain. How could it be here? A wave of doubt washed over Gu Yuxing. For millennia, humans and beasts had been locked in endless conflict, with the beast tribes dominating this world while humanity struggled to survive, confined to their corners. Yet not all beasts were considered part of the beast tribes. For instance, the snow ape before him. Beasts that could submit to humanity were deemed good beasts, spirit beasts, capable of guarding sex and serving as companions for practitioners. Yet, it seemed that this one had lost its intelligence, furrowing his brow. Gu Yuxing acknowledged that a second-tier snow ape was beyond his capabilities. His previous strike had only scratched its surface. Just as he pondered this, the snow ape suddenly opened its massive mouth, unleashing a gale that shattered the trees before him, sending torrents of brook water swirling. This is bad. Shock coursed through Gu Yuxing. A second-tier snow ape could manipulate the elemental forces of nature and cast spells. This indicated that it was an intelligent spirit beast, yet it had lost its senses. The only explanation for this was that someone had provoked the snow ape into a frenzy, aiming to take his life. With no means of escape, Gu Yuxing inhaled deeply, gripping his wooden sword tightly, gritting his teeth. I cannot die yet. The desire to survive ignited within him, and the memories of countless sword swings echoed in his mind. Since evasion was futile, he would have to use sword energy to block. This was his only option. Gu Yuxing, you have swung your sword thousands of times. It is time to unleash that one decisive strike. In this critical moment, Gu Yuxing felt a sense of clarity and resolve. He believed in his efforts and his ability to deliver this strike. It was a matter of life or death. The silver essence within his dantian surged into the wooden sword. The sword energy no longer concealed itself. His self-discipline became the finest scabbard, just as he had encountered that mysterious elder at the foot of the mountain on the day he entered the Qingyun sect. The sword was drawn, and the sword energy erupted forth, shining like silver. The sword energy transformed into a force of attack. Having only grazed the threshold of the second realm of swordsmanship, Gu Yuxing, in that instant, grasped the true essence of sword momentum. The sword energy condensed like silver light, clashing once more with the snow ape's howling gale in a fleeting moment. It was as if a tempest had swept away the snow. The sword energy swirled, and the rain from the waterfall fell like silver beads onto a jade plate. Jiu Yuxing's long hair brushed against his face as he focused on the sword energy ahead. It was like the winds of Qingping Mountain, once set in motion, impossible to halt. Amidst the swirling gale, a vertical gash appeared on the snow ape's abdomen. In the distance, Gu Yuxing faintly heard the powerful thump of the snow ape's heart. Like a war drum beating, the snow ape's enormous paws slammed against the ground, sending splashes of water spraying towards Gu Yuxing. Each droplet contained terrifying power, the rain droplets magnified in Gu Yuxing's pupils. He swung the wooden sword rapidly, employing the unnamed sword technique he had learned from the scroll dropped by Mo Wanyun. The wooden sword struck down quickly, defending against each droplet like a piercing thrust. As Gu Yuxing retreated, the weight of the wooden sword grew heavier in his hands, and a mist began to rise above his head. The unformed essence within him was rapidly consumed by the wooden sword. Strictly speaking, he had not yet entered the essence embryo realm, yet he had managed to block 3 of the snow ape's attacks. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was insurmountable. A single droplet pierced through his slight frame, blood trickling down his arm. The snow ape exhaled a mist from its nostrils, pounding its chest, and the wounds Gu Yuxing had inflicted began to heal once more. Gu Yuxing continued to retreat. He found himself unwittingly standing beneath the ancient peach tree, mere steps from the cliff's edge. From the moment the snow ape appeared, he had understood that with his current strength, escape was improbable. He could not overpower it. He had to devise another means of survival. If he could lure the snow ape to leap, causing it to plummet into the abyss, that would be his only path to victory. Yet, Gu Yuxing had evidently underestimated the snow ape's intelligence. Though its eyes were bloodshot, it paused at the sight of Gu Yuxing beneath the peach tree, taking an unexpected step back, as if petrified. In that moment, a chill ran down Gu Yuxing's spine. No, it had no reason to fear him. The snow ape thrived amidst the cliffs. It had seen through his scheme, as long as it did not leap off the cliff. There was no need for it to retreat. What was it afraid of? Gu Yuxing's heart clenched tightly. Could it be? Suddenly, he looked up and was astonished to see the millennium-old peach tree at the cliff's edge silently drooping several branches. Sweeping towards him. Hiss! Alarm surged through Gu Yuxing. The millennium peach tree had transformed into a demon. He swung his wooden sword, aiming to sever the branches. Clang! The peachwood sword clashed with the branches. Sparks flying. Crack! Caught off guard, Gu Yuxing felt the branches ensnare him. Like vines, the branches coiled around his waist, piercing his skin with sharp thorns. They rapidly grew like tendrils, entangling even the wine gourd he carried. By sheer coincidence, the gourd's stopper was dislodged by the branches, and a stream of azure light erupted from within, drawing all the peach blossoms into the gourd with an otherworldly force. At the same moment, Gu Yuxing felt as if he could hear the mournful voice of the ancient peach tree resounding in his mind. The vines that clung to him retracted swiftly. With a thud, Gu Yuxing fell to the ground, disheveled, and scrambled forward for several meters before a shadow loomed over him. He looked up to find the towering figure of the snow ape, raising its massive paw to strike at his forehead. The overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Gu Yuxing, plunging him into an unprecedented despair. This sensation was akin to the moments when his body threatened to spiral out of control during his training. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient dragon language. Gu Yuxing opened his mouth, emitting a deep sound from his throat, while desperately attempting to evade the snow ape's claws. Thud. The ground trembled violently. Jiu Yuxing rolled and quickly regained his footing. Panting heavily while brandishing his wooden sword, he glanced ahead to see the colossal snow ape now crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, the bloodshot veins in its eyes fading at a visible rate, restoring their original deep blue hue. Its bristled fur lay flat, and it raised its paws in a gesture of surrender, gazing at Gu Yuxing with fear. From its mouth, it expelled a peculiar powder, rapidly shrinking into a somewhat adorable juvenile ape. Phew! Cold sweat dripped from Gu Yuxing's forehead as he suppressed the turmoil and agitation within him, pointing the wooden sword at the snow ape. You will submit to me. Chirp, chirp. The now diminutive snow ape patted its chest, nodding in a human-like manner. It glanced at the wooden sword in Gu Yuxing's hand, extending its claw to smear some of its blood onto it. Lying before Gu Yuxing with an invitation to extend his hand, Jiu Yuxing stretched out his left hand, and the snow ape's blood fell into his palm. evoking a wondrous sensation in his mind. It felt as though he could now command the life of this snow ape. The snow ape withdrew its furry fingers and pointed at the ancient peach tree perched atop the cliff behind Gu Yusheng, leaping across the river to signify its allegiance and loyalty. Chapter 16. The boy's hardship lacks trace. The girl's heart conceals the boy's ambition very well. Gu Yusheng felt a surge of joy within, astonished that the mysterious diagrams and dragon script presented to him by Miss Mo possessed such profound power. He was even more surprised to discover that this snow ape, born with innate intelligence, also understood the way of contracts. It was known that among the 6 peaks of the Qingyun sect, only the disciples of the Tianling peak could learn the art of beast taming. And even then, controlling a spirit beast or demon beast required immense fortune. Now, unexpectedly, Gu Yusheng had acquired a spirit companion. Amidst his delight, Gu Yusheng quickly calculated. Since entering the Qingyun sect, he had been cautious, yet still fell victim to other schemes. Now, by fortuitous happenstance, the snow ape had pledged loyalty to him, becoming a significant asset and a trump card. While lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught the powder the snow ape had expelled onto the ground, and a trace of profundity flickered in his eyes as he warily surveyed the surroundings, inquiring of the snow ape, "Who fed you?" The snow ape scratched its head and ears, chattering incessantly. Although Gu Yusheng had formed a contract with it, his lack of understanding of the contract arts left him unable to grasp the snow ape's meaning entirely. However, he could infer from its actions that during its foraging, it had consumed a pouch of highly enticing medicinal powder. Clearly, the one who had released the powder had a singular intention: to have him perish at the hands of this snow ape. Gu Yusheng removed the wine gourd from his waist and took a cautious sip. Feeling the dried energy in his dantian gradually replenish, he turned to glance at the resplendent, blooming ancient peach tree, and a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. The enemy who had plotted against him could not have strayed far. With the snow ape now loyal to him, coupled with the transforming peach tree, a well-crafted plan could indeed eliminate the adversary. If he did not act swiftly, future troubles could be insurmountable. Where there are thieves, there are also those who covet. With this thought, Gu Yusheng slowly closed his eyes, mentally rehearsing the feasibility of this endeavor. Since the adversary had resorted to drugging the snow ape into a frenzy, it indicated that their strength was inferior to that of the snow ape. First, I need to find a place to hide and recover sufficient strength. Gu Yusheng glanced at the obedient snow ape, which seemed to understand his intent, pointing towards the waterfall. The snow ape leaped into the cascade's rear. Gu Yusheng was taken aback. Behind the waterfall lay a hidden world, passing through the veil of water. He encountered a narrow entrance. Had the snow ape not shrunk its form, it would have been impossible to pass. As Gu Yusheng entered the cave, a chilling breeze assailed him, so cold. Gu Yusheng shivered instinctively. After a brief moment of traversing deeper, the cave widened, revealing walls adorned with peculiar moonlight stones that emitted a faint glow. Above, it appeared there was a natural wind vent leading up to Qingping Mountain, with icicles hanging down, and directly below lay a natural cold pool, its azure waters reflecting an extreme chill, yet unfrozen. At the center of the pool rested a greenish stone bed, emitting a misty white vapor. Even from a distance, Gu Yusheng could feel the bone-chilling aura emanating from it. Gurgle. The snow ape joyfully patted its chest and leapt onto the stone bed, resembling a stone monkey gazing at the moon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white mist enveloped the snow ape at a visible pace, causing its fur to elongate until it was transformed into an ice sculpture. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Gu Yusheng's eyelids twitched. In a wonder this snow ape descended from the snow-covered Qingping Mountain to reside here. It turned out there was indeed a cold bed, evidently infused with pure essence that continuously flowed into the snow ape's body. The abdominal wound Gu Yusheng had inflicted upon it had fully healed, and its strength was rapidly returning, its form reverting to its original stature, towering over 2 meters. With my current body, I cannot withstand the cold aura emanating from that stone, Gu Yusheng quickly assessed. Yet his eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. The next 2 realms following the condensation of the Yuan fetus were the meridian opening and bone forging stages, and it was clear that this place was an ideal location for both. Although I cannot train directly on the stone bed, I can still enhance my physique within this cave, which will greatly aid in refining my Yuan fetus. Jiu Yuxing's gaze shifted away from the snow ape as he scanned the corners of the cave. Momentarily pausing in surprise there, at the base of the wall, lay several ancient jars exuding the fragrance of fruit wine. Oh! Gu Yuxing dashed over, taking a gentle sniff, his face lighting up with disbelief. These jars contained none other than monkey wine. This snow ape had an innate talent for brewing. Could it be that he could employ it as a laborer, with an endless supply of exquisite wine? Crack, at that moment, the ice encasing the snow ape shattered, and it leapt beside the jars, its robust body and thick fur unable to withstand the cold aura of the stone bed, trembling as it grasped the jar and began to drink voraciously. In an instant, the entire jar was emptied by the snow ape. Jiu Yuxing held his forehead in exasperation. Well, that was hasty. This creature's drinking capacity far surpassed his own. After consuming the wine, the snow ape exuded a frosty mist. Promptly collapsing into a slumber before Gu Yuxing, its body rapidly shrinking into a delightful little snow monkey. This snow ape possesses remarkable intelligence. Should it mature, it will undoubtedly be formidable, though it has pledged a drop of its essence in the blood contract. It seems to be under the influence of the dragon language I learned inadvertently. It appears I must find a method to exchange for a technique to strengthen the contract. Jiu Yuxing considered this thoughtfully. He too settled down, removing the wine gourd and savoring a small sip. A rich fragrance of peach blossoms nearly intoxicated him, followed by an influx of pure energy coursing through his body. Gu Yuxing hurriedly activated his technique to guide this energy into his dantian. The image of the spirit gourd absorbing the peach blossoms from the ancient peach tree flashed through his mind. And he pondered, this spirit gourd possesses incredible capabilities. I must refine it and ensure that no one discovers its secret. Inside the cave, the cold air was oppressive. The energy within Gu Yuxing surged violently, the chill suppressing the energy's tumult, allowing him to refine the earthly essence in such a peculiar environment. As time passed, the silver yuan fetus energy within Gu Yuxing grew radiant like moonlight. And amidst the shimmering silver, he keenly detected a golden speck. First-grade yuan fetus. Gu Yuxing opened his eyes, astonished. Having traversed life and death in this gorge, he had awakened the latent potential in his body, and his training progressed with remarkable vigor, devoid of any sense of stagnation. Continue cultivating. Gu Yuxing consumed the aged fruits picked by the snow ape to satiate his hunger and took another sip from the spirit gourd. Persistently refining his yuan fetus on this day, the sky was clear and bright. On the Dustfall Peak, dressed in Taoist robes, the peak master He Hongnian concluded the morning lesson on refining the yuan fetus. With a moment of leisure, the disciples gathered in small groups for casual conversation. Among them, the youngest female disciple, Imo Wanyun, stood alone at the edge of the Dustfall Peak, gazing longingly at the peach blossom grove. It had been 3 days since she last saw the sword-practicing youth in the grove, and an inexplicable emptiness stirred within her heart. Due to her identity and age, she found it difficult to connect with her fellow sisters. Even those who were kind to her did so with ulterior motives. Imo Wanyun harbored a distaste for such sycophantic camaraderie. In contrast, the boy in tattered shoes, overlooked by the sect, brought her joy and amusement. She had grown accustomed to watching that seemingly foolish yet determined boy practice swordplay amidst the peach blossoms. Yet, it has already been the 3rd day without a trace of him. Hey, Xiaofeng, what are you looking at? That sect's outcast practicing swordplay in the peach blossom grove? Stop staring. He hasn't practiced for 3 days, I told you. That guy must be putting on a show for the elders to garner sympathy. He must be running out of steam. And you still claim he is diligent. The other female disciples chimed in, their faces betraying a sense of relief. They had no connection with Gu Yuxing. Yet they could not bear to see him thrive. Such is the most fundamental wickedness of human nature. They fear that those who strive harder than themselves may one day surpass them. Those mired in the mud find solace in witnessing another's struggle to escape, often feeling pleased to occasionally extend a flicker of hope. In the past, they had mocked Gu Yuxing daily, yet deep down, they felt a twinge of anxiety. What if hard work truly bore fruit? Could he have met with an accident? Murmured the young woman clad in blue, named Xiaofeng. What accident could there be? It's also possible he couldn't endure such neglect and has left the mountain himself. That is a possibility. After all, those who enter the Qingyun sect must eventually descend the mountain to slay demons. It's only natural for him to fear death, considering his father is a coward. Ha ha ha! The female disciples of Luoqing Peak stifled their laughter. Though the topic had been exhausted, it still brought them joy. He is not that kind of person. As the laughter echoed, Mo Wanyun approached, her delicate face adorned with an unprecedented pride and nobility. Her gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet her eyes. A slight smirk graced her lips as she pointed at the older female disciples. "I in my eyes, the majority of you are nothing but a jest. You have no understanding of what true strength entails. Although Qingping Mountain is tall, the Qingyun sect is merely at the foot of an abyss. Not let the mountain obscure your vision. The world outside is neither as beautiful nor as brutal as you claim. If hard work is to be ridiculed in this world, do you dare to mock me? I, too, toil diligently." With a clang, Mo Wanyun suddenly drew a verdant small sword. "Before you mock others, have you considered whether you are worthy of laughter?" Standing there, Mo Wanyun appeared petite, yet her gaze and the quivering spiritual sword in her hand struck fear into all present. "Junior sister Mo, we were merely jesting. How could we dare to speak ill of you? You are a genius. Even if we starve and toil day and night, we could never match your pace." "Ridiculous. How can you know you cannot keep up with me if you have never tried? You are merely making excuses for your own cowardice." Mo Wanyun sheathed her sword and coldly walked past the group of women. "You are the ones who have lost yourselves today. You stand here, gazing at the peach blossom grove at the mountain's foot, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that above us, the mountains are also adorned with blossoms yet to bloom." Silence enveloped Luoqing Peak. Once Mo Wanyun departed, one of the women snorted dismissively at her words. "She only has an impressive grandfather. What is so remarkable about that, exactly? Who does she think she is?" Mo Wanyun's reputation was swiftly deteriorating. Chapter 17. In a world of the strong preying on the weak, one can only wield the sword against adversaries. "Young Master Lu, the matter has been settled." In a secluded spot, Zhao Ji spoke to Lu Chun with a sycophantic demeanor. "Really?" Lu Chen's face lit up with unrestrained joy. "Is Gu Yuxing truly dead? He hasn't practiced swordplay in the Peach Blossom Grove for 3 days. Zhao Ji rubbed his hands together. "That beast possesses an ancient bloodline. Not only is it physically formidable, but it also possesses intelligence far beyond other beasts. Tio provoke it into a frenzy. I expended considerable resources to procure the powder from an elder at Tianling Peak. As for what you promised me," Liu Chen frowned, "I want to see the body. I cannot escape the influence of the heavenly oath. You think that wretch is still alive? The possibility is slim." Zhao Ji squinted. "Young Master Lu, you wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you?" "Not second thoughts. You should go and verify whether he is truly dead." Liu Chen suddenly recalled something. "What did you say about that beast having an ancient bloodline? What kind of beast is it?" Zhao Ji's eyes darted mischievously, and he chuckled. "A fierce beast. The kind that is difficult to tame. I will head to the Peach Blossom Grove to see if that kid is truly dead." With that, Zhao Ji turned and left, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He had long set his sights on that snow ape, but regrettably, his talents were insufficient, and he had yet to master the beast-taming techniques. Even if he could not seize it, he would use this crucial information to attach himself to the 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty. This guide, a flicker of suspicion crossed Lu Chen's eyes. However, for him, Gu Yuxing's life or death was of utmost importance. Behind the waterfall, in the cold cave, Gu Yuxing was diligently refining the silver primordial energy, slowly transforming it into gold. For the past 3 days, he had not practiced swordplay but had focused on refining the primordial energy to elevate its quality. Once all the silver primordial energy turned to gold, he intended to use his techniques to condense the primordial body and formally enter the primordial realm. According to Gu Yuxing's estimation, he would succeed in no more than 3 to 5 days. At that moment, the snow ape, stationed outside, quietly entered, appearing before Gu Yuxing and gesturing toward the outside. Has he finally come? Gu Yuxing exhaled softly, concealing all the primordial energy within his dantian. He grasped his wooden sword and stealthily exited the cold cave. Dozens of feet away, a figure was concealed behind a rock. Sneaking about at him, a hint of coldness flashed in Gu Yuxing's eyes. This person was none other than Zhao Ji, a named disciple of Lu Zhanda. At the beginning of their training, he had coveted the silver coins allocated to new disciples by the sect. Gu Yuxing had exposed his petty actions, And Zhao Ji had held a grudge ever since it was no surprise that he sought to harm Gu Yusheng. Is he at the opening vein realm? Gu Yusheng furrowed his brow. Although he had not yet entered the primordial realm, his senses were sharp enough to detect the aura emanating from Zhao Ji. This man had a larger frame, yet appeared hunched and emaciated, likely due to a mishap while cultivating in the opening vein realm. As a disciple of the previous year's Qingyun sect recruitment, Zhao Ji's talent was not particularly outstanding, yet not entirely lacking, for many others had yet to condense their primordial bodies even after 5 years. This man is cunning. If I do not reveal myself, he will undoubtedly slip away if I do. However, I may very well have to confront him head-on. Gu Yusheng's gaze flickered, and he felt an unexpected thrill coursing through his veins. Perhaps I can challenge him. With this thought, Gu Yusheng's fists clenched involuntarily. He glanced at the peach tree on the cliff's edge, and then at the snow ape beside him. Numerous meticulously devised plans replayed in his mind. He even contemplated various schemes for covertly ambushing Zhao Ji. Yet, at this moment, he simply wished to prove himself with his sword. You stay hidden over there. Gu Yusheng instructed the snow ape to remain concealed behind the waterfall. Utilizing the spray from the waterfall, he carefully made his way toward the gorge. Come out. Gu Yusheng halted, fixing his gaze on the rock ahead. Dio, you know me? Zhao Ji, somewhat surprised, stepped out from behind the stone, instinctively glancing toward the gorge's mouth to confirm that no one from the sect was nearby. He then smirked, striding toward Gu Yusheng with a playful glint in his eyes. Gu Yusheng, you are clever, but alas, clever individuals seldom live long. I am merely curious how you managed to escape that predicament. Gu Yusheng did not respond. Instead, he slowly drew his wooden sword and pointed it at Zhao Ji, calmly asking, Why do you wish to harm me? Is it truly for a mere silver ingot? Is my life so insignificant? Zhao Ji paused, then erupted into laughter. Gu Yusheng, in this world, the strong survive while the weak perish. This is an immutable truth. Beasts do not spare you simply because you have not reached adulthood. Likewise, as long as someone offers a sufficient price, your life is worth taking. Do you find this amusing? Gu Yusheng raised his sword 3 more inches, stating, Then I shall kill you and feel no guilt. With that, Gu Yusheng lunged at Zhao Ji with his wooden sword. His movement was as unembellished as when he struck at the peach tree, devoid of any flourish, and his pace was unhurried. To Zhao Ji, this strike appeared utterly mundane. He had once mocked Gu Yusheng for engaging in such futile pursuits. A boy who could not even knock a peach blossom off now dared to swing his sword at him. To Zhao Ji, it was akin to an ant struggling in its final moments. He even raised his chin, anticipating Gu Yusheng's strike with the intent to revel in the boy's despair, allowing him to perish in silence within this forsaken place. The wooden sword drew closer. The mocking smile on Zhao Ji's lips grew broader. 3 feet, 2 feet, mere inches away. Zhao Ji's heart suddenly tightened, not from sensing the hidden sword energy in Gu Yusheng's strike, but from an instinct he possessed as an opening vein realm cultivator. He had refined to the 4th grade primordial body, just 1 step away from entering the 3rd grade. He had once been a genius. Yet his haste for success had led to a mishap during the opening vein stage. Danger, death was imminent. Zhao Ji's expression froze as he instinctively dodged to the side. His arrogance prevented him from deigning to defend with a weapon. In his pupils, Gu Yusheng's sword seemed to suddenly accelerate by several tens of times, the tip of the blade erupting with a streak of sword light, akin to a beam of brightness that suddenly emerged in the darkness of night. This strike came like a tempestuous storm. Zhao Ji watched helplessly as the sword pierced into his abdomen. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his heart, the terrifying sword energy contained within that wooden sword ravaged his internal organs like a tumultuous tide. Staggering backward, Zhao Ji crashed violently against a stone, fracturing it with several cracks. The residual sword energy surged forth, sparking like stars upon the stone's surface. Pfft! Zhao Ji stood rigid, his eyes wide with disbelief. Despite being at the same opening meridian realm, he lacked the robust physique of the snow ape. A fine puncture appeared in his abdomen, blood seeping out gradually. You? Zhao Ji struggled to catch his breath. A sensation akin to countless needles piercing his heart. He cast a glance at his wound, horror dawning in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had instinctively clawed back from the precipice of death. But complete recovery would demand years, if not longer, of time. Such a delay meant the end of his cultivation journey. Realizing this, Zhao Zi's expression twisted in anguish as he glared at Gu Yusheng. Devoid of any trace of contempt, replaced instead with a tide of murderous intent. "You wretched spawn, you seek death." One hand pressed against his wound while the other braced against the stone, using it to support his body. With a series of cracking sounds from his bones, a surge of energy radiated from within him, tearing his clothes to shreds and revealing his emaciated form. 8 veins, resembling worms, bulged prominently from his limbs and chest. Converging at the site of the sword wound, attempting to heal it, their clarity was such that it could be seen with the naked eye. 8 segments of the opening meridian realm. Gu Yusheng's expression momentarily faltered, then turned grave. Although he sensed that the gaunt figure before him remained in the opening meridian realm, he was astonished to discover that Zhao Zi had already opened 8 meridians. Once he opened the 9th, he could ascend to the bone-forging realm, at which point ordinary blades would struggle to harm his flesh. "I will kill you." Zhao Zi's eyes grew bloodshot as he perceived Gu Yusheng's expression. The depths of his pupils simmered with hatred. For the sake of cultivation, he had expended all the resources provided by the sect over the years and employed various means to acquire more, sparing no effort to enhance his strength. However, a year prior, in a desperate bid to avoid being dispatched by the sect to exterminate demons, he had used secret arts to forcibly conceal his power, failing to control the influx of natural energy within his meridians, resulting in significant depletion of his vitality. Originally, he needed only a little more time to reach the 9th segment of the opening meridian realm and had a chance to become a practitioner of the bone-forging realm. Yet, unexpectedly, he had stumbled at the last hurdle. I am but 1 meridian away from being impervious to blades and spears, yet here I am, wounded profoundly by your sword." Zhao Zi, having opened his meridians, temporarily suppressed the sword wound. He lifted both palms and directed them towards Gu Yusheng. A formidable gust of wind surged forward, carrying with it a peculiar chill. The air seemed to crystallize with frost. Gu Yusheng thrust his sword forward. The sword energy repelled much of the wind, yet a layer of icy frost clung to his wooden sword. A bone-chilling cold radiated from the sword, numbing Gu Yusheng's arm and threatening to rob him of sensation. Fortunately, after 3 days of training in the cold cave, he remained composed when faced with the eerie chilling palm technique. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the external natural energy as he would in the usual practice, while the energy within his body was secretly infused into the wooden sword. The frost on his arm receded rapidly, and even the frost on the sword fell away in flakes. With a shake of his wooden sword, he transformed defense into offense, thrusting forward once more. "What?" Zhao Zi's face contorted in disbelief, unable to fathom how Gu Yusheng, who had yet to condense his primal energy, could withstand his previous shadow erosion palm. 2 years prior, he had achieved notable ranks in the sect's minor competition using this technique, which was difficult for ordinary individuals to master. What terrified Zhao Zi further was the sword thrusting towards him once again, which raised the hairs on his neck. He had assumed Gu Yusheng's earlier strike had simply been a result of his own negligence. Now, it was clear he had underestimated the youth before him. Nonetheless, Zhao Zi was a practitioner of the 8th segment of the opening meridian realm. With some forethought, he clapped both palms together, generating a powerful force that formed a barrier, dispersing Gu Yusheng's sword energy. With his left hand, he transformed his palm into fingers, executing a swift move to seize the sword from Gu Yusheng's grasp, his experience in combat far surpassing that of Gu Yusheng. Gu Yusheng felt a powerful gust of wind surge towards him, his expression sharpening as the immense pressure instilled a sense of calm. Retreating to defend would be futile now, and as he observed Zhao Zi's left hand shifting to seize his sword, he realized that losing it would mean losing his greatest asset. After all, his knowledge was scant, and he hadn't even learned the basics of body movement. In a moment of desperation, Gu Yusheng decided to go all in, not withdrawing his sword but instead channeling the energy from his dantian into the wooden sword. Silver light erupted from the sword, and at its tip, a strand of golden energy coalesced, imbuing the sword with an unstoppable force. Remarkably, even without any sword techniques intermingled, Zhao Zi's expression turned to one of horror as he sensed death drawing near. Instinctively, he craved survival, and in this fleeting moment, the thought of retreat blossomed in his mind. As he began to withdraw, the residual force of the palm strike diminished, and Gu Yuxing's sword cleaved through the two fingers that had transformed into sharp points. With a slicing sound, their energies collided. Gu Yuxing's sword surged forward relentlessly, yet his cultivation was still shallow. The resulting backlash caused him to stagger, retreating several meters, unable to regain his balance, and he collided awkwardly against a tree. His complexion paled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, a smile crept upon his lips, a sense of unprecedented delight blossoming within him. Though he had been defeated, he had also triumphed. A gaping wound appeared in Zhao Zi's leg, blood gushing forth, and two of his left-hand fingers were severed, blood dripping down. Although he had not coughed up blood, the golden sword energy had pierced his skin, causing a multitude of blood beads to ooze forth beneath the surface, creating a gruesome sight. Silver sword energy? You intend to condense a second-grade primal energy? Zhao Zi's eyes widened in shock, and as he caught a glimpse, his body suddenly stiffened. No, it's golden primal energy. Zhao Zi's expression shifted from astonishment to terror, then to madness. Well, I never expected that Qingping Mountain would produce such a once-in-a-millennium genius. Given time, your future is boundless, but alas, you shall die by my hand. Zhao Zi had just begun to entertain thoughts of retreating to nurse his wounds before finishing off Gu Yuxing when he was overwhelmed by Gu Yuxing's talent, igniting a fervent desire to kill. Ignoring the pain from his sword wound and the blood flowing from his leg, his eyes turned blood red as he raised his palms, unleashing a series of deep green gusts towards Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing took a deep breath, swinging his wooden sword to slice through the gusts, retreating step by step until he found himself beneath a peach blossom tree. You cannot escape. Zhao Zi cornered Gu Yuxing to the edge of a cliff, letting out a sinister laugh as he halted his advance, panting heavily. The injuries inflicted by Gu Yuxing were too severe. Escape. Gu Yuxing's expression remained tranquil. I have merely offered you the most fitting method of demise. Zhao Zi's eyelids twitched. Before he could comprehend the situation, he suddenly sensed a flash of white light from the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, only to see a diminutive monkey appear at his back. In the next instant, it raised its fist and struck him forcefully in the lower back. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by the crack of bones. The snow ape's body rapidly expanded, roaring as the gust of wind sent Zhao Zi flying, crashing into a 1,000-year-old peach tree. Zhao Zi expelled a mouthful of blood mid-air, his expression one of horror as he gazed upon the snow ape, which had taken to standing beside Gu Yuxing. A picture of eagerness. How can this be? Zhao Zi's face turned ashen as he grasped a peach branch for support. The snow ape's punch had been immensely powerful, shattering his internal organs and rendering his cultivation null. The terror of death enveloped him. Zhao Zi shouted at Gu Yuxing, Gu Yuxing, you are audacious to collude with a beast against your fellow disciples. If the elders of the sect find out, you will be finished with that. He reached into his clothing, producing a sect token, threatening to crush it. The Qingyun sect's token recorded each disciple's identity, and in the event of danger while slaying demons, it could be used to summon aid from the sect. Now, Zhao Zi intended to leverage the sect token to coerce Gu Yuxing. Seeing Gu Yuxing retreating, Zhao Zi's face contorted into a grimace. Gu Yuxing, you cannot kill me. You should be aware of your status within the sect. If you are wise, dissolve your contract with the snow ape and hand it over to me, and I may spare your life. Is that so? Gu Yuxing took a few more steps back, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. Even the snow ape beside him began to retreat, displaying a hint of fear. Zhao Zi, clutching the sect token, felt his body faltering, ready to descend from the peach tree. However, as he moved, he sensed something constraining his hand and felt an instinctual unease as rustling sounds reached his ears. Zhao Zi raised his head, only to behold countless branches of peach blossoms transforming into vines, crackling and flickering as they swiftly ensnared him. A grotesque face of a tree spirit materialized upon the gnarled trunk. A tree spirit? Ah! Zhao Zi's countenance drained of color, and instinctively, he attempted to shatter the sect token, only to find his fingers and wrists ensnared by the creeping vines. The sharp tips pierced into his flesh, causing the sect token to clatter to the ground. Zhao Zi felt the essence of life rapidly ebbing away. As the tree spirit siphoned the vitality from within him, he struggled futilely, his efforts proving utterly in vain. No! Help! Save me! Zhao Zi's despairing gaze sought Gu Yusheng's eye in that moment. He finally comprehended why Gu Yusheng had been retreating. The calm and indifferent gaze of the youth made him realize that all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by him. A plot to take his life without leaving the sect any semblance of authority. Such calculated maneuvering, such hidden depths. Ha! Zhao Zi's body was reduced to mere skin and bones. His hoarse voice echoed in Gu Yusheng's ears. Save me, that I know who harmed your father. Gu Yusheng's pupils constricted as he instinctively took a step forward. Yet, the ancient peach tree spirit radiated an ominous pink light, assimilating both Zhao Zi's bones and essence into its very being. Cackling, Gu Yusheng seemed to hear the jubilant voice of the tree spirit. It waved the branches adorned with blossoms in front of him, seemingly intent on devouring both him and the snow ape. Gu Yusheng, however, suddenly produced a wine gourd from his waist and directed it at the peach tree. A surge of emerald light erupted from the gourd's mouth, consuming the ancient tree's blossoms entirely. The furious voice of the 1,000-year-old peach tree resonated in his ears. Gu Yusheng calmly remarked, "Just collecting a bit of interest," as the morning sun cast its rays upon Gu Yusheng's weary visage. He quietly departed from the canyon alone, leaving the snow ape behind. Pushing open the door to the small courtyard, he leaned against it, his hands trembling slightly after enduring a life-and-death struggle that had drained the essence from his body. His not-so-robust physique contained a resolute heart. With his determination, he had snuffed out the childhood he once possessed, no longer naive, no longer joyous, in this realm of peach blossoms that burgeoned yet felt desolate. He treaded forth in solitude, learning to survive and acting decisively. Bathed in sunlight, his gaze grew ever more resolute. Throughout it all, Gu Yusheng clutched the wooden sword firmly in his grasp. Cough. Gu Yusheng leaned against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he lifted his head and noticed a proud figure perched upon the small wooden tiger under the eaves, her bright eyes fixed on him without blinking. The youth instinctively clenched his blood-stained hand into a fist, tucking it into his sleeve, and offered an awkward smile to the maiden. "Miss Imo, what brings you here?" "My grandfather said the peach blossoms are about to wither, and asked me to pick some to learn how to brew wine." The maiden's gaze swept over Gu Yusheng's blood-stained sleeve as she leapt down from the wooden tiger, retrieving a delicate handkerchief from her bosom, within which lay an exquisitely crafted pastry. "Would you like to try some?" As Imo Wanyun posed the question while breaking the pastry in half, she held each piece in her hands, pressing them together before offering the slightly larger portion to Gu Yusheng. "You must have never tasted this. My grandfather made it himself, adding many delightful ingredients." The enticing aroma of the pastry wafted towards Gu Yusheng, whose stomach audibly protested at that very moment. He instinctively raised his hand, only to lower it midway, his expression somewhat pained as he shook his head. "Miss Imo, I'm not hungry, cough cough." Before he could finish, Imo Wanyun shoved half of the pastry into his mouth. Gu Yusheng's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she clapped her hands with delight. Resuming her place atop the wooden tiger, giggling and tilting back and forth before tumbling to the ground, landing with a cute yet slightly awkward thud. "Hey, little eel, don't laugh. If you're going to laugh, do it inside the house. Come out once you're done." Imo Luali pouted, glaring at Gu Yusheng while pointing toward the woodshed. Gu Yusheng felt that her fall was somewhat exaggerated, so he circled around Imo Wanyun, entering the house to wipe the blood from his palms thoroughly before retrieving the pastry from his mouth and savoring it slowly. Indeed, Gu Yusheng had never tasted such delectable pastry. Not only was it soft and sweet, but after swallowing, a refreshing sensation spread through his abdomen, alleviating much of the pain from his internal injuries. After some time, Gu Yusheng emerged from the house in a fresh set of clothes. His complexion still somewhat pale. Wanyun, meanwhile, remained on the wooden tiger, engrossed in a book, her eyes lazily scanning the text as she yawned. "Is it delicious?" The maiden shifted the book to her chest, revealing her lively eyes as she smiled at Gu Yusheng. "Very much so." Gu Yusheng entered the eastern wing, bringing out a table to place in front of Imo Wanyun. "Miss Imo, this way you'll have a better view while reading." "You can read too?" Imo Wanyun leaned forward slightly, surprised as she regarded Gu Yusheng. After speaking, she felt it might be impolite, and tugged on the wooden tiger's ear, revealing her pearly teeth. "What I mean is, are you also forced to read?" "Yes," Gu Yusheng nodded, wiping the table surface. But that was a year agoed. Mo Wanyun fell into an unexpected silence. She quietly approached the desk, and Gu Yuxing fetched a small grass stool for her. Taking one for himself as well. One on either end of the table, the youth and maiden exchanged glances. Sunlight danced upon the maiden's face, bright and pristine, causing Gu Yuxing to gaze at her in a daze. Mo Wanyun raised her hand, playfully flicking his forehead as a warning. Having eaten my pastry, you must assist me. I get sleepy whenever I read. You must supervise me today to ensure I memorize this article, or else my grandfather will scold me. Hey, are you listening? Oh, yes, the youth replied. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled the peach blossoms, scattering petals across the small courtyard. Chapter 19. The Thousand-Year-Old Tree Spirit's Unyielding Challenge. Gu Yuxing's imminent crisis. Gu Yuxing had grown accustomed to the solitary life of cultivation, yet the radiant Mo Wanyun visited him frequently, bringing joy into his days. Occasionally, she would borrow his desk to nap through the afternoon, and when in high spirits, seize his wooden tiger to play on, alleviating his loneliness. However, such blissful days, much like the blooming peach blossoms, were fleeting. One day, while practicing swordplay in the woods, Gu Yuxing noticed the last blossom was on the verge of falling. Sweating profusely, he hurried back to the courtyard, expecting to find Mo Wanyun as usual, either napping at the wooden table or displaying an array of peculiar snacks while sitting on the wooden tiger. Yet, the courtyard remained tranquil, devoid of Mo Wanyun's presence. Gu Yuxing's gaze wandered aimlessly, a sense of inexplicable melancholy settling in his heart. One's solitude does not require a crowd for solace. Gu Yuxing had adapted to a life of solitary cultivation. But ever since that exuberant girl had invaded his courtyard, filling it with her lively antics, he had begun to see cultivation as a delightful pursuit. He busied himself in the woodshed, cradling a bowl of peach blossom honey brew. Lost in thought beneath the eaves. At that moment, a hollow reed crafted from heart grass descended from above, landing precisely in his bowl, swiftly siphoning away the entire contents of the peach blossom honey brew. Gu Yuxing looked up to be met with a pair of crescent-shaped eyes, Mo Wanyun clad in a flowing azure robe, winking at him with rosy cheeks. Uncertain of what compelled him, Gu Yuxing grasped the hollow reed and blew into it vigorously. Puff! A honey rain fell from the clear sky, splattering Gu Yuxing's face. Mo Wanyun's cheeks flushed as honey dripped from her lips and nose. Her eyes widened in surprise as she leapt down from the roof. Gu Yuxing! It was her first time calling out the youth's name in anger. Concealed atop the roof, she had merely wished to observe how he might entertain himself, adding some amusement to her monotonous cultivation days. Little did she anticipate that Gu Yuxing would play such a grand prank on her. Enraged, she snapped the hollow reed in half and stomped on it repeatedly. Still unsatisfied, she clenched her fist and struck towards Gu Yuxing's face. The force of her punch ruffled his hair backward, yet he did not flinch, instead grinning foolishly. Thud, Mo Wanyun's fist transformed into a finger, playfully tapping Gu Yuxing's forehead. I will never eat peach blossom honey brew again, she declared, her flushed face directed at Gu Yuxing. Miss Mo, please don't be angry. I was just joking. Mo Wanyun turned her face away, her eyes gazing at the clouds rolling over Qingping Mountain. Visibly upset, Gu Yuxing, taken aback, dashed into the peach grove. Mo Wanyun remained, her gaze following his retreating figure. Moments later, Gu Yuxing returned, holding a branch of peach blossoms, still adorned with a cluster of blossoms yet to wilt. In front of Mo Wanyun, he plucked a blossom and affixed it to her hair. Miss Mo, please don't be mad. I've given you all of spring. Mo Wanyun burst into laughter. I think you should abandon sword practice. You have the potential of a bookworm. You might as well follow my grandfather's example and read all day. I do read occasionally. Gu Yuxing pointed towards the eastern wing, where several shelves were filled with books. Mo Wanyun had paid no heed to Gu Yuxing's words. She approached the well at the edge of the small courtyard, gazing down at her reflection in the water, her hairpin adorned with peach blossoms appearing particularly exquisite. She did not remove it. Instead, she lifted the corners of her mouth, crossed her arms, and addressed Gu Yuxing. Hey, Gu Yuxing, after today, I shan't return. Gu Yuxing, upon hearing this, stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. At last, no one will disturb you, right? Mo Wanyun approached Gu Yuxing with a haughty demeanor. I shall enter seclusion to refine my primordial fetus. When we meet again, I will truly be a practitioner. With her hands clasped behind her back, fingers interlocked, she leaned slightly forward, her serious gaze fixed on Gu Yuxing. You shouldn't be too shabby either, little loached. Gu Yuxing was enveloped by a subtle fragrance of orchids, and her radiant, star-like eyes seemed to exist at an unattainable distance. He nodded silently. At that moment, Mo Wanyun suddenly extended a hand from behind, first placing it atop her own head, then gradually moving it to Gu Yuxing's. You are shorter than I. Eat more, and when we meet next time, I hope you will have grown taller than me. Stepping back, she turned and sauntered towards the courtyard gate, waving her hand over her shoulder to Gu Yuxing. Before skipping away as usual, Gu Yuxing remained rooted to the spot for quite a while, eventually revealing a wistful smile. In the following days, Gu Yuxing indeed did not encounter Miss Mo again. However, he devoted himself to his training with even greater diligence. By day, he practiced swordplay, and by night, he refined his primordial fetus. Whenever fatigue set in, he would send the snow ape to the mountains to gather wild fruits and peach blossoms, crafting barrels of peach blossom wine. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The silver primordial fetus energy within Gu Yuxing had fully transformed into gold. The 9 primordial fetus patterns in his dantian had also turned into golden lines. At last, it is time to refine the first-grade primordial fetus. Gu Yuxing concluded his meditation. Under the starry night, the stars of Qingping Mountain shone brilliantly. The young man, carrying a wine gourd and wielding a wooden sword, walked along a tranquil path in the peach blossom grove. An elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, gazed at the youth's retreating figure and sighed softly. Starlight does not disappoint those who travel. This lad is far more tenacious than his father. At that moment, several figures emerged from the darkness, led by Xian Zizi, the headmaster of Qingyun sect, followed by Lu Zhan and several elders. We pay our respects to Master Lu. Lu Yuan's gaze was profound as he coldly inquired, What brings you here at such a late hour? Master Lu, Lu Zhan's registered disciple's soul token has shattered. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes at that fellow who forcefully opened his meridians. How long has he been missing? Lu Zhan stepped forward respectfully, replying to the Grand Elder, It has been over a month. Over a month, and still no results? And you come here in such numbers? Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the headmaster. Xiao ranged as long as it wasn't during the extermination of demons. The lives of every disciple in Qingyun sect were of utmost importance, but not to the extent of alarming the headmaster. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xiao Rang's expression stiffened. The Grand Elder was reproaching him for lacking decisiveness. Liu Zhan interjected, replying to the Grand Elder, We have been investigating Zhao Zi's disappearance, tracing it to the canyon at the end of the peach blossom grove. There, we discovered some clues. A 1,000-year-old peach tree has apparently gained sentience and transformed into a demon tree. Zhao Zi must have been devoured by that peach tree demon, but this matter is rather peculiar, as there are signs of a struggle in the peach blossom grove. Oh? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. In the peach blossom grove, I am the only one residing alone. Liu Zhan, a bit anxious, replied, Has the Grand Elder forgotten? There is still one other. You mean Gu Bai's son? Lu Yuan scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Do you not find this absurd? A novice who has yet to condense his primordial fetus engaging in combat with someone at the meridian opening stage? The elders exchanged glances. Lu Yuan's eyes were shrewd as he looked at Lu Zhan. Is there something you have not disclosed? I heard that your son and Gu Bai's son caused a heavenly oath when they were at the foot of the mountain. As a father, have you entertained other thoughts? A flicker of panic crossed Lu Zhan's eyes as he shook his head. Grand Elder, how could I dare to deceive? I merely mentioned it casually. In the peach blossom grove. Aside from the Grand Elder, that lad is indeed the only one who can roam freely. As for the heavenly oath between my son Lu Chun and Gu Yuxing, once they reach adulthood and have their coming-of-age ceremony, I will request M.O. to help dissolve the oath. If the Grand Elder does not wish the disciples of our sect to engage in life-and-death battles, let the young ones decide their own affairs. As for what you mentioned about the peach blossom grove, there are indeed those who can intrude. The young lady from the Mo family can wander freely within the grove, for my peach blossom killing formation cannot hinder her. Are you suggesting that she killed Zhao Zi? Lu Zhan's complexion shifted drastically as he hastily denied it. He could play a few tricks in front of the headmaster, but he would never dare offend that great scholar from the Holy Academy. For a mere thought from him could crush him like an ant. Beyond the mountains, there are mountains, and beyond the towers, there are towers. There are always those stronger than the strong. Do not think only of dominating within Qingyun's sect. Lu Yuan's voice carried a warning as his gaze swept over everyone. From your expressions, it seems you are headed to confront that peach blossom demon. Have you slain it? Xian Zizi's expression became awkward as he coughed and said, Master Lu, that peach blossom demon has cultivated for 1,000 years and possesses profound skills. We could not discern its realm. Even when we attacked it with swords and spells, it proved utterly futile. We beseech Master Lu to intervene and eradicate it, lest such tragedies occur again. Please, Master Lu, take action. The other elders bowed in unison. Lu Yuan stroked his beard, his expression grave. You overestimate me. Even I cannot deal with that 1,000-year-old peach tree. What? The elders were left aghast. Liu Zhan's face mirrored disbelief. It was no wonder Zhaoji had perished without a trace. Otherwise, do you think I would guard this peach blossom grove to prevent other disciples from entering? Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. These peach trees on Qingping Mountain could all be its source of life. To kill it, one would have to eradicate every peach tree in the mountain. Pray tell, who among you possesses such ability? Silence enveloped the crowd. Disperse. Lu Yuan waved his hand, his gaze resting on Lu Zhan. Jiyu Yuxing has already trapped himself within the peach blossom grove. Let mercy guide our actions. Do not be excessive, understood? Liu Zhan clasped his hands, departing with a sense of satisfaction. It turned out that Gu Yuxing, though alive, was suffering more than death itself. That 1,000-year-old peach demon would inevitably claim his life. With such thoughts, he need not take action personally to resolve this matter. As for the life and death battle of the 3-year heavenly oath with Lu Chun, could he survive 3 years? Such a notion was but a delusion. Chapter 20. Entering the primordial fetus realm. Beyond the first-grade primordial fetus? You stay here, and do not let anyone approach. At the back of the waterfall, in the cold cave, Gu Yuxing halted his steps, issuing orders to the snow ape that had been following closely behind him. During these days, Gu Yuxing had improved the wine brewed from the wild fruits gathered by the snow ape, and the aroma wafted delightfully. Once, out of curiosity, he had given the snow ape a small taste of the spirit wine from the spiritual gourd, resulting in the snow ape's fur becoming even frostier and its aura significantly stronger. Since then, the snow ape had trailed behind him eagerly, waiting for Gu Yuxing to reward it with wine. The snow ape drooped its body, its eyes gleaming under the moonlight as it fixated on the wine gourd at Gu Yuxing's waist. All right, here's a sip for you. Jiyu Yuxing rewarded the snow ape with a taste of the wine, making it ecstatic, its fur standing on end, scratching its ears in excitement. It pointed towards the edge of the cliff. Gu Yuxing followed its gesture, his brow furrowing. The 1,000-year-old peach tree had vanished. Surrounding the area were still the marks of fire and sword strikes, as if a fierce battle had just transpired. Was that 1,000-year-old peach tree cut down by the Sex people? Gu Yuxing's gaze flickered. It had been over a month since Zhaoji's death, and during this time, no enforcers from the sect had come looking for him. Yet he did not fully relax his guard. The words Zhaoji had spoken before his death echoed in his mind. The circumstances surrounding his father's demise seemed to harbor hidden truths. If all of this were true, it indicated that there were still individuals within the sect who would conspire against him. I must hasten my cultivation. Jiyu Yuxing felt the urgency of time weighing upon him. Retracting his gaze, he absent-mindedly scratched the snow ape's fluffy ears before turning to enter the cold cave. He was fully prepared to refine his primordial fetus. Deep within the cold cave, Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged upon a patch of grass. First calming his mind and adjusting his state to its optimal condition, I hope, to successfully condense my primordial fetus in one go. With his hands clasped around his dantian, Gu Yuxing slowly activated the Taiching primordial fetus spirit invocation technique. Within his dantian, the golden primordial fetus energy surged like a cloud of gold, continuously swirling. The vital energy of heaven and earth flocked into Gu Yuxing's body. The primordial fetus realm is forged from primordial energy, reconstituting the foundation of the dantian, purging the impurities of the 5 grains accumulated since birth, rendering the body flawless, akin to a vessel nurtured by heaven and earth. The stronger the connection between the body and the cosmos, the more solid the foundation for future cultivation. Condensing the primordial fetus energy was merely the prelude. To fully enter the primordial fetus realm, one must transform all the primordial fetus energy into a drop of primordial essence, storing it within the dantian, akin to a lamp within the body, thus perpetuating life. Once the primordial fetus is condensed, a person's lifespan can surpass the mortal limit of 120 years, potentially extending an additional 30 years. Prior to entering meditation, Gu Yuxing had repeatedly rehearsed the process of condensation. However, when the time for refinement truly arrived, the tumultuous golden primordial essence within him violently struck against his dantian, inflicting immense pain, with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. This pain is hardly worth mentioning. Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth and persevered, as the golden primordial energy within his dantian rapidly converged into a single point, showing signs of solidification. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before Gu Yuxing. The condensing golden primordial energy did not transform into essence as anticipated, but instead abruptly shifted from gold to a shimmering, glazed form, displaying a myriad of colors akin to a rainbow. Before Gu Yuxing could comprehend the situation, the golden primordial energy he had painstakingly refined diminished drastically by dozens of times, beyond his control. The primordial energy of heaven and earth surged like a chaotic wind, drawing in the surrounding coldness. Even the millennia-old chill from the icy pond seeped into Gu Yuxing's body in an instant. A layer of frost covered him, threatening to encase him in ice. This is beyond a moment of desperation. Gu Yuxing hastily removed the gourd and, disregarding everything, took several deep swigs of the liquor from the spiritual gourd. Instantly, a wave of scorching heat surged within his dantian, enveloping him and preventing him from becoming an ice sculpture. At that moment, Gu Yuxing resembled a thirsty camel encountering water, as the golden primordial energy transformed into a vibrant cloud of colors. Could it be that there exists a higher grade of primordial essence beyond the first grade? Gu Yuxing guided the raging primordial energies of heaven and earth, his sleeves billowing, gripping the gourd tightly. Whenever the cold became overwhelming, he would take another sip. Above the icy pond, a layer of ethereal green primordial energy churned, emanating from the geological veins of Qingping Mountain, now being frantically absorbed by Gu Yuxing. That night, under the bright full moon and the twinkling stars, the sect leader Xuanzi, emerging from the Qingyun Hall, suddenly sensed something, halting in his tracks to gaze upward. Above the demon suppression stele, a massive vortex of clouds swirled, lingering without dispersing. What is this? Behind Xuanzi, the other elders also sensed something amiss and paused to look up. One elder exclaimed, "This is a celestial phenomenon induced by the condensation of primordial energy. Someone is refining their primordial essence. Is someone attempting to condense a high-grade primordial essence? Who could it be? Who else could it be but the granddaughter of Old Master Imo? She possesses an immaculate body, having long been tempered by the sage's scriptures, and it is no surprise she can refine a high-grade primordial essence. But this is rather swift." All the elders turned their gaze towards He Hongnian, the peak master of Luoqing Peak. After all, Imo Wanyun had been cultivating in Qingyun sect, mostly residing at Luoqing Peak. Congratulations, junior sister He. Although He Hongnian donned a Taoist robe, her figure remained voluptuous and her demeanor graceful. Still holding considerable allure for the gathered elders, she clasped her hands together, yet her gaze turned towards Xuanzi, and she spoke. "This is a blessing for our Qingyun sect." The elders exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar in the air. Xuanzi, initially in a foul mood due to the sect's struggles against a millennia-old peach blossom demon, felt slightly better upon hearing of someone refining a high-grade primordial essence. With a smile, he stroked his beard and instructed, "Ensure that Old Master Mo's side is well attended to. By the way, where is junior brother Lei? If he were here tonight, that peach blossom demon would not have escaped." At this moment, Lu Zhan spoke out of turn. "Senior brother Lei has recently been teaching the ninth prince the heavenly talent sword technique. By the way, I've heard that the ninth prince is also on the verge of condensing his primordial essence. Possibly within these few days." Xuanzi furrowed his brow and looked up at the heavens once more. "Master, the direction of that vortex seems to be towards Yunfeng. Could it be that the one condensing their primordial essence is the ninth prince?" "Chu Chun?" A glimmer of insight sparked in Xuanzi's eyes as he realized, "I understand now. The magnitude of this celestial vortex phenomenon is so great, even rivaling that during the soul condensation realm. It must be that two individuals are simultaneously condensing their primordial essences. Tonight, with the full moon shining bright, is indeed the optimal time for such refinement. Two individuals. The elders were taken aback, filled with surprise and a hint of jealousy. The prince of the Qianlong dynasty had a profound background, and should he become an elite disciple of Qingyun sect, the sect would have the opportunity to ascend to a second-tier status. Stop dawdling. Prepare 2 sets of sect gifts. Once those 2 have successfully condensed their primordial essences, I shall personally approach the elder in charge of the mountain to request access to the scripture pavilion, allowing them to select suitable techniques. The other disciples may also enter the pavilion to choose a technique, as an encouragement for the younger generation. Understood. Upon hearing of the preparations for congratulatory gifts, the elder spirits were immediately lifted. Whether currying favor with the prince of the Qianlong dynasty or the esteemed scholar from the Sacred Mountain Academy, this was a rare opportunity that must be seized. At Yunfeng, within a lavishly decorated villa, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty was diligently refining his primordial essence, surrounded by azure primordial energy. Is this merely a 3rd-grade primordial essence? Chu Chen's face revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. As a surge of resentment welled within him, at that moment, from a shadowy corner, an elderly man with a pale face and no beard quietly appeared, gazing intently at Chu Chen with deep-set eyes, and spoke. 9th prince, you are too impatient. With the current primordial energy you have condensed within you, it is still early to enter the primordial realm. Even if you manage to refine your primordial essence, it would merely be of the 3rd grade in a sect like Qingyun, known for its preservation of traditions. That is indeed commendable, but in the Qianlong dynasty, it is merely average. Chu Chen's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he retorted, I am the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, a figure of admiration for all. I must always strive for the forefront. That Mo Wanyun has been in seclusion for a month, employing the aura of righteousness to refine her essence daily. If I do not condense my primordial essence, I will forever be unable to catch up. Mo Wanyun belongs to me. She is mine. Chu Chen's expression twisted with ferocity. With the advantage of proximity, as long as I grow stronger and gain her favor before those prodigies from the 3 sacred grounds, I will have the chance to contend with the crown prince for the throne. The shadowy figure of the old eunuch remained silent for a moment before producing a small box from his sleeve and presenting it to Chu Chen. Upon opening it, a golden pill gleamed within. Is this the golden yuan pill? A fiery glint ignited in Chu Chen's eyes. This golden yuan pill was something even the Qianlong dynasty found difficult to procure. 9th prince, while this golden yuan pill is indeed a rare treasure, it is not without its side effects. The path of cultivation ultimately relies on oneself. Before the eunuch could finish speaking, Chu Chen swallowed the pill in one gulp. Outside the villa, Lei Jiangheng, the peak master of Yunfeng, displayed a joyful countenance, brimming with pride, as the other elders beside him offered their compliments. Senior brother Lei, after a century, our Yunfeng has finally produced a disciple capable of refining a high-grade primordial essence. Indeed, senior brother Lei, this calls for celebration. I heard that tonight the sect leader and the elders from other peaks encountered a millennia-old tree demon in the peach blossom forest. After a fierce battle, they actually suffered losses, failing to even gauge the demon's level of strength. The sect leader is quite agitated. Lei Jiangheng sneered disdainfully and remarked, the transformation of a millennia-old ancient tree into a demon is nothing remarkable in Qingping Mountain. Had I been present, with the heavenly talent sword at my disposal, that tree demon would not have escaped. An elder flattered him. Of course, senior brother Lei's swordsmanship is undoubtedly among the top 3 in our sect. Lei Jiangheng's expression suddenly stiffened. Top 3? That means 3rd. Why does that sound so grating to my ears? Junior brother Bei, what are you implying? With another 20 years of practice, senior brother Lei's heavenly talent swordsmanship will surely be unrivaled in our sect. Enough of this chatter. Lei Jiangheng's demeanor turned icy. Although he respected the sect's elder Lu Yuan, whose swordsmanship and cultivation surpassed his own, was that Yu Qingshan also above him? Absurd. With a chuckle, Lei Jiangheng remarked, with the 9th prince's talent, he will catch up to me in no more than 5 years. However, tonight, there is also that young lady from the Peach Blossom Peak, Mo Wanyun, who is condensing her primordial essence as well. They truly are a match made in heaven. Senior brother, is it true that the 9th prince entered our Qingyun sect because of old Master Mo's granddaughter? Of course. Otherwise, with his background, would he have come here? You all have been in Qingyun's sect for so long, never leaving Qingping Prefecture, unaware of how vast the outside world is and how many powerful individuals roam this realm. As he spoke, Lei Jiangheng's arrogance waned. Compared to those true geniuses and unparalleled experts, we are but mere ants observing the sky from the confines of a well. Chapter 21. Heavenly Grade Primordial Essence, the hidden secret in the villa at Tao Weifeng. The full moon hung high in the sky. The esteemed scholar Imo Fanqing held a sage's book in his hands, reading by candlelight, surrounded by a gathering of righteous aura above his head, enveloping the entire villa. Though the road is long, it will be traversed. Though the task is difficult, it can be accomplished. Upon reading this, Imo Fanqing set the book down and slowly rose to gaze out the window at the moon. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, resting it on his granddaughter Imo Wanyun, who was in quiet seclusion within her tranquil courtyard, her righteous aura gradually fading. Wanyun, while I can assist you for a time, I cannot protect you for a lifetime. I often urge you to read more, yet you have been quite negligent, frequently falling asleep with your book in hand. Though you possess great talent, condensing primordial essence is like building the foundation of a towering structure. Every little bit must be solidified through your own efforts. Without the surrounding righteous aura, Imo Fanqing appeared as an ordinary scholar, devoid of any celestial air. He looked up at Qingping Mountain and sighed. As the sage said, the sea does not reject water, thus it becomes vast. The mountain does not reject soil, thus it becomes high. I hope you can rely on your own determination to condense your primordial essence. Surely, you will not be unable to form even a high-grade primordial essence. Just then, Imo Fanqing felt a stirring within him, gazing at the vortex of primordial energy in the starry sky, his expression growing profound. This Qingyun sect is indeed fascinating. As Imo Fanqing stepped out of the room, the scholarly azure robe he wore billowed around him, exuding an unparalleled aura of righteousness. His expression abruptly turned solemn as he murmured, "The celestial texts of the Sacred Academy document that in the vast expanse of the world, dynasties rise and fall every 500 years, marking an era of great contention. The demon races run rampant, dominating lands and overshadowing even the fiendish clans, to the extent that even the celestial beings from the higher realms are unable to subdue the rise of the demon tribes. As the tides of the world shift and time flows inexorably, it is surely time for our human race to flourish once more." Just as he spoke, a surge of golden primordial energy erupted from the adjacent courtyard. Upon witnessing this, Imo Fanqing inclined his head slightly. He was acutely aware that his granddaughter, Imo Wanyun, was often playful, failing to cultivate her innate talents adequately and only managing to condense a second-grade primordial form. To his surprise, she had manifested a first-grade golden primordial form. Although it did not reach the legendary celestial grade, achieving a first-grade form was already a remarkable feat. Not too shabby, he mused as he moved towards the small courtyard to safeguard Imo Wanyun. For the golden primordial energy signified imminent peril. However, as he advanced, he noticed that the golden primordial energy was radiating with streams of rosy light. What? Imo Fanqing's pupils constricted. He was initially elated but quickly regained his composure. With a casual wave of his hand, a scroll of sacred scripture flew from his sleeve, ascending into the heavens and shrouding the entire Qingyun sect in a veil of mystery. Could it be a celestial grade primordial form? Imo Fanqing's expression faltered. "Wanyun, I underestimated you. When did you transform yourself and diligently practice in secret? It seems that the books I provided you were truly studied with effort. Otherwise, you would not have been able to condense a celestial grade primordial form." At that very moment, at the end of the peach blossom grove, within the frost-covered cave concealed by a waterfall, Gu Yuxing was enveloped in a spectrum of radiant light. He resembled a crystal vase, with the energies of the universe swirling around him like a fierce gale, coiling above his head and being drawn into his body. The primordial realm, in the great Buddhist sects, is also referred to as the vase realm. When tainted by dust, one becomes like a clay vessel. Yet, with a clear heart, one can transform into a crystal vase. At this moment, Gu Yuxing found himself in a mysterious state, as if his soul had briefly detached from the confines of his body. Gently drifting through the skies, he gradually ascended, the Qingping Mountain remaining faintly visible. Yet, in the heavens, with the gathering of primordial energy, It seemed as if a rift had been torn open, and from the depths of the firmament, an ancient aura permeated, as though a peculiar eye had pierced through dimensions and suddenly fixed its gaze upon him. Jiu Yusheng's heart jolted. In an instant, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was crumbling, as if the vastness of the universe rendered humanity as insignificant as a fleeting insect, a mere grain in the boundless sea, a life as trivial as that of an ant. His soul felt as if it were swaying in a tempest, struggling to return to his body. What is happening? Gu Yusheng thought. Panic-stricken, he looked down, as if attempting to see through the mountains to locate his corporeal form, yet a mysterious force was drawing him away, making return impossible. Have I fallen into a state of madness? Gu Yusheng felt himself plummeting into darkness. Just then, a beam of light suddenly ascended in the heavens, and upon closer inspection, it was a sacred tome brimming with righteous energy. Although the light was faint, its illumination upon his soul was immensely comforting. It was as if he were walking in the night and had found a lamp. His drifting soul finally returned to his body. Ha! Gu Yusheng abruptly opened his eyes. The successful condensation of the primordial form was a momentous occasion, yet the terrifying sensation of having brushed with death lingered by his side, refusing to dissipate. Listening to the steady beat of his heart, Gu Yusheng felt as if he had survived a calamity. Could that divine presence that descended upon the world be related to the condensation of my primordial form exceeding the first grade? Gu Yusheng's thoughts were suddenly doused with icy clarity, sharper than ever before. He quickly realized that if the quality of the primordial form surpassed the first grade, it should have been documented in the sect's records. For the techniques of primordial condensation were bequeathed by the 3 sacred lands, and there should be no reason to obscure such knowledge. Even if it were merely transmitted orally, the elders of the sect ought to have mentioned it. The absence of such information in both the sect and the scriptures hinted at deliberate concealment, or a monumental secret at play. I must find an opportunity to pay attention to this matter in the future. Gu Yusheng resolved, and as the fear within him gradually subsided, he re-entered a meditative state to thoroughly perceive the changes that had come with entering the primordial realm. His first realization was a newfound lightness in his body. Although he could not perceive the energies of the universe with his naked eye, he could sense their existence. It was akin to not seeing the wind, yet feeling its caress as it swept through the trees and hills, manifesting in various forms before him. This sensation was extraordinarily marvelous, akin to a rebirth, yet devoid of the ignorance of infancy. His entire being existed in a transcendent state, capable of perceiving the profound truths of this world. The condensation of his primordial form signified that from this moment forth, Gu Yusheng had transcended the realm of mortals and qualified as a practitioner. He did not indulge in excessive pride. Rather, an innate awareness washed over him, as if the moment he condensed his primordial form, an unknown door had swung open in an otherwise mundane world. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, demanding his continual effort and growth. Jiu Yusheng understood all too well that in Qingping Prefecture, the days when lower-tier practitioners could glimpse this world were far shorter than those of mortals. With greater power comes greater responsibility. This world had never truly known peace. The demon races lurked, and the law of the jungle was even more brutal for practitioners. With these thoughts, Gu Yusheng's heart gradually calmed. Like the first time he practiced the Ta Ching primordial spirit invocation, he began anew, resolutely commencing his training from the very first line. Solidifying his realm, Gu Yusheng attempted to practice according to the scriptures, step by step, akin to traversing a path he had walked before. Upon elevating his perspective, he found previously overlooked marvels along the way. Training was akin to this, and no one had ever approached it as Gu Yusheng did. For others, the method of cultivation was akin to climbing a mountain or crossing a bridge. Once crossed, they had no desire to return. Yet, it was Gu Yusheng's simple and unadorned intent that led him to discover the already condensed crystal essence of his primordial form radiating brilliance. Like a river of time flowing backward, refining his body. The process of condensing the primordial form had been fraught with agony, yet now, Gu Yusheng felt as if he were basking in the sun. Enveloped in comfort, as time passed, he could distinctly sense that within him, certain meridians remained unblocked. However, these meridians through which the primordial energy flowed were not merely 9 but 12. Isn't the meridian opening realm supposed to consist of only 9 stages? A hint of doubt flickered in Gu Yuxing's mind, and the sensation of comfort began to wane. The path of cultivating the primordial form had reached a fulfilling conclusion, and the next phase of training would pertain to the opening of the meridians. Chapter 22. The Ninth Prince stands out, summoning the library at the martial arts arena in the gentle morning light. The sun angled its rays upon the Peach Grove courtyard. Gu Yuxing, wielding a wooden sword, gradually adjusted to the changes in his body that accompanied entering the primordial realm. He continued to practice the straightforward thrusts as he always had. However, the frequency of his sword thrusts had decreased from a peak of 10,000 times daily to merely 1,000. Despite the reduction in quantity, each swing of the sword now demanded significantly greater effort than before, requiring him to conceal the sword's energy within the wooden blade while simultaneously generating a formidable sword momentum. The subtlety of this task appeared simple but proved exceedingly challenging in solitude. He also practiced the 9 unnamed sword techniques, and with each session, Gu Yuxing felt increasingly that these 9 techniques could be distilled to their essence. Mastering them truly necessitated diligent practice. After completing his sword drills, Gu Yuxing wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the wooden pillar at the eaves, resting his hand on top and measuring it against the notches carved into the wood. Today, he had surpassed yesterday's height by a bit. A smile graced the young man's face as he recalled the promise made by the girl on that day amidst the monotony of life. Thus, he had been eating well and diligently training, honing his sword skills. Sunlight filtered through the green shade of the peach trees, casting mottled shadows upon the boy's countenance as he shielded his eyes with a hand. Gazing at the young peaches that had already formed, the size of a nut, hanging from the branches, surely, when the mountains were laden with ripe peaches, Miss Amo would come to visit, he mused at that moment. The ancient bells of the Qingyun sect chimed. Gu Yuxing assumed it was time for the usual ceremonial reverence at the demon suppression monument. However, as he adjusted his garments, he noticed that the bell tolled 3 more times than usual. A sense of urgency gripped his heart. He grabbed his gourd, secured the wooden sword at his waist, and hurried towards the martial arts arena. Since entering the primordial realm, although he had yet to practice any techniques related to movement, he felt as light as a swallow, able to leap over 10 feet with ease. 12 tolls of the bell. What great event has transpired within the sect? Gu Yuxing pondered, his heart brimming with curiosity. He quickened his pace, arriving at the martial arts arena a whole incense stick earlier than usual. Upon entering the cloud bridge connecting the 6 peaks, disciples from the 6 peaks of the Qingyun sect hurriedly approached. Gu Yuxing settled himself beneath the old locust tree, now stripped of its foliage and unable to provide shade for future generations. The martial arts arena of the Qingyun sect was vast, shaped like the Bagua, with the Qian position housing the demon suppression monument and the Kuren position featuring a grand cauldron, symbolizing the enduring legacy of the 3 sacred lands. Although Gu Yuxing was a disciple of the Qingyun sect, he did not belong to any specific peak among the 6. The Qingyun sect categorized its disciples' cultivation paths according to the 6 peaks. Yun Peak focused on swordsmanship, Danxia Peak excelled in alchemy, Tianling Peak was home to those gifted in beast mastery and demon control. Luoqing Peak only accepted female disciples, housing a monastic observatory. Some female disciples were indeed devoted to a life of celibacy, while others, though practicing Taoist techniques, pursued the path of love, dedicating their lives to seeking partners and vanquishing demons together. The remaining 2 peaks are Tiangong Peak and Ling Shao Peak. These peaks have the fewest disciples. Tiangong Peak specializes in refining tools and forging weapons, while Ling Shao Peak only permits a select group of elite disciples to establish their own caves, bearing the significant responsibility of guarding the Qingyun sect. This is due to the presence of a demon suppression tower within Ling Shao Peak, which holds countless powerful demonic beasts in check. The disciples of the Qingyun sect can be distinguished by the patterns on their sleeves and the different designs adorning their fronts and backs, indicating their affiliated peak. When all had gathered at the martial arts arena, only 2 individuals stood out with garments distinct from the others: Gu Yushang's initiation robe of Qingyun, and the purple-robed attire worn by Chu Chun, the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty. Gu Yushang's gaze wandered, searching for the figure of Miss Amo, but alas, she was nowhere to be found. This was hardly surprising, for she was merely a guest disciple of the Qingyun sect, fundamentally different from Chu Chun. The peak masters and elders of the 6 peaks gradually approached, with the sect leader, Xian Jizi, arriving a bit later. However, His presence immediately elevated the atmosphere of the Qingyun sect to one of solemnity. Xian Jizi surveyed the crowd, his brow slightly furrowing at the sight of Gu Yusheng standing in a particularly discordant position. I have summoned you all today to announce a momentous occasion. The ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty has successfully condensed his Yuan Tai and entered the Yuan Tai realm just 7 days ago. Wow! While most of the newly initiated disciples were already aware of this development, the sect leader's praise was still necessary. Some disciples, engrossed in their cultivation, were blissfully unaware of the news. Yuan Tai realm. In less than 3 months, he has successfully refined his Yuan Tai. What remarkable talent! I can't even sense the natural energies of heaven and earth yet, let alone condense a Yuan Tai. Congratulations, ninth prince. The words of the sect leader reverberated like thunder, stirring a cacophony of voices in the martial arts arena. At that moment, Chu Chun shone like a star among the crowd, becoming the center of attention. Xian Jizi even moved closer to Chu Chun, saying, Chu Chun, please demonstrate the Yuan Tai you have condensed. Xian Jizi had reached the 6th realm of the Guei stage, but the Yuan Tai realm, Meridian Opening realm, and Bone Forging realm were unique in that a practitioner's body resembled the primordial stones nurtured by heaven and earth, making them impervious to external scrutiny. Only self-revelation could unveil true power and the extent of cultivation across the realms. Yes, Chu Chun, typically arrogant and dismissive of the elders within the sect, understood the high status of the Qingyun sect's leader, who was selected through a rigorous process established by the sages of the 3 great sacred lands. The leader's position was exceedingly prestigious, akin to that of a disciple from the 3 great sacred lands. In a sense, the Qingyun sect's status as a third-tier sect was derived from this unique identity of its leader. Though Chu Chun was a prince of the Qianlong dynasty, he dared not act recklessly. Among the crowd, Gu Yusheng's gaze fell upon Chu Chun, recognizing him as the individual oblivious to the celestial phenomenon that had unfolded that night. Naturally, he was also unaware that Mo Wanyun and Chu Chun had both successfully condensed their Yuan Tai. Upon hearing of Chu Chun's achievement, Gu Yusheng remained composed, merely curious about the quality of the Yuan Tai this individual had produced. In recent days, he had scoured the texts left by Gu Bai but found no records of Yuan Tai above the 1st grade among the hundreds of tomes. Stepping forward, Chu Chun formed hand seals. Releasing a torrent of silver yuan qi from his body, the blinding silver light captivated all eyes under the bright sun. 2nd grade Yuan Tai? Someone gasped, eyes filled with envy. Congratulations, senior brother Lei. Numerous elders showered Lei Jianghong with compliments. Lei Jianghong, adorned with a grand sword upon his back, maintained a stern demeanor, yet a hint of pride was evident at the corners of his mouth. Xian Jizi, however, appeared slightly disappointed. Is it merely a 2nd grade Yuan Tai? Seemingly at odds with the sect leader, Lei Jianghong stepped forward, asserting, Chu Chun, do not conceal your true strength. Let everyone see the quality of your Yuan Tai. Humph. I knew some would underestimate me. Suddenly, the silver light enveloping Chu Chun intensified, transforming into a golden halo that radiated from his dantian and cloaked his entire being. Gasp. Gu Yusheng heard the collective intake of breath, astonished by the revelation. The last individual to manifest a silver Yuan Tai had done so a century ago. Now, a golden Yuan Tai had emerged. Most had only heard tales of this, including the sect's elders and past disciples of the Qingyun sect who had come to witness Chu Chun's presence. Now, they beheld the golden 1st grade Yuan Tai with a mix of jealousy and admiration, lamenting their own lack of such talent, fortune, and the prestigious lineage that accompanied Chu Chun. Strange. Amidst the clamor, Gu Yusheng murmured. A flicker of confusion in his eyes. He had noticed a fleeting imperfection within the golden light as it transformed from silver, a brief moment of a grayish hue. He recalled that when he had initially condensed his Yuan Tai, such an occurrence had not transpired. The gray Yuan Tai aura indicated a flaw in the Yuan Tai. Furthermore, although he observed that Chu Chun's golden Yuan Tai enveloped a wide area, in truth, if condensed into a singular form, it would not even match 1/10 of his own. Not to mention, he had elevated the quality of his Yuan Tai to that of glazed essence at the final moment. Prince Chu is formidable. Prince Chu is magnificent, incredible. The chorus of voices echoed in Gu Yusheng's ears. He watched silently, his mind relatively undisturbed. Just then, a discordant voice broke through from behind him. Gu Yusheng? Is it only upon witnessing true genius that you realize you are but a clown, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well? Lu Chun, clad in the garb of Yunfeng, strutted toward Gu Yusheng, as if claiming the glory of the Yuan Tai for himself. He had initially lacked the qualifications to be selected as a core disciple of Yunfeng, but due to his constant association with Chu Qian and his father, Lu Zhan, he now trained under peak master Lei Jiangheng. To emphasize his position, Lu Chun deliberately flaunted the cloud sword insignia on his attire. Lest Gu Yusheng overlook it, Gu Yusheng replied, "Whether one is a clown or a genius is of little consequence. What truly matters is that one of us shall not see the sun in 3 years' time." "That person will surely be you," Lu Chen retorted, seething with rage. With a swift motion, he produced a valuable porcelain vial, declaring, "Do you see this? A condensing yuan pill. With this, I will surely condense my yuan tai within 2 months, while you shall be expelled from the sect in mere months. Even if expelled, I will descend the mountain to fulfill our oath. I shall personally end your life." A slight smile curled at the corners of Gu Yusheng's lips as he prepared to respond. But at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, startling him. He beheld Xian Jizi holding a sect leader's token, upon which mysterious runes glimmered. In the very center of the martial arts arena, a dazzling light burst forth. And amidst its radiance, an extraordinarily intricate hall materialized. At the center of the hall were 3 robust and ancient characters. Song Shu Gu. These characters were not of the writing used in Qingping Prefecture, but were instead carved in the pictographic script of the ancient dragon clan. Gu Yusheng felt a surge of astonishment. The Qing Yun sect possessed a dedicated site for recording cultivation techniques, situated atop Ling Shao Peak. How could its Song Shu Gu appear in the martial arts arena? Though it emerged from the arena, it seemed separated by a natural barrier, reminiscent of a mirage, appearing somewhat unreal, yet imbued with an ancient aura, like a celestial dragon soaring in the sky. Chapter 23. Before the Demon Suppression Monument. The broken wooden sword, unfaded with the Song Shu Gu. What is this? Lu Chen's face turned pale with fright, instinctively retreating. For centuries, the Qing Yun sect had experienced similar invasions by demonic entities, and he had feared that a formidable demon clan had suddenly descended. Silence! Xian Jizi's countenance darkened as he observed the frightened disciples retreating. He raised his hand, and a surge of righteous energy materialized within his palm. This energy soared above, hovering over the Demon Suppression Monument, which granted it the essence of heroic spirits, transforming into streaks of radiant light that precisely targeted each disciple in the martial arts arena. Thud. Thud. Beside Gu Yusheng, several individuals, including Lu Chun, suddenly felt as though an immense weight pressed upon their shoulders, causing their knees to buckle and their bodies unable to rise. Xian Jizi declared sternly, "Disciples who retreated just now have lost their qualifications to enter the Song Shu Gu. You may only select techniques from the scripture pavilion on Ling Shao Peak. Depart." With a flick of his sleeve, those kneeling on the ground felt a sense of relief wash over them as they regained their freedom. "Wait, sect leader," Lu Zhan exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of his son kneeling. His face contorted with despair. "There is no need for further words." Xian Jizi, wielding the sect leader's token, emanated an aura starkly different from before, his words laced with authority. "The remaining disciples shall immediately enter the Song Shu Gu to select a cultivation technique. The quality of what you choose depends on your own fortune. Do not question or ponder further." Yes. The disciples rejoiced at the command, some secretly relieved for not having faltered earlier. The Song Shu Gu appeared incredibly mysterious, clearly not belonging to the Qing Yun sect. Now that the opportunity lay before them, none wished to let it slip away. "No," Lu Chun protested, his face a mask of unwillingness. "Sect leader, I did not retreat." "Indeed, I did not retreat." The disciples who had knelt, marked by the spirit seal of the Demon Suppression Monument, voiced their grievances, aware that the monument, which contained the essence of countless heroic souls, would not lie. Zuanjizi wore a cold smile, pointing at the sword on the back of the turtle in front of the Demon Suppression Monument, and sternly exclaimed, "Silence! Turn around and behold that sword. It is the blade left behind by a coward who encountered the demon clan and fled in fear rather than drawing his weapon. That sword of shame, which you see every day, has it not taught you a lesson? Remember, the name Gu Bai is synonymous with cowardice." As Zuanjizi spoke, he seemed to recall something, his gaze scanning the retreating crowd before narrowing slightly, ultimately settling on the young man beneath the ancient locust tree. He had expected the lad to show fear, yet he stood resolutely, while others filled with anticipation had been eliminated. A sense of inexplicable irritation washed over Zuanjizi as he stepped forward. Addressing the youth before everyone, Gu Yusheng, do you remember that sword of shame on the turtle's back? The library of books lay just ahead, yet many gazes remained fixated on Gu Yusheng, reveling in the spectacle. Faced with the stares of the crowd, Gu Yusheng did not respond to Zuanjizi's inquiry. Instead, he calmly declared, Gu Bai, my father, is not a coward. When he learned of the great demon outside and still bravely stepped out of the Qingyun Gate to confront it, he had already become a hero. His name deserves a place on the Demon Suppression Monument, and his sword is a sword of guardianship. Upon hearing Gu Yusheng's words, many erupted in laughter. Zuanjizi, wearing a frosty expression, retorted mockingly, Oh, are you suggesting that we are in the wrong? Ha ha ha. The harsh laughter echoed around them. Gu Yusheng surveyed the crowd, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, One day, I will prove you wrong, is that so? Zuanjizi sneered, his gaze falling upon the wooden sword at Gu Yusheng's waist. With a flick of his finger, the wooden sword slipped from the youth's side into his palm. Is this what you call proof? Relying on this sword? Zuanjizi's voice rose sharply as he squeezed the wooden sword, which snapped with a crack. The boy's eyes filled with anguish and fury as he witnessed Zuanjizi raise the broken sword high, only to let it fall to the ground and crush it underfoot. The youth standing beneath the locust tree felt his heart bleed. He had never coveted the fine swords of the Qingyun Gate. Yet the lofty sect leader had brazenly seized the worthless wooden sword in front of everyone, breaking it and trampling it. This world, so cruel and unfeeling, weighed heavily on Gu Yusheng. He fought back tears, determined not to let them fall. In that moment, the boy truly grasped the world's brutality. From a young age, he had heard tales of demons and monsters running rampant, yet none had ever harmed him. With a hopeful heart, he faced the world, only to be mercilessly trampled into the dirt by his own kind. No, it shouldn't be this way. Gu Yusheng's voice was hoarse. But now, who could hear him? Even the wind fell silent. Zuanjizi's expression remained. I see why, Gu Yusheng. I can offer you a chance. Before everyone, declare that your father was a coward, promise never to be like him, and I will allow you entry into the library of books. Within, countless aspiring talents yearn for its sacred teachings, with earthly, heavenly, and divine techniques. Master just one, and you could achieve fame and fortune. What say you? He is not. Gu Yusheng's eyes were bloodshot, and the once vibrant Qingping Mountain now appeared dreary and desolate. Humph! Zuanjizi was furious. Gu Yusheng of Qingyun Gate, you have committed an offense against your superior. From this day forth, you are to. Zuanjizi's words were interrupted by an elderly voice that took over. Punish him to plant 3,000 peach trees. For 3 years, he shall not earn any contribution points and must not leave Qingping Mountain, Master Lu. Zuanjizi saluted a disheveled old man, casting a glance at Gu Yusheng, bewildered as to why the sect's elder would defend the son of a coward. Lu Yuan swiftly approached Gu Yusheng and said, What are you standing there for? Come with me to plant peach trees. I know what you are thinking, young man. You cannot see the color of the sky because you lack the strength to part the clouds. One day, when you possess that power, your words will be the truth of the world. With that, Lu Yuan waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze whisked Gu Yusheng away. Everyone, enter the library of books. Zuanjizi commanded, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, including Chu Qian and others, as they all filed into the library. The remaining elders had never witnessed their leader so enraged and dared not utter a word. Lu Zhan, who initially intended to advocate for Lu Qian, fell silent, finding a spot to sit and wait for the disciples of Qingyun Gate to emerge from the library. Senior brother Xiao, be by the edge of the cloud bridge. He Hongnian, clad in a solemn robe, stood alongside the sect leader, observing the mist swirling around Qingping Mountain. Why must you be so harsh on a 12-year-old boy? Gu Bai's faults should not be placed upon Gu Yusheng. The past is the past. When I was with Gu Bai, Zuanjizi suddenly turned, his eyes locking onto He Hongnian with a desolate expression, interrupting her, Sister He, I truly do not understand. What charm does Gu Bai possess? He is already dead, yet you still speak for him, defending his son. Does your robe truly sever the ties of the mortal world? Do not forget that when he met that woman in Xianhu Prefecture, he never considered that you had waited for him in the storm for so long. That is all in the past, like smoke. Senior brother Xiao, you were not like this before. It is too cruel to treat that child so today. He Hongyan lamented. Zuanjizi stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the heavens, his expression gradually turning cold. Sister He, I am the sect leader. The future of Qingyun Gate rests in my hands. You have seen it. Merely the summoning of the library caused so many to instinctively believe it was a demon invasion. If I do not act decisively today, how can I teach the disciples of Qingyun Gate a lesson? Sister He, you may not be aware, but a month ago, the demon clan broke through the Guardian Mountain, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of cultivators from the Xinlong dynasty, with countless others fleeing in battle against the demons. Now, innumerable demons roam the territory of the human race, and Qingping Prefecture has seen little peace. Zuanjizi's hands clenched tightly. For the sake of humanity, for the sake of all living beings, for the common folk, Qingyun Gate cannot afford to have another Gubai. If one day a great demon invades Qingyun again, I will draw my sword without hesitation, willingly facing death. This cruel world, with its bloody winds and rains, strikes at Qingyun Gate. How could it not strike at Gu Yusheng? He Hongyan's expression grew grave. Senior brother, has it truly come to this? Zuanjizi remained silent. After a moment, He Hongyan spoke. Then you should not have broken the boy's sword. It was nearly all his hope. With that, He Hongyan turned to search for the broken sword. As she walked, she halted in her tracks. In the center of the training ground stood a girl in white, bent down carefully picking up the shattered wooden sword. Her bright eyes fixed on the broken piece, her lips pouted in evident anger. Wan Yun, don't mind me, the girl in white replied, her face etched with grievance. The world is so vast. While you cannot slay demons and bring peace, you instead bully a boy armed with only a wooden sword. You are the true cowards. He Hongyan froze, standing still for a long time. After a while, she sighed deeply and turned to leave. In the peach blossom grove, the young man had sat beneath the eaves for half the day. The disheveled Lu Yuan appeared outside the fence, leaning against the bamboo, and addressed the dazed boy. Have you made up your mind? From today, you will plant peach trees with me every day. I will teach you all my skills. Decades from now, when you have the power to slay demons and accumulate achievements, one day when you take charge of Qingyun Gate, all righteousness will come to you. In that moment, today's grievances will mean nothing. The boy rose, gazing at the setting sun, and remarked, decades is too long. Delayed justice is no justice at all. Then 10 years. Let it be 10 years. Lu Yuan gestured with his fingers. Within 10 years, I will grant you the ability to slay demons. Jiu Yusheng stared at the heavens and declared, no, from this day forth, I wish to learn the art of killing. I have no desire to plant peach blossoms. One day, I will eradicate all the peach trees on this mountain. Will you still teach me? Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh and turned away, arrogant. Chapter 24. Searching for books amidst laughter. Unbeknownst to the young man hiding his ambitions since that day when the sect leader of Qingyun Gate publicly broke the boy's wooden sword, the youth's figure in the peach blossom grove became increasingly industrious. Each time disciples from the 6 peaks passed over the cloud bridge, they would pause to watch the boy planting peach trees in the grove of Qingping Mountain. On that day, the disciples of Qingyun Gate entered the library of books, which was jointly controlled by the 3 great sacred places, each returning with their hands full. Some obtained heavenly techniques, and rumors spread that Chu Chun had acquired divine techniques from the library, astonishing everyone in Qingyun Gate. For in Qingyun Gate, there were only a few heavenly techniques, most of which were inferior. Naturally, the disciples did not forget that on that day, apart from Gu Yusheng, whose wooden sword was broken by the sect leader, nearly 100 others had lost their chance to enter the library due to their inner fears. Meanwhile, news of demon beasts prowling around Qingping Prefecture surged beneath the surface, and the seemingly tranquil exterior of Qingyun Gate belied the hurried pace of disciples, busily engaged in cultivation and self-improvement. For the vast majority of newly initiated disciples, the goal remained to condense their primordial embryos. In the process of condensing their primordial embryos, they also began to enhance their own strengths, combat skills, sword techniques, and knife methods. Some even spared no expense to purchase weapons from the forging workshop at Tiangong Peak. On an ordinary day, a young disciple of the Qingyun sect approached the entrance of the scripture pavilion on Lingxiao Peak. Clad in the same blue robes he wore upon entering the sect, the boy had seemingly grown taller over the past few months. His attire now appeared somewhat snug, and his face was slightly tanned from the summer sun. Behind the grand doors of the Scripture Pavilion, an elder dozed off. Due to the sect master's decision to utilize the Holy Land's library, the Scripture Pavilion of the Qingyun sect was unusually tranquil, with hardly a soul in sight. Moreover, the pavilion itself contained very few precious cultivation manuals. Moss covered the steps, and shadows danced across the walls. Jiyu Yuxing entered the pavilion, holding his sect token. He intended to exchange some contribution points from it for several manuals. Having earned 100 contribution points from a recent quest for fine wine, and received 10 points upon joining, he had expected to accumulate more over time, as the sect distributed contribution points to each disciple quarterly. Unfortunately, Gu Yuxing was unable to receive the sect's complimentary contribution points. Elder, I am here to seek a few cultivation techniques, Gu Yuxing addressed the snoozing elder. The elder, awakening, scrutinized Gu Yuxing with a hint of impatience and waved his sleeve, saying, "The books are over there. Each shelf is marked with the required contribution points for exchange. Find them yourself, and do not disturb my slumber. By the way, non-core disciples can only exchange for the first tier of techniques." "Thank you," Gu Yuxing replied with a courteous bow. The elder glanced at him once more. "Jiyu Bai's son?" "Yes," Gu Yuxing nodded. Thanks to his father, Gu Yuxing was somewhat of a celebrity among the younger generation of the Qingyun sect. The sect master has instructed that every contribution point in your token requires verification. The sect will no longer distribute them to you regularly. Do you understand? I understand. Jiyu Yuxing had long grown accustomed to such differential treatment. He picked up his sect token and stated, "I can undertake tasks to earn contribution points, of course," the elder replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Ambition is commendable, but I fear you may fail to complete the tasks and end up with no points to deduct." "Thank you for the reminder." Jiyu Yuxing turned and walked to the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. The wooden shelves inside displayed various manuals. Though the Qingyun sect was not a large sect, it boasted a millennia of heritage, with nearly 10,000 books lining just the first floor. Jiyu Yuxing's purpose was clear. First, to seek a manual for forming a blood pact with spirit beasts. Second, to find manuals for cultivating in the Meridian Opening and Bone Forging realms, 3 manuals in total. According to Gu Yuxing's calculations, the 110 contribution points in his sect token should suffice. However, upon glancing at the books on the shelves, his previously hopeful expression dimmed slightly. No wonder the Qingyun sect's Scripture Pavilion was so desolate. Most of these books were merely excerpts and incomplete records from ancient sages. Yet the required contribution points were exorbitantly high: 20 points for the Primordial Embryo realm, 50 for the Meridian Opening realm, and a minimum of 100 for the Bone Forging cultivation method. As for the plethora of combat skills, sword techniques, knife methods, and boxing manuals, they similarly demanded substantial contribution points. Jiyu Yuxing deduced that the points required to exchange for these manuals precisely matched the quarterly distribution of contribution points from the sect, compelling him to choose techniques corresponding to his current cultivation level and a single combat skill for self-defense. If he wished to learn more, he would have to rely on his own efforts to earn contribution points. Sunlight streamed through the pavilion's windows, illuminating the shelves where dust had settled on books that had remained untouched for centuries. The presence of these tomes on the first floor seemed merely to fill the space, their true value lying in making the pavilion appear less impoverished. The fate of the boys standing before the shelves in search of manuals mirrored that of most books on those shelves, entangled in a similar destiny. The destiny of these books was akin to Gu Yuxing being branded with a certain label, lost in a murky, bleak world. No one would care, nor would there be any lamentation, those in high places, even if they possessed sympathy and compassion, often reserved such sentiments for protagonists with breathtakingly dramatic tales. Jiyu Yuxing was as inconspicuous as dust. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more captivating. When he felt a sense of existence, it was merely as a cautionary tale among the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect. The elder, who had been dozing at the desk, suddenly seemed wide awake, sitting upright, his eyes tracking the movements of the boy. His gaze was not one of curiosity or sympathy, but simply a perception of the scene before him, akin to the common folk of the world, rummaging through discarded refuse in dim corners, searching for a few items they deemed treasures. Observing the boy as he occasionally compared several manuals, his expression conflicted, yet still mindful of the contribution points required for exchange. The elder's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, Entertained by the unfolding scene in ordinary circumstances, he might have offered a few pointers to other disciples of the Qingyun sect. Shadows danced, and time slipped by. The elder on duty, or disciples guarding Lingshao Peak, passing by the pavilion, were drawn in by the sight before them, each pausing to observe. For those accustomed to lofty positions, witnessing someone scavenging for useful items among refuse was indeed a rare occurrence. Dust coated the boy's nose, and the blue robes were speckled with dust from the books. Last. The boy cradled 3 manuals in his hands, his eyes gleaming with determination as he approached the desk. Elder, I have made my selection. Oh? The elder guarding the scripture pavilion appeared somewhat reluctant to part with the manuals. You have made your choice? Let me see. He gently pushed aside the 3 manuals Gu Yuxing placed on the desk, revealing their titles: Spirit Pact Manual, Dragon Chi Meridian Opening Technique, and Bone Forging Method. Cough. The elder behind the desk seemed to stifle a laugh, his head raised as a beam of setting sunlight illuminated him. He shielded his eyes with his hand and said to Gu Yuxing, after spending so much time, "Do you think these 3 are worth it?" Gu Yuxing nodded. "Indeed, they are worth it." The elder chuckled. "Do you think cultivation is as simple as selecting a few books of corresponding realms and practicing them to breakthrough? Are you planning to lay out your entire path ahead of time?" Ha. Outside the pavilion, previous elite disciples of the Qingyun sect could not help but burst into laughter. The elder pointed to the first book, feigning a serious tone as he addressed Gu Yuxing. Spirit Pact Manual. Do you think a manual focused on beast taming from Tianling Peak, which has no disciples practicing it, holds any value? Do you believe there truly exists a contract book capable of summoning spirit beasts? The artifacts left by the 3 holy lands may not necessarily be genuine. They are merely designed to deceive children like you. Or do you think the beasts outside are akin to house cats and dogs, easily subdued at will? Gu Yuxing nodded earnestly. Elder, that is exactly what I think. Ha. This time, not only the disciples outside laughed, but even the elder on duty could no longer contain his amusement, slapping the desk as he chuckled. You wish to obtain a spirit beast as your companion. After a bout of hearty laughter, the elder's gaze towards Gu Yuxing transformed, now viewing him as a simpleton. He pointed to the cover of the second manual, which bore peculiar illustrations and 5 characters inscribed by a later individual, and meaningfully asked, Gu Yuxing, do you recognize the characters on top? Gu Yuxing, observing the illustrations on the cover, recognized it as a fragment of a cultivation manual from the ancient dragon clan, presumably detailing the cultivation methods for young dragons, albeit incomplete. The individual who later inscribed the 5 characters Dragon Chi Meridian Opening Technique clearly did not comprehend the dragon language. I do recognize them. Then do you know this is a technique for cultivating an untransformed beast of the demon clan? Can you even practice it? The elder mocked with a grin, then pointed to the 3rd manual. Bone Forging Method. Every year, I encounter countless self-important individuals here, each believing they can condense their primordial embryos in 3 months, enter the Meridian Opening Realm in 1 or 2 years, and smoothly reach the Bone Forging Realm within 3 to 5 years. You are even more amusing. It seems you believe you can reach the Bone Forging Realm within 3 years. It should not be difficult, Gu Yuxing replied. The elder, momentarily speechless, snatched the sect token from Gu Yuxing's hands, deducting all the contribution points within it. Then, with a mocking tone, he said, originally, this would require 120 contribution points. Seeing your naivety, I shall be generous this time. Take these 3 manuals, but remember to return them after reading. Now go. We cannot afford to delay the training of such an extraordinary talent. Gu Yuxing clutched the 3 manuals and exited the scripture pavilion. In the still air, laughter erupted suddenly, ringing out persistently. Go ahead and laugh. A relieved smile crept onto Gu Yuxing's lips as he clutched the manuals tightly, quickening his pace. Chapter 25. The Meridian Opening Realm. A reunion with the evening clouds in early summer in a small courtyard. The candlelight danced with a faint yellow glow before the window. Gu Yuxing's shadow fell upon the wall, while outside, the moon shone dimly amidst sparse stars, on a table that had been meticulously cleaned. 3 books, painstakingly selected by Gu Yuxing over the course of half a day, lay before him, their surfaces still bearing the dust from the scripture pavilion. Initially, he had believed that he could enter the sanctum of the scripture pavilion like others to choose his desired techniques. But unexpectedly, he was criticized by the sect leader and marked as a typical example, forced to gaze longingly at the sacred scripture pavilion without the privilege of entry. Today's journey to Lingxiao Peak felt akin to an orphan, bereft of parental protection, searching for something useful in a desolate corner of the street, seeking sustenance. The Qingyun sect, after all, was a sect possessing a vast repository of tomes. However, his contribution points were woefully insufficient. With a glimmer of hope, he scoured the multitude of books for a rare gem. After considerable effort, he finally discovered 2 forsaken cultivation manuals that required merely half of his contribution points. Under the flickering candlelight, Gu Yuxing carefully placed the books before him, then rose to wash his hands and change into clean attire, ensuring his hands remained free of dust before once more confronting the 3 books he had selected. Each of these tomes had been discarded by the disciples of the sect like worn-out shoes. Certainly, there were superior manuals available within the scripture pavilion, yet Gu Yuxing had expended considerable effort to acquire these 3. Thus, he cherished them immensely. The topmost volume was titled Contract Spirit Technique. The reason this manual was scorned by the disciples of Tianling Peak was singular. It contained methods of controlling spirit beasts that diverged sharply from other beast-taming techniques. The essence of the Contract Spirit Technique lay in preserving the intelligence of the spirit beasts, allowing them to awaken their human-like sensibilities. However, for millennia, the relationship between humans and the demon race had been one of irreconcilable enmity. Even though there were beast tamers in this realm, most employed brutal methods to erase the wisdom of spirit beasts, rendering them mere instruments for their masters. The more crude and simplistic the approach, the more effective it proved. Humans, being weaker than the demon race, found it a viable strategy to control formidable demon beasts to engage in combat. Gu Yuxing skimmed through the Contract Spirit Technique, memorizing the various contract rituals within, while the nuances of communication and deepening rapport with spirit beasts remained too obscure for him to delve into at present. Setting aside the Contract Spirit Technique, Gu Yuxing picked up the second book, Qiu Long Opening Meridians Technique. The 5 characters were added by later generations, obscuring the ancient design on the cover with ink stains. Only Gu Yuxing understood that the illustration on this manual revealed its true name, True Dragon Transformation. The contents of this book detailed a method of opening meridians derived from the insights of an ancient sage based on the old illustrations contained within. Although Gu Yuxing was uncertain how the sage's prescribed method would fare in practice, it was undoubtedly less precise than the original dragon language. He interpreted the intricacies from the illustrations. The transformation of a dragon begins as a youthful child, with the essence of the true dragon as its foundation, opening meridians to shape a human form. This indicated that it was a primordial technique. Once a true dragon took human form, it would lose much of its draconic abilities and would need to cultivate anew. Similar to humans, the manuscript outlined the cultivation path and methods for the meridian opening stage, though the latter sections detailing higher realms were regrettably lost, leaving only the complete method for this foundational stage. Had it not been for such circumstances, Gu Yuxing might not have been able to acquire it from the vast array of texts. Under the candlelight, he read and contemplated diligently. During this time, he replaced the candles twice before quietly closing the book. Although he had stumbled upon a rare treasure, it was, after all, a meridian opening method of the dragon race, and the innate vitality and physical prowess of a dragon far surpassed that of a human. The difficulty of the techniques recorded within was naturally on a different level. For practitioners in the Yuan Tai realm, it sufficed to transform the essence within their bodies into energy, continuously impacting their meridians to clear significant acupoints and complete the opening of a meridian. The meridian opening stage comprises 9 levels. Each fully open meridian elevates one's strength to a minor degree. Among the 8 meridians of the human body, the Ren and Du meridians are the most challenging to open. Yet, even upon opening these 2 and achieving full access to the 8 meridians, one would merely be an advanced martial artist in the mortal realm, possessing internal energy without transcending the realm of martial practitioners. The most crucial meridian is known as the Yuan meridian. Only upon its opening could the internal energy and true essence in the Dantian transform, and the essence of the world and the primordial essence within the Yuan Tai could convert into spiritual energy. This distinction marks the fundamental difference between cultivators and martial artists, i.e. the true dragon transformation. While the methods for the meridian opening stage broadly paralleled those of human practitioners, each meridian required the opening of several to dozens of hidden acupoints, emphasizing a seamless flow of energy, culminating in the independent establishment of a unique cycle for energy manipulation. Ji Yuxing hastened to the east wing, searching among the books arranged by Gu Bai for a detailed anatomical chart of human meridians to meticulously compare it with the hidden acupoints in True Dragon Transformation. Soon, he was astonished to discover that many hidden acupoints within the body were unrecorded in the human meridian chart. The True Dragon Transformation provided no explicit guidance on how to clear these hidden acupoints. Yet Gu Yuxing had previously perused texts left by his father regarding the dragon race, which could alter their size, ascend or conceal themselves, harness the wind to manipulate thunder, and apply techniques to themselves or in attack form. Relying on external forces, Gu Yuxing returned the book to its place, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Prepared to confront any challenges and hardships in pursuit of greater strength, he had no doubt that the cold cave behind the waterfall would serve as an excellent venue for meridian opening. The night sky gleamed brightly. The candlelight in the small courtyard had remained lit for several consecutive days. Ji Yuxing did not immediately venture into the cold cave. Instead, he attempted to open the first meridian following the methods outlined in True Dragon Transformation. To his surprise, he managed to open the first meridian in a mere 3 days. The unexpected ease of his progress made Gu Yuxing cautious, meticulously deliberating and validating whether he had misinterpreted the techniques. On one particular morning, Gu Yuxing, as was his custom, arrived at the small courtyard, picked up a peachwood branch, and prepared to practice swordsmanship as usual. The wooden sword he cherished was broken, leaving a crack in his heart that refused to heal. He channeled all the malice he felt towards this world into the motivation for his cultivation, resolutely refusing to allow himself even a moment of complacency. The wooden sword lay in pieces. Yet a wooden branch could serve as a sword. Gu Yuxing recalled the words of the elder Yqngjshn, who had once told him, "A person with a sword in their heart wields a sword in their hand." Similarly, a person devoted to the pursuit of the sword, even if their hands were empty, would possess countless swords in their heart. Ji Yuxing had yet to reach such a zenith, thus he wielded the wooden branch as a sword, thrusting it with precision and simplicity, devoid of superfluous movements. While it appeared the same to others, only Gu Yuxing understood that each thrust he executed now bore the power akin to his fierce strike against Zhao Ji. It was merely unaccompanied by the manifestation of sword energy. With the opening of his first meridian, Gu Yuxing felt a sudden surge in his physical strength. This newfound power, though it amplified the latent might of his strikes several-fold, paradoxically diminished his control over the sword. Consequently, he had to slow his pace, thoughtfully absorbing the essence of each thrust and refining his technique. Over the course of a single morning, he managed to swing the sword 600 times. And only when his clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat did he return to the small courtyard, sitting alone on a small wooden stool to rest. Ji Yuxing wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the marks he had etched into the wooden pillar with a piece of wood. He had grown taller. The peaches on the peach tree had also reached the size of green plums. Now, immersed in his cultivation, Gu Yuxing found no desire for time to pass quickly, even if the image of a young girl occasionally flickered in his mind. Suddenly, the knock on the door startled Gu Yuxing. Instinctively, he leaped down from the small wooden stool, hurried to the courtyard entrance, and opened the door. Outside stood a radiant young girl, Mo Wanyun, who had come as promised during Gu Yuxing's lowest moments. With a smile playing on her lips, she leaned slightly forward, her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes sparkling as they fixed on the familiar yet unfamiliar boy before her. "Hey, why did it take you so long to open the door?" she complained, stepping lightly into the courtyard and playfully pushing Gu Yuxing back beneath the eaves. With practiced ease, she leaped onto the small wooden stool, swinging her legs back and forth in the air. Her heels touching the ground as she crossed her arms, a somewhat triumphant expression on her face. "I've grown taller." Her words always caught Gu Yuxing off guard, and he struggled to keep pace with her lively thoughts. He had much to say in return, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Staring at the girl perched on the stool, he nodded in agreement and blurted out, "Yeah, you've grown a bit." The girl, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, was blossoming into a young woman. Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's words, her eyes widened, and her ears flushed with color. She leaped down from the stool and reached for the boy's collar. Playfully threatening, "Say that again. You've grown a bit." Ji Yuxing stubbornly reiterated his earlier statement, retreating slightly as he skirted around the wooden pillar to evade her reaching hand. "Ji Yuxing, I'll tear down your house." "Believe it or not," she declared, a smirk forming on her lips as she balled her fists on her hips, her hair swaying with her indignant demeanor. Jiyu Yuxing quickly pleaded for mercy. Miss Imo, I believe you. Please show some mercy. Then stretch out your forehead, O Wan Yun. With a hint of mischief, shaped her fingers into a slingshot. Thump! Her finger tapped against Gu Yuxing's forehead, eliciting a peal of laughter from her as she leaned back slightly. Of course, I've groaned, Jiyu Yuxing muttered under his breath. Suddenly, Imo Wan Yun straightened, her delicate figure poised as she brandished her tiny fists, chasing after the boy in the courtyard. Don't run if you're brave. I am not foolish. After your sudden strike, my head is buzzing. Jiyu Yuxing and Imo Wan Yun were playfully chasing each other in the small courtyard, first circling around a pillar, then a little wooden tiger, and finally arriving at the well's edge. Each held onto one half of the well, where the clear, sweet water reflected the bright smiles of youth that had long been absent and the delicate face of a girl resembling a peach blossom in spring. For a moment, both ceased their playful antics, staring blankly at one another in the water's reflection. Jiyu Yuxing leaned against the well, his gaze lost in the sky above Qingping Mountain. Imo Wan Yun, cradling a pool of clear spring water, took a gentle sip, savoring the fragrance of lawn and letting out a proud hum as she turned away, leaning back against Gu Yuxing, separated by the well. Chapter 26. Beastly Assault. Mysterious burial ground. Such was the nature of youth. Before long, Gu Yuxing turned his head to appraise this proud little fairy who had fallen to the mortal realm. Coincidentally, Imo Wan Yun also turned to face him, and in that fleeting moment of their gazes meeting, she giggled, splashing the remaining water she had been holding onto Gu Yuxing's face. Refreshing, isn't it? As the sunlight brushed across Imo Wan Yun's face, her innocent and beautiful smile captivated Gu Yuxing. He extended his hand to scoop water from the well, intending to splash back, only to find the girl's figure reflected in the water. His hand seemed to cradle her within his palms. In that instant, facing the dim world alone, the boy felt as though he possessed something truly precious. He stared blankly at the well's surface, utterly still. O Wan Yun, curious, leaned closer to the well. Her face flushed deep red, and she stirred the water with her hand before walking to the peach tree in the courtyard. Glancing back to say, "Hey, little loach, I heard you were bullied. Is it true that they won't let you into the library of the Holy Land?" Gu Yuxing looked at Imo Wan Yun and nodded, replying, "Are you going to seek justice for me?" Imo Wan Yun crossed her arms, nodding seriously. Her gaze shifted slightly as she said, "This Qingping Mountain isn't that great. It's just a bit taller. The world is vast. And if you aren't welcomed here, why endure the suffering? Why not switch sects? I can speak to my grandfather and have him write you a recommendation. You could practice in any sect in Qingping Prefecture or even in the Kangling Kingdom." After hearing this, Gu Yuxing stood up, straightened his Qingyun robe, and bowed respectfully to Imo Wan Yun. "Miss Imo, your kindness towards me is evident, but I was born at the foot of Qingping Mountain. My roots lie here. My father lost all his glory here, and I must cleanse the misunderstandings and ridicule he faced. The world is vast, yet I have but this one path to tread. I promised my father that one day I would ascend Qingping Mountain and gaze down upon this world." Imo Wan Yun stood there, somewhat taken aback. She gazed at the boy clad in the Qingyun robe, his eyes so resolute and his gaze as clear as ever. She took a few steps forward and playfully measured his height with her hand. "It seems you are taller than me now." Jiyu Yuxing jested, "That's wonderful. If the sky ever falls, I'll shield you, Miss Imo, while you run for your life." "How could that ever happen?" Imo Wan Yun found it amusing, yet seeing the serious expression on the boy's face made her smile softly. "I wouldn't run. I'd stand by you." Gu Yuxing's gaze fell once more on the girl before he dashed into the woodshed, retrieving a jar of peach blossom honey water, which he hurriedly stuffed into Imo Wan Yun's arms as he rushed towards the courtyard's exit. "Miss Imo, I haven't finished my sword practice today. You entertain yourself. I'm afraid of wasting time." Imo Wan Yun chuckled, unfazed. After a while, she noticed that the boy was indeed diligently practicing with a peachwood branch as his sword. She carefully stored away the peach blossom honey water he had given her, clasped her hands behind her back, and sat down in front of Gu Yuxing, resting her chin on her hands while watching intently. When the boy had executed over 100 sword strikes, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, she finally approached him and said earnestly, "I have something to give you." "What is it?" Gu Yuxing stepped back a bit, the fragrance of the girl overwhelming him, especially since he was drenched in sweat. "Extend your hand," Wan Yun instructed. Jiu Yuxing complied, and with a flourish, the girl produced a wooden sword, placing it gently in his palm. His hand trembled slightly as he beheld the meticulously restored wooden sword, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washing over him. Memories of the sword flooded back, particularly the moment it was shattered by the leader of the Qingyun sect, which seemed to erase all his childhood joys. Now, it had been returned to him by Mo Wanian. Jiu Yuxing's lips moved, struggling to form words, but he could not voice his gratitude. He could only caress the sword's blade, tracing the repaired fractures, envisioning the girl diligently restoring it. "Thank you." He attempted to speak again, but once more, the words eluded him. Wanyun's eyes squinted into crescents, radiating satisfaction. She patted Gu Yuxing's shoulder and, turning away, skipped off, saying, "Make sure no one breaks your sword again." Her voice echoed through the peach blossom forest. Jiu Yuxing stood alone, yet he felt less solitary than before. "I will," he assured her. The summer wind rustled through the verdant leaves of the mountain, and the boy's silhouette danced joyfully among the trees. A snow monkey, having foraged wild fruits from the mountains, sat beside him, listening as Gu Yuxing spoke words it could not comprehend. The creature had formed a bond with the boy. Seeing him as its master, Gu Yuxing taught the snow monkey to brew wine, and it would often be found passed out at the waterfall's entrance, like a loyal guardian. The young man began his arduous training in the icy cave, diligently following the techniques from the Jinlong transformation, striving to open his meridians day after day. Jiu Yuxing only appeared for a few days during the peach harvest, transforming the honeyed peaches that the cultivators dismissed into dozens of jars of peach blossom wine. By early autumn, he eagerly anticipated the coming spring's blossoms, yearning for the return of the vibrant scenery and the reunion with Miss Emo. More importantly, he awaited the arrival of a certain swordsman from beyond the mountains, hoping to take him as his master. After months of intensive training, Gu Yuxing successfully opened several meridians. His cultivation level had now reached the 5th stage of the opening meridian's realm. As the number of opened hidden acupoints increased, his progress began to slow. With the rise in his cultivation realm, the difficulty of practicing swordsmanship also intensified. Yet, he persisted in striking his sword 300 times daily, feeling the ebb and flow of sword energy and the weight of his sword intent. Whenever he sensed his sword path reaching a minor bottleneck, he would retreat to the icy cave to repeatedly refine the 9 unnamed sword techniques. Unfortunately, despite mastering the techniques and grasping their variations, the lack of a corresponding sword technique left Gu Yuxing with a sense of regret. On a chilly autumn night, beneath the cold moon, Gu Yuxing returned from his training, alone in the courtyard with a jug of wine. Over the past 6 months, he had grown accustomed to the taste of alcohol, drinking several times a day to fend off the cold, able to consume a jar without intoxication. He gazed at the cold moon in the sky, watching a flock of geese fly past, disappearing deep into Qingping Mountain. Jiu Yuxing felt a pang of sorrow. Even the geese had a home to return to, while he remained isolated in the tranquil peach blossom forest. He lifted the wine jug, intending to take a sip, when suddenly, a brilliant azure light shot up from the 6 peaks of Qingping Mountain, accompanied by the urgent tolling of ancient bells. Enemy attack. Gu Yuxing felt a rush of adrenaline surge through him, his blood electrified. Under the cold moonlight, he witnessed elite disciples of the Qingyun sect soaring through the sky on their swords. The great birds he had seen moments ago were not geese, but rather, they were avian beasts, Qingpeng birds. Nestled deep within the mountains of Qingping, they had never posed a threat to the Qingyun sect. Yet tonight, they suddenly went berserk, hundreds upon thousands of Qingpeng birds diving down, targeting the disciples of the Qingyun sect as prey. In an instant, cries of despair echoed from the 6 peaks. Disciples were pierced through the throat by the sharp talons of the Qingpeng birds, lifted into the air, only to be mercilessly dropped. Thud. In the peach blossom forest, muffled thuds resounded. Jiu Yuxing witnessed a Qingyun sect disciple plummet to the ground, screaming in despair, transforming into a pool of blood and flesh. Rustling sounds filled the air, and to his shock, venomous snakes emerged from the ground in the late autumn, quickly devouring the bloodied remnants. Even more astonishingly, the long-lost millennium-old peach tree reappeared in the forest, pulling in the fallen disciples of the Qingyun sect into the earth, then erupting in a flurry of pink mist before vanishing like a ghost. In mere moments, dozens of sect disciples had perished. While the Qingpeng birds, mere first-tier beasts, had claimed the lives of the young disciples who had just joined the sect this year. Such a brutal scene unfolded without warning within the Qingyun sect. The stench of blood filled the air, snapping Gu Yuxing back to reality as he instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden sword. At that moment, a Qingpeng bird locked onto him, its claws extended as it dove towards him. Gu Yuxing's gaze sharpened, and with a swift thrust of his wooden sword, a flash of sword light erupted, and a burst of blood exploded mid-air just meters away from him. He retracted his wooden sword, readying himself for another strike. Yet this time, the Qingpeng beasts did not attack him. Instead, the entire peach forest began emitting eerie sounds. The peach trees in the courtyard appeared to come alive, stretching their branches, as if attempting to consume Gu Yuxing within the courtyard. "Come at me," Gu Yuxing declared, unafraid, brandishing his wooden sword. At that moment, out of the corner of Gu Yuxing's eye, he spotted the snow ape bound to a peach tree, enveloped in a swirl of pink mist as it was dragged towards the distance. Snow ape, Gu Yuxing's heart jolted, and without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his sword and charged into the peach blossom forest. Following the ethereal glow akin to peach petals, he pursued relentlessly, gradually venturing into uncharted territory, deep within the abyss at the foot of Qingping Mountain. Under the moonlight, the secluded valley was eerily silent. In a daze, all the radiant hues dissipated, leaving behind an overwhelming tranquility punctuated only by the sound of the abyss's flowing waters. Gu Yuxing halted in his tracks. A sudden crack echoed beneath his feet. He looked down, only to find himself standing upon a dense scattering of white bones. In the shadowy gloom, flickers of ghostly flame erupted from within these bones, dancing in the wind, a burial ground. Gu Yuxing swallowed hard, instinctively tightening his grip on the wooden sword. Utilizing the secret technique from his spirit contract, he sought to communicate with the snow ape, discovering it was indeed nearby, yet elusive to his sight. What in the world was this place? The bones beneath him were not only human but also those of demons. Some skeletal remains stretched several feet, even dozens, emanating a formidable demonic aura that lingered, conjuring images in Gu Yuxing's mind of countless great demons clawing and howling towards him. A tightness gripped his heart. This sensation had emerged once before, when he ascended the Qingyun ladder. With clarity in his mind, he bit down on his tongue, awakening from the terrifying illusion conjured by the gathered demonic energy. Great demons, Gu Yuxing murmured to himself, astonished by the multitude of powerful demons that had perished here. The term great demon referred to beasts of the 5th tier and above, which could not assume human form, possessing strength comparable to that of human cultivators at the harmonization realm. Instinctively, Gu Yuxing lifted his foot. Wishing to turn back, yet, gritting his teeth, he took a step forward in this lifetime. He vowed never to retreat. He placed a finger to his lips and blew the whistle. The sound of the snow ape echoed from above. Gu Yuxing looked up, and in an instant, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 27. The Thousand-Year Peach Demon Unleashed. The mysterious technique on the wall before him stood an ancient peach tree, its branches casting a canopy over the entire gorge. Countless peach branches extending outward, laden with hundreds upon thousands of skeletal remains. Even the snow ape, imbued with the bloodline of an ancient divine ape, could only helplessly struggle, panic written across its face as it gazed at Gu Yuxing. A monkey hung from the tree, bound by the peach branches. The snow ape's resilient form could not withstand their encroachment. Blood flowed down the branches, staining them crimson, while in the deep autumn, vibrant red peach blossoms bloomed. This bizarre scene evoked a sense of the uncanny within Gu Yuxing, as if he had stumbled into another realm entirely. He even questioned whether he had entered the domain of the millennium-old peach tree. So this was its true form. "Don't move. I shall rescue you," Gu Yuxing declared, raising his wooden sword. Yet as he lifted the sword, the entire peach tree seemed to awaken as a colossal demon, emitting a chilling roar as it lashed out with its branches, torn between aggression and trepidation towards Gu Yuxing. One hand gripping the wine gourd. He understood that the gourd was the nemesis of this thousand-year-old peach tree. However, he was aware that while the spirit gourd was miraculous, it required careful handling. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxing prepared to strike with his sword. But at that moment, he noticed the wooden sword emanating waves of pink mist. Seemingly resistant to his will, Gu Yuxing's body felt as if struck by lightning. His gaze fell upon the main trunk of the Millennium Peach Tree, realizing that a branch was missing. Could it be that this wooden sword? The realization struck him, disbelief etched across his face. Memories flooded back of a certain morning when his father, Gu Bai, had dragged a branch from the peach blossom forest, dewy and fresh. That very branch had been carefully whittled down into the wooden sword he now held. Just as Gu Yuxing was lost in thought, a human-like visage materialized from the branch behind him, an invisible hand silently creeping towards the nape of his neck. In that instant, the wooden sword flared with a burst of pink light. Gu Yuxing jolted back to reality, swiftly thrusting the sword backward. His speed was unprecedented, the blade piercing through the visage with precision, splattering pink blood upon the ground. Aya! The earth trembled violently, filled with roars and screams. Countless corpses tumbled from above. Gu Yuxing, quick of wit, swung his sword once more, releasing a robust wave of sword energy that severed the branches binding the snow ape. The snow ape flipped in midair, bared its teeth, and roared defiantly at the Millennium Peach Tree. Petals rained down like a pink blood storm, some landing on Gu Yuxing's wooden sword, which began to heal its cracks. Gu Yuxing's spirit surged. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the sword, transforming thousands of pink peach blossoms into mist, absorbed by the wooden sword, and the break was completely mended. This action seemed to infuriate the Millennium Tree Demon. As countless branches lashed towards him, the snow ape shrieked in terror, lifting Gu Yuxing above its head with its robust arms, its form suddenly enlarging as it leaped. In that moment, Gu Yuxing felt the rush of wind as he rode atop the snow ape's head. Soaring over a vast chasm, countless peach branches extended, only to retract in defeat. Under the moonlight, Gu Yuxing scanned the surroundings, spotting a steep cliff not far ahead. He realized he was positioned at the very base of Lingxiafeng, with a glance up revealing the demon-subduing monument. Bathed in the serene moonlight, the monument radiated an ancient, grand aura, casting its shadow upon Gu Yuxing. Perhaps it was this reason that the Millennium Tree Demon dared not extend its branches further. The snow ape's leap seemed to have unleashed its latent potential, causing it to shrink rapidly into a small snow ape, now quietly crouching beside Gu Yuxing, trapped on a narrow cliff only dozens of feet wide. He found himself in a precarious situation, with no way up or down. Across the abyss stood the thousand-year tree demon, silently looming. The snow ape seemed to sense this, lowering its head, its claws tracing circles in the ground. It seems we must endure the cold wind here. Gu Yuxing quickly composed himself. That night, the Qingyun sect was under siege by demon beasts, with no understanding of the situation at hand. His immediate priority was survival. Cautiously, he glanced at the sky. Due to the presence of the demon-subduing monument, those Qingpeng birds dared not descend, rendering this the safest place. The wind howled in the abyss, prompting Gu Yuxing to huddle closer. Lingxiafeng rose sheer and daunting, as if carved by blades, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the moonlight. Gu Yuxing had initially hoped to find a sheltered cave, but regrettably, the mountainside proved too resilient. Just as he was about to sit down, his eyelids flickered. Upon the wall illuminated by moonlight, he discerned patterns and characters. Gu Yuxing hurried forward, focusing intently, and the first thing that caught his eye was a series of human figures carved into the wall, each depicting a different posture. Beneath each image, there was a line of text, not inscribed with ink, but etched with powerful energy as if written with the fingers themselves. Gu Yuxing's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the far right of the wall, where three robust characters stood out prominently. Songlong Jiu Edak. Gu Yuxing recited aloud, momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. I feel as though I've heard of this before. After ruminating for a moment, he could not place it, yet his gaze lingered upon the characters, reading them line by line. This is an exceedingly profound technique for shifting and traversing the void. That's right. I remember now. A glimmer of joy appeared on Gu Yuxing's face. When he deciphered the dragon script on that turtle shell, it had indeed mentioned that Songlong Jiu. He had even searched through numerous tomes in the guest room for related records. One of the three sacred lands that established the Qingyun sect was the illustrious Penglai Sacred Ground, located on the enigmatic Shandong Island. Studying the inscriptions and images on the wall, Gu Yuxing forcefully suppressed his inner elation, concentrating to memorize the contents in his mind. Huff. After committing it to memory, Gu Yuxing exhaled deeply, Scanning from the beginning to the end to ensure his recollection was accurate, at that moment, he noticed that behind the final image, there was an already weathered and indistinct line of text. I am the carefree sovereign of Penglai, traversing the realms of the seven worlds, yet I find myself unable to ascend to the peak of Qingping. Is this not a jest? I have made countless adversaries in my lifetime, yet I roam freely, wandering the four corners, all thanks to the celestial technique of Songlongju. Such a divine power will dissipate with me. Is it not a pity? I inscribe it here, awaiting a fated person. Should someone one day ascend Qingyun Peak, I shall find contentment. Gu Yuxing stared at the wall's inscription, when suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing cracks to fissure across the smooth surface, and in an instant, all the images and characters vanished. Gu Yuxing was filled with astonishment. Just moments prior, he felt a surge of will as the Songlongju disappeared from the wall, akin to when he broke through to the Yuan Tai realm. His spirit soaring through the heavens, though he could not see it, he could vaguely sense it. Gu Yuxing raised his hands in a gesture of homage, vowing, I will surely ascend to the peak of Qingping. After exhaling a breath, a new question emerged in his heart. His father's desire was to reach the pinnacle of Qingping, so why had the predecessors of the three sacred lands also mentioned the need to climb Qingping Mountain? Moreover, judging by the words left behind, it seemed that their quest for the summit had led to their demise, resulting in their tragic end. It is merely a mountain. For an average cultivator, upon entering the harmonization realm, one can soar through the skies on a sword, traversing mountains and perilous terrains with the ease of walking on flat ground. Could it be that one cannot surpass Qingping Mountain? What secrets could possibly lie hidden at its peak? At this moment, a seed of exploration took root and began to sprout in Gu Yuxing's youthful heart. I already possess the cultivation method for the bone refinement realm, and my sword technique has reached the swordwell stage. The only thing lacking is a method of body movement. The Songlongju is indeed a timely boon, perfectly aligning with my desires. Seated on the cold ground, Gu Yuxing began to visualize the Songlongju that he had just recorded in his mind. This exceptionally profound body technique comprises 9 layers, with the first layer being the hidden dragon leaping the abyss. Upon mastering this layer, one can move like a swimming dragon and leap across a 100-foot abyss. Gu Yuxing calculated the distance from his current location to the opposite side, which was indeed over 10 zhang. However, as the terrain here is slightly lower, it would be impossible for him, with his current cultivation level, to leap across. Beside him, the snow ape was also staring at the vast chasm, scratching its head in frustration. Clearly, it could leap over but not return. I must expedite my cultivation. Otherwise, I shall starve to death here in just over 10 days. Only upon entering the harmonization realm can cultivators truly achieve fasting. Under the moonlight, Gu Yuxing earnestly contemplated the first layer of the Songlongju. It contains 9 illustrations, 6 of which pertain to entering a meditative state to open the acupoints within the body, while only 3 depict the various postures for executing this body technique. Must I again open the hidden acupoints? Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. Within the Qingyun sect, there are indeed numerous body techniques, the most sophisticated of which is called 1,000 Changes and 10,000 Transformations, devised by the second leader of the sect after observing the changes in the mist over Qingping Mountain. To master this technique, one must move as if riding the clouds, acting as if one is walking on air. Importantly, this technique allows one to fly in the sky upon reaching the soul condensation realm. Although there are still distance limitations, flying several miles is quite feasible. Now, with first-tier demonic beasts attacking at night, most of the elite disciples of Qingyun sect are already in the soul condensation realm, enabling them to soar into the air and engage in aerial combat with avian demonic beasts. The first layer of the Songlongju requires opening 6 hidden acupoints in the limbs, and the acupoints in the limbs are the most challenging. Gu Yuxing felt a twinge of worry in his heart, but he quickly calmed himself, mobilizing the vital energy within his dantian to guide it towards the first hidden acupoint in his right hand. The Songlongju differs from other body techniques practiced by humanity in that it embodies the form of a dragon. In simpler terms, it is the opposite of the technique of dragon transformation. One is the transformation of a human into a dragon, while the other is the transformation of a dragon into a human form. When one opens and develops special acupoints, they can emulate the soaring of a dragon. Traversing the heavens, the vital energy from his dantian flowed through his meridians, gradually infusing into his right hand, shaping it into a dragon's claw. The locations of the hidden acupoints are not situated along the extraordinary meridians of the human body. But Gu Yuxing, having practiced the opening of meridians for several months, had gained insight into controlling and guiding his vital energy. As he began to impact the hidden acupoint, he was mentally prepared. However, when he truly activated the vital energy, it proceeded remarkably smoothly, with the first hidden acupoint opening without any obstruction, achieving success with great ease. Huh? Gu Yuxing was taken aback. Could it be that his recent training in the dragon transformation had caused his body to undergo a dragon-like change? Chapter 28. Potential Unleashed. Initial success of the Canglong Ju. Gu Yuxing found this somewhat unbelievable, but he attributed it to being in a perilous situation, which had awakened the potential within his body. Without further time to ponder, he followed the mental guidance of the first layer of the Canglong Ju, hidden dragon leaping the abyss, continuously using the surging vital energy within him to impact the meridians and open the hidden acupoints. Merely 2 hours later, the second hidden acupoint was successfully opened. Gu Yuxing calculated the time. Mastering the first layer of the Canglong Ju would prevent him from dying here on the cliff. Although he possessed the sect's token to seek help, given the current invasion of demonic beasts who would concern themselves with his fate. Under the starry sky, the elite disciples of Qingyun's sect battled demonic beasts for nearly an entire night. As dawn approached, a powerful sword aura suddenly shot up into the sky from the peach blossom forest. The elder Lu Yuan, who regularly oversaw Gu Yuxing's cultivation of peach trees, wielded his hand as a sword, unleashing a formidable sword energy that cleaved through the air, striking down a fourth-tier Qingpeng demonic spirit. Instantly, the skies above Qingyun's sect were drenched in a blood rain, lingering for a long while. Gu Yuxing gazed across the chasm, where a millennium-old peach demon unfurled its canopy, absorbing the demonic blood that fell from the heavens, and that night, the peach blossoms bloomed in a most eerie manner. However, after dawn broke, it transformed into a pink mist and vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuxing was filled with astonishment. Within the jurisdiction of Qingyun's sect, there stood 3 great sanctuaries with demon-suppressing tablets. Legends spoke of their ability to suppress even demonic beasts of the emperor level. Yet now, a peach tree had transformed into a demon, secretly drawing strength to bolster itself. Nevertheless, Gu Yuxing understood that he was still very weak, and such matters were beyond his current capacity to investigate. The pressing concern was to cultivate the first layer of the Canglong Ju and escape from this place. As dawn gradually brightened, Qingyun's sect remained shrouded in a thick mist, the air still permeated with a pungent scent of blood. Among the 6 peaks, demonic beasts lurked, waiting for the opportunity to ambush the disciples of the sect. These beasts were not merely avian demons but included ferocious creatures such as venomous snakes, wild wolves, and leopards that dwelled deep within Qingping Mountain. Although most of these beasts lacked intelligence, they were brimming with wild instincts and showed no fear of humans. The scent of blood had awakened their murderous instincts, and many disciples of Qingyun's sect fell victim to surprise attacks, meeting tragic ends at the claws of these ferocious beasts. Throughout Qingyun's sect, only the peach blossom forest and the area beneath the demon-suppressing tablet where Gu Yuxing was situated remained the safest. The disciples of Qingyun's sect noticed this and gathered at the demon-suppressing tablet, preventing further casualties. 2 days later, Qingyun's sect finally returned to a semblance of calm. Before the demon-suppressing tablet, many newly joined disciples sat down to cultivate, unwilling to return to the 6 peaks. The sect leader, Xian Jizi, along with the peak masters and elders, rushed in from various directions, each wearing a grim expression. This time, the invading demonic beasts were merely low-tier ones, lacking even first-tier strength, yet they had inflicted grievous losses upon the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Apart from those who were captured and dropped from the sky by the Qingpeng birds, the majority of the casualties were due to surprise assaults. Ultimately, it was the elders of Qingyun's sect who had initially been overly negligent, failing to take the matter seriously. After all, demonic beast invasions were not uncommon at the foot of the mountain. Every few years, 1 or 2 small towns would be ravaged by these beasts. The weakness of humanity and the difficulty of survival had long been a familiar sight for cultivators. Have the disciple rosters from each peak been compiled? Xian Jizi stood before the demon-suppressing tablet. His hands clasped behind him. Zhang in front of him stood a divine turtle, upon which a sword was planted. Behind that sword were hundreds of disciples from Qingyun's sect, some of whom bore injuries. their faces reflecting the pain of survival and confusion. The elders from the Six Peaks exchanged glances, remaining silent. Speak? A sharp glint suddenly flickered in Xian Jizi's eyes. How many disciples have been lost? Lei Jiangheng replied calmly, Sect leader, Yun Peak has lost only 17 disciples, with 24 injured. Only? Xian Jizi's eyelids twitched as he cast his gaze towards the other peak masters. At this moment, He Hongyan stepped forward, presenting a compiled list. Sect leader, this is the roster I compiled. A total of 177 disciples have perished, most of whom were newly joined, and 2 elders also tragically fell victim to the ambush of the demonic beasts. Hiss! Upon hearing He Hongyan's words, the elders and disciples collectively inhaled sharply. An unprecedented silence and sorrow enveloped the crowd. Xian Jizi extended his hand but did not dare to take the list. His lips moved, and after a while, he despondently said, the deceased disciples will be contacted by the sect's affairs hall to inform their families, and the usual compensation will be issued. If any of their families possess commendable qualifications, they will be allowed to join Qingyun's sect for careful cultivation. The elder in charge of the affairs hall nodded silently, clasping his hands in agreement. Understood. The air fell into a brief silence. And He Hongyan spoke again. Sect leader, what about those without family? Xian Jizi's stern face revealed a hint of contemplation as his gaze fell upon the sword planted in the divine turtle's back. As if recalling something, he added, compensation must be issued without exception, whether they were core disciples or auxiliary disciples. What about the son of that individual? Did he also perish? Beside him, He Hongyan, who had originally been a detached figure, trembled slightly at Xian Jizi's words, her gaze scanning the crowd. A disciple stepped forward to report, Sect leader, today I went to the Peach Blossom Forest with a few junior brothers, and near that small courtyard, we found a pool of blood, suggesting signs of a struggle. The courtyard was also deserted, so it seems. The elder from the affairs hall's gaze flickered, cautiously asking, Sect leader, this individual has no living relatives. Death may be a release for him. Xian Jizi's eyes suddenly deepened, and he brushed his sleeves and departed. Have the Soul Hall leave a wooden plaque inscribed with his name, as long as he did not flee in the face of demonic beasts. He is a qualified disciple of Qingyun's sect, understood. The remaining elders wore complex expressions, seemingly surprised, as they watched Xian Jizi's departing figure, feeling as though they had never truly understood this leader of Qingyun's sect. A year ago, when Gu Bai encountered a demon and fled without fighting, it was this very leader who had personally placed Gu Bai's sword before the demon-suppressing tablet, marking it as the Sword of Shame. A year later, it was once again this master who sought to establish authority by targeting Gu Bai's son. Upon discovering that the youth may have perished, he nevertheless had the boy's name inscribed on the Soul Hall. Throughout the sect, there were numerous elders of the same generation whose talents and cultivation surpassed that of this master, yet he became the leader of the Qingyun sect, which naturally led to considerable dissent among some factions. Lei Jiangheng wore a stern expression, his gaze sweeping over the disciples before the demon suppression monument. As he admonished, disciples of all peaks, return to your respective mountains and resume your training, in 1 month's time. We shall commence the sect's trials, though not be misled into thinking that the sect's protection renders you invulnerable. This minor tribulation the Qingyun sect faces is but a drizzle. If you are so easily frightened, it would be best for you to leave the mountain at once. The disciples then rose and hurriedly dispersed to their 6 peaks, some to cultivate, others to recuperate. Master Lu. Xian Jizi approached Lu Yuan, who was planting peach trees on the outskirts of the peach blossom grove. Lu Yuan, with muddy hands, sat on the ground, took a swig from his wine gourd, and slowly spoke. Xiao Shizi, you are now the master of the sect. With such a significant incident occurring within the sect, do not come running to me without cause. Master, the invasion of demon beasts into the Qingyun sect seems rather peculiar. I suspect someone is manipulating events from the shadows. Lu Yuan raised his murky gaze to regard Xiao Rang. Do not speculate without evidence. I have long advised you to be stricter in the sect's training, lest you cultivate them into sheltered flowers. A few flying birds have claimed the lives of so many disciples. In my view, necessary trials must not be neglected. It is the perfect season for rigorous training. Open the demon hunting grounds in the back mountains, and let the newly initiated disciples enter for their trials. Understood, Master. Xian Jizi's gaze fell upon the depths of the peach blossom grove, His foot lifted as if to step forward, but he hesitated. Lu Yuan, noticing this, sighed and said, "It must be a bitter experience to have a long-time friend nailed to the pillar of shame. I know you are a sentimental person. In the past, in Xinhu Prefecture, Gu Bai saved your life. Visiting the courtyard where he lived is not a violation of rules. It may even be beneficial," as Lu Yuan spoke. A layer of mist enveloped Xian Jizi's eyes. But he soon adopted a rigid and indifferent demeanor. Disciples of the sect must adhere to the rules. Though I am the master, I too must comply with the sect's regulations. I will not tread upon this peach blossom grove. Not even a single step. Xian Jizi retreated, concealing his hands within his sleeves, casting another glance at the small courtyard as he inquired, "Master, that lad, is he truly unfortunate enough to be dead?" "I do not know. At least, there is no trace of him in the peach blossom grove." "Understood." Xiao Reng took a step forward, his demeanor hurried. Sigh. Lu Yuan shook his head gently, murmuring, "This child has a heart as steadfast as a rock." Intent on concealing his sword, he is indeed a promising candidate for swordsmanship. Why Yu Qingshan sees his purity, and I too have high hopes, but alas. Lu Yuan rose, resuming his work with the hoe to plant more peach trees. Just then, he seemed to sense something, his face revealing a hint of astonishment as he gazed toward the southernmost edge of the peach blossom grove, muttering, "Is the wind rising?" At the cliff's edge, Gu Yuxing stood motionless. He beckoned to the snow ape, which looked pitifully hungry. "Come here, we are leaving." The snow ape squatted on the ground, pointing at the deep abyss several dozen feet wide, indicating that it could not possibly leap across. "Climb up." Gu Yuxing patted its shoulder. The tiny snow ape, now only a foot tall, obeyed his command and leaped onto his shoulder. "Hold on tight." A slight smile graced Gu Yuxing's lips as he took advantage of the mist rising from the ravine. With his hands clasped in front of him, a surge of azure light emanated from his body, transforming into a diminutive dragon silhouette. He leaped, akin to a soaring dragon leaping over an abyss, suddenly taking flight. Above the chasm, a streak of azure light flashed by. In the next instant, Gu Yuxing had landed on solid ground. The snow ape, startled, leaped down from Gu Yuxing's shoulder, turning back to glance at the opposite cliff. Excitedly thumping its chest in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a snow ape over 2 meters tall, signaling Gu Yuxing to also perch upon its shoulder. "Spare me. At your size, how much food would I have to provide?" Gu Yuxing warily drew his wooden sword, cautiously advancing. The ground remained littered with a multitude of bones, and stepping upon them sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the 1,000-year-old tree demon had seemingly fled to an unknown location. As Gu Yuxing traversed through the mist, he felt as though he had wandered for quite some time before finally returning to the familiar peach blossom grove and the long-cherished courtyard. He fetched a jar of peach blossom wine from the firewood room, and the snow ape eagerly gulped down most of the jar in satisfaction before scampering off to the waterfall gorge. In the courtyard, Gu Yuxing sat alone beneath the eaves. Looking up, he noticed that the eaves seemed lower than usual. He understood that it was due to the unlocking of his body's hidden channels, causing him to grow taller. Grasping the repaired wooden sword, Gu Yuxing fell into a trance, recalling how his father once told him that one day, the eaves would no longer shield him from the wind and rain, and he must become his own shelter. And now, he had achieved that in just a few short days. Gu Yuxing had not only enhanced his strength, but also his mindset. He had survived the relentless pursuit of the 1,000-year-old peach demon and faced peril at the brink of the abyss, awakening the latent potential within his body to cultivate a difficult technique. The sword still required further practice. However, after completing a set of sword forms, he found Lu Yuan, disheveled, seated nearby, stroking his beard as he addressed Gu Yuxing. "Young man, you indeed possess the talent for swordsmanship. However, if you continue to practice in this manner, even after 10 years, it will be difficult to break through to a new realm of swordsmanship." Gu Yuxing sheathed his wooden sword and replied, "Then what does the elder suggest I should do to cultivate?" Lu Yuan tossed his empty wine gourd to Gu Yuxing, stating, "Boy, become my disciple, and I shall teach you the way of the sword and the art of cultivation." Gu Yuxing poured a drink from the gourd and shook his head. "Elder, I already have a teacher." Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Who? Yu Qingshan?" Gu Yuxing shook his head. "Elder, you and I share a half-master relationship." "Oh? Then who is it?" Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. Could it be the grandfather of that little girl? Though Amo Laoxian is a revered scholar, entering the Holy Academy requires traversing the sea of learning and scaling the mountain of books. As well as passing the heart's trial, the Holy Academy treats all beings equally. Would they grant you any special privileges? Gu Yuxing scoffed. The reputation of the Holy Academy is known far and wide. I have my own aspirations, but they do not lie within the Holy Academy. Lu Yuan took a swig of wine, grinning broadly. Ha! You, young man, seem to think that merely desiring to enter the Holy Academy grants you entry. Do not overestimate yourself. By becoming my disciple, at least in Qingping Prefecture, you will surely gain renown for subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Thank you for your kind offer, Elder. Gu Yuxing clasped his hands, his mind still vividly recalling the scene of that person charging forth with a sword toward the starry river. He could not bring himself to take another as his master. Humph, do not come to regret this. Lu Yuan stood up. Within the Qingyun sect, countless individuals had sought to become his disciples, all of whom he had turned down. Yet now, this young man showed such ingratitude. Gu Yuxing clasped his hands, silently expressing his stance. Lu Yuan took a few steps before suddenly turning back and rushing to Gu Yuxing's side, hastily saying, I know the true essence of your swordsmanship lies within that wooden sword. I can sense the sword energy it harbors, as well as its sword momentum. However, your sword technique has reached a critical juncture. Lift your head and tell me, what do you see? Gu Yuxing's expression remained tranquil as he replied, the vast sky. Lu Yuan's breath seemed to momentarily halt. He appeared enraged by Gu Yuxing's response, his face turning ashen as he stood beside him, extending his bony hand to point at Qingping Mountain, saying, You cannot see, do you understand? Gu Yuxing asserted, One day, I will see it. Then does that mean you have not seen it? I can see it. A glimmer of unprecedented light shone in Gu Yuxing's eyes. He recognized that this disheveled elder was the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect. He could not divulge to anyone that he had witnessed the brilliance of that sword charging toward the starry river. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Ha ha ha, you've seen? Lu Yuan seemed on the verge of exploding with anger, puffing his cheeks and stamping his feet. It is Qingping Mountain, shrouded in mist. The floating clouds obscure your vision, and all you can see are these towering peaks. Swordsmanship is no different. I know that elder you must have told you that sword energy is concealed. Sword momentum lies in strength and attack, but I must tell you that sword momentum is about accumulation. Accumulate the momentum of 1,000 blades, move with your fingertips, and emanate from your heart. The wind is invisible yet can uproot trees. The spirit is as still as water, yet can surge like a tsunami. The capacity of sword momentum determines what kind of sword intent you can comprehend. The mountains you see may not be the highest. You may have crossed one peak, yet it does not mean you have reached the end, if I had not pointed this out to you. What achievements could you hope for by merely stabbing peach blossoms with your sword every day? Gu Yuxing gazed at the agitated elder, his eyes still clear. He clasped his hands and asked, Elder, have you ever ascended to the peak of Qingping Mountain? Lu Yuan's lips twitched as he shook his head. The wind rises at the tips of Qingping, and the mountains are high, with blades that stretch for 10,000 and 8,000. The Qingyun sect is but a corner of the mountains. That Qingping Mountain is eternally cold to the bone, and I have naturally never climbed it. Gu Yuxing's gaze lingered upon the mist-shrouded Qingping Mountain as he spoke. When my father first brought me into the peach blossom grove that year, I was still in a Navi age, perched upon his shoulders, blissfully unaware, only knowing to pluck peaches and feel the breeze. I once beseeched my father to teach me the ways of cultivation and some swordsmanship. However, he declined, stating that he had yet to ascend Qingping Mountain himself, and thus lacked the capacity to instruct me. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuan chuckled inexplicably upon hearing this, then waved his sleeve and departed. Indeed, I possess no such ability. If there truly existed individuals of such prowess in this world, they might not deign to teach you. From now on, you must diligently tend to the peach blossoms without slackening your efforts. I fear you have grown too accustomed to the soil of this mundane world. Lu Yuan seemed genuinely angered. And from that day forth, Gu Yuxing never encountered the old man in the peach grove again. Yet, he continued to leave the elderly cultivator some wine every now and then, as autumn deepened and the dew turned cold. Gu Yuxing, as usual, completed his sword practice. In recent weeks, he had indeed sensed his swordsmanship reaching a bottleneck, unable to discern a path for breakthrough. Moreover, the mists of Qingping Mountain perpetually obscured the sky, rendering the stars invisible to him. Fortunately, in terms of his cultivation realm, he was progressing remarkably well, having opened 6 meridians, thus becoming a practitioner at the 6th stage of the open meridian realm. Reflecting on the despair he felt months prior in the face of Zhao Ji, he realized that he had surpassed countless disciples from various sects without even being aware of it. However, Gu Yuxing had never regarded these individuals as his goals. Naturally, he had never looked down upon anyone within the sect either. As Gu Yuxing sheathed his sword and returned to his abode. The sect token he carried with him unexpectedly emitted a series of luminous glows, causing him to feel a tinge of surprise. Could it be that this unappreciated disciple of the Qingyun sect was finally receiving important news? All disciples of the 33rd generation of Qingyun sect must arrive at Lingxiao Peak before noon to participate in the sect's trial. There must be no mistakes. Trial? Gu Yuxing furrowed his brow. He had been diligently cultivating in the cold cave for some time and held little interest in the sect's trial. Nonetheless, since it was mandatory for everyone, he did not wish to be the odd one out. Even though he understood his lack of presence within the sect. However, he did not want to give the sect leader any excuses. If he were truly expelled from Qingyun's sect, his desire to vindicate his father would become ethereal and unattainable. Glancing at the time, Gu Yuxing quickly packed some necessities, shouldered a bag, and set off for Lingxiao Peak. In truth, disciples like Gu Yuxing, who still carried a bag, were quite rare within Qingyun's sect. Within the sect, one could exchange contribution points for storage rings, albeit their space was limited, yet sufficient for daily needs. Along the way, many individuals observed Gu Yuxing's disheveled appearance, and they could not help but whisper and gossip, both to his face and behind his back. Most among them were unaware that the upcoming trial would be exceedingly brutal for them. The grandeur of the sect led them to believe they were still under its protection, thus free to cultivate without worry. Simultaneously, in a separate courtyard on the Peach Blossom Hill, a young girl clad in white prepared to stealthily slip out with her sword. Wan Yun, a stern voice called from behind Mo Wanyun. Grandfathered, Mo Wanyun turned around helplessly. Are you intending to participate in the trial? Mo Wanyun nodded. Grandfather, you witnessed the invasion of the demon beasts half a month ago. So many lives were lost, I cannot remain under your protection forever. Can I? If that were the case, what would be the meaning of growing up? Mo Fanqing held a book in one hand, peering over it at his beloved granddaughter with fondness. Wan Yun, after that demon beast attack, you did not sleep well for several days. I thought you were frightened by the beasts. It seems I overestimated the situation. Tell me, who are you worried about? What do you mean? Mo Wan Yun instinctively glanced toward the grove of peach trees, now stripped bare, exuding a sense of desolation. Mo Fanqing placed the book behind him, speaking gravely, I shall not prevent you from participating in the trial, yet there are matters I must remind you of. We shall not reside here at Qingping Mountain for long. In 3 years, you will return with me to the Sacred Academy to cultivate. Everything here can be considered your final moments of joy. You are still young, and the complexities of human emotions may be too profound for you. Do not forge deep bonds with others. Otherwise, when the time comes to depart, it may lead to an overwhelming reluctance in your heart, detrimental to your path of cultivation. Grandfather, I understand, O Wan Yun pouted, her fingers intertwined as she twirled a red ribbon meant for tying hair. Come here, O Fanqing beckoned her again, his finger gesturing as a character for guard flew from the book and landed upon Mo Wan Yun. Remember to keep your distance from that prince of the Qianlong dynasty. Understood, Mo Wan Yun responded with a look of disdain. And regarding the young man in the peach grove, it is acceptable to show him some compassion. I have no objection to you sharing your food with him. However, you must maintain your distance. Grandfather, did you not often teach me to read the classics, proclaiming that all beings have a path of learning and should be treated equally? Mo Fanqing nodded solemnly, saying, the classics are not in error, nor is your inquiry. Yet have you forgotten that you are the granddaughter of Mo Fanqing? In a few years, you will comprehend the truth. There are countless beings in this world. But how many are cultivators? Among the myriad of entry-level practitioners, how many truly attain greatness? They are but mortals, dreaming of fish every day. In this realm, your grandfather has read countless books, yet remains a mundane man. I merely hope for your bright future, to encounter good people. Alas, this Qingping Mountain may harbor none such. Chapter 30. The trial approaches, conflict arises between Miss Mo and the ninth Prince Lingxiao Peak. The highest summit of Qingyun sect connects to the mountain range of Qingping, stretching for thousands of miles, desolate and uninhabited. Aside from the demon suppression stele, known throughout the sects, there is also a renowned demon suppression tower. Though this tower was constructed later by Qingyun sect and is not open to other sections even among the disciples of the sect, only the elite may enter for training. Due to the existence of the demon suppression tower, the area within a radius of hundreds of miles falls under a forbidden zone, where demon beasts are imprisoned for tamers to subdue. Inevitably, some beasts escape from the tower, and over time, the area surrounding the back of Lingxiao Peak has become a natural hunting ground for demons. Every few years, Qingyun sect opens this forbidden zone, allowing its disciples to undergo trials and grow. Unfortunately, last year, a great demon appeared on the border of Qingping Prefecture, resulting in the near-total annihilation of hundreds of elite disciples sent to combat them. Now, over a year later, the newly admitted disciples have barely trained for a year, and the sect finds itself in a precarious position. Recently, they encountered a sudden invasion of demon beasts, causing the deaths of over 100 individuals. Following this, the elders of Qingyun sect convened a meeting, dividing into two factions. One side argued for the need to dispatch elite disciples to protect the new entrants, while the other contended that it would be better to expose the new disciples to the harsh realities of the world rather than coddle them like greenhouse flowers. Thus, an unprecedented trial was opened for those who had been in the sect for less than a year. Many among them still had yet to consolidate their foundational stages and were forced to confront this grim reality. By the time Gu Yuxing arrived at Lingxiao Peak, hundreds of disciples awaited him at the narrow gorge known as the Heavenly Line. Most of these individuals appear to be in good spirits. Having procured suitable weapons at Tiangong Peak, it is no wonder. Those lacking in skill had already perished during the previous demon beast invasion. Those who survived were not only fortunate but possessed considerable strength, most having begun their cultivation or martial training prior to joining Qingyun sect. Gu Yuxing, being relatively younger, was among the few exceptions. His arrival incited a slight stir among the crowd, as rumors had circulated that Gu Yuxing had perished one fateful night. Yet days later, it was discovered he was still alive. This kid is quite lucky. He didn't get pecked to death by the Qingping bird last time. The terrain of that peach grove is complex. There were many places to hide, allowing him to preserve his life. True enough. Humph, he won't be so fortunate this time, will he? Is the hunting ground truly as perilous as the legends suggest? Among the disciples of Yunfeng, Lu Chen was accompanied by two senior disciples from previous years, as Lu Zhan had spared no effort to ensure his son's safety by utilizing his elder privileges to assign them as close protectors. Rest assured, young Master Lu, with us around, nothing will go amiss. The two disciples, both at the Open Meridian realm, were not particularly outstanding in talent, but their strength undoubtedly overshadowed that of the new entrants for this trial. Lu Chen sported a smug smile, his gaze flitting about as he appeared eager to curry favor. The ninth prince has arrived. As he spoke, he approached the prince of the Xinlong dynasty. And as he passed by Gu Yuxing, he did not forget to taunt, "When we enter the trial grounds, you'd best find a place to hide and play turtle." Annoying. Gu Yuxing's gaze sharpened suddenly, causing Lu Chen to feel an invisible blade prick at him, prompting him to instinctively retreat. His eyes flickered momentarily before he departed. "Ninth Prince, I'm right here." The once arrogant Lu Chen transformed instantaneously into a fawning demeanor, leaving Gu Yuxing with an inexplicable feeling. Just then, a commotion erupted within the crowd, as many individuals stood up or craned their necks to see. It was none other than He Hongyan from the falling dust peak, leading a group of female disciples as they gracefully approached. Along the way, these young women, in the bloom of their youth, were filled with thoughts of finding partners, some whistling, others waving, or deliberately brandishing their exquisite weapons to showcase. Such antics elicited peals of laughter from the female disciples of Falling Dust Peak, who seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the trials ahead, instead gathering together to seek merriment. Gu Yuxing, still young, found the cheerful chirping somewhat grating and the pervasive scent of perfume rather overwhelming. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon these disciples as he, too, sought that elusive figure, the group of enchanting maidens. Tall and strikingly beautiful, captivated his attention. Gu Yuxing perceived their height as an obstacle to seeing the one he wished to behold, standing quietly amidst the bustling crowd, pondering. It has been quite some time since I last saw Miss Imo. Wow, ninth prince! A chorus of jubilant voices erupted, mingled with daring shyness. There stood Chu Chan on the broad avenue, adorned in a dragon robe, with several fragrant pouches and jade pendants hanging at his waist. A fan clasped in his hand, and a smile gracing his face, though it appeared somewhat rigid. Flanking him were two attendants, keeping the eager female disciples at bay from approaching their master, Miss Wang Yun. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed suddenly as he stepped forward. With a swift flick of his wrist, he opened his fan, and the female disciples promptly parted, turning to glance back among the crowd. Imo Wang Yun, clad in simple white attire, had not made any special effort to adorn herself. Her hair was tied into several small braids that danced with the breeze, adorned with an unpretentious red ribbon, the cusp of her youth. She resembled a blossoming flower, her bright eyes and radiant smile revealing her cultured upbringing. Each gesture exuded an indescribable elegance, unlike the lofty demeanor of the ninth prince. Rather, she appeared as the charming girl next door. Unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, her lively eyes darted around, and suddenly, a proud smile spread across her face as she skipped forward. Standing on the broad avenue, Chu Chun exhibited a hint of pride and spoke, "Miss Wang Yun, I am Chu Chun." Before he could finish, Imo Wang Yun had already dashed past him, seemingly oblivious to his words, like a refreshing breeze that swept past Gu Yusheng. She playfully stepped on the back of Gu Yusheng's foot and reached out, preparing to flick his forehead, only to realize that he had grown considerably taller, needing to tilt her head slightly to meet his clear gaze. "Little Loach, you're here too? Ha? You've grown taller." Gu Yusheng's gaze fell upon Imo Wang Yun's pristine face, his eyes inadvertently drifting downward as he responded, "Miss Imo, you've grown up as well." Imo Wang Yun's ears flushed a vivid red. She instinctively covered them with her hair, playfully stepping on Gu Yusheng's foot again. A mischievous glint in her eyes hinting at a playful reckoning. "Humph, they're all waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Don't embarrass yourself." "Rest assured, Miss Imo," he replied. Only then did Imo Wang Yun, satisfied, clasp her hands behind her back and step beside Chu Chan, her expression turning cold as she addressed him in a brusque tone. "Did you just speak to me?" Chu Chan shot a piercing glare at Gu Yusheng before returning his gaze with a forced smile. Pretending nothing had happened, "Miss Wang Yun, we have met before." "Have we?" Imo Wang Yun queried, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Who are you?" Chu Chen's lips twitched slightly. One of the attendants piped up, "This is my master, the ninth prince of the Xinlong dynasty. I've heard of the Xinlong dynasty, but the ninth prince, not so much." Wang Yun tapped her cheek lightly. "Apologies, I've never had a good memory. I tend to doze off while reading." "What was your name again?" "No name?" Chu Chun, the ninth prince gritted his teeth. "Miss Wang Yun, do you not recall? 3 years ago, during the incense offering ceremony at the Sacred Institute of Books, we met. That year, my father even wished to arrange a marriage between us." "Stop," Imo Wang Yun interjected, her sleeve waving in irritation. "That was your father's one-sided wish. What does it have to do with me?" Chu Chan narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he continued, "Miss Wang Yun, I know you are reluctant to acknowledge it, but my father sent over 30,000 demon slayers to fend off the demon invasion at the Guardian Mountain. A fact known to all at the Sacred Institute. Without the demon slayers of the Xinlong dynasty, many scholars there would have perished, and if we hadn't intervened, lesser sects like the Qingyun sect would have been obliterated in an instant." His words instilled a sense of awe regarding the Xinlong dynasty's depth, but inadvertently belittled the Qingyun sect. Several disciples and elders from the Qingyun sect visibly shifted, their expressions darkening. That moment, a figure descended from the sky. Zuanjizi landed gracefully, waving his sleeve to silence the crowd. His gaze shifted between Chu Chan and Imo Wang Yun as he spoke. "Chu Chun, today marks the commencement of the trials. Perhaps it would be best to discuss your personal matters away from the public eye. Wang Yun, come here." He Hongyan beckoned to Imo Wang Yun. Slightly miffed, she returned to the group of female disciples from Falling Dust Peak. Feeling disheartened by Chu Chen's words, she felt a twinge of grievance, but, sensing something, her gaze turned and met Gu Yusheng's calm, attentive eyes, which held a hint of concern. Imo Wang Yun's earlier displeasure inexplicably lifted. Among the throng, where everyone either flaunted their prowess or wore sycophantic smiles, she found herself drawn to the solitary figure in the peach blossom grove. Dressed in azure robes, clutching a jug of wine and a wooden sword. A backpack slung over his shoulder, he stood apart from the crowd. Mo Wanyun, he was strikingly eye-catching. Though she felt that Gu Yuxing was alone, he radiated a warmth akin to sunlight, his serene smile and eyes calming her restless heart. These subtle exchanges were not meant for others to witness. Mo Wanyun's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze from Gu Yuxing, lowering her head to inspect her shoes, feeling a heat rise within her, fearful of revealing her unusual state. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuxing, who stood across from her, she was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, each more poignant than the last. He simply observed that Miss Mo had indeed matured further, surpassing even the beauty of the peach blossoms, and the sweet scent that wafted from her made him ponder. Miss Mo often steps on the back of my shoes. I ought to buy a sturdier pair next time to prevent her from genuinely getting angry and ruining my shoes. Chapter 31. Entering the demon hunting grounds, the young man observes the starry river and comprehends the sword intent at the back mountain of Lingshao Peak, as the rusted lock and talismans were removed by the sect leader himself. The younger generation of Qingyun's sect disciples surged into the demon hunting grounds, fearful that if they delayed, the beasts within would be hunted to extinction. Just moments ago, the sect leader Zuanjizi had informed them that while the grounds held demon beasts, most lacked sentience, merely qualifying as feral beasts. Every disciple who successfully navigated these trials would earn contribution points for the sect, with those excelling receiving additional rewards, elixirs, weapons, cultivation manuals, and more in preparation for this trial. The elders of the artifact workshop had meticulously modified the sect's tokens for the Qingyun disciples, inscribing temporary formations upon them. Should they encounter uncontrollable dangers, these tokens would allow them to return safely to the sect's territory. Furthermore, the tokens were engraved with sealing runes from the demon suppression steel, capable of capturing a fragment of a demon beast's essence. At the conclusion of the trials, the top 100 disciples who collected demon essences would be granted core disciple status within the Qingyun sect, receiving generous rewards, including a chance to apprentice under the peak masters and elders of the sect. Of course, this trial would last 3 months. Within the demon hunting grounds, the elders of the sect had constructed numerous spots for food gathering, with dedicated elders on patrol to assist in case of emergencies. Under such auspicious circumstances, the new generation of disciples, invigorated, flocked into the hunting grounds. In a span of several hundred miles, 1,000 disciples had entered, creating a somewhat crowded environment for cultivators. Many others harbored dreams of freedom, having been confined within the confines of the sect for too long, inevitably nurturing a desire to wander the world and see what lay beyond. As the sun set, the new disciples had been in the demon hunting grounds for some time, while most elders and prior disciples of the Qingyun sect had already departed. Zuanjizi stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the rusted ceiling gate, lingering for a while. The golden light of late autumn filtered through the lofty clouds of Qingping Mountain, illuminating his face. In that kaleidoscope of light, the signs of time etched upon him became apparent. Though he was merely in his 40s, still youthful by the standards of cultivators who often lived for 200 or 300 years, his hair had begun to gray, and his eyes bore a depth of experience and subtle worries. "Senior brother, are you concerned about this trial?" Behind him, He Hongnian approached quietly, her silk whisk in hand. Zuanjizi remained silent, rooted in place, gazing at the flora of Qingyun Peak. "Rest assured, the elders and core disciples within the sect will patrol the demon hunting grounds day and night. Nothing significant will occur." As Zuanjizi turned around, he cast a glance at He Hongnian, who was dressed as a Taoist nun, and with a somewhat dazed expression, he remarked, "Sister, it has been several years since you broke through to the Unity Realm. Has it not?" He Hongnian, puzzled by her senior's inquiry, nodded in silence. "My talent is rather ordinary." "Ordinary? In our sect, the number of individuals with the potential to attain the golden pill path is exceedingly few. And you are certainly among them. Alas, despite donning the green robe, you remain ensnared by emotions, unable to make further progress." Zuanjizi sighed. "Even in the Unity Realm, one should possess a lifespan of 300 years. Upon reflection, within these 300 years, there have been thousands of predecessors in Qingyun sect who have reached the Unity Realm, yet the number who have attained the golden pill path is alarmingly scarce. It is not due to their lack of talent, but rather because of the rampant demon race. Many predecessors ventured forth from Qingyun, only to return and find eternal rest on Qingping Mountain. Currently, in our Qingyun sect, besides Elder Lu, There is not a second individual who has reached the golden pill stage. Today, 1,000 disciples of Qingyun are entering the demon hunting grounds. Even if they manage to return, how many of them will still be alive in a few years? When you and I joined Qingyun's sect, we were among thousands of spirited youths, all eager to slay demons and establish our names in the world. At this point, Zuanjizi fell into silence once more. He Hongnian, taken aback, said, "After all these years, I have never seen through my senior. Why are you so melancholic today?" After a long while, Zuanjizi finally spoke. "In recent years, I have been practicing a profound technique of our sect. Though it offers no enhancement to my combat prowess, it allows me to sense fortune and calamity. Lately, I have been restless, feeling that something significant is about to happen. Sister, I hope you will take great care during your trials. Do not worry, senior." The granddaughter of the esteemed Master Imo is also taking part in this trial, and a prince from the Xinlong dynasty is among them. The elders of the sect will not be negligent. It is precisely for this reason that I harbor a subtle concern. As the sun set, Gu Yuxing stood in a vast expanse, observing the misty mountains, where the layers of clouds cascaded like ethereal spirits descending upon the earth, a breathtaking spectacle. Surrounding him were dense woods. The so-called demon hunting grounds were merely a place seldom trodden by human feet. Coupled with the presence of the demon suppression tower, this vast, boundless forest and its undulating mountains carried an air of mystery and peril. Many newly initiated disciples harbored such thoughts, yet Gu Yuxing did not share this sentiment. That fateful night, when the demon beasts suddenly invaded Qingyun's sect, he had witnessed with his own eyes that the direction the Qingpeng monster bird had flown from was deep within this very forest. Moreover, the sect had mandated that all disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, must participate in the trials. The underlying meaning of this was worthy of contemplation. Did it signify that the Qingyun sect of the future would no longer be a safe haven, always at risk of demon beast attacks? If the sect itself was not secure, could the demon hunting grounds truly be merely inhabited by wild beasts? Thus, Gu Yuxing remained cautious. He took out the map given by the elder of Tiangong Peak and scrutinized it closely. Although the map only indicated the general layout, Gu Yuxing had developed a good habit of memorizing it since he learned to read at a young age. As the disciples from the various peaks mostly knew each other. They often formed temporary groups of 3 to 5 or 10 for mutual support. Gu Yuxing naturally found himself alone, despite a yearning in his heart, wishing to spend 3 months in the mountains with Miss Imo, which he believed would be an unforgettable experience. That proud Miss Imo had chosen to walk alone and showed no intention of teaming up with him. Gu Yuxing was not in a hurry. This world was vast yet small. In 3 months, if fate allowed, they would surely meet again. As for the matter of hunting demons throughout the mountains, there was no need to rush in his mind. He thought that even if there were no demon beasts in the forest over the course of 3 months, surviving in the wilderness at his current age would still be quite challenging. The first supply point indicated on the map was 30 miles away, meaning that to avoid hunger, all disciples would have to venture 50 miles deeper into the forest. Of course, the sect elders might have other intentions. If the disciples were to linger near the entrance of the demon-hunting forest, it would indeed lead to an awkward situation for everyone. With wine and sword in hand, Gu Yuxing felt no anxiety. He had initially intended to summon the snow ape to accompany him, for with its strength and bloodline, it could have roamed the demon-hunting grounds with ease. However, Gu Yuxing worried that the snow ape might become the target of hunters. The path must be walked alone. As he traversed the mountainous forest, he initially saw numerous figures and winding paths, but gradually, as the sky darkened and the mist thickened, the presence of his fellow disciples faded from sight. Gu Yuxing's pack contained enough food for 3 days, allowing him to proceed at a leisurely pace. Before darkness enveloped the land, he discovered a cave by a cliff, carefully assessed the surroundings for danger, and after confirming safety, he moved a large boulder to partially seal the cave entrance. The opening vein realm would bring a leap in both strength and speed, granting one the power of a tiger and dragon. With each vein opened, one would gain additional tiger strength, capable of moving stones weighing up to 1,000 pounds. Upon entering the bone-forging realm, one would possess the strength of an elephant. Normally, Gu Yuxing, being in the 6th stage of the opening vein realm, could lift stones weighing 6,000 pounds. However, just now, Gu Yuxing did not physically move the stone. Instead, he activated the Songlong technique, channeling his energy into the boulder. Utilizing the technique to swiftly transport the massive stone, which weighed several thousand pounds. Inside the cave, the light was dim, and Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged on the hay-covered ground. He did not immediately begin cultivating. Instead, he gradually circulated his inner breath, allowing it to flow through his body's meridians, calming his mind while remaining alert to the sounds around him. Gazing at the boulder at the cave's entrance, a faint smile graced Gu Yuxing's lips. In the country of Kanglan, one reaches adulthood at 15. Yet he was only 12 years old, and here he was, possessing the strength of both tiger and dragon. Were it not for the burdens he bore, returning to Qingyun town would have allowed him to live a peaceful life. This thought flickered through Gu Yuxing's mind, only to vanish as he beheld the brilliant stars in the night sky. In his mind, the shadow of a sword once again emerged. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxing realized that while he could not wield a sword at this moment, he was continuously reflecting upon the essence of that singular strike. His refusal to take Lu Yuan as his master was not born of obstinacy. Rather, the thought of studying under that enigmatic elder had already taken root in his soul, the sword's momentum. Gu Yuxing stared blankly at the starry sky. Yu Qingshan had once told him that before Lu Yuan asked him to take on a master, he had also cautioned him that his understanding of swordsmanship had reached a critical juncture. Yu Qingshan and Lu Yuan each had different insights regarding the sword's momentum. This night, the world was silent. In the cave, Gu Yuxing gripped his wooden sword, lost in thought. The sword's momentum lies in the attack. This was what Yu Qingshan had told him. The sword's momentum lies in accumulation. This was what Lu Yuan had said to him. As the galaxy sparkled and the sky shimmered with stars, Gu Yuxing suddenly felt a jolt of clarity, springing to his feet, and exclaimed, "No, it has been wrong from the very beginning. That is their sword's momentum, not mine. Thus, the sword momentum of that elder who cleaved through the starry river is not mine either. What then is the sword's momentum that belongs to me? How should I comprehend it?" Awakening to this realization, Gu Yuxing fell into contemplation once more. Thus, he gazed at the starry sky, sitting still throughout the night. He gained insights yet felt as though he had gained nothing at all. Chapter 32. Contending with heaven, battling demons, carving one's own path with the sword the dawn had yet to break. After sitting for a long time, Gu Yuxing moved his stiff and numb arms, pulling his gaze back from the heavens. After a night of contemplation, he still had no clarity on what true sword momentum was. What is the path of the sword? He felt increasingly lost, as if the myriad stars in the sky were akin to the uncertainties of his fate, leaving him unsure which represented his destiny and which pointed to his future. A faint glow flickered outside the cave. Upon seeing this, Gu Yuxing smiled faintly and murmured, "The fireflies in the forest can never compare to the brilliance of the stars, and the blazing sun of fierce flames may overshadow the stars. Perhaps what we see with our eyes is not necessarily the truth. The same holds true for the path of the sword." Gu Yuxing decided to step outside for some fresh air to clear his mind. Drip! Something fell onto his forehead. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar echoed in his ears. A sharp claw emerged from the gap in the boulder, nearly tearing Gu Yuxing in half. Swish! Instinctively, Gu Yuxing swung his wooden sword. The sword light glimmered like silver across the dark night, instantly slicing through the inky darkness. The boulder blocking his way was neatly severed in two by the sword energy emanating from his wooden sword. With a resounding crash, the split boulder tumbled down the cliff, accompanied by a spray of blood mist and the haunting howls of wolves, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. Gu Yuxing focused his gaze and soon realized that the flickering lights outside were not fireflies of the forest, but rather dozens of ghost wolves, a pack of them. Their original habitat was the very cave where Gu Yuxing now resided. Ghost wolves could traverse the wind silently, moving without a sound. Although they lacked the strength of first-tier demon beasts, they were incredibly swift and belonged to a pack-hunting species. Gu Yuxing's earlier strike not only cleaved the boulder but also severed the claws of the Ghost Wolf King. The howls of the wolves erupted. The pack, stirred by their bloodlust, instantly charged into the cave. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuxing wielded his wooden sword, thrusting and slashing, the sword light illuminating the cave. The howls of the wolves gradually subsided. As dawn approached, Gu Yuxing concluded the battle. The essence of the Wolf King was extracted by the sect's decree, earning Gu Yuxing demon hunting points. However, Gu Yuxing paid little heed to these accolades. In this contest with the wolves, he had maintained an absolute advantage. Even so, he felt a significant depletion of energy, his body now stained with wolf blood, sensing unusual movements of demon beasts in the forest, gazing at the sword marks etched into the edge of the cave by a blade's fierce energy. Gu Yuxing squinted slightly, revealing a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Although he had cultivated his swordsmanship to the second level, infusing his techniques with a formidable sword intent, he mused that under normal circumstances, he would never have been able to unleash such a powerful strike. A stone of that magnitude would certainly not have been cleaved so cleanly. Reflecting on the intricacies of that singular stroke, Gu Yuxing suddenly found clarity. Gripping his wooden sword firmly, he walked calmly into the depths of the forest. The essence of sword intent was of little consequence. What mattered was the act of wielding the sword and persistently seeking answers. With sufficient combat experience accumulated, perhaps all truths would eventually surface. Within the forest, the figure of the youth moved increasingly swiftly. Along his path, he encountered a myriad of monstrous beasts, some lurking in the shadows, others viciously baring their fangs, eager to rend him apart. Yet, he clutched his sword resolutely, slaying numerous formidable wild beasts and first-tier monsters. In his wake, a group of Qingyun sect patrolling disciples followed closely. Noticing the sword marks at the cave's entrance, they pursued the trail, finding dozens of beasts dispatched with a single, decisive stroke. At last, when they beheld a blue leopard pierced through the throat by a single strike, they could no longer contain themselves and came to a halt in unison. What a swift sword! This blue leopard was penetrated through the throat mid-leap. The sheer force of the sword intent shattered its innards. Such razor-sharp sword energy. One can only wonder which newcomer disciple from Yunfeng wielded it. A patrolling disciple, his expression grave, glanced at the man standing at the forefront, curiosity evident in his gaze. Senior Brother Qi. It seems this new intake of disciples harbors quite a few prodigies. The leader of the patrol, Qi Ming, had been the one to guide the young men during their entrance assessment at the Qingyun ladder. As the captain of this demon-hunting patrol, Qi Ming had reached the bone-forging realm in just 10 years, having cultivated a body of iron and bronze. While not among the elite disciples, he was certainly among those with exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. Every cohort of disciples inevitably produces some exceptionally gifted individuals. This is hardly surprising. Although Qi Ming spoke nonchalantly, his gaze shifted toward the man beside him, who bore a sword on his back. This individual, approximately 30 years of age, was a pure practitioner of the sword path within Yunfeng. Fang Shidi, having practiced the sword for many years, do you discern any patterns? The man named Fang Jin did not scrutinize the wounds of the slain beasts like the others. Instead, his eyes were fixed upon the distance. The monsters slain by this person were all dispatched with straightforward sword thrusts, devoid of any discernible technique. However, one thing is clear. His vital energy is exceptionally profound, with sword intent surging forth from the blade itself. I cannot even ascertain how wide or long his sword is. Within the entirety of Yunfeng, there is but one person whom I can associate with such a pure sword path. Who might that be? Uncle Yu. The other 4 disciples exchanged glances, one of them incredulous. You mean the Uncle Yu who once dueled the Peak Master with swords? Fang Jin coldly replied. Is there another Uncle Yu in Yunfeng? The one-character sword technique. Qi Ming's expression tightened. Could it be the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty? I heard that upon entering Yunfeng, he sought to learn this supreme sword technique. At that moment, a more composed patrolling disciple interjected, Chu Qian. If it is indeed him, it comes as no surprise, after all. He is a prince of the Qianlong dynasty, surrounded by attendants and sword slaves who are incomparable to us. We should not provoke him, considering his notorious arrogance. It would only lead to our own misfortune. Let us move on. Qi Ming waved his hand, altering their course, and addressed the other 4. Have you all received the gifts from Elder Lu? Except for Fang Jin, whose eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Having accepted another's gifts, we ought to fulfill our obligations. Although Shidi Lu possesses notable talent, it is unfortunate that he failed to enter the library last time, which has led him to act impulsively. If he encounters a powerful monster, it could spell trouble. Of course, regarding his personal grievances with Gu Yuxing, it may be necessary to guide him when the time calls for it. Understood. The other 3 smiled subtly, sharing an unspoken understanding. Fang Jin squinted his eyes, slowly articulating. When did the atmosphere of our sect change so drastically? Has that prince from the Qianlong dynasty been bestowing favors upon you? leading you to become accustomed to such an atmosphere? A hint of embarrassment flickered across the faces of the four. Qi Ming cleared his throat and remarked, Fang Shidi, while you are dedicated to sword cultivation, it is essential to learn some of the ways of the world I do not comprehend. I only know that to grow stronger, one must rely solely on the sword in hand. If one day a formidable monster offers you irresistible benefits, do you plan to betray humanity? Fang Jin's gaze sharpened, causing the four to shiver and hastily wave their hands. How could that be? We have our principles. Humph. Those who walk different paths cannot conspire together. In the mountains, the patrolling team surprisingly found themselves divided on the very first day, each proceeding with their respective tasks. Senior Brother Qi, do you think Fang Shidi will disclose our matters? Qi Ming scoffed. And if he does, what then? You are unaware that Fang Jin initially intended to apprentice under Gu Bai. Regrettably, Gu Bai never revealed his true strength in public. Citing insufficient capability, he declined to accept him as a disciple. Now, Gu Bai has become a disgrace to the sect. Yet Fang Jin remains obstinately protective of Gu Bai's son. How laughable! Mockery danced on the faces of the four as they navigated through the forest. Unbeknownst to them, a peculiar visage appeared upon the bark of a tree behind them, the trees gradually transforming into vines that slithered across the ground like silent serpents. 3 days later, deep within the demon-hunting forest, a diminutive figure darted through the woods. Before him lay a rare beast of the Qi-Long bloodline, a crowned serpent stretching dozens of feet in length. Its tail had been severed, yet its speed remained astonishingly swift. As it traversed the terrain, trees were uprooted, and dry leaves swirled into violent gusts. Occasionally, it glanced back, spewing venom from its maw. The venom splashed against the trees, instantly charring them black. This crowned serpent possessed the strength of a first-tier monster. Unlike other beasts that could condense their essence into a monster's core, it harbored its essence within its serpent gall. Though it was venomous, the gall was a rare tonic. Upon consumption, it could enhance one's internal energy for decades and confer resistance to most monster poisons. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Yuxing relentlessly pursued it. From the moment Gu Yuxing discovered it in the marsh to the ongoing chase, half a day's time had elapsed. Initially, the crowned serpent had perceived Gu Yuxing as prey, but after a fierce struggle, it had lost its tail to him and weakened, sought to flee. Though it could regrow its tail in just a few days, it had not anticipated that Gu Yuxing, weaving through the forest, could occasionally manifest as a shadow of an azure dragon. Even as a mere silhouette, it imposed a natural bloodline suppression upon the crowned serpent, forcing it to flee in panic. You cannot escape. With a precise leap, Gu Yuxing transformed into a shadow of an azure dragon. Silently appearing before the crowned serpent, he thrust his wooden sword forth, piercing through the serpent's gaping maw, and with a flash of sword light, the first-tier beast met its demise. With a flick of his left hand, a blade of sword energy penetrated the serpent's vital point, and he deftly extracted a 7-colored serpent gall, a splendid treasure. Gu Yuxing nodded in satisfaction, his foot lightly tapping the ground as he gracefully departed like Nie Yun treading upon the moon. Stopping by a tranquil stream, Gu Yuxing cleaned the gall before placing it into the gourd at his waist, allowing its medicinal properties to infuse the wine within. Chapter 33. Unexpected gains, danger approaches in the dead of night. A furious roar reverberated through the surroundings. Who dares to kill my spirit pet? Within the forest, a gaunt elder clad in black, his eyes bloodshot, trembled as he caressed the lifeless crowned serpent before him. Not far away, another man dressed similarly displayed a cold demeanor. Under the moonlight, a long scar traversed his nose, rendering his visage fearsome and grotesque. The man bore a crescent-shaped broad sword upon his shoulder, its design distinctly peculiar. The two men exuded a veiled aura. The moonlight illuminated their forms, revealing bones of a faint silver hue. Beneath their feet, a barrier of spiritual energy encased the area for miles around. Clearly, their cultivation levels transcended the martial realm, placing them at least in the soul condensation stage. Observing the enraged elder, the scar-faced man retorted with a mocking tone, I warned you long ago. This beast possesses the bloodline of an ancient savage beast. Wild and Untamable.it is currently in a vulnerable shedding phase, at most a second-tier monster, yet you dared to release it to hunt freely. All your decades of effort have gone to waste. Silence, Gao Sha! Do you believe I won't twist your head off? The elder spun around abruptly, his sleeve sweeping outward as a long whip lashed out like a serpent's tongue, striking toward the scar-faced man. The latter remained motionless, effortlessly grasping the whip and grinning wickedly. Enough, Song Jing. It is merely a spirit pet. Within Qingping Mountain, there are plenty of superior spirit pets. For the sake of this mission, they have mobilized significant assets hidden within the Qingyun sect, luring the beasts to invade the Qingyun sect and leading us to the demon-hunting forest. This task is exceedingly challenging. After all, she is the granddaughter of a grand scholar. Hee, a mission of such magnitude is worth a lifetime's endeavor. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted several times, still unable to quell his anger. He took a deep breath and said, "We have ample time to act. Gao Sha, you go ahead and gather information alone. I must find the one who killed my spirit companion and make them pay dearly. Can you even find them? Cannot find them? Then I shall slaughter all disciples of the Qingyun sect." The elder extended his hand, drawing a peculiar blood circle upon the ground, mixing in a drop of his own blood. He then performed a hand gesture, transforming himself into a swirl of dark light that flew deep into the forest. The scarred man stood still for a moment after the elder departed. After a while, he approached the python that Gu Yuxing had slain, his gaze sweeping over the wound, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. The one who hunted this python possesses low cultivation, yet their swordsmanship holds a certain uniqueness. This strike, with its sword energy coalesced and unbroken, conceals a tumultuous force, reaching the realm of sword intention. Could it be the 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty? If it truly is him, the situation becomes even more intriguing. The scarred man's eyes glimmered as he spun the broadsword on his shoulder. Striding through the forest without fear of encountering the trial disciples or patrolling elders of the Qingyun sect, A.S. night gradually enveloped the forest, in a certain area of the hunting grounds. A lavishly built temporary resting place was adorned with carpets. The 9th prince, Chu Qian, sat comfortably on a golden chair, surrounded by several attendants, all at the bone-forging realm. Ordinary individuals could hardly bring attendance into a sect. But given Chu Qian's noble status as a powerful figure in the Qingyun sect, it was tacitly permitted for his attendants to accompany him. Alongside the attendants, many disciples of the Qingyun sect accompanied Chu Qian, including Lu Qian. Their motivations were straightforward. This outing was the perfect opportunity to cling to the 9th prince, so they willingly embraced the risks and endeavored to stay close to him. Under the shifting light and shadow, Chu Qian toyed with the sect's token, his gaze flickering as he addressed one of the sword servants. "So, have you deciphered the runes on it? Is there a way to transfer the contribution points of others to my sect token?" "Your Highness, I have roughly grasped the rune designs and can transfer the monster hunting points from others' tokens. However, there is still a risk of being discovered. If someone speaks carelessly, the matter may leak, tarnishing your reputation." Upon hearing this, Chu Qian's expression brightened, and he arrogantly remarked, "It is merely a small sect. Those array masters possess too low a cultivation level and lack a profound understanding of the array arts. Incomparable to the array masters of my great Xin Empire." He glanced at the disciples of the Qingyun sect nearby and sneered, "They follow me daily without risk. They must contribute something. Inform them that starting tomorrow, they must submit 30% of their monster hunting points to me each day, or they may as well not follow me." One attendant's gaze flickered as he responded, "Your Highness, while their submissions are not an issue, I fear that upon realizing your ability to alter the monster hunting points, they may develop ulterior motives, refrain from hunting, and even turn against their fellow disciples." Chu Qian's eyes lit up, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You've reminded me well. This trial lasts 3 months, and who can endure such hardship in these deep mountains? It would be wise to find some stimulating activities to pass the time. However, I must not personally intervene. Let that Lu Chun fellow scout the way first and test the Qingyun sect's attitude towards me. Those old fools think that by guarding a stone tablet, they possess dignity. They are merely a group of stone guardians forgotten by the Holy Land." In the following 2 days, a portion of the Qingyun sect disciples within the hunting grounds suddenly became lethargic. They formed clusters, stationed along essential routes, targeting solitary disciples of the Qingyun sect, demanding they hand over their sect tokens and forcibly taking a portion of their monster hunting points. Initially, they exercised restraint, but gradually, those disciples surrounding Chu Chun noticed that the patrolling elders and disciples of the sect ignored the situation, emboldening their audacity to seize all the monster hunting points from the sect tokens, and demanding they submit them every few days, or face brutal beatings and threats. Some refused to comply, and eventually, Lu Chun devised a cunning scheme, confining the forest monsters and then releasing them to hunt down the disciples of the Qingyun sect. At critical moments, they pretended to come to the rescue, playing the role of heroes while achieving their objectives. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuxing, who was wholly focused on hunting monsters, half a month passed, and he had fully adapted to the survival rules within the hunting grounds. He sought a safe place to cultivate during the day, emerging at night to hunt monsters. Although he faced numerous dangers, he gradually mastered the unnamed sword techniques, modifying subtle aspects to create his own monster-slaying swordsmanship. What delighted Gu Yuxing even more was that after consuming snake gall alcohol daily, the vital energy within his dantian had increased more than twofold. Moreover, he had unblocked the 8 meridians in his body nearly a month ahead of schedule, raising his cultivation to the 8th stage of the meridian opening realm, a speed so astonishing that even Gu Yuxing found it hard to believe. This snake gall indeed harbors extraordinary vital energy. In a cave, after finishing his training in the true dragon transformation, Gu Yuxing wore a contemplative expression. He had hunted numerous monsters, collecting many precious cores and blood, which he used for cultivation. Once, he even hunted a second-tier wind wolf and acquired a core. But none had the same efficacy as the snake gall. What a pity! I haven't found another snake like that crowned serpent in Qingping Mountain. A hint of regret crossed Gu Yuxing's face. If he could hunt another crowned serpent and procure its gall, he was confident he could elevate his cultivation to the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm within days. The snake gall wine was nearly consumed, and after raising his cultivation to the 8th stage, the 12 meridians he initially sensed during the refinement of his vital embryo became increasingly pronounced. However, all the cultivation manuals and teachings from the elders of the Qingyun sect emphasized that the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm was the final threshold. The next stage was the bone-forging realm. Once I unblock the 9th meridian, I shall understand everything, Gu Yuxing mused internally. According to the cultivation texts, the 9th meridian, known as the Yuan meridian, would allow the vital energy of heaven and earth to flow into the dantian, gradually transforming the vital essence within his body into spiritual energy. Once the bone-forging realm was cultivated to perfection, he could condense his soul, breaking free from the shackles of the corporeal realm and becoming a true practitioner. The Yuan meridian serves as the conduit connecting the previous 8 meridians. In the coming days, I need to find the safest place to meditate and cultivate, ensuring I am not disturbed. Gu Yuxing formulated a plan in his mind and took out a map, intending to head to the nearest patrol point to replenish his daily supplies. Reporting to the patrol point would also inform the trial elder of the sect that he had not encountered any mishaps. Though Gu Yuxing understood that whether he went or not, no one would care for his existence, he still needed to eat. It was impractical to hunt monsters daily for sustenance. Occasional consumption was acceptable, but day after day would lead to nausea. Qingsong ridged. Gu Yuxing glanced at his surroundings. The nearest sect patrol station was merely 30 miles away. At his current speed, he would not take long. Thus, Gu Yuxing sealed the secret cave where he had been residing for the past 2 days and prepared to replenish his supplies before returning to continue his cultivation. He set off with his wine jug. Sipping as he walked, however, after a short distance, he sensed an inexplicable aura of danger approaching. Gu Yuxing instinctively halted, plugging the mouth of his spirit gourd with the wine jug, and turned to gaze back. The ominous presence had mysteriously vanished. Strange. Gu Yuxing muttered to himself, continuing onward with the wine gourd hanging at his side. Chapter 34. Ambushed in the gorge, Gu Yuxing's sword has grown cold shortly after Gu Yuxing departed. The ground where he had just stood suddenly rippled, the soil bubbling like a swamp. Moments later, a mud figure emerged from the earth, taking the shape of a gaunt figure. It was the enigmatic elder, Song Jing. His gaze was deep as he scanned the surroundings, gradually rising from the ground. Disappeared again? Who could they be? Possessing such capabilities, capable of completely sealing the residual blood energy of my spirit companion. A thoughtful expression crossed the elder's face, his gaze sharpening. Could it be that someone from the Qingyun sect has discovered this? That seems unlikely to that moment. A patrolling elder appeared behind him, warily inquiring. Which peak elder are you? Why do you seem so unfamiliar? Song Jing cupped his hands and replied, I am from Yun Peak. Yun Peak. Although the patrolling elder remained somewhat skeptical, he visibly relaxed compared to before. descending from the sky and approaching the elder. "What is your name?" "I am Zhang Jing." "And you?" "I am Ruanji from the affairs hall." Just as the patrolling elder finished his response, he suddenly realized something. His pupils constricting violently. "No. You are not from the Qingyun sect." Even if a Qingyun sect elder were to seclude themselves for long, they could not possibly fail to recognize me. "Who are you?" Ruanji raised his hand, a short sword glinting from his sleeve, and with a flash of sword light, he thrust it forward. However, his blade merely shattered an afterimage, as Zhang Jing mysteriously appeared behind him. A hand emerged from Ruanji's chest, fingers curled like talons, grasping a still-throbbing heart. How amusing, a group of guardians hesitating to act. "Your heart now belongs to me," Zhang Jing declared, a purple aura emanating from him as he began to absorb the heart of the patrolling elder into his own chest. In an instant, his aura transformed, morphing him into Ruanji's likeness. Ruanji, deprived of his heart, did not perish immediately. He glanced back at the elder, now resembling him, and attempted to crush the elder's talisman. But an enigmatic whip ensnared him tightly, disguised technique. "You are an evil cultivator from the Blood Fiend sect of the Xinlong dynasty." Ruanji's eyes widened in disbelief, the divine light within them fading as he helplessly watched the sect token fall into the hands of his adversary. "Heh, who would have thought that even in this remote corner, someone would recognize my name? With your identity, things will be much easier for me from now on," Zhang Jing sneered, raising his palm to reveal a flash of green poison, instantly turning the elder from the Qingyun sect into a mere skeleton. When Gu Yuxing first arrived at the Hall of Affairs, this elder had shown him some kindness, able to fly with a heavy wine jar using the wind. Yet now, he had fallen victim to the sinister Zhang Jing in the demon-hunting forest. Gu Yuxing traversed a canyon leading to Qingsong Ridge, flanked by steep cliffs on both sides. Black crows circled overhead, occasionally emitting chilling cries. The sunlight barely penetrated the canyon, and Gu Yuxing felt an unsettling chill creeping up his back. He became acutely vigilant, quickening his pace. Suddenly, several nets were unexpectedly cast from behind a rock. Gu Yuxing swiftly drew his sword, the sharp aura effortlessly tearing the nets apart. "Come out," he commanded. Gu Yuxing sensed three presences behind the rock and halted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The trio, initially startled, emerged from their hiding spot and, upon recognizing Gu Yuxing, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's the coward son." They chuckled mockingly, blocking both his path forward and backward. With the leader striding towards him, realizing their intentions, Gu Yuxing calmly remarked, "I recognize you. You are the disciples under Lu Zhan, the three hounds by Lu Qin's side." "Impudent," the leader fumed, stopping a meter away from Gu Yuxing. Looking down at him with crossed arms, boasting, "Kid, surrender your sect token, crawl through my legs, and bark like a dog 3 times, and I might spare your life." The disciple at the forefront grinned menacingly. "I am not so forgiving. He must please me before I let him go, and I still want to break a leg." Before Gu Yuxing could respond, another disciple from the Qingyun sect approached from behind, drawing a sword and pressing it against the back of Gu Yuxing's head, laughing, "Kneel before me." A smile, unlike any he'd shown before, crept across Gu Yuxing's face. With a flick of his wrist, he reversed his grip on the wooden sword. And without moving his body, the sword inexplicably pierced the heart of the disciple behind him. The blade flashed, and it appeared as though Gu Yuxing had never moved at all. Blood gushed forth. The disciple, who had raised his sword, now stared wide-eyed at his own heart, as if wanting to speak. His body slowly crumpled forward, kneeling in death behind Gu Yuxing. The scent of blood quickly filled the air. The remaining 2 disciples felt an icy dread rise from their feet to the crown of their heads. The disciple standing before Gu Yuxing, Zhao Zhua, instinctively took a step back, and after a moment of terror, suddenly realized that Gu Yuxing was just a boy, still too young to have reached adulthood. The sword strike had merely been an assassination. With this thought, he regained his composure, adopting a smug expression as if he had outsmarted him. "Gu Yuxing, you killed Ling Qing. You murdered a fellow disciple. Your end is near. Do you understand? You are finished," he reiterated, emphasizing Gu Yuxing's act of killing a comrade, while his hand unconsciously drew his sword. Zhao Zhua had not even seen how Gu Yuxing had struck. Before entering the Qingyun sect, he had spent years as a bodyguard in the mundane world, encountering bandits and surviving near-death experiences.
The brutal realities of the martial world had never frightened him. But now he felt as if the very air around him was suffocatingly cold. Jiu Yuxing remained silent, a slight smirk on his lips as he caressed the wooden sword in his hand. He then thrust it toward Zhao Zhuo, as if merely practicing a movement so simple it hardly constituted a sword technique. Zhao Zhuo opened his mouth, intending to berate Gu Yuxing, but found he could not utter a sound. Though Gu Yuxing appeared slight and frail, the wooden sword bore down upon him like a mountain. He attempted to raise his sword to block, but found it weighed a ton, and he could barely grip it. The sword's light surged, piercing through his dantian. Blood spilled forth once more. You? Zhao Zhuo's eyes were filled with terror as his massive frame began to collapse, kneeling slowly as he watched his own blood flow. Feeling life slipping away, the vital essence within his dantian, a pale green, gradually dissipated. He had reached the stage of forming his primordial fetus, a promising talent among the new disciples. Yet he never anticipated that the path he chose would lead to his end at the hands of a mere boy. It's impossible. Zhao Zhuo suddenly lifted his head, fixated on Gu Yuxing, pressing his hand against his dantian in a futile attempt to reverse the situation. I've seen you practice swordsmanship from a high vantage. It makes no sense. No. Zhao Zhuo pushed against the ground, trying to rise, but with a thud, he fell to his knees before Gu Yuxing, filled with regret and unwillingness, his eyes wide open. Jiu Yuxing lifted his gaze. The disciple from the Qingyun sect standing closest had turned pale with fear, his body trembling like a leaf, looking at Gu Yuxing as if he were a monster. Don't kill me. It's all Lu Chen's fault. He ordered us to block you and rob you of your sect token, demanding we hand over the hunting points from the token. Stay back, thud. The man crumpled to his knees before Gu Yuxing, producing several sect tokens from his pocket, cradling them in his hands. Take them, they're all yours. Jiu Yuxing's gaze shifted to the tokens, a mocking expression crossing his face. So, this hunting trial has become your justification for robbery? I was forced into it. The man hastily waved his hands, completely shirking responsibility. Jiu Yuxing's gaze grew colder, stating, the 120th rule of the Qingyun sect dictates that when facing demonkind, disciples must stand united, sharing the burden, and when besieged by demons, must entrust their backs to their comrades, facing the enemy until their last breath. Jiu Yuxing meticulously wiped the blood from his wooden sword, presenting it before the man. Oh, you see this? This is the blood of fellow disciples, colder than that of any beast. The man pressed his hands to the ground, prostrating in desperation. I was wrong. Gu Yuxing, please spare me. I promise I won't tell anyone about today, and I will never do such a thing again. Gu Yuxing slowly raised his wooden sword, passing by the kneeling man. 1 step, 2 steps. The kneeling man, grinning viciously, suddenly leaped up, brandishing a knife and striking down toward Gu Yuxing. Yet he only completed half the motion before it abruptly halted. Gasp! The man looked down, eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Yuxing's wooden sword had only half remained in his grasp, the other half piercing through his throat. Jiu Yuxing's expression remained calm as he slowly withdrew the wooden sword, speaking, I never believed your words. But I wanted to confirm if the things guarded by the spirits etched upon the demon-suppressing steel have truly decayed. What do you say, brother? The man could no longer hear Gu Yuxing's words as he collapsed with a crash. Gu Yuxing did not look back. He continued through the canyon, only the circling black crows descending to scavenge behind him. Sunlight fell upon Gu Yuxing, casting a long shadow, by the time he reached Qingsong Ridge. The day was waning. Inside a stone house built within the forest, the previous generation's disciple, Zhu Chong, dozed behind a window, surrounded by provisions necessary for the training disciples and daily sect expenses. Jiu Yuxing presented his sect token, saying, Brother, I've come to claim a month's worth of supplies. Oh? Zhu Chong glanced at Gu Yuxing, taking the token into his hands and examining it closely, his eyes reflecting clear surprise. You've kept it with you? You re quite fortunate. Zhu Chong regarded Gu Yuxing with a knowing look. You have no storage ring. What do you need all this for? Gu Yuxing replied, Brother, the sect does not stipulate how much supply a training disciple can claim. That hasn't been the case in the past. It's only recently changed. Zhu Chong scrutinized Gu Yuxing. Many disciples have taken supplies and hidden them away. Do you think that will work? If you want a month's worth, you'll need to wait for Master Wan to arrive. His approval is necessary. Are you willing to wait? Gu Yuxing nodded, casually retrieving his sect token. What's this? Afraid I'll rob you? Zhu Cheng stared at Gu Yuxing, a smile that was neither here nor there on his face. Ji Yuxing looked earnestly at him. Would you? The other party did not respond immediately, but their gaze sharpened. After a few moments, Zhu Cheng let out a hearty laugh. Ji Yushidi, I was merely jesting with you. I hope I did not frighten you, senior brother. What do you think? Gu Yuxing silently moved to sit cross-legged beneath a tree. Zhu Cheng stared at Gu Yuxing, who was 10 meters away. He leaned back, nearly toppling over the table, feeling his body stiffen as if ants were crawling on his back. What a tedious task. He twisted his rigid neck. As he withdrew his hand, he discovered his palm was inexplicably soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 35. This elder seems off the sky gradually darkened, and Qingsong Ridge resembled a lion slowly succumbing to slumber amidst the Qingping mountain range. The wind howling fiercely. Numerous disciples were gathered near the stone cabin, most of whom lingered under the pretense of resupplying, taking the opportunity to rest for a day or two. After all, the temporary outpost established by the elders and elite disciples of Qingyun's sect offered greater safety than other locations, allowing weary travelers to catch up on much-needed sleep. Not every disciple of Qingyun's sect encountered formidable demon beasts in this hunting forest, yet they exchanged information amongst themselves. Over the course of a month, there had already been significant casualties. Some disciples had lost hands or feet during encounters with demon beasts. The guards at these outposts were initially indifferent, but gradually began to sense potential benefits, allowing trial disciples to remain near the outpost for 3 days if they were willing to offer some advantages. The hunting forest, being the back mountain of Qingyun's sect, still housed numerous precious herbs. Even at the foot of the Qingping mountain range, during their trials, disciples from the 6 peaks could gather these herbs and deliver them to designated supply points to exchange for corresponding contribution points or currency recognized in the secular world. Gu Yuxing had also collected some along the way, though most were used to infuse into his wine gourd. The surrounding trial disciples were engaged in conversation, and Gu Yuxing gleaned some information regarding the circumstances of other disciples through their exchanges. Indeed, in recent days, several disciples had been stripped of their sect tokens, becoming laborers for certain individuals, yet they could only communicate in hushed tones, unable to let the elders within the sect be aware of their plight. Gu Yuxing surmised that this matter must be closely linked to the prince of the Qianlong dynasty. The thought that the other party could decipher the runes on the sect token filled him with a sense of urgency. Lacking any background or allies, he could only rely on himself to forge ahead step by step. Ji Yuxing rose, preparing to collect 3 days' worth of provisions before departing. However, as he stood, he noticed a figure gradually approaching from the direction of the canyon he had come from. The patrolling elder had arrived in the dim light. Gu Yuxing found the person somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, it was indeed Elder Wan Ji from the Hall of Affairs. Elder Wan. Zhu Cheng rose respectfully upon seeing the elder's return. Wan Ji halted in front of the stone cabin, his gaze sweeping over the nearby disciples of Qingyun's sect. Gather everyone. Understood. Zhu Cheng beckoned to Gu Yuxing and the others. Ji Yuxing walked step by step to the front of the stone cabin. Due to his shorter stature and poor reputation within the sect, others did not seem inclined to form a queue, each assessing their own strength and believing they should stand where they desired to wait for their supplies. The individual disguised as Elder Wan Ji sat behind the stone cabin and instructed Zhu Cheng, "Go, call all disciples within a 50-mile radius. Those who do not come within 3 days will lose their eligibility to receive supplies." Zhu Cheng hesitated, momentarily taken aback. "Elder Wan, should I go now?" "What? Are you unwilling?" "No, I will go right away." Zhu Cheng exited with an unwilling expression. Given his cultivation level, he was unable to fly, so how could he notify the surrounding disciples? Moreover, such matters could be communicated through the elder's authority using the elder's token. Why was he being asked to run about? Could it be that he had offended Elder Wan in some way? The thought of the other party being an elder from the Hall of Affairs made Zhu Cheng reluctant to oppose, and he chose a path of compliance to summon the other disciples of Qingyun's sect. Gu Yuxing, standing in line, could only gaze at the shoulders of those before him, occasionally catching glimpses of Elder Ruan's face through the gaps. For some reason, he felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Although he had only met this elder twice, he retained a vivid impression of him. During his previous attempts to receive sect tasks, the elder had never made things difficult for him, leading Gu Yuxing to regard Elder Wan Ji quite favorably. In the flickering candlelight, Elder Wan Ji was distributing supplies to each disciple. This was a routine Gu Yuxing had become accustomed to over the past month. having similarly received supplies 3 times. However, after observing for a while, he found it peculiar that Elder Ruan did not verify the identities of the sect disciples. When he accepted each disciple's sect token, he pressed 2 fingers of his right hand onto the token while his left hand remained hidden in the shadows. Gu Yuxing was not well versed in the secret patterns on the sect token, but he sensed the subtle fluctuations of runes emanating from it, which were essentially manifestations of vital energy, although faint. He cultivated a first-grade Yuan embryo, and the vital energy in the world presented various forms. The runic fluctuations on the sect token appeared dark gray, likely indicating the energy properties controlled by the creator of the token. Yet, Gu Yuxing keenly noticed a flash of blood-red light emanating from Elder Ruan Ji's left sleeve, intertwining with the token's dark gray vital energy, seemingly to verify something. Blood light? Gu Yuxing pondered. When the blood light surged, he felt a sudden pounding in his heart. What could this signify? Just as Gu Yuxing was deep in thought, Elder Ruan's voice interrupted his reverie. Why are you dawdling? Where's your sect token? Gu Yuxing snapped back to attention and met the elder's gaze. Sharp and profound, yet utterly unfamiliar, a sense of unease washed over Gu Yuxing. At that moment, when their eyes met, his mind went blank. No, something was amiss. Elder Ruan Ji's eyes bore scrutiny, and they felt foreign. Gu Yuxing could not grasp the intricacies of the situation, but instinctively activated his true dragon transformation, sealing all the meridians he had opened within his body, allowing his vital energy to retreat into his dantian. Although he was unfamiliar with the techniques of concealing one's aura, the true dragon transformation he practiced inherently mimicked a dragon's form, enabling him to conceal and alter his own presence. Here it is. Gu Yuxing feigned nonchalance while searching at his waist. Once the inexplicable sensation of heart palpitations subsided, he presented the sect token. As soon as the token was handed over, Gu Yuxing sharply sensed a subtle aura attaching itself to the token. Probing his body, could it be that the sect elder was secretly investigating everyone's cultivation level and true capabilities? Gu Yuxing remained vigilant. After a moment, the peculiar sensation dissipated. Gu Yuxing maintained a facade of confusion. Yet the elder's gaze remained penetrating, scrutinizing the sect token further, questioning, "What is your name? And why does your sect token bear an additional seal?" "Gu Yuxing," he replied. Before he could elaborate, a nearby disciple chimed in with a hint of schadenfreude. "Elder Ruan, have you forgotten? The sect master personally decreed that for 3 years, he cannot receive fixed contribution points." "Humph, so that is the case." Elder Ruan Ji tossed the sect token back to Gu Yuxing, lightly tapping the table with his hand, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. Gu Yuxing silently tucked away the sect token, registering for his supplies like the other disciples. After receiving their provisions, the other disciples sought comfortable spots around the stone cabin to rest for the night, while Gu Yuxing, burdened with his supply bag, pretended to meander among those resting, only to be pushed aside by several disciples, who disdainfully urged him to leave. With no other option, Gu Yuxing trudged alone into the night. His pace appeared normal, yet in reality, he quickened his steps, swiftly returning to the canyon he had traversed earlier. Casting a sidelong glance at the 3 skeletal remains by the roadside, he suddenly inhaled deeply, activating the Songlong body technique, his figure leaving a fleeting shadow in the darkness, vanishing from sight. An hour later, in a concealed cave halfway up the mountain, Gu Yuxing halted, turning back to completely seal the cave entrance with stones, leaving no gap for even a breath. After completing this, he exhaled deeply, breathing heavily. In the absolute darkness, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thud, thud, thud. His heart raced violently, not merely from the swift pace he had maintained, but from an uncontrollable surge of energy coursing through his body. What is happening? Gu Yuxing felt a surge of panic. Instinctively, he reached for the wine gourd at his waist, desiring a sip to calm his nerves. Suddenly, he realized something, halting his actions. "No, wait," Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. At this moment, his mind was clearer than ever, replaying the moment he had submitted the sect token. The subtle aura that had entered his body mirrored the symptoms he had experienced from the snake ball wine in recent days. "He is not Elder Ruan," Gu Yuxing blurted out in the darkness, a cold sweat cascading from his feet to the crown of his head. His own conjecture startled him, leaving him struggling to believe it. He pinched the flesh of his palm with his fingers, the pain jolting his thoughts into clarity. The blood-red mark on the left hand is the spirit pet contract symbol. Could it be that the serpent I hunted that day was secretly nurtured by Elder Yuan as a spirit pet? Gu Yuxing inhaled sharply. Unlike the snow ape, the crowned serpent is a true monster, a fierce beast. Though it possesses the bloodline of an ancient Qi dragon, its excessive malevolence and demonic aura render it incapable of awakening intelligence, making it one of the beasts that humanity must eradicate. With this realization, Gu Yuxing felt that everything suddenly made sense. Elder Yuan, as a sect elder, had violated prohibitions by secretly signing a contract with a fierce beast. And in turn, Gu Yuxing had unwittingly killed his cherished spirit pet. Hence, he sought to utilize the reverse contract bloodline to identify the slayer of the crowned serpent. In a wonder, Gu Yuxing suppressed his astonishment and contemplated briefly. Within the contract spirit tome, there exists a secret technique capable of completely nullifying another's contract, known as the turbid spirit technique. I shall give it A.T.R.Y. Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to guide the blood energy within him, allowing a drop of essence blood to flow from his fingertip. He then opened the wine gourd and let the drop of essence blood fall into the liquor. A barely perceptible crimson glimmer erupted from the spirit gourd, coalescing into the phantom of the crowned serpent. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuxing hesitated not for a moment. A sword light surged from his fingertip, utterly erasing the phantom of the crowned serpent before him. I was indeed correct. Gu Yuxing's expression shifted to one of trepidation. That inexplicable sensation which had caused his heart to race had finally vanished, and he felt considerably more at ease. Given Yuan Ji's cultivation, there is no reason for him to take such a significant risk to contract a beast as feeble as that serpent, Gu Yuxing murmured to himself, recalling the remnant blood shadow that had emerged from the spirit gourd. Only beasts of the 4th rank or above can condense a trace of soul essence, akin to a human in the soul condensation realm. Should they perish, a fragment of their obsession may linger. Is the crowned serpent in a weakened state? Could it be shedding its skin, and I happen to discover it? No wonder its serpent gall harbors such terrifying energy. Chapter 36. Bottleneck in Cultivation. Danger emerges in the night. In the following days, Gu Yuxing refrained from hunting monsters, instead focusing on opening his 9th meridian within a concealed cave. He consumed the serpent gall liquor from the spirit gourd and finally achieved his long-desired advancement to the 9th stage of meridian's opening. In terms of speed, he was among the fastest cultivators within the Qingyun sect. However, as Gu Yuxing anticipated, although he had opened all 9 meridians, the vital energy within his body did not convert into spiritual energy as he had hoped. The vital energy from the heavens and earth flowed into his meridians, forming luminous essence in his dantian like stars. As he absorbed the vital energy, it was further refined and contained entirely within his dantian. Simultaneously, the refined essence within his dantian flowed into his meridians, automatically opening 3 additional meridians. 2 of these extended towards the Qi Sea and the Spirit Sea, while the final one led to the most mysterious location within his brain, the Purple Palace. Initially, Gu Yuxing attempted to control the opening of 1 meridian at a time. However, these 3 meridians were interconnected and required simultaneous advancement. Reluctantly, Gu Yuxing halted, silently contemplating the method of meridian opening from the true dragon transformation. To transform a dragon into human form, one must open hidden points within the meridians to contain essence, qi, and spirit. As a human cultivator, I inherently possess essence, qi, and spirit, so logically, I should not require cultivation. Is it possible that the essence, qi, and spirit of the human body are closed off after birth? Gu Yuxing's expression reflected deep contemplation. In the small courtyard of the Peach Blossom Grove, there were numerous texts collected by Gu Bai. Although there were no cultivation methods, these texts contained a wealth of information about the vast world. Gu Yuxing had absorbed this knowledge and recalled many details from those texts. Essence, qi, and spirit refer to the refinement of essence into qi, qi into spirit, and spirit into emptiness. In the Taoist texts, they are referred to as heaven, earth, and man. Why do other cultivators not need to open these 3 meridians? Is it because my body is unique? Gu Yuxing harbored a vague suspicion that perhaps other cultivators only refined essence, qi, and spirit in later stages of cultivation. However, due to the exceptional quality of his primordial fetus, he needed to open these 3 meridians to enter the next realm. Refining essence into qi. Gu Yuxing muttered to himself, his eyes gradually brightening. Sitting cross-legged, he began to guide the refined essence within him, allowing it to circulate throughout his body. The process of opening these 3 meridians felt akin to exploring in darkness for Gu Yusheng. Within the cave, a golden dragon shadow gradually emerged around Gu Yusheng's body, formed from the refined vital energy of the heavens and earth, automatically taking on the shape of a dragon with each breath he took. In the dead of night, a dragon's roar resonated through the cave. Although the sound was not loud, it startled all the beasts within 100 miles of the monster-hunting forest, causing them to flee in panic as though encountering a formidable foe. At Qingsong Ridge, countless vultures and crows screeched in alarm, soaring into the sky in flocks. The air was tainted with the stench of decay. On the stone house, the disguised evil cultivator Cong Jing, posing as Elder Ruan Ji of the Qingyun sect, gazed at the surrounding scavenging birds taking flight, an expression of astonishment flickering in his dark, sinister eyes. He lowered his gaze to the stone house, where numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect had already been pecked to death by the birds. There were dozens of corpses. Despite the massacre of so many trial disciples from the Qingyun sect, there was still no satisfaction in Cong Jing's eyes. Days had passed, yet he still had not located the perpetrator who had slain his spirit pet. Just then, a voice broke through the night air. It was another of Cong Jing's accomplices, the scar-faced man Gao Sha. He descended before the stone house, surveying the disarray with a slight twitch of his face. "Did you do this?" Cong Jing replied coldly with a smile. His hands clasped behind his back. "Only this way can I alleviate the hatred in my heart." "What brings you here? Is everything prepared?" Gao Sha frowned. "So many disciples dead, it will surely attract the elders' attention. Do you not understand the importance of our task? If we fail, we will both be without a grave. You must realize that in the presence of that person, we are but ants. Eliminating some inconsequential individuals makes tracking our target considerably easier. Does it not? Where is that girl?" The scar-faced man grinned mysteriously, saying, "That girl is remarkable. She has been refining her meridians and tempering her bones at the Yunshui stream these past few days. Ah, the Sacred Academy's Book Mountain is indeed a place of profound resources. Back in the day, we toiled for years to succeed in refining our meridians and bones. Had we known there were shortcuts, we need not have wasted so many years on this path. What use is it to say such things? The various arcane texts of the world are all stored within the Sacred Academy. No one has attempted to steal or rob them. No one is foolish." Cong Jing's gaze turned icy. "Before we kill that girl, find a way to extract the Sacred Academy's techniques from her. We have been stuck at the pinnacle of the soul condensation realm for so long. It is time to find a way to break through." The 2 figures vanished from Qingsong Ridge. At the Qingyun sect, a disciple rushed into the Grand Hall, where the sect leader Xianjizi was playing chess with Hidalgo, the master of Falling Dust Peak. "Sect leader, trouble. Something has happened, Xianjizi and Hidalgo exchanged glances. "What has happened?" "The spirit pets of Tianling Peak have inexplicably become agitated, and the sealing talismans of the demon suppression tower on Lingxiao Peak have suddenly brightened, activating the surrounding demon suppression talismans and formations." "Spirit pets?" Xianjizi furrowed his brow, puzzled. Just then, another disciple from the Soul Hall rushed in, pale-faced. "Sect leader, trouble? Elder Ruan's life plate has shattered." The Soul Hall's elders attempted to communicate but received no response. "I just went to the affairs hall, and the elder on duty said that Uncle Ruan has not submitted the sex accounts for 10 days. "What?" In an instant, Xianjizi appeared outside the Grand Hall. At that moment, the demon suppression tower on Lingxiao Peak exuded a terrifying demonic aura, as countless suppressed beasts emanated powerful energy, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from the tower. "This is bad." Xianjizi's expression grew grave, and he swiftly soared towards Lingxiao Peak, his voice reaching He Hongnian's ears. "Junior sister, immediately summon the elders of the 6 peaks to reinforce the seal on the demon suppression tower." Understood. He Hongnian took out a talisman, which split into 6, flying in different directions. She intended to assist in sealing the demon suppression tower, but suddenly recalled something. A contemplative expression crossed her face as she conjured a mist beneath her feet and made her way to Falling Dust Peak. "Master." A beautiful female disciple saluted. This girl was He Hongnian's personal disciple, named Xiao Muqing. He Hongnian waved her off and instructed, "Qinger, you must go to the back mountains training forest to notify the patrolling elders and disciples. Tell the new trial disciples to stay put at their respective supply points for the next few days. The beasts in the demon suppression tower are acting strangely, and I have a bad feeling about this. Additionally, you must find Mo Wanyun and protect her well. She must not come to harm. Yes. Xiao Muqing formed hand seals with her right hand, stepping onto her flying sword, soaring into the air. This girl had evidently reached the soul condensation realm, marking her as an exceptionally gifted individual among the younger generation of disciples. Near the demon suppression tower in Lingxiao Peak, Lu Zhan, clad in dark gray attire, felt a shiver run down his spine as the potent demonic energy seeping from the tower drenched him in cold sweat. Concealing his hands within his sleeves, he crumpled a piece of paper into nothingness and murmured, "Why such a tremendous commotion? It makes no sense. Was it not stated that the elixir would only awaken a fraction of the beast's souls? If this continues, the seal of the demon suppression tower will be forcibly breached, leading to the downfall of Qingyun's sect." Just then, a figure landed beside him. It was none other than the grave-faced sect leader. "Xinjizi Dalu Shidi, what are you dawdling for? Come quickly and assist in reinforcing the seal." "Yes, master." Lu Zhan discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. The night enveloped Qingping Mountain in the Forest of Trials. Several silhouettes traversed the darkness, with the foremost being Chu Qian of the Xinlong dynasty, followed by a few sword servants and the ever-obsequious Lu Qian. "Your Highness, please slow down. The beasts in the forest seem rather unusual tonight." A pale-faced attendant implored. "Humph, a bunch of useless fools. You've had days to locate her, and yet, where is she?" "Your Highness, if you head south, there's a river flowing down from Qingping Mountain, the Jiuqian River. Miss Mo should be cultivating at the Yunshui Gorge marked on the map." Jiuqian River? Is that the river said to refine the spirit?" A flicker of ecstatic joy crossed Chu Chen's face, quickly followed by anger. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Your Highness, the map from Qingyun's sect does not clearly indicate it." "Then how did you come to know?" Chu Chen shot a glance at the attendant, who lowered his head in silence. "Are you concealing something from me?" "No. It was Lin Gonggong who informed me just today." "Lin Gonggong, you say?" Upon hearing that name, Chu Chen's arrogance slightly diminished. His gaze flickered as he grasped the attendant's ear, whispering, "I know you are a pawn placed by the crown prince beside me, but I am indifferent. If you dare to act against me in the future, I will personally end your life. A wise man knows when to yield. If you assist me in winning Miss Mo's favor, you shall be rewarded." "Yes." A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Chu Chen's lips as he quickened his pace, his eyes glinting with sinister intent. "Yunshui Gorge, truly a remarkable location. Miss Wanyun, you have an exquisite taste in places." "Huh." Emerging from a cave, Gu Yuxing exhaled a long breath. He had been striving to unblock 3 meridians over the past few days and had finally made a breakthrough recently. He recalled the ancient scroll Miss Mo had shown him, featuring a magnificent dragon soaring and harmonizing with the heavens, which inspired him to emulate the dragon. Just moments ago, as he attempted to connect the 3 meridians, the shadow of a true dragon manifested around him, emitting a resonating dragoness roar that spread across the land and into the forest. Just a little more, and I shall succeed." Gu Yuxing murmured to himself, pulling out a wine gourd from his waist, only to find a few drops remaining. "Is that all?" A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated the immense amount of elemental energy required to unblock the remaining 3 meridians, far exceeding the energy consumed to unblock the previous 9. Even with the spirit gourd to absorb elemental energy, it was insufficient. Gu Yuxing gazed into the distance beneath the vast sky. With a gourd devoid of wine, he could substitute it with fine spring water. However, he needed to find a place abundant in elemental energy to utilize the gourd to absorb more energy, aiding him in unblocking the final 3 meridians. Under the night, the distant Qingping Mountains appeared veiled in a thin mist. "Oh, is that a river flowing down from the peak of Qingping Mountain?" Gu Yuxing's eyes lit up. He secured the spirit gourd to his waist and employed an exceptionally skilled technique to weave through the forest. Chapter 37. Yuxing draws his sword to save Wanyun. Shixiang's soul shatters in Qingping Mountain. Moonlight cascaded upon the silver waterfall descending from Qingping Mountain, the swirling mist resembling the delicate veil upon a maiden's visage. Imbued with a touch of shyness, the young traveler, captivated by the breathtaking scenery, halted his steps, reminiscing about the year he had spent in Qingyun's sect. He had witnessed the peach blossoms blooming across the mountains, felt the summer rains cascading from eaves, and observed the autumn leaves falling gracefully into the mundane world. Now, beneath the frosty winter night, the moon appeared extraordinarily pure, and the sound of flowing water was refreshingly soothing. There, amidst the mountains and waterfalls, a graceful figure glided past, causing Gu Yuxing's pupils to contract as he stood frozen in a wit. Was the proud little girl he had first encountered at the foot of Qingping Mountain. The headstrong maiden he had met in the peach blossom grove. Now, he watched as she danced upon the waves, leaping and twisting amid the surging waters of the waterfall, ethereal and enchanting, wielding her 3-foot azure blade that stirred up waves. The talented disciple in the eyes of the sect was equally diligent behind the scenes, ceaselessly striving to ascend in her cultivation. Witnessing this scene, a foolish grin spread across Gu Yuxing's youthful face as he watched in silence. Yet, the incongruous sound of footsteps disrupted this tranquility. Gu Yuxing frowned, sensing an impending danger approaching. The first to emerge was none other than the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty, Chu Chen. He waved his fan, poised elegantly on the edge of the waterfall, and with a flourish, opened his fan. Miss Wan Yun, I greet you, O Wan Yun, treading the waves, turned her head to cast a fleeting glance at Chu Chen. Dismissing him entirely, Chu Chen's expression stiffened as he tightened his grip on the fan and leaped into the air, laughing maniacally. Why must you hide, Miss Wan Yun? Although you possess exceptional talent, I am not lacking either. The Confucians have soaring high, while our Qianlong dynasty has the dragon leaps the sea. This splendid scenery exists solely for us. Do you not agree? Mo Wan Yun's brows knitted together. And suddenly she shouted, Get out of the way! With a swift step upon the waterfall, she soared into the air, her 3-foot azure blade tracing a graceful arc, its light shimmering like the moon. Cascading in brilliance, Chu Chen's expression shifted, and he solemnly remarked, Miss Wan Yun, do you wish to compete with me? I fear you are still no match for me. Ridiculous. Mo Wan Yun's toes barely touched the water's surface as she thrust her sword forward, unleashing a series of intricate strikes. The sound of sharp steel rang out in an instant. The tranquil waterfall erupted into towering waves. The terrifying aftermath rolled outward, catching Chu Chen off guard, as he was thrown into the waterfall in a state of utter disarray. Your Highness, be careful. Swish, swish, swish. Two figures leaped into the air. Before they reached the waterfall, a glint of sword light flashed through the sky, blood mist swirling, scattered by the mountain winds. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air. The scarred man hoisted his sword back onto his shoulder, a mocking grin plastered across his face. At that moment, the lifeless bodies of the 2 attendants fell to the ground, a thick stench of blood wafting through the air. Emerging from the water, Chu Chen had intended to erupt in fury, but upon seeing the gaunt old man and the bloodthirsty scarred man, his expression froze. Who are you? Chu Chen's voice trembled slightly. The old man's cold gaze met his, replying, This fellow's life will be spared for now. The rest shall be executed without mercy. Hey! The scarred man swung his broad sword with one hand, unleashing a downward strike. Everyone, including Lu Qian, hastily dodged, yet one individual, caught off guard, was instantly cleaved in two. Bold. Do you know who we are? A sword servant bellowed. Clanged in response. Another merciless sword strike rang out. Lu Qian's face drained of color as he cowered behind a stone, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the gaunt old man grinned menacingly, his gaze fixated on Mo Wan Yun. A malevolent aura radiated from him as he began to ascend against the waterfall's current. Mo Wan Yun's brows furrowed as she pointed her sword forward, exclaiming, Two clowns who can't even survive in the Blood Fiend sect dare to engage in the trade of lives. Miss Mo, someone has offered an irresistible price. As Zhang Jing spoke, his hand emerged from his sleeve, and a long whip shot forth like a serpent, aiming for Mo Wan Yun's vital points. Mo Wan Yun bit her lip, her sword tip shining brilliantly beneath the moonlight. The cascading waterfall transformed into a torrential downpour of sword rain, delicate like threads and falling like pearls. This was indeed the sword technique from the Yunshui sword art of Qingyun sect, Weiqing Morning Rain, a mere parlor trick. Zhang Jing's eyes glinted with malice, his long whip appearing slow yet striking swiftly, effortlessly deflecting all the sword rain around him, while the residual force surged toward Mo Wan Yun. With his cultivation 2 realms above hers, killing someone was no more challenging than squashing an ant. Mo Wanyun's face paled. Reversal of fortune? In the nick of time. A familiar voice resonated in her ears. Mo Wanyun executed the sword technique she had practiced countless times, flowing like water. The sword tip gathered clouds, manifesting a force that could topple cities. Surprise flickered in Zhang Jing's eyes, but it was merely a fleeting moment. Had they been of similar realms, he would have retreated. However, now, his murderous intent was resolute. Transforming his whip into a sword, he aimed for her vital points. Amidst the curtain of rain, a figure lunged through the air, drawing a sword with remarkable silence, with astounding speed. He sliced through the rain veil. The young man, seemingly descending from the heavens, bore a grave expression. His wooden sword pierced the back of his opponent. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. But as the wooden sword penetrated a mere 3 inches, it was met with a formidable surge of spiritual energy that rebounded. The young man spat blood, his gaze fixated on the girl. "Run!" He finally opened his mouth to shout. As his figure fell, water surged beneath his feet, rising gently from the mist, and in an instant, he appeared beside Mo Wanyun. He reached out and grasped her small hand tightly, while his other hand, wielding a sword, slashed forward. The cascading waterfall seemed to be suddenly cleaved in two by an invisible force. He. The blood-red aura around Zhang Jing pulsated as he unleashed a palm strike in midair. Causing the waterfall to flow backward, he instinctively touched his back, and his bony palm was stained crimson. His gaze sharpened as he beheld his assailant, a youth unbound by a crown. What audacity! The residual sword energy flickered at the corner of Zhang Jing's eye. His eyelid twitched, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a murderous aura. "So it is you, brat?" Bloodshot eyes filled with malice. Zhang Jing raised his hand into a fist and struck down the path the youth had traversed. A massive blood-red palm, several meters wide, swept through the surging waves. Jiyu Yuxing's pupils constricted. He would never forget those eyes. His mind went blank. In that moment, he felt as though the heavens were collapsing. The elder Ruan Jichang from that night was none other than the old man before him. Did this not imply that the other disciples of Qinjianmen had likely suffered a terrible fate? Faced with such a dire situation, Gu Yuxing's will to survive surged. He glanced at the girl beside him. The palm strike drew ever closer, and he tightened his grip on the wooden sword. His knuckles turning white, he prepared to strike with all his might. Yet before that, he needed to push Mo Wanyun away. Just as he resolved to do so, the girl unexpectedly smiled at him. In the next moment, a radiant light emanated from Mo Wanyun, a powerful aura forming a protective pillar, effortlessly extinguishing the blood-red palm. Zhang Jing, frightened, fled in panic. Jiyu Yuxing stood in shock at the astonishing scene before him, momentarily dazed, as Mo Wanyun's weak voice urged him. "Little Loach, don't dawdle, take me away, ascend until you can no longer move." "Very well." Jiyu Yuxing grasped Mo Wanyun's wrist tightly. At that moment, he felt his insides churning. His earlier sneak attack had rebounded against her protective aura, inflicting grievous injury upon him. It was this confrontation that made Gu Yuxing realize the terrifying level of her cultivation, completely beyond his realm. Such an enemy was not singular but doubled. He had stumbled into a meticulously crafted trap. Though it initially had nothing to do with him, there was no room for regret now. That gaunt elder had recognized him. Gu Yuxing activated his movement technique, swimming upstream against the current. He was uncertain how long he could endure, but just then, a commanding voice echoed from behind. "Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of Qinjianmen?" The speaker was a woman in her 20s, Xiao Muqing, who soared in from above. Although she appeared somewhat inexperienced, her sword was already aimed at the gaunt elder. Clang! The clashing of swords rang out. Xiao Muqing retreated several dozen steps, blood spilling from her lips as she exclaimed, "You are not a cultivator from Qingping Prefecture." The gaunt elder's face twisted in rage. "Gao Sha, enough playing around. That brat has taken the target and killed my spirit pet." "Oh!" The scar-faced man suddenly turned, a crescent-shaped sword raised in the air. Although Gu Yuxing had already fled far with Mo Wanyun, that sword still whistled toward them. Jiyu Yuxing glanced back, the sword light intensifying. "Junior brother, do not be afraid." At that moment, a figure swept across the sky, radiating righteousness. It was the patrolling disciple Fong Jin. Without further ado, he drew his sword and struck forward fiercely, Clang! The crescent broadsword was sent flying. Junior brother, go! Gu Yuxing sensed something amiss in his senior brother's tone, so he grasped Mo Wanyun's hand and ascended the mountain, while his brother unleashed several more flying swords. Finally, Gu Yuxing no longer sensed the presence of the airborne swords. He knew not how many mountain peaks they had leaped over, as he reached the edge of a waterfall cascading from the heavens. His towering senior brother Fang Jin halted, collapsing into a pool of blood, his body convulsing, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Jiyu Yuxing knelt beside him, grasping his brother's hand. Fang Jin, his vision fading, struggled to open his eyes to see Gu Yuxing's face. He forced a smile, as if in that instant he had regained his strength, his gaze brightening. He reached out his bloodied hand, clutching the boy's collar and gently stroking it. Tears inexplicably flowing from the corners of his eyes, he suddenly expressed to Gu Yuxing, "I am Fang Jin, your senior brother, a named disciple under your father. I haven't brought shame upon your father. Have I?" Fang Jin's trembling hand raised his sword, and with a crack, the weapon broke into segments. The once vibrant Fang Jin seemed to lose all spirit in an instant. His throat convulsed violently, blood once again spilling from his lips. "Junior brother, do not feel remorse. All of this is the wheel of karma. Though not question what if I must say, I have likely been following in your father's footsteps." Fang Jin gradually released the boy's collar, breathing heavily, but his gaze grew increasingly vacant, his smile becoming more liberated as he murmured, "This is the first time I've climbed to such heights. Master, you were right. Qingping Mountain truly is so high. How unfortunate that I will not have the chance to see it. Bury me here." Jiu Yuxing gazed at the familiar yet once strange figure of his senior brother. Feeling his body grow cold, a layer of frost forming upon him, his eyes turning red. "Senior brother Fang." The boy clasped his fists together, bowing deeply for an extended moment. The girl beside him also lowered her head in silence. "We must survive." She grasped the boy's hand and continued to climb upward. Chapter 38. Under the moon, carrying Wanyun, ascending Qingping. The moonlight illuminated the frost-covered mountain forest as the boy and girl trudged upward with great difficulty. The higher they ascended, the colder it became, the path rugged and blanketed in eternal icy. Yu Yuxing advanced step by step, glancing back intermittently. Two formidable presences were closing in from below. Jiu Yuxing took a deep breath, halting his steps, and said, "Miss Mo, you go ahead, I will stay behind. They must possess cultivation above the soul condensation realm. Once they fly in, neither of us can escape. You will die if you stay." The cold wind tousled Mo Wanyun's hair, her face rendered ghostly pale. It was only then that Gu Yuxing noticed something was amiss with her aura. "Are you injured?" Mo Wanyun gently shook her head, stubbornly pressing onward, reminding Gu Yuxing, "In this place, they cannot fly. Hurry, if we reach the frozen waterfall, we will survive." "Very well." Jiu Yuxing quickened his pace. Though his insides were injured, his physique was robust, and the vital energy within his dantian circulated through the 9 meridians. Even in such a frigid environment, he could endure. After a few steps, he realized that the previously leading Mo Wanyun was gradually falling behind. Despite her resolute demeanor, she said nothing, her steps wavering as she trod on the frost. At risk of plummeting into the abyss, Jiu Yuxing squatted down, silent, merely turning to look at Mo Wanyun. Wanyun paused for a moment. "I want tea." She stubbornly shook her head, and no sooner had she spoken than she felt a pair of hands grasp her back. Lifting her up, the boy before her shivered slightly, and she felt herself rising higher. Her still developing brows furrowed slightly, and her pale face inexplicably flushed 3 shades red. "Where is this guy's hand going?" "Hold on tight." Jiu Yuxing's words seemed to burst forth through clenched teeth. The previously rustling footsteps grew subdued, and the footprints on the ground deepened. Wanyun's hands initially found no place to rest, her body resisting and bewildered. The moonlight swept past the boy's figure. She suddenly realized that the boy, who had been slightly thinner than her half a year ago, had now grown significantly taller. She could hear Gu Yuxing's heartbeat and his heavy breathing. The frost-laden trees on either side receded. Wanyun placed her hand on Gu Yuxing's shoulder. She had always been lively and willful, rarely silent, yet now she found herself at a loss for words. Behind them, 2 figures soared into the air, only to be repelled by an invisible force, tumbling helplessly down the cliff. Witnessing this, Imo Wanyun finally exhaled deeply. Hey, let me down. Jiyu Yuxing leaned forward slightly, speaking between breaths. Let's keep it this way. My back is warm. What do you think? Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's words, Imo Wanyun, who had been leaning back, tilted slightly. In the moonlight, she quietly clenched her small fist, preparing to strike Gu Yuxing's back. However, when she saw Gu Yuxing's breath crystallize into white mist, she noticed the cold sweat soaking his neck. She pouted. I am fine, O Wanyun murmured, reaching for her waist, retrieving a pill from a porcelain bottle. Just as she was about to place it in her mouth, she extended her hand toward Gu Yuxing's lips. Open wide. What is this? Gulp. The pill was swallowed by Gu Yuxing, and soon a warm sensation rose within him, alleviating the fiery discomfort in his insides, his limbs no longer feeling so stiff. You owe me one. Imo Wanyun pouted, gazing at the pill in her hand with reluctance, but ultimately swallowed it. We must seek a sheltered spot, one that leaves no trace behind. Otherwise, they will inevitably come after us, Miss Imo. You are not my wife. If I exert myself, I shall gain little in return. Jiyu Yuxing halted, taking a deep breath. Just as Imo Wanyun was about to descend, she suddenly saw Gu Yuxing spring into the air. Propelled by the tips of his toes, and vault once more among the treetops, weaving through the frost-laden forest. However, after soaring just a few dozen zhang, he fell back to the ground, leaning back and sighing. Miss Imo, it seems that Qingping Mountain possesses some mysterious power. I cannot ascend. Upon hearing this, Imo Wanyun remained unresponsive until Gu Yuxing suddenly recalled something and turned around, only to find her staring at him with wide, round eyes. Is it soft? Gu Yuxing nodded, then hurriedly shook his head, withdrawing his hand with an apologetic expression. Miss Imo, did I hurt you? Imo Wanyun swiftly pushed herself off the ground and expertly stomped on the top of Gu Yuxing's foot. Emph! She adjusted her clothes, covertly rubbed her backside, which had been pressed painfully against the cold ground, and upon remembering Gu Yuxing's presence behind her, she shot him a glare, only to find him gazing up at the stars. At least you have some sense. Come here, O Wanyun beckoned him. Jiyu Yuxing approached her with an apologetic demeanor and tiptoed over. Miss Imo, you may be angry, but please refrain from slapping me. Who would slap you? Imo Wanyun pouted. Let me see your sect token. I cannot contact the sect. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Gu Yuxing's eyes as he produced his sect token and attempted to contact the sect. But to no avail. It could be interference from a barrier. O Wanyun sighed, her gaze sweeping around. The trees over there are not frozen. Let us go take a look. Very well, Gu Yuxing nodded. O Wanyun pointed at him, saying, Don't carry me. I can walk now. I never intended to carry you. You are too heavy. What? Imo Wanyun raised an eyebrow. Jiyu Yuxing quickly waved his hands, glancing back nervously. Will they pursue us? They shouldn't be able to follow us. But we cannot descend either. Imo Wanyun sighed softly, glancing at Gu Yuxing, who was clad only in light garments. You must carry me. Huh? Reluctant? Miss, did you not just say you could walk? Be quick about it. Imo Wanyun extended her arms, signaling Gu Yuxing to crouch down. He complied, once again shouldering her as they traversed the forest. After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yuxing halted, panting. Miss Imo, there is a cave ahead where we can take refuge for the time being. Though it may also be where those two find us. O Wanyun extracted a red string from her hair and retrieved a silver bell from her waist pouch, tying it securely. She released the silver bell into the air, which emitted a deep, resonating sound, conjuring visible runes that floated outward. Exhaling softly, Imo Wanyun declared, We should be safe here. Be the way. Where is your hand resting? Suddenly, she leapt down from Gu Yuxing's back, glaring at him once more. However, noticing his unsteady stance, clearly on the brink of exhaustion, she instinctively grasped his arm through his clothing and briskly led him into the cave. This place is quite suitable. Jiyu Yuxing nodded, retrieving his wooden sword and unleashing a flurry of sword energy to block the entrance with shards of ice. Now it won't be cold. He turned back, unfastening his pack and taking out a garment to drape over Imo Wanyun's shoulders, then laying another down on the ground. Miss Imo, please make do for now. Imo Wanyun nodded, rummaging through her storage pouch to find a cake, breaking it in half, and silently offering a piece to Gu Yuxing while she munched on her half in silence. Jiyu Yuxing brought the morsel to his lips. But as he prepared to taste it, a sudden sweetness filled his throat, and blood, long suppressed, spilled from the corner of his mouth onto the cake. Mo Wanyun turned back, her eyes filled with concern. Chapter 39. The simple young man, unaware of a young girl's intentions, Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged on the ground, regulating his breath, and slowly opened his eyes to find Mo Wanyun still gazing at him intently. He spoke, "I am fine." It was merely the rebound of that person's protective energy. Alas, if only my sword were a little faster and stronger, I could have struck him down. Mo Wanyun divided her remaining cake again, presenting a portion to Gu Yuxing. Those two are heretical cultivators from the blood-killing sect, known for their murderous deeds. Though their cultivation is not high, they excel in various evasion techniques, making them difficult to deal with. The fact that you managed to approach him from behind is already quite impressive. I had thought myself formidable. Propping her chin in her hand, Mo Wanyun observed Gu Yuxing finish his cake. She then pulled out a large tiger skin from her storage pouch, beckoning him over. "This will keep you warm." Gu Yuxing admired the sizable tiger skin, feeling a twinge of envy for Mo Wanyun's storage pouch. The cold outside the cave was indeed biting, and he felt a chill creeping in. He shifted closer, wrapping himself in the tiger skin, while they both nestled at opposite ends, illuminated by the tranquil moonlight. Their gazes meeting. "Sleep first. I'll keep watch," Gu Yuxing suggested. Mo Wanyun hesitated briefly before nodding and quietly advising him, "Be honest." "What?" Gu Yuxing asked, bewildered. "Nothing," Mo Wanyun smirked, observing the youthful innocence of the boy before her. Though she understood a little, it was not much. They had weathered a life-and-death ordeal, exhaustion weighing heavily upon them. The howling wind outside and the stillness of the night made it all too easy to succumb to slumber. Gu Yuxing remained vigilant for a time, but soon succumbed to fatigue and drifted into sleep. The following morning, Gu Yuxing opened his eyes as per his habit, finding Mo Wanyun still peacefully slumbering. He gently extricated himself from the warm tiger skin, carefully moving her outstretched arm before stepping outside the cave. Moments later, the sound of sword practice echoed from outside. Mo Wanyun's head peeked out from the snow mound. "Practicing swordplay now is futile." Gu Yuxing turned back, smiling. "I'm accustomed to it." "Miss Mo, do you feel any better?" Mo Wanyun nodded. Gu Yuxing put away his wooden sword and approached her, retrieving the sect token from his waist. He infused it with a pulse of energy, attempting to communicate with the sect. The token glimmered with radiance, but Mo Wanyun abruptly halted him with a gesture. "Miss Mo, what is the matter?" A spark of intelligence flickered in Mo Wanyun's eyes as she explained. "Last night, when those two were pursuing us, the sect token was unable to connect with the elders. Now that they haven't found us, the token seems to work again. Who knows if this is a ruse?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing immediately grasped her implication. "Are you suggesting there might be a traitor within the sect?" Mo Wanyun was somewhat taken aback by Gu Yuxing's understanding. She had assumed that someone who had long been confined to the peach blossom forest might exhibit some mental sluggishness. Yet he had discerned the underlying intricacies with remarkable clarity. "Miss Mo, they targeted you. Do you have formidable enemies?" Mo Wanyun shrugged, sighing deeply. "I am unsure. I usually spend my time studying with my grandfather and have not offended anyone. Moreover, my visit to Qingping Mountain is not widely known. If I must attribute any grievances, it would likely be with that ninth prince, Chu Chun. However, judging by the actions of those two last night, it does not seem to be orchestrated by him." Gu Yuxing pondered for a moment before asking, "The ninth prince seems to hold you in high regard." Mo Wanyun chuckled softly. "Hey, do you know what holding in regard means?" Gu Yuxing nodded. Mo Wanyun scoffed. "It's merely a matter of adults weighing their interests." Gu Yuxing remarked. "Then if someone wishes to keep the ninth prince and you at a distance, could that not invite assassins?" Mo Wanyun fell silent. Indeed, at her age, she could still roam freely, exploring the world, but what about 2 or 3 years from now? Certain matters would require consideration, and those figures from the Xinlong dynasty likely had plans concerning her already. "Chu Chun is indeed favored," Mo Wanyun muttered, her irritation manifesting as she kicked at the snow-covered ground. At that moment, Gu Yuxing said, "If you dislike him, I shall ensure he keeps his distance." "Huh?" Mo Wanyun laughed, somewhat incredulous of Gu Yuxing's words, or rather, his ability to follow through. Yet, as she laughed, she noticed the clarity in his eyes, unwavering and sincere. She suppressed her laughter and asked once more, "Hey, Gu Yuxing, are you serious?" "Serious," he affirmed, raising the wooden sword in his hand. He then turned and resumed his sword practice. Mo Wanyun watched his retreating figure, lost in thought for a while before recalling something. She pulled out a special piece of yellow paper, folding it into the shape of 1,000 origami cranes. After blowing on it gently, the crane fluttered momentarily before falling to the ground. Imo Wanyun dashed to retrieve it, trying repeatedly but failing, her face etched with frustration. Had I known, I would have practiced harder. Now look, I can't descend the mountain, and I can't contact Grandpa. Hey, Gu Yusheng. Do you understand talismans? Gu Yusheng continued his practice without turning back, replying, I do not. Imo Wanyun appeared somewhat disheartened. After a while, Gu Yusheng approached her side and said, I can learn, Miss Imo. Can you teach me? Me? I haven't even mastered it myself. Imo Wanyun rested her chin on her hand and remarked, the safest course of action at present is to contact my grandfather. This is 1,000 origami cranes. Inscribing runes upon it will enable communication with him. Jiu Yusheng replied leisurely, actually, it isn't so bad here. I just noticed a small stream over there, flowing from the mountain gorge, rich with fish. We won't starve. We can consider this a form of cultivation. Who is cultivating with you? Imo Wanyun expressed her disdain, placing a hand on her stomach as her eyes suddenly sparkled. Are there really fish? I'll catch some. While getting familiar with the surroundings, if those two manage to climb up, we could be in danger. Imo Wanyun tied the silver bell at the cave entrance and said, the barrier of Qingping Mountain only weakens during the full moon. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it is to ascend Qingping Mountain. Jiu Yusheng seemed to grasp something as he approached the stream and caught several fish. On his way back, he suddenly recalled something and hastened to Imo Wanyun. Questioning, Miss Imo, what you just said about the higher one's cultivation making it harder to ascend Qingping Mountain. Is that true or false? Imo Wanyun was only interested in the fish Gu Yusheng brought back and replied casually, of course it's true. The records in the Sacred Academy's book Mountain mention countless individuals attempting to ascend Qingping Mountain over the centuries, yet none have succeeded. Hey, Gu Yusheng, stop dawdling. How do we eat the fish? I'm feeling quite hungry. Oh, let's have it raw, Gu Yusheng said, gazing up at Qingping Mountain, lost in thought. His father's words echoed in his mind. To ascend the mountain and see the view from the summit. He had initially thought it was merely a simple climb. Now, upon reflection, it was evidently more than just casual advice and teachings. Perhaps at the peak of Qingping Mountain, there truly lay a different landscape. A different world. Chapter 40. A carefully orchestrated scheme. Who was the chess player? At Qingyun Gate, the rampaging beasts of the Demon Suppression Tower had finally been subdued and sealed by dozens of elders working in unison. Each elder appeared pale, evidently having expended considerable spiritual energy to reinforce the seal. While this should have been a cause for celebration, a pervasive aura of gloom shrouded the entire Qingyun Gate. The elders struggling to contain their emotions. The sect leader, Zuanjizi, scanned the crowd and said, esteemed elders, you have worked hard. Please return now in the coming days. Ensure the disciples are restrained and do not venture beyond Qingyun Gate. Understood, sect leader. The elders dispersed in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. With a glance from Zuanjizi, He Hongnian halted. Once in a secluded area, Zuanjizi spoke, Junior sister He, have all the disciples out on training been recalled? What is the casualty count? Most have been recalled, but many disciples remain in the demon hunting forest. I've instructed the sect's disciples to form teams to search for them, He Hongnian replied. Though Zuanjizi had not yet received the casualty figures of the newly initiated disciples of Qingyun Gate, he had an inkling that the losses were significant, likely a number too grave for He Hongnian to articulate. Before he could fully process this dire news, He Hongnian glanced around and quietly said, Senior brother, Mr. Mo's granddaughter has not returned. Zuanjizi's expression turned contemplative. Have we notified Mr. Mo? He Hongnian responded, Senior brother, Taohua Peak has been obstructed by a peculiar surge of righteous energy. Mo is likely in a state of seclusion, unable to relay information. However, I have left a message with a sound transmission talisman. He should receive it upon awakening. Zuanjizi's eyelids flickered, a grave and contemplative look crossing his face. What a fortuitous coincidence. With the beasts in the Demon Suppression Tower running rampant, the sect's decrees rendered ineffective, and the malevolent cultivators of blood slaughter sect infiltrating Qingping Mountain, I had intended to ask Mo to strengthen the seal of the Demon Suppression Tower. Yet he too is in seclusion. Junior sister, do you not find this to be a meticulously devised scheme? We lack even the qualification to be mere pawns within it. He Hongnian's eyes reflected the wisdom and calmness that came with years of experience. Over the years, few disciples of Qingyun Gate have survived the demon-slaying trials to reach the stage of understanding one's fate. The numerous lineages are nearly extinct. Those who could orchestrate a scheme involving Mr. Mo's granddaughter are not individuals we can afford to offend. It is likely that the flames of the city gate have indeed harmed the fish in the moat. When that ninth prince of the Qianlong dynasty came, I was opposed to his joining the sect, but Lei Jiangheng valued his talents. Zuanjizi seemed to awaken from a dream but quickly murmured, "Junior sister, I understand your concerns, yet the decline of Qingyun Gate is a reality. We must strive for self-improvement to continue moving forward. Such divisive words should not be spoken. Senior brother, you may not yet know, but one of the attendants of this ninth prince is actually a talisman master. He secretly unraveled the array talismans inscribed by Elder Ji of Tianshi Peak on the sect's decree, brazenly seizing the demon hunting points of the training disciples, resulting in discord among fellow disciples. How to address this situation is a matter for you, the sect leader, to ponder. The immediate priority is to ensure the survival of Mr. Mo's granddaughter. Should any misfortune befall her, Qingyun Gate may cease to exist. Alas, Zuanjizi sighed, I shall personally make a trip with that. He prepared to take to the skies, his weary body soaring into the AIR.AT that moment. He Hongnian interjected, Senior brother, I have already asked junior brother Yu of Yunfeng to venture out before his seclusion to search for their whereabouts. Given his style of action, he should succeed without fail. Junior brother Yu's cultivation is undoubtedly sufficient, yet he still cannot ascend Qingping Mountain. What if? Rest assured, Wan Yun is a clever child. The two of them running up Qingping Mountain means that the malevolent cultivators of Blood Slaughter sect would certainly be unable to follow. Zuanjizi's expression momentarily faltered. 2 people? Yes, along with Gu Yuxing, He Hongnian added. Zuanjizi glanced at He Hongnian's face, murmuring, no wonder junior sister he is so concerned. He Hongnian waved her feather duster, gazing at the lofty peak of Qingping Mountain, sighing, that year, when you, I, and Gu Bai were still young, the old gentleman who taught us said that a person's prejudices are a mountain even higher than Qingping Mountain. At that time, I did not understand. After all these years, I finally grasped some of it. Senior brother, Gu Bai is Gu Bai, and Gu Yuxing is Gu Yuxing. Can you truly not regard him as a disciple of Qingyun Gate? I heard that on that night, Gu Yuxing, with a wooden sword, stealthily attacked the malevolent cultivator of Blood Slaughter sect from behind. While so many were fleeing for their lives, he was the only one to draw his sword. Can that not be considered exceptional? The sword before the demon suppression monument is something that child visits whenever he has a moment, standing there regardless of wind or rain. Senior brother, he hasn't even reached the height of that sword. Must he bear such a heavy burden? How long do you intend to keep that sword before the demon suppression monument? Zuanjizi offered no reply, his hands tucked within his sleeves as he continued onward. Growing more distant. At Yunshui Gorge, a lofty waterfall cascaded from the heavens, in a shadowy corner. The malevolent cultivators of Blood Slaughter sect, Gao Sha and Cang Jing, gazed at the falling waterfall. Beside the two, 5 disciples of Qingyun Gate lay lifeless. Gao Sha wiped the blood from his crescent sword, speaking with irritation, damn it, what kind of barrier does Qingping Mountain possess? With our cultivation, we cannot ascend, let alone fly. This is the 3rd day. Must we continue to stand guard like this? The disciples sent by Qingyun Gate are becoming increasingly troublesome. What of it? They merely serve to provide blood for me, Cang Jing replied, his fingers emanating a sanguine aura as he absorbed power from the deceased. With their cultivation levels, they had managed to deal with 5 elite disciples of Qingyun Gate without sustaining any injuries. The scarred visage of Gao Sha glimmered with a chilling gaze. Had these 5 been the same disciples who defended against my flying sword that night, we would have surely sustained injuries. If not for that individual, we would have almost succeeded. As Gao Sha spoke, he chuckled coldly, adding with annoyance, you truly are something else. I told you long ago, refine your techniques. Do not be too eclectic. That broken snake wasted so much of your effort and time. An unbound fellow could appear behind you silently and stab you with a sword. Had he been a bit stronger or his sword a bit sharper, you would have certainly capsized in the gutter. Had you not been injured, we would have succeeded long ago. Cang Jing's expression twitched, and he sneered, Gao Sha, if we fail this mission, neither of us will have a good outcome. We do not have much time to waste here. Gao Sha wiped the blood from his curved sword, his cold expression reflected on the gleaming blade. I knew it all along. The most anxious person here is still you. Do not rush. Last year, during the battle in Qingping Prefecture, half of Qingyun Gate's capable members perished. The majority of those barely surviving in Qingyun Gate now are mere rabble. Few pose a threat to us. While that esteemed scholar may possess great powers, he has devoted his life to the study of sacred texts, making him relatively easy to deal with. He should be engrossed in Confucian classics, attempting to break through to the semi-saint stage. Otherwise, should we harbor any murderous intent toward his granddaughter, he would sense it. Moreover, I have already devised a method to ascend the mountain. Song Jing's gaze deepened. What method? Can you truly break through this mysterious barrier that even the great scholar cannot see through? If I had that ability, would I be engaged in such risky endeavors? Having just slain the bloodthirsty sect, the current course of action is to find a means to deplete our own cultivation, thereby lowering our realms. By doing so, neither of us will be subjected to the oppressive force of this invisible barrier. With our capabilities, even if we were to be reduced to the Yuan Tai realm, we could still hunt our target. At this point, Gao Sha grinned savagely. Of course, the risk of self-depleting one's cultivation is immense, particularly with the elders of the Qingyun sect lurking like hungry wolves. Thus, one among us must retain their strength while the other ascends the mountain alone. Zhang Jing's eyes glinted with cunning. So, who will go, you or I? Chapter 41. The thin blue shirt, unraveling romance in the forest of Qingping Mountain. A gently flowing stream lay blanketed in snow, its crystalline surface reflecting the light. Within the stream swam resilient icefish, while the woods harbored seeds of snow pines and winter mushrooms hidden beneath a cover of needles. Alongside these, Imo Wanyun had gathered various rare treasures from the forest in recent days. Gu Yuxing and Imo Wanyun had not only avoided starvation but had also engaged in a whimsical game of house while evading their pursuers. They crafted pots from stone, fashioned bowls from wood, and carved utensils from snow bamboo, roasting them over a gentle flame to create a makeshift set of living tools. With winter's onset, as snowflakes fell like feathers from the sky, they worked together to hunt a robust bear, securing not only new carpeting and warm blankets but also a delectable feast. The bear's blood was a nourishing tonic, and after consuming it, Imo Wanyun's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Standing at the cave entrance, she called out to Gu Yuxing, who was practicing his swordplay in the snow. Hey, little loach, the water's boiling. Hurry and add the fish without turning. Gu Yuxing replied. Miss Imo, I've already prepared the fish. You can simply place them in. I found some crushed salt in the rocks. Just sprinkle a bit in, and I'll be done with my 100 sword strikes shortly. Amidst the wind and snow, Gu Yuxing thrust his sword forward, the surrounding snowflakes undisturbed, yet where his wooden sword passed, the snow shattered into countless fragments. His breath formed icy crystals upon his brow, and his eyes were filled with an intense focus, as if the sword were the only thing that existed for him. After 2 more thrusts, a surge of sword energy emanated from the tip, and a faint smile graced Gu Yuxing's lips. Imo Wanyun shook her head in amusement and hurried into the cave, where she found herself crouched by the fire, cooking fish with a degree of clumsiness but great dedication. I'll take over, Gu Yuxing said as he crouched beside her, but Imo Wanyun looked up, her eyes sparkling, her voice melodious as she teased. I was just playing with you. Don't worry. It might just taste a little off. Just because I haven't thought much about food since childhood doesn't mean I haven't wandered this world. As she spoke, she stood and approached Gu Yuxing, using a bamboo stick to knock the frost from his back. Gu Yuxing, do you know? I have seen the suffering of those tormented by the demon race, covered in mud, merely seeking a morsel to survive, crawling on the ground until they starve. I once witnessed a mother, clutching a broken bowl, feeding half a bowl of thin soup to a frail girl, her eyes shining with hunger, yet she still claimed she wasn't hungry. That was when I realized the greatest lie in this world might just be that statement uttered by a mother. Gu Yuxing had intended to continue his sword practice, but noticed a slight quiver in Imo Wanyun's voice. Turning, he saw her struggling to brush the ice from his clothes. He set aside his wooden sword and sat by the fire, gently stirring the fish in the pot. The bright flames illuminated his face as it gradually relaxed. His eyes flickering with warmth, he pressed down on the stick, looked up, and smiled. Miss Imo, I don't even know what my mother looks like. Sometimes I think my father, a man of letters with a vast collection of books, would occasionally play the flute or paint peach blossoms, yet he never painted a single portrait of my mother. Do you think I should blame him? Imo Wanyun paused, pondering before replying. I was very young and didn't quite understand matters of the heart, but my grandfather once said that when a person deeply loves another, the world in their eyes loses all its vibrancy and color, hidden away silently in their heart, not something that can be etched or carved with brush and ink. I think your father might be such a person. Upon hearing this, a sunlit smile returned to Gu Yuxing's face. He rubbed his nose, leaving a smudge of ash, and maintained a serene expression. Miss Imo, I actually think the same. I just feared you would laugh. Why would I laugh at you? Imo Wanyun scooped a bowl of fresh fish soup for Gu Yuxing, her gaze falling upon his ever-worn Qingyun garb, then pointing to the bear's hide, she declared. From today onward, I shall learn needlework. What do you think about making several garments from this? Certainly warm, Gu Yuxing replied, unable to hold her bright gaze for long, his eyes drifting outside the cave. Miss Imo, from the symbols you taught me over the past 3 days, I think I've grasped some concepts. Would you lend me 2 sheets of paper to try drawing them? Imo Wanyun shot him a sidelong glance. It's not that simple. You should study a bit longer. Gu Yuxing pressed on. Miss Imo, aren't you worried about your grandfather? Imo Wanyun rested her chin on her hand, watching Gu Yuxing's face turn beet red from the hot soup. Stifling his urge to spit it out, she found it amusing, a sly smile playing on her lips. If something so significant happened, my grandfather would have surely come looking for me. Since he hasn't sought me out these past few days, he must be lost in his books, wandering the realms of thought. Unaware of Imo Wanyun's true feelings, Gu Yuxing merely considered her words as fact. His curiosity piqued. Miss Imo, can reading also be a form of cultivation? Of course, in this vast world, with myriad paths akin to a dandelion scattered by the wind, each has its own destination. Reading is indeed a form of cultivation, and this path is not one for the ordinary to tread. Don't be deceived by my grandfather's youthful appearance. He is actually over 120 years old. On his 100th birthday, he comprehended the words of the sage and ascended 7 realms in a single day, becoming a renowned scholar of his time, able to wield his pen as a sword. Quite formidable, isn't he? Gu Yuxing counted on his fingers, realizing he couldn't reach the number 7. He glanced at Imo Wanyun's delicate hands, as if compelled, and playfully tapped her thumb and index finger, exclaiming, So your grandfather is akin to the legendary Yuan Ing realm cultivator? Imo Wanyun raised her chin with a hint of pride. Gu Yuxing, as if discovering a new continent, muttered, Then your grandfather must be aging gracefully. Your father must be quite advanced in years as well. Miss Imo, could it be that you were once an old woman who cultivated the art of eternal youth, rejuvenating into this form? Enough of that. Imo Wanyun, baffled by Gu Yuxing's peculiar train of thought, flicked his forehead gently with the same finger that had touched his earlier. What nonsense do you think about all day? You manage to count with someone else's fingers yet speak so frankly about lineage matters. Who knows who you'll marry in the future? I truly feel sorry for her. Gu Yuxing gazed intently at Imo Wanyun, softly declaring, I have no intention of seeking another girl. I may never do so in this lifetime. Imo Wanyun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She wanted to ask more but was interrupted as Gu Yuxing suddenly stood, sweeping his sleeve to extinguish the fire, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Miss Imo, you should leave first. We may encounter trouble. Before Imo Wanyun could respond, a figure emerged at the cave entrance. Gradually stepping into the dim light, a scarred man stood there, silent and foreboding, his curved sword gleaming with a chilling sharpness. It's him. Gao Sha's gaze fell upon Imo Wanyun, who was concealed behind Gu Yuxing. A smirk unfurling across his lips, he averted his gaze, focusing instead on the upright young man before him, noting the wooden sword clutched in the boy's hand. Though slender, the boy's eyes held no trace of fear, prompting Gao Sha to burst into laughter. Little one, that wooden sword may lend you courage, but it's futile. The disparity in our strengths is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. That sword cannot protect you, nor can it shield others. Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth. I want to give it a try. Chapter 42. With my sword, I shall cut down all injustices. Gu Yuxing tightened his grip on the sword as he glanced back at Imo Wanyun, who was watching him intently. In that moment, he felt as if the wooden sword had gained newfound strength. They had shared countless words, yet at this instant, he sensed an abundance of unspoken sentiments lingering between them. He yearned to voice something, but the words eluded him. The unfinished obsession in his heart propelled him forward. He had yet to avenge those who insulted his father. He had yet to unsheathe the sword before the demon suppression monument. He had yet to ascend Qingping Mountain to take a look. Moreover, Imo Wanyun was the only one from the sect who had witnessed the peach blossoms with him. That was sufficient. The weight of his resolve to wield the sword was overwhelming. Buzz! The wooden sword in Gu Yuxing's hand emitted a resonating sound. Gao Sha's sneer faltered as he sensed a threat and instinctively grasped his curved sword. He intended to strike first. Yet Gu Yuxing's sword was swifter in an instant. A flash of sword light illuminated the entire cave. At that moment, it seemed as though Gao Sha had lost all colors of the world. His body sent flying by an overwhelming sword energy, crashing through several snow pines before he managed to stabilize himself. The sword in his hand wailed mournfully. His complexion turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "How is this possible?" Gao Sha exclaimed incredulously, scanning Gu Yuxing with his divine sense. Opening the Meridian's realm, there could be no mistake. Even if he had sealed his own cultivation, he remained a practitioner of the bone refinement realm. Although his realm had diminished, and his strength was indeed significantly reduced, it did not imply that he had lost his combat experience. Yet the result was that he nearly perished under a single sword strike. At the cave entrance, Gu Yuxing once again raised the wooden sword in his hand, his gaze focused, channeling all the elemental energy of heaven and earth into the wooden blade. Imo Wanyun also emerged. Drawing a 3-foot-long azure blade, glancing sideways at Gu Yuxing, whispering, "He must have employed some method to suppress his realm." Gu Yuxing nodded, then thrust his sword forward. Imo Wanyun, with her sword in hand, executed a set of cloud water sword techniques, turning snow into water, causing countless snowflakes to swirl. Both advanced to attack, one after the other. Gao Sha grinned maliciously. He had discerned that Gu Yuxing's strike was still, as before, devoid of any variation in technique. "I have been underestimated." He shook his broadsword, the sword energy arriving before him, causing Gu Yuxing to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. What a sharp sword intent! Gu Yuxing was slightly startled. He was fully aware of the danger posed by the opponent's sword, yet he had never considered retreating. After all, his swordsmanship was still in a phase of self-exploration. He had comprehended sword intent, but he remained uncertain about the form that his sword intent should take. The two swords collided in midair. The surging sword energy dispersed, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes that obscured Gu Yuxing's vision. He could only hear the mournful wail of the sword energy, an invisible force that not only shattered his sword energy and sword intent, but seemed to pierce through the depths of his own confusion. The remnants of that sword strike bore down on Gu Yuxing like a relentless force. In that critical moment, Imo Wanyun executed the cloud water sword technique, using the move Evening Clouds and Late Rain to withstand the aftermath of the strike. Even so, Gu Yuxing was still sent flying by the residual force, retreating 10 or more meters alongside Imo Wanyun. Imo Wanyun glanced at Gu Yuxing, whose face betrayed confusion, saying nothing. Gripping her azure blade, she formed a hand seal with her left hand, channeling runes into the blade. With the runes shimmering, Imo Wanyun was evenly matched against Gao Sha, but Gu Yuxing understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Watching Imo Wanyun gracefully maneuver through the snow-laden forest, at times facing peril, he once again focused on the wooden sword in his hand, inhaling deeply, his lips pressed together, speaking to himself. "Gu Yuxing, what are you hesitating for? Are you so preoccupied with sword intent that you cannot seize the sword within your heart? If that is the case, then all of this is mere empty talk. A complete joke. What lofty aspirations of youth, what claims of being the best in the world, will all be buried in these snow-covered mountains." The cold wind struck his face, and Gao Sha's sword energy carved a line of blood across his cheek. Gu Yuxing stepped forward once more, raising his gaze towards Qingping Mountain, where thick clouds obscured the view from the world. He lifted the wooden sword in his hand, so seemingly insignificant, yet his eyes grew increasingly bright. From the very beginning, he understood that this strike was not just against the myriad of demonic creatures, nor merely against the world's indifferent gaze in the vast array of worldly matters. If one could wield a sword to part the heavens, they would surely be able to disperse the clouds and reveal the sun. Over the years, He had heard his father mention that the sword upon his back was a guardian sword. But in the end, who had it truly protected? Aside from his own life, had anyone in this world ever regarded him with the slightest respect? Gu Yuxing, too, harbored beliefs he wished to protect and people he wanted to safeguard. Yet he felt it should not be about protection, it should be about drawing the sword without regret. This sword could bring peace to the world, and he wanted to witness the vastness of this realm. He wished to sever the filth of this world. This, indeed, was the sword path he sought. All notions of sword energy, sword intent, and sword will were cast aside. Mo, step back to Jiyu Yuxing advanced, his form blurring as he moved faster and faster. Still, it was an unremarkable strike. However, Gu Yuxing was no longer thrusting the sword. He was cleaving with it, for the first time, and with utmost clarity, he understood how to cleave. Gao Sha noticed the swiftly approaching Gu Yuxing. His target had always been Mo Wanyun. He had never regarded Gu Yuxing as a threat. Now, seeing Gu Yuxing raise a wooden sword above his head, his slender frame gripping the blade as if he intended to shatter mountains and part seas. He instinctively wanted to laugh. He was also a swordsman, having comprehended the intent of slaughter, and in terms of swordsmanship, he held a clear advantage over Gu Yuxing. Even though his cultivation was suppressed, he still towered over Gu Yuxing in terms of realm. Yet now, he found himself unable to fathom the secret behind Gu Yuxing's strike. I must not stumble in a ditch. The scar on Gao Sha's face flushed slightly red, and the bones within him creaked ominously. Retaining the strength of the bone refinement realm, he possessed the might of a dragon and elephant, a fearsome power. He infused his strength into the broad sword in his hand. Though he felt this a bit of an overreaction, the task at hand could not afford failure. The youth before him must go perish by my sword shall be the glory of your life. Gao Sha, just like Gu Yuxing, cleaved with his sword. The one he aimed to cut down was this troublesome little fellow, Gu Yuxing. What Gu Yuxing sought to cleave was everything he had wagered his fate upon. At the moment the swords clashed, Gu Yuxing felt all his strength being siphoned away by the wooden sword. Even the elemental energy stored within the 3 meridians he had opened was stripped clean. Empty, devoid of substance. Yet his spirit was brighter than ever before. He clearly saw the form of the strike he had unleashed. Gao Sha's sword shadow vanished amidst the play of light, followed by his body being engulfed, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, save for the tempered copper bones that were not immediately destroyed. Terror filled his eyes as, in that final moment, he sought to unravel the suppression of his realm. But it was too late. The spiritual energy in his dantian was ensnared by the sword energy, igniting instantaneously like a torch thrown into a pot of oil, flames roaring forth, consuming all his copper bones, sending them flying under the impact of the sword energy. Swoosh! Gu Yuxing's strike had not yet concluded. The tumultuous sword shadow pierced through dozens of meters of forest, severing a massive block of ice from the waterfall suspended above the mountains. Crashing down with a thunderous roar, the falling ice triggered an avalanche, shaking the ground violently. The entire forest was blanketed in white snow. Mo Wanyun, observing Gu Yuxing, who stood dazed, grasped his hand and led him into the cave. Time passed, and the raucous world outside finally fell silent. The cave was dim and devoid of light. Mo Wanyun produced a glowing gemstone, holding it in her hand, glancing at Gu Yuxing, whose bright eyes were fixed upon her. Their breaths and heartbeats were palpable in the stillness. After a while, Gu Yuxing weakly asked, "Are we alive?" And Mo Wanyun nodded. "How could we not be? Your strike astonished me." Jiyu Yuxing slumped to the ground. "Mo, I now lack the strength to lift even a finger," Mo Wanyun retorted. "Really no strength? Then why are you gripping my thigh so tightly?" Gu Yuxing released his grip, collapsing onto the tiger skin. "I was nervous." Mo Wanyun took out a bell, probing the cave, saying, "There is a gap at the back of this cave, with wind seeping in. We aren't going to die just yet, but we are trapped." "Aren't we?" Mo Wanyun's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Yuxing. "Isn't that a good thing?" "Good?" Gu Yuxing appeared perplexed. Mo Wanyun pouted, initially intending to say something about his lack of romantic insight. But upon seeing Gu Yuxing's expression of relief after the ordeal, she swallowed her words, realizing that lying there was indeed the greatest happiness. "Jiyu Yuxing, you are so dull. My journey to the Qingyun sect has been fraught with difficulty. I have no friends to speak of. How could I understand what is interesting?" Gu Yuxing lay there, gasping for breath as if he cherished each inhalation. Mo, the feeling of being alive is truly wonderful. Just now, I thought I was about to die. Oh, Wanyun remained silent, her brow furrowed. Jiu Yuxing suddenly caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. Struggling to rise, he discovered that Mo Wanyun's white attire was stained with blood. Bearing several wounds from the sword energy, yet she bore the pain in silence. With a rip, Gu Yuxing tore off a piece of his garment, using it to bandage the wound on Mo Wanyun's arm. Casting a sidelong glance ahead, Mo Wanyun seemed to sense something, turning back to gently tap his head, redirecting his gaze. I'll handle the rest myself, OH. Jiu Yuxing picked up the glowing stone and held it before Mo Wanyun's face. Mo Wanyun was in the midst of loosening her garment when she suddenly saw the light shining upon her, her cheeks flushing crimson as she widened her eyes at Gu Yuxing. What are you doing? I'm just helping you see. It's too dark. Can you see? Mo Wanyun retorted angrily. Do you feed yourself with your nose when you eat? Turn around, Gu Yuxing said awkwardly. I can't see anything. Why are you so anxious? Who's anxious? Mo Wanyun shifted slightly, still feeling uneasy, and simply tucked away the illuminated stone. In the darkness, only the sounds of her rustling could be heard. Jiu Yuxing grew curious. His heart filled with concern. Mo, are you seriously injured and afraid I'll worry? Thinking this, Gu Yuxing suppressed his fatigue and said, Mo, I have some wine. Although it's a poor brew made from mountain water and fruit. A sip or two might ease the pain. I want tea drink alone with you. Mo Wanyun declined Gu Yuxing's kindness. Though she was not yet of marriageable age, she had some understanding of matters between men and women, and she knew to refuse when necessary. Mo Wanyun produced a piece of talisman paper, handing it to Gu Yuxing. Once you recover, see if you can draw a communication talisman. I have no desire to linger in this place. Gu Yuxing took a couple of swigs of the inferior wine, gradually regaining some vitality. He produced a talisman, using his finger as a brush, and successfully drew it on a piece of paper. Handing it to Mo Wanyun. Miss Mo, do give it a try, will you? Mo Wanyun held the talisman under the glow of a luminous stone, scrutinizing Gu Yuxing with her keen eyes. Let me give it a go. With a flick of her hands, the talisman emitted a green radiance, transforming into a paper kite that soared out through the crevices of the cave. Chapter 43. A Final Strike. Only when you are dead can I sleep soundly at Yunshui Gorge. Above the Jotian waterfall, a sudden thunderous sound erupted. Song Jing, concealed in the shadows, felt his pupils constrict and took to the skies, flying to a safe distance before gazing at the towering peaks. His brow furrowed, a chilling expression on his face. What is that rascal Gao Sha up to? Such a commotion will inevitably lead to trouble. Song Jing's eyes flickered. He had employed a trick to outmaneuver Gao Sha during their selection for who would enter the mountain to suppress the realm, thus securing victory but also relinquishing the lion's share of credit for this mission to Gao Sha. However, Song Jing was always treacherous in his dealings, and the one who had personally slain the Grand Scholar's granddaughter would surely face frenzied retribution. After all, a Grand Scholar would not allow their granddaughter to venture forth unprotected. Observing the continuous snow slides on the mountain, Song Jing felt an ominous premonition. The situation was perilous, and he was already contemplating retreat. Just as he turned around, his pupils suddenly constricted violently. Not far away, a slender, sword-bearing elder had appeared, his calm gaze fixed upon him. Song Jing merely glanced at the other, sensing the gravity of the situation. How could there be such a formidable expert within the Qingyun sect? Although the man was likely at the harmonization realm, the pressure emanating from the sword on his back was overwhelming. A sword cultivator. This was a pure sword cultivator, far more formidable than Gao Sha. Song Jing quickly assessed the situation, his concealed hand within his sleeve discreetly forming a seal, preparing to utilize a secret technique to escape. At that moment, Yu Qingshan spoke leisurely, "You may flee, but I shall only strike once." Song Jing was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "You are Yu Qingshan of the Qingyun sect, the one who practices the single-character sword technique. You are not dead?" The wind brushed against Yu Qingshan's face as he replied softly, "That is not surprising to it. Appears that during the Jin trial in Xianhuzu that year, your blood slaughter sect had already plotted against the Qingyun sect. With that in mind, your fate is even more sealed." Song Jing, upon hearing this, clasped his fists and replied, "I am unclear about what you mean. I am no longer of the blood slaughter sect. I am merely passing through." Why Yu Qingshan did not heed the explanation, slowly raising his hand to touch the hilt of the sword at his back. Song Jing's gaze flickered, and suddenly, a torrent of blood energy erupted from his clasped hands, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Moreover, he had long since set up intricate barriers and formations beneath his feet. Waves of blood light manifested like blades, transforming into countless skeletal warriors wielding knives. Accompanied by a chilling aura of decay and death, the skeletal soldiers charged toward Yu Qingshan, while Song Jing abruptly crouched low, his body melding into the ground. At that moment, Yu Qingshan's sword unsheathed. With a thrust of his blade, the myriad blood-imbued skeletal soldiers disintegrated into nothingness, the blood mist dissipating under the force of the sword's aura, rendering the air clear. The terrifying sword energy descended like a torrential rain of blades, striking the ground. From the site of the crimson mud, a pool of blood gradually seeped out, accompanied by Song Jing's agonized screams. Yu Qingshan sheathed his sword, gazing at the mountains reformed by the avalanche, his brow knitting in contemplation. After a long while, he murmured, "Junior brother Gu, with all your abilities, why do you not pass them on to your son? If he were to perish, would you not feel regret? Or do you believe that the camaraderie forged over a few cups of wine can surpass the bond of discipleship? Alas, it seems this journey must be undertaken." Upon finishing, Yu Qingshan directly used his finger as a sword, driving it into his own side. His aura swiftly waned, descending 2 major realms as he ascended Qingping Mountain, step by step, carrying his sword. Yet, he had not yet reached the concealed spot of Gu Yuxing and Imo Wanyun when, suddenly, a radiant and sacred aura descended from the heavens in the form of a divine tome, as if countless profound characters were inscribed across the sky, tearing open a rift that dropped onto the mountainside of Qingping. Moments later, Imo Fanqing arrived, stepping onto the book, with his hands clasped behind him, his garments billowing. He merely raised a hand, and the ancient ice and snow that had altered the terrain melted away as if scorched by the blazing sun. "Whoever dares to plot against my granddaughter Imo Wanyun shall stand against the entirety of the sacred academy." Imo Fanqing was typically an elegant scholar, yet at this moment, his voice resonated like thunder. Dark clouds gathering, lightning flashing, causing the entire Qingping Mountain to tremble. Senior, Yu Qingshan dared not advance a step further, sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, at this moment, amidst the sacred light, Imo Wanyun's figure emerged, standing upon a paper kite, soaring into the sky toward Qingyun's sect, swift in both arrival and departure. Yu Qingshan observed, exhaling slightly in relief. However, soon his eyes revealed a tinge of melancholy. Standing in place, he murmured, "Is it over?" Yu Qingshan turned away, somewhat desolate. He had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Elder Yu.it" was Gu Yuxing's voice. Yu Qingshan halted, turning to face the young man he had guided on the training grounds half a year prior. In the intervening months, he had indeed grown taller. "What of the other adversary?" "Dead," Gu Yuxing replied calmly, his gaze shifting to the cold valley, his expression darkening as he walked forward silently. In just a few days, the grave had become like an ice sculpture, seamlessly merging with the mountains. Yu Qingshan remained where he was until Gu Yuxing approached after paying his respects. Before speaking, he was a disciple guarding the tower of Lingxia Feng. "Correct?" Gu Yuxing replied earnestly. His name was Feng Jin, my senior brother. He held off the enemy's 5 blades. An impressive individual. Yu Qingshan, typically reticent, did not spare praise. He glanced at the young man following him, questioning, "Has Master Lu taught you swordsmanship?" Gu Yuxing shook his head. Yu Qingshan grew even more curious about the youth. "Why not learn? Master Lu's swordsmanship surpasses my own. I do not teach you, hoping someone would. Yet it is a pity." Gu Yuxing remained silent, feeling no regret. Yet, given Yu Qingshan's previous guidance, he found it inappropriate to contradict him. "Very well, living is already quite splendid. The trials have concluded. Upon returning to the sect, you must live well. You must understand, once a person dies, all that remains is a cold grave or a solitary sword." Upon concluding his words, Yu Qingshan departed without taking Gu Yuxing along, soaring away on his sword. Alone, Gu Yuxing descended the mountain, walking until he arrived at the blood-stained red mud where he paused. Suddenly, he drew his wooden sword from his waist and thrust it fiercely into the red mud. Bubbles began to rise from the surface. Moments later, the red mud gradually transformed into a corporeal form, revealing the weak and furious Song Jing, who glared at Gu Yuxing with malevolent laughter. "Boy, how did you know I was not dead?" Gu Yuxing remained silent, gripping his wooden sword tightly, his figure morphing into a soaring azure dragon, piercing through Song Jing's body before halting behind him. Only then did Gu Yuxing retract his wooden sword. Speaking, "I have witnessed your cunning, hence I sought confirmation. Between dying at another's hand or by my sword, I find greater peace in the latter." PFF. Song Jing, already on the brink of death, widened his eyes. Glancing down at the blade before him, exclaiming, "Gao Shao was slain by you." Gu Yuxing turned cautiously, drawing closer to Song Jing with deliberate steps, inquiring, "Tell me, who sent you to kill Miss Imo?" "Miss Imo?" Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's words, Song Jing's body began to convulse violently as he threw his head back in uproarious laughter. "With your wooden sword, you think to protect someone who is already in the heavens? Can you manage that?" SZZ, Gu Yuxing's wooden sword plunged once more into Song Jing's abdomen, pressing firmly. His expression remained eerily calm. Song Jing's eyes widened again. He had thought he had a glimmer of escape, but did not anticipate that the youth before him possessed a meticulous mind far beyond his peers and struck with lethal precision. "I underestimated you. It turns out you were the one who killed those 3 disciples of the Qingyun sect at Qingsong Ridge." Song Jing grinned menacingly, suddenly extending his emaciated hand to grasp Gu Yuxing's sword hilt, his form once again dissolving into wisps of blood energy, attempting to flee. Yet Gu Yuxing merely smiled mysteriously, his voice resonating within the blood mist. "Do you know there exists a terrifying 1,000-year-old peach demon within Qingping Mountain?" Song Jing was puzzled by the words, but in the next instant, his secret technique to disperse his blood energy was consumed by an inexplicable force. In an instant, his life force began to drain away rapidly, as if being seized by some mystic power. In his horrified gaze, he vaguely perceived the wooden sword in the youth's hand greedily absorbing his residual life force. "The Qingping Peach Demon," Song Jing murmured, his breath dissipating until only his garments lay upon the ground, alongside a ring emitting a faint glow. Gu Yuxing lowered his head, retrieving the ring, exhaling softly as he grasped it in his palm. Murmuring to himself, "This is what I rightfully deserve." Chapter 44. In the depths of winter, warm garments and Gu Yuxing's initial understanding of love. The ordeal of training was abruptly interrupted due to the treachery of the Blood Fiend sect, which had infiltrated and posed a threat. Initially, the higher-ups of the Qingyun sect had launched this trial to help the newly admitted disciples acclimate to the harsh realities of the world. But they never anticipated that this very trial would lead to the demise of over 100 new disciples. Consequently, a shadow was cast over the entire Qingyun sect. During this bitter winter, the sect announced a 2-year closure to other sects in Qingping Prefecture, forbidding the new disciples from leaving the mountain gates. Despite this, on this particular day, a paper kite soared from Qingping Mountain towards the distant Sacred Academy of Shushan. The 36 disciples of the Sacred Academy emerged from their gates, nearly annihilating the Blood Fiend sect. This audacious act not only shocked the many cultivators in the nearby country of Kanglan, but also reverberated throughout the vast realm of the Xinlong dynasty, prompting the dispatch of court officials to pay their respects to the Qingyun sect and present abundant cultivation resources. It was from that moment that the cultivators within the Qingyun sect realized that the so-called 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty was merely a figure to be looked up to in the presence of Imo Wanyun. Gu Yuxing, returning from his training, remained unfazed by the shifting tides of the Qingyun sect. The changes within the sect seemed to bear little relevance to him, but of course, his act of rescuing Imo Wanyun at Yunshui Gorge had garnered him some attention from the elders of the sect. Yet the other disciples did not view him with newfound respect. Instead, envy brewed amongst many, who believed his fortune was merely a stroke of luck. After all, during those days on Qingping Mountain, he had spent considerable time in the company of Miss Imo Wanyun, a privilege coveted by many. Nevertheless, to protect Imo Wanyun's reputation, the sect strictly prohibited discussions regarding the matter among its disciples. For those who survived the ordeal, they were rewarded with cultivation resources, while the promised points for hunting demons were left unfulfilled. On this day, Gu Yuxing sat alone in his small courtyard within the peach blossom grove, brewing wine, while attempting to erase the personal mark from the storage ring of the Blood Fiend sect's rogue. Songjing, perhaps due to the basic talisman knowledge imparted by Imo Wanyun, He easily wiped away the lingering marks. As a wisp of consciousness infiltrated, the contents of the ring spilled forth with a clatter. To his astonishment, the first items to catch his eye were numerous gold ingots and a fair share of silver and jewels, a fortune indeed. Although Gu Yuxing was in need of money, he did not exhibit much emotional response to the sight of the riches. Beyond the precious metals, he discovered a collection of poisons and various materials, many of which he did not recognize, but were meticulously packaged in boxes, likely tradable for significant value. What Gu Yuxing truly yearned for were cultivation manuals obtained from Songjing. After searching for a while, he found merely one manual for the condensed soul realm and another for beast taming. The beast taming manual was largely similar to the spirit contracting tome he had already acquired, but it contained additional methods for awakening the potential of spirit pets, methods that required substantial resources. Given his current circumstances, he could hardly tend to a spirit pet, let alone himself, as he was in a phase of scarcity. However, upon picking up the manual for the condensed soul realm, titled Blood Refinement Spell, he was met with unexpected intrigue. This manual mentioned a secret technique that could rapidly elevate one's realm by harnessing the powerful bloodlines of spirit pets to achieve a certain affinity with oneself, ultimately utilizing the pet's bloodline to enhance one's own strength. Not only could this method strengthen one's own bloodline, but it could also grant access to the ancient memories and legacies inherited from the spirit pet's bloodline. This approach was somewhat sinister. Jiyu Yuxing had only contracted with the snow ape due to a sense of affinity, primarily to assist in gathering fruits for brewing wine, with no ulterior motives. Yet, he acknowledged that should the snow ape grow stronger, it might serve as a means of self-preservation in critical moments. Though Gu Yuxing initially dismissed the notion, he suddenly pondered the possibility that this malevolent technique, while he might choose to forego it, could offer a chance to learn the ancient legacies of dragon clans should he ever encounter powerful beasts like the Qiulong or Jiaolong. After all, he was currently cultivating the true dragon transformation in the Meridian Opening Realm and employing the Zonglong technique for movement. Since realizing the insurmountable heights of Qingping Mountain, Gu Yuxing had begun to sense that his father's decision to withhold teachings from him carried a profound significance. Moreover, the mysterious dragon characters inscribed on the tortoise shell he possessed surely held great import. After tallying his spoils, Gu Yuxing felt a sense of contentment. At the very least, he need not worry about cultivation resources for the next 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, Songjing's storage ring was quite spacious. If exchanged at the Qingyun Sect's Affairs Hall, it would yield at least 1,000 sect contribution points. Henceforth, he would no longer need to bear a heavy burden on his shoulders when venturing outside. Such a pity about the other person's storage ring, Gu Yuxing mused, slightly regretful. At that moment, he began to grasp the motivations behind the many disciples who had resorted to exploiting their fellow sect members during this trial. Once one tasted the sweetness of fortune, it became nearly impossible to refrain. Though this trial was interrupted a month early, it has proven to be quite fruitful for me, especially in terms of combat experience. He glanced at the wooden sword at his waist, which had absorbed the blood essence of Songjing. The cracks upon it now completely vanished. This filled Gu Yuxing with a sense of foreboding. The millennial-old peach demon, lurking within the Qingyun sect, had been silently hunting both beasts and disciples alike. Would it not be nursing its wounds, quietly gathering strength to restore its power? If that were the case, this wooden peach sword, severed from the peach demon, would surely attract its ire, leading it to exploit any opportunity to strike at him. A sentient millennial-old peach demon would undoubtedly bide its time for the perfect moment to act. I must clear the remaining 3 meridians before spring arrives, Gu Yuxing murmured to himself as he filled his spiritual gourd with wine, preparing to embark on his rigorous training within the cold cave of the gorge. Just then, he sensed someone approaching outside his small courtyard. Stepping outside, he found a young woman in her 20s standing at the entrance, a disciple of the Falling Dust Peak, Xiao Muqing. Jiyu Yuxing had seen her engage in combat with Gao Sha during their time at Yunshui Gorge. Although she was defeated in mere exchanges, her ability to fly indicated that she was at least an elite disciple within the sect. Junior brother Gu, greetings. I am Xiao Muqing from Falling Dust Peak. A disciple of the previous generation, you may call me Senior Sister Xiao. Senior Sister Xiao, Gu Yuxing replied with a respectful bow. Noticing that Gu Yuxing did not invite her into the courtyard, Xiao Muqing appeared unperturbed. She seemed curious about him, scanning him up and down before speaking again. Junior brother Gu, I have come to deliver cultivation resources from the sect. Won't you invite me in for a moment? Ive heard that junior sister Mo often visits this peach blossom grove, so I assume you spend time together. Considering you're of similar age, of course, senior sister, please come in, Gu Yuxing replied promptly. After entering the courtyard, Xiao Muqing examined the surroundings with interest before presenting a wooden storage ring to Gu Yuxing. Inside, there are 3 sets of garments provided by the sect, several medicinal pills for cultivation, along with a few manuals and insights compiled by the esteemed elders of our sect. There are also some gold and silver coins, which can be used to purchase daily necessities at the affairs hall. Additionally, junior brother must surrender your sect token to me, as the elders require it for modifications. Upon finishing her explanation, Xiao Muqing seemed to sense Gu Yuxing's skepticism and promptly produced her own sect token for him to see. Gu Yuxing quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, I naturally trust you, senior sister, given your valiant actions at Yunshui Gorge that night. He handed over his sect token to Xiao Muqing. Accepting the token, Xiao Muqing glanced at Gu Yuxing and smiled knowingly before commenting. No wonder so many disciples in the sect gravitate towards junior sister Mo. She enjoys your company. You possess a sense of righteousness and bravery in combat, while I merely fulfill my master's orders. Unfortunately, my talent is mediocre, and I cannot match junior sister Mo's brilliance. At this point, Xiao Muqing retrieved a small bundle, placing it on the table and gently patting it. This is a gift from Miss Mo, which she asked me to deliver to you. Thank you, senior sister, Gu Yuxing replied. Xiao Muqing nodded, not lingering for small talk. However, as she reached the door, she turned back to Gu Yuxing and added, when the peach blossoms bloom next year, do bring me a jar of wine. I wish to pay tribute to Brother Fong. He was often quiet but had a fondness for wine. Gu Yuxing perceived a hint of sorrow in Xiao Muqing's eyes and began to grasp the underlying emotions. He dashed into the room, retrieved a jar of wine, and presented it to her, bowing once more, senior sister, this is the peach blossom wine I brewed this spring. I hope you enjoy it. Xiao Muqing accepted the peach blossom wine in a daze, lost in thought for a long moment before turning to Gu Yuxing and saying, Junior brother, be sure to cultivate diligently. A girl like junior sister Mo will blossom into a radiant beauty in just a few years. Indeed, Gu Yuxing replied earnestly, taking her words to heart. He watched as Xiao Muqing walked away, her figure etched into his mind. In that moment, he felt a flicker of understanding regarding the innocence and longing associated with love. Perhaps it was the wistfulness of a widow's remembrance. Gu Yuxing did not examine the resources provided by the sect, but gently unwrapped the bundle, revealing a fur coat fashioned from bear skin. In the heart of winter, such a garment would surely provide warmth. He donned the coat, grasped his wooden sword, and commenced his arduous journey of cultivation. Chapter 45. Gu Yuxing's secret shock at the sect master, Meridian Opening Realm, 12th stage of ultimate boundaries at the Tiangong Peak. Within a rune chamber dedicated to crafting sect tokens, a lean, elderly man wielded a carving knife, diligently modifying the intricate runes on the sect tokens. On the shelves hung the tokens submitted by new disciples, most of which had already undergone registration and modification. Outside the secret chamber, several elite disciples stood guard, prohibiting anyone from entering without permission. At the side entrance of the chamber, a surge of azure light emerged as the sect leader. Zuanjizi, clad in robes of blue, entered with his hands clasped behind his back, a rune master, wielding a rune-carved blade, merely offered a slight bow and continued to amend the intricate patterns inscribed on the sect's decree. Zuanjizi, eschewing the airs of his position, casually picked up a sect decree, scrutinizing it closely, and remarked, Brother One, you have worked hard these past few days. Junior Brother Xiao, as the sect leader, your words are too kind. They would surely cause my old face to drop to the ground. Ultimately, the source of this error lies with me, and I must find a way to rectify it. When Zong replied, his eyes somewhat clouded, likely due to the prolonged engraving of runes. Bloodshot veins marred his gaze, and fatigue etched his features as he handed the sect decree to Zuanjizi. This is the decree belonging to Lu Zhan's son. Zuanjizi accepted it with a flick of his wrist, infusing it with a thread of spiritual energy. A slight furrow appeared on his otherwise calm brow, revealing no discernible emotion as he stated, the son of Elder Lu. Quite capable. When Zong gave Zuanjizi a penetrating look and then produced another decree from his waist, stroking his beard as he said, take a look at this one belonging to the 9th prince. It is rather intriguing. Is that so? Zuanjizi remarked, gripping the decree. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, A myriad of colorful runes began to swirl within, indicating a staggering count of thousands of points for demon hunting. In terms of sect contribution, this amounted to an impressive sum. Even as the leader of a sect, he had never amassed such wealth in a year. Yet, as he beheld this abundance of contribution points, Xuanjizi's expression grew even more composed. He murmured to himself, Qingyun sect has indeed acquired an exceptional offering, but considering the Xinlong dynasty had just recently paid their respects, it would not bode well for us to follow suit so closely. When Zong glanced at Xiao Rang but offered no counsel, he shifted the conversation, asking, Are you not concerned for others, junior brother? Xuanjizi was taken aback. Brother, you understand my intentions? The elder untied another sect decree from his waist and handed it to Xuanjizi, saying, You should not always focus on those at the pinnacle. Occasionally, you must pay attention to the disciples struggling at the bottom. This decree belongs to the child residing in the Peach Blossom Forest. I have verified it, and it has not been tampered with. Examine it, but do not be alarmed. Xuanjizi chuckled softly, brother. You do have a penchant for jest. He infused the decree with spiritual energy, and to his astonishment, the decree belonging to Gu Yuxing emanated a radiant purple glow, with accumulated demon essences coalescing into pure primordial energy. Xuanjizi's pupils constricted, and with a swift motion, he summoned a spiritual treasure designed to capture demon essences, collecting the energies contained within the decree. Even when Zong, the elder inscribing the runes, was taken aback, exclaiming, Is this the essence of a fourth-tier demon? This young man, has he slain such a formidable beast? Xuanjizi's hand trembled slightly as he finally spoke. I have heard that the traitor from the Blood Slaughter sect once raised a Qi-Long crowned snake. At its zenith, it could swallow even soul-consolidating cultivators whole. This individual invested tremendous effort into nurturing this beast, and judging by this demon essence, it appears to be in a weakened state, fortuitously hunted and sealed within this decree. It seems this young man is unaware that he has amassed a staggering 10,000 contribution points from this serpent. Even without this demon essence, the points he accumulated from hunting demons are not fewer than those of the ninth prince. Junior brother, do you grasp what this signifies? Xuanjizi's expression grew contemplative. Brother, let us keep this matter confidential for now. When Zong narrowed his eyes, are you intent on usurping the accomplishments of your junior? Or is it because he is Gu Bai's son that you wish to treat him differently? Xuanjizi refrained from elaborating further. Carefully placing Gu Yuxing's decree back on the shelf, folding his hands within his sleeves, he then shifted the topic, inquiring, Brother One, when the demon suppression tower was sealed, prior to my arrival, did any other elders arrive ahead of Lu Zhan? This matter requires thorough investigation. Junior brother, are you suggesting that the tower's upheaval was the result of someone acting in the shadows? When Zong's expression grew grave as he activated the chamber's runes, meticulously examining them repeatedly. Several days later, the leader of Qingyun sect summoned the elders and peak masters, redistributing the sect's decrees among all disciples and announcing a significant decision in the presence of the elders. In 2 years, a competition will be held within Qingyun sect, open to all newly recruited disciples from this year as well as those from previous years. Those who excel and are under 30 years of age will have the opportunity to be recommended for training in the 3 great sacred lands. Upon the announcement, not only did the disciples from the 6 peaks feel invigorated, but even the elders and peak masters exhibited signs of excitement. The implications behind Xuanjizi's declaration were profound. Qingyun sect had lost contact with the sacred lands over a century ago, yet now had the chance to recommend disciples for entry. Did this signify that Qingyun sect was poised to restore its former glory? Should they re-establish connections with the 3 sacred lands? Qingyun sect's status among the sects would undoubtedly rise. It was no wonder that Qingyun sect chose to seal its mountains for 2 years. It was to allow its disciples to focus intently on their cultivation. On Yun Peak, within a secluded cave, the 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty, Chu Chun, wielded a Xinlong sword, his haughty gaze tinged with coldness. In his other hand, he clutched a modified sect decree. The demon hunting points had vanished, replaced by a mere 250 contribution points. This figure caused his fingers to blanch as he gripped the decree. Was this a subtle warning from the elders of Qingyun sect? What does Qingyun sect take me, Chu Chen, for? A beggar. He hurled the decree violently, only for it to be caught by a pale hand. An elderly eunuch with a white beard entered respectfully, presenting the decree. Your Highness, are you still brooding over the trial? Lin Gongong. Chu Chun dared not adopt an arrogant demeanor towards the elderly eunuch. He signaled for all the attendants in the cave to leave. Then spoke with a cold expression. This leader of Qingyun's sect truly acts independently. He first received the tribute from the Qianlong dynasty with a beaming smile, yet now issues such a warning to me. Does he truly believe that my cultivation within Qingyun's sect makes me one of their disciples, bound to his rules? The elderly eunuch offered counsel. Your Highness, it would be wise to remain calm. After all, Qingyun's sect has suffered significant losses among its disciples during the trial. You are well aware of your actions, and had it been anyone else, they would have been expelled from the sect long ago. Do not engage in these fruitless provocations. Even if you ascend to greatness within Qingyun's sect, what advantage would it truly bring you? Have you considered the implications of the recent assassination of Master Mo's granddaughter by the traitor from the Bloodslaughter sect? Chu Chen's expression shifted, astonished. Are you implying that I have been ensnared in this scheme as well? No wonder those two fellows did not act against me that day. Among the many princes, there are others who are equally remarkable. The eunuch raised his eyes, bowing respectfully. Though Qingyun's sect is merely a small border sect, it holds extraordinary significance, especially with the competition announced by Zhuangjizi. You must strive to secure the top position. Understand that being promoted to the 3 great sacred lands through Qingyun's sect is entirely different from being recruited by the direct emissaries of the sacred lands. Qingyun's sect once basked in glory, with many formidable figures having originated from Qingping Mountain. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride emerged on Chu Chen's face. Lin Gongong, your reminder is well taken. As long as I secure this opportunity, I can later leverage my father's influence to pressure the Sacred Academy. And no matter how high Mo Wanyun may rise, she will have no choice but to marry me. That is wise. Additionally, you must be cautious of Lu Zhan. From my observations, he is overly active among the elders of Qingyun's sect. With a profound mind, he is not a simple character. You should also keep a wary eye on his son, Lu Qian. Understood. Chu Chun dismissed him with an impatient wave. Lin Gongong, I have now opened 3 meridians. Yet my progress is too slow. Is there a shortcut to accelerate my cultivation? In the peach blossom forest, within the cold cave, Gu Yuxing was enveloped by 3 distinct lights of primordial energy. Their brilliance intertwining. The sound of his meridians echoed like streams converging into a river. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing opened his eyes, and the 3 lights surged into his body. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming primordial energy erupted from within him, causing the waters of the cold pool to rise several meters high. Gu Yuxing exhaled a breath of turbid ard. As he opened his eyes, they gleamed with clarity. 12 meridians opened. The pinnacle of the opening meridian realm truly exists. After a month of effort, he had finally achieved unification. The moment the 12 meridians were connected, Gu Yuxing felt the primordial energy within him rushing forth like a roaring torrent, flowing joyfully into his dantian. Akin to the ocean gathering rivers, the abundance of heavenly primordial energy was inexhaustible, far beyond measure. Chapter 46. Gu Yuxing's speculations on the differences in bone-tempering grades. Is this the pinnacle of the opening meridian realm? As Gu Yuxing sensed the transformation of his vital energy, the essence of the heavens and earth surged into him, causing the vital energy within his meridians to circulate autonomously. The essence in his dantian gradually brightened, radiating a spectrum of colors akin to that of glazed glass. However, before Gu Yuxing could fully comprehend this phenomenon, he was astonished to discover a deep blue energy emanating from the depths of the firmament, coinciding with the influx of the celestial essence into his dantian. Initially, he overlooked this gentle energy, but as it accumulated within his dantian, a cerulean energy began to rise and fill the spaces between his dantian. Purple Palace and Divine Is this the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Gu Yuxing thought in shock. Martial artists cultivate their internal energy to fill their dantian, gradually transforming it into true essence, while practitioners utilize the celestial essence to forge their primordial fetus, ultimately transcending the limitations of lifespan and the constraints of the physical body. Yet, for practitioners, the realms of primordial fetus, meridian opening, and bone tempering remain within the martial domain. This is primarily due to the inability of the body's spirit and soul to undergo further refinement, leading to eventual decay within the flesh. The sole method of breakthrough lies in entering the soul condensation realm, an apex of martial arts that allows one to fly through the skies. transforming the essence of heaven and earth into spiritual energy to refine the three souls and seven spirits, ultimately achieving the Tao integration realm, thus transcending the mundane world and the mortal coil. In essence, within the soul condensation realm, practitioners and martial artists cannot directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They can only gradually convert it through cultivation, accumulating spiritual energy within themselves. Yet now, Gu Yuxing had not even begun the bone tempering process, and he was already able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon keenly noting this, Gu Yuxing directed his spiritual awareness towards his primordial fetus. His ability to open 3 meridians, distinct from others, stemmed from the unique method derived from the true dragon, but fundamentally, it resided in the quality of his primordial fetus, which surpassed the first grade. As he probed the primordial fetus in his dantian with his spiritual awareness, he indeed discovered a divergence from other practitioners. His primordial fetus could absorb not only the celestial essence, but also the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy was a purer existence than the celestial essence. Having perused numerous texts, Gu Yuxing recalled that accounts of spiritual energy indicated it flowed only in the upper realms, while the human realm possessed it. It was exceedingly scarce, seeping through spatial fissures from the upper realms. Among the many tomes left by Gu Bai, one titled Tianhuang Bitten vaguely chronicled the conflicts between the human and demon races. It spoke of a transformation in the heavens and earth millennia ago, when spatial rifts emerged deep within the savage world, allowing spiritual energy to pour forth, awakening the intellect of numerous demon races, thus leading to their rise. While the human race subsequently entered a period of decline, Gu Yuxing contemplated the anomalous primordial fetus within him. I have heard that the demons of Tianyao City, upon taking form, resemble humans almost identically. Today, the cultivation systems and techniques of both humans and demons exhibit numerous similarities. Is this a result of humans mimicking demons, or demons emulating humans? During that night when I condensed my primordial fetus, I sensed the mysterious power descending from the depths of the firmament. Could that have been the legendary seepage of spiritual energy? Yet, why did a dangerous aura follow closely thereafter? Could it be that beings from the upper realms are suppressing the human race? Pondering this, Gu Yuxing was startled by his own thoughts. He hastily shook his head, dismissing such absurd notions. If beings from the upper realms existed, they were once human themselves, and it would be illogical for them to act thus. Yet, the current circumstance revealed that Gu Yuxing's primordial fetus could indeed absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This most enigmatic force within the cosmos was said to be wielded only by cultivators of the Tao integration realm. This matter must not be disclosed to the elders of the sect. The risks are too great. Should there be any taboos involved, I would be doomed. Gu Yuxing gradually withdrew his focus, refraining from actively absorbing the spiritual energy from the world. With a deep breath, Gu Yuxing rose to his feet. At this moment, he perceived that the chill within the cold cave was no longer as biting. Casting a glance at the mist hovering above the cold spring, he felt a jolt in his heart, rendering him momentarily stunned. For he realized that the aura above the cold spring was not mere coldness, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rising from the earth's veins. At that moment, the snow ape sat motionless upon a stone in the center of the cold spring, resembling an ice sculpture. Yet, its palms were raised in a posture akin to a stone monkey gazing at the moon. The spiritual energy within the cold spring was continuously being absorbed by the snow ape. Despite its juvenile state and seeming frozen, Gu Yuxing could sense the rhythm of its breathing through the sound of its heartbeat. It was drawing in spiritual energy to replace its own respiration. Was this not the ancient cultivation method passed down through the bloodlines of the primordial spirit beasts, as mentioned in the sinister tome blood refining incantation left behind by the blood slaughter sect? I wonder if I, too, can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like the snow ape, utilizing it for bone tempering. Gu Yuxing murmured to himself. He did not wish to disturb the snow ape's cultivation. Instead, he made his way to the peach blossom courtyard, diligently searching for the bone tempering technique he had previously exchanged for. This method was commonly practiced by bone tempering cultivators within the Qingyun sect and was the complete bone tempering technique left by the Baiyu Jing Holy Land among the 3 major sanctuaries. The bone tempering technique detailed the process extensively. A mortal possesses 206 bones, an ancient shaman has 207, and the giants of the northern wilderness possess 208. The essence of bone-tempering cultivation lies in utilizing the 9 open meridians to guide the vital energy, thereby reinforcing the body's skeletal structure anew. Following the sequence of cultivation from simple to complex, one should first temper the bones of the limbs, then the ribs, followed by the spine, and finally, the cranial bones. However, due to the intricate nature of human meridians and bones, and the varying innate talents of individuals, it is impossible to reinforce every single bone. Thus, the bone-tempering realm is not delineated by the early, middle, and late stages but rather by the degree of bone tempering achieved. Theoretically, the more bone segments a practitioner refines, the greater their strength. The quality of the bones will also manifest in their coloration, generally categorized as 5th-grade white bones, 4th-grade iron bones, 3rd-grade copper bones, 2nd-grade silver bones, and 1st-grade gold bones. Tempering the limbs can yield 5th-grade white bones, while tempering to the ribs can lead to breakthroughs to 4th-grade iron bones. 3rd-grade copper bones require the reinforcement of the vertebrae. Overall, being able to cultivate to 3rd-grade copper bones significantly raises the probability of entering the soul condensation realm to about 60. If one can refine even a single cranial bone, they can attain 2nd-grade silver bones. And when breaking through to the soul condensation realm, a strong physical constitution will stabilize the practitioner's spirit, enhancing their compatibility with their body. As for the legendary 1st-grade gold bones, not only do they require enduring immense pain during the bone tempering process, but they also necessitate numerous precious materials and elixirs for assistance. Even then, considerable fortune and opportunities are needed. It is said that only a select few with potent innate bloodlines can refine gold bones, while ordinary individuals must either rely on the century-old foundations of their families or possess extraordinary luck to have even a slight chance. Unlike other realms, practitioners in the bone-tempering realm may initially refine bones of exceptionally high quality. Yet over time, without continued arduous training and the aid of precious materials, they may experience regression in their cultivation. In other words, a practitioner who spends 10 years refining to 2nd-grade silver bones may find their bone quality deteriorating due to complacency and the ravages of time. This is the reason most practitioners remain stagnant at this realm throughout their lives, making 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. The Qingyun sect's bone tempering technique specifically highlights this point, indicating that the optimal period for bone tempering is 2 years. After 2 years, lacking additional resources, one can only attempt to condense their spirit and break through to the next realm, returning to bone tempering afterward, a compromise that most practitioners must accept. 2 years, is it? Gu Yuxing's expression turned contemplative. He had no external resources to assist him, meaning that his upcoming bone tempering would rely solely on his own arduous cultivation, with no one able to aid him in this endeavor. Nevertheless, Gu Yuxing still wished to make further preparations. He glanced at the wine gourd at his waist, intending to allow the spiritual gourd to absorb sufficient spiritual energy from heaven and earth, which might prove beneficial in critical moments. As Gu Yuxing pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of the sect token hanging on the outer courtyard wall. The elders of the sect had returned the token to him. However, the person who delivered it had not even shown their face, simply hanging it outside for him. I wonder how many sect contribution points I can exchange for with the points earned from the last demon hunting expedition. Gu Yuxing removed the sect token and made his way toward the affairs hall. Although he had no free sect contribution points to claim, if others had obtained contribution points during the demon hunting trial, he should have earned some as well. Since the bone tempering realm required a substantial amount of medicinal materials as resources, he aimed to secure some useful resources for himself. Chapter 47. Scarcity of cultivation resources? Secret struggles among the peaks. In the affairs hall, a few solitary plum blossoms bloomed in the corner. Disciples of the Qingyun sect hurried through, their minds preoccupied, indifferent to the scenery. Many lives were lost among the disciples during the demon hunting forest trials. The Qingyun sect had closed its doors. Regardless of how indolent one might be, all were compelled to seize the time for cultivation, as the year-long deadline approached. Disciples who had not yet condensed their primordial fetuses would be mercilessly expelled from the Qingyun sect, which, in a sense, could be regarded as a form of liberation for these disciples. Clad in a bare fur coat, Gu Yuxing entered the affairs hall. The elder seated behind the counter had been replaced from Ruan Ji to an unfamiliar face. The elderly man appeared emaciated, with a clear and bright countenance, holding a colorful rune brush, engrossed in his studies. Gu Yuxing, unaware that the venerable elder before him was the renowned rune master Wenzong of Tiangong Peak. approached with a respectful bow. Though not the peak's leader, Wenzong held considerable seniority within the Qingyun sect. His duties to maintain the sect's formations had kept him from descending the mountain to slay demons, resulting in a lack of notoriety among his peers. "Greetings, Elder," Gu Yuxing said, stepping forward. 6 months prior, the counter before him had seemed quite elevated. Now, he could discern its arrangement clearly. Wenzong replied without lifting his gaze. "There are no newly issued tasks from the sect. The resources required for the cultivation of new disciples at each stage are listed on the table behind me. Please take a talisman and retrieve what you need from the corresponding branch. If you seek daily consumables, proceed to the side hall. You are fortunate. Your situation is far better than ours was in our time." Jiyu Yuxing did not engage in conversation, nor did he depart. Instead, he silently placed his sect token on the counter and requested, "Elder, could you kindly check to see if I have any contribution points? Are you not aware of your contributions to the sect?" When Zong shifted his gaze from the rune paper before him, his attention now fixed on the youth. The boy appeared younger than the other disciples, dressed in a manner distinctly different yet with clear, unwavering eyes. He stood there, neither submissive nor arrogant, choosing not to defend himself against the elder's inquiry. When Zong weighed Gu Yuxing's sect token in his hand, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he tossed the token back to him, saying, "You are the one living in the Peach Blossom Grove, aren't you?" Gu Yuxing nodded, quietly reclaiming his sect token, his expression dimming as he turned away. Was there truly no contribution to be found? His expectations had been modest, confined to the boundaries of the rules. Yet, was it truly so difficult to attain even that? A sense of reluctance brewed within him, but he soon accepted it in solitude. The harder the path ahead, the more he vowed to walk it with integrity. When no one lends a hand, he must stand firm. When no one offers assistance, he must strive independently, regardless of the circumstances. He must continue to forge ahead. As Gu Yuxing was about to step out of the grand hall, the elder's voice called out from behind him, "You still have resources from the last expedition in the demon-hunting forest that you have not claimed. Do not leave them with me. I have no time to safeguard them." Jiyu Yuxing turned back as the elder casually tossed a bundle to him. "Take it back and check it later." Accepting the bundle with a polite gesture, Gu Yuxing turned to leave. Behind the counter, when Zong resumed his work, scribbling on the rune paper. Before long, he crumpled a sheet in frustration. He Hongnian, clad in simple Taoist robes, entered through a side door and paused at the counter, inquiring, "Brother One, you have been painting the year-end colorful talisman for years. What led to your mishap today?" When Zong set down his brush, replying, "It is that junior brother Xiao a fortnight ago. He prepared resources for that child's cultivation for the next 2 years. Yet they have remained here with me. As the sect leader, I am simply too busy." He Hongnian, twirling a dust brush in her hand, paused momentarily before asking, "Brother One, has that child successfully condensed his yuan tai?" When Zong lifted his eyelids to glance at his graceful junior sister, who, despite her youthful charm, donned the Taoist robe, having severed ties with the mundane world, he sighed, "Sister, understanding others is the most perplexing endeavor, especially on the path of cultivation. Condensing the yuan tai is merely the first step. Yet this initial step has confounded countless individuals. Consider, junior brother Xiao has prepared a manual for opening meridians and has also procured bone-forging herbs. Will he even be able to utilize them?" He Hongnian shook her head in response. "Brother One, perhaps he sees that child as another Gu Bai. There are not so many prodigies in this world. Oh, by the way, brother, I have come to gather some herbs for a Mo girl. She is preparing for bone forging." When Zong suddenly stood up, his eyes widening, "That so soon?" "Indeed," He Hongnian replied, her expression also showing concern. Establishing a connection with the esteemed Imo from the Sacred Academy would be beneficial for Qingyun sect. "Brother, do not be stingy with the materials for bone forging. Please wait, sister. I shall visit the back courtyard. A batch of precious herbs was delivered by the elders from outside some days ago." After a brief moment, when Zong emerged from the back courtyard, his countenance grim. "Brother One, what is amiss?" When Zong spoke quietly, they were taken by Lei Jiangheng from Yunfeng. "The ninth prince? Is he also entering the bone-forging realm?" He Hongnian furrowed her brow. "I asked the sect leader aware?" When Zong chuckled derisively, attempting to soothe the agitated He Hongnian. "You know well junior brother Lei's temperament. Last time, Chu Chun found a heavenly-grade cultivation manual in the Sacred Lands Library. which is presumably meant for simultaneous cultivation in the opening meridians and bone-forging realms. Thus he used the Peak Master's order to claim those precious herbs without passing through me. He Hongyun fell silent for a moment, then remarked with significant meaning, "This ninth prince appears poised to vie for the title of champion in the sect's competition 2 years hence. Who can say?" Although Qingyun's sect has declined, there are still several promising talents among the previous disciples. As for the new disciples, it may be challenging to find a rival for him. The resources expended by this ninth prince nearly rival those possessed by all the disciples of Qingyun's sect combined. The emperor of the Xinlong dynasty certainly dotes on his Son. At Yunfeng. The ninth prince of the Xinlong dynasty was immersed in a massive medicinal vat, attended by a retinue of servants. Even the enigmatic Lin Gongong waited outside the training chamber, anxious to prevent any mishap. Clad in thundercloud robes, Lei Jiangheng stood sword in hand in the courtyard, his brows sharp as blades, cheekbones prominent. His gaze fixed upon the direction of Qingyun Palace, where the sect leader cultivated, his eyes glinting with concealed sharpness. "Lin Gongong, starting next month, I shall personally instruct Chu Chen in the celestial sword technique. I am aware that your Xinlong dynasty possesses many excellent sword techniques, but this particular one has been passed down from a sword immortal of the sacred land, making it most suitable for Chu Chen's cultivation." The old eunuch bowed, saying, "Your efforts are greatly appreciated. I have observed your dedication to the ninth prince. One day, when he masters the sword, he will surely honor Lei Xianxing as the sword master of the nation." Lei Jiangheng's eyelids twitched, and he feigned humility. "The title of sword master of the nation is beyond my humble cultivation. I merely hope that if Qingyun's sect faces a dire calamity someday, the ninth prince will remember the kindness of my teachings and extend a helping hand." The old eunuch replied ominously, "If that day truly comes, the Xinlong dynasty will surely dispatch elite demon hunters to assist. However, it remains uncertain whether the leader of Qingyun's sect would welcome such aid." Lei Jiangheng scoffed, "You know well that Shao Shixiang is notoriously obstinate and rigid, lacking flexibility. Now, with the demon race wreaking havoc in all directions, Qingyun's sect has closed its doors and severed connections. If this continues, the sect's resources will only become increasingly scarce. At this moment, Lin Gongong seemed to recall something, saying, "Master Lei, I remember that a batch of bone-forging herbs was sent from Xinhu Prefecture to Qingyun's sect some time ago. Among them, 2 Bodhi fruits are particularly precious. If we can procure them for the ninth prince, it will significantly accelerate his cultivation speed." Lei Jiangheng's expression grew awkward. "Lin Gongong, you may be unaware, but I sought them out, only to discover that those 2 Bodhi fruits had already been taken by the sect leader, and their whereabouts remain unknown." Chapter 48. That snowstorm, that person. Peach Blossom Peak. The courtyard. Mo Wanyun, clad in a white robe and mink fur, sat by the window, her feet dangling above the chair, her chin resting in her hands, her bright eyes gazing at the swirling snow outside. A single cold plum quietly bloomed in the corner of the wall, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. The warmth from the charcoal stove enveloped the elegant chamber, suffused with the scent of books. The venerable scholar Mo Fanching held a sacred text in one hand, a steaming cup of tea before him. Engrossed in his reading, Wanyun reached out to catch the snowflakes, allowing them to melt in her palm. She had never paid much attention to the shapes of the snowflakes. Yet today, she pondered them deeply. It was not about the wind, nor the snow. She merely felt a hint of boredom. A gentle breeze brushed past, and snowflakes settled upon her temples. She flicked them away with her fingertips, watching as they danced away with the wind. How beautiful the snowy landscape of Qingping Mountain was, she mused. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this silver-clad world was ultimately lacking something. She gazed longingly at the peach blossom grove below Peach Blossom Peak. Amidst the vast expanse of white, the roof of a small courtyard was also dusted with frost, as if it were isolated from the world. Last, Mo Wanyun spotted a figure emerging from the long, winding path, trudging back through the snowstorm. Her eyes brightened instantly. She flung open the window, eager to leap out, but hesitated, fearing she might disturb her grandfather, who was intently reading. Instead, she rose quietly, stretching her head out the window. In Mo Wanyun's eyes, Gu Yuxing's bare skin coat appeared somewhat bulky, constraining his arms and legs as he walked in the snowstorm. He appeared rather clumsy. Whenever a bending bamboo branch shed snowflakes upon his head, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her cheeks flushing slightly. Feeling that this was inappropriate, she raised her sleeve to cover her face, but she had always been rather carefree and had never shown any girlish demeanor in front of that boy. The complexities of a girl's heart proved challenging. She clenched her fists, seeking an excuse and muttering to herself, "What a waste of such a fine bear-skin coat. I ought to find an opportunity to give him a good thrashing." Imagining the scene of scolding Gu Yuxing, a proud smile crept across Imo Wanyun's face. That moment, a hand with slightly graying hair reached through the window, gently tapping her head with a book. "Wanyun, I asked you to read. Why are you daydreaming again?" Imo Wanyun pouted. "Grandfather, I am reading." Imo Fanchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a solitary cold plum tree from behind the threshold. "Then recite it for me," he said. Wanyun collected her thoughts and silently recited. The cold plum blossoms in the secluded courtyard, unappreciated yet fragrant on its own. A gentleman cultivates virtue and remains steadfast. Not swayed by the hardships of poverty, Imo Fanchen stroked his beard, listening intently, and inquired, "Wanyun, do you grasp the simple truths found within the sage's texts?" Imo Wanyun nodded slightly, though her understanding was still somewhat nebulous. "And humbly admitted, grandfather, I did not comprehend it before, but perhaps I understand a bit more now." With profound meaning, Imo Fanchen replied, "Wanyun, you need not gaze out the window at that young man every day. Nor should you feel he suffers from the injustices of the Qingyun sect and neglect. Many matters possess duality. The path of life relies on personal endeavor. A temporary detour may not obscure the scenery along the way. Grandfather knows that the lad from the peach blossom forest saved your life, and you may wonder why I, as your grandfather, have shown no acknowledgement. Do not rush. The most challenging debts to repay in life are those of human kindness. From this day forth, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation." Imo Fanchen turned and retrieved a bundle from the bookshelf, placing it upon the tea table. Inside lay a precious Bodhi fruit procured from Xinhu Prefecture. "An invaluable item that would greatly aid your cultivation. Do not squander it lightly." Wanyun's eyes sparkled. "Grandfather, I shall accept it. Now, go cultivate, and do not disturb me while I read. Your father sent a message yesterday inquiring about your progress. Should you falter in your training at Qingping Mountain, you must return to the Sacred Academy early." Imo Wanyun's eyes, like jade, silently nodded. "Grandfather, I will strive diligently." In the peach blossom forest, within a small courtyard. A dim yellow candle flickered. Outside, the frost and snow painted a desolate scene. Jiyu Yuxing sat alone at a wooden table, meticulously examining the items bestowed by his sect in the bundle. Among them were several cultivation notebooks. Chronicling insights from the Yuan to bone-forging realms. As Gu Yuxing read through them, he found their contents immensely beneficial, particularly the detailed elucidations regarding daily practices, which filled the gaps he had previously overlooked. Unlike the disciples of the Six Peaks, who received guidance from elders and mentors, he relied solely on his own efforts. Now, with these notebooks, he could train with greater focus and allocate his time more judiciously. After perusing the notebooks, Gu Yuxing gently twisted the wick of the candle and exhaled softly. Although he had not ascertained his contribution points at the affairs hall that day, he was thoroughly satisfied with the rewards granted by the sect during the recent trial in the demon-hunting forest. While these notebooks were not secret manuals, their value was comparable, for the path of cultivation is a solitary journey, and few are willing to share their experiences with others. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuxing silently expressed gratitude to the predecessors who compiled these notebooks. Since his arrival at Qingyun's sect, his cultivation had felt like navigating a tumultuous sea blindly. Now, however, the insights contained within these notebooks illuminated a guiding light in the darkness. Rising from his seat, he gazed out at the bamboo grove, bent under the weight of frost and snow, and inwardly resolved. "Gu Yuxing, you must cherish every opportunity bestowed upon you. Do not betray yourself, nor waste time." Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. Beside the notebooks lay two boxes. One contained various herbs, though not precious. They were pre-prepared for bathing and cleansing one's body of impurities, providing a refreshing effect, albeit not directly aiding cultivation. Jiyu Yuxing paid little heed, as his daily practice in the cold cave rendered these herbs of little consequence. He casually picked up the other box, which held several spirit fruits, capable of enhancing one's essence and marrow. In the affairs hall, they could be exchanged for sect contribution points. Gu Yuxing placed the fruits into his gourd, He hesitated when he reached the last one. What is this fruit? He lifted a dark red fruit to his nose, inhaling its enticing aroma, which invigorated his senses. How fragrant! Gu Yuxing felt a fleeting sense of familiarity with this fruit, but could not place it. Just then, a knock echoed through the frosty air in the midst of the snow. A figure stood at the door of the small courtyard, illuminated by the faint candlelight. Mo Wanyun, radiant and ethereal, sheltered beneath an oiled paper umbrella. Miss Mo? With such heavy snow, what brings you here? Gu Yuxing exclaimed in surprise, instinctively grasping her wrist and ushering her inside. Come in quickly. The snow is cold against your skin. After a few steps, he noticed a slight resistance from her hand and paused beneath the eaves, eyeing the candlelight. Mo Wanyun's gaze was fixed upon him, an inscrutable expression on her face. Miss Mo, I forgot. Jiu Yuxing quickly withdrew his hand, scratching his head awkwardly. This is no longer a cave to hide from the storm. Mo Wanyun hung her oiled paper umbrella on the wall and, as usual, playfully stepped on Gu Yuxing's foot. I happened to pass by and thought I would check if you had frozen into a wild bear in this weather. Chapter 49. The Silent Confessions of a Young Girl. Gu Yuxing noticed that despite holding the oil paper umbrella, Mo Wanyun's shoulders were still dusted with frost and snow. He hurried to find a clean cloth to drape over her shoulders, while simultaneously adjusting the wick of the candle to brighten the flame and shifting the brazier closer. He then positioned the most charming little wooden chair in front of her. Miss Mo, please take a seat. Gu Yuxing tidied the table. He felt somewhat flustered. Mo Wanyun appeared more at ease, surveying the humble abode. Despite the heavy snow outside, the small room was well patched, preventing any draft from seeping in. The charcoal crackled, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Hey, little mudfish, I seem to be a bit hungry, Mo Wanyun remarked, pointing at the earthen jar hanging over the brazier. Just in time. I haven't eaten either, Gu Yuxing replied, rising to enter the woodshed, bustling about. A small smile graced Mo Wanyun's lips. Her delicate hands swept over the brazier, and her lively eyes glanced at the cloth draped over her shoulder, gently brushing off the snowflakes. She then noticed the box Gu Yuxing had placed on the table. Recognizing the herbs inside, a smile crept onto her face as she reached into her waist, retrieving a beautifully embroidered sachet. From it, she produced 2 pieces of winter cake wrapped in paper, placing one on the table and nibbling the other. Soon, Gu Yuxing returned with a dish to add to the earthen jar. The two sat facing the jar, while the candle flickered on the wall by the window, occasionally emitting a soft crackling sound. The jar quickly filled the air with a delightful aroma. Where did you get the fish in this season? Mo Wanyun inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiu Yuxing chuckled, gesturing toward the small stream beside the courtyard. I just dug a hole, and the fish jumped right up. I happened to catch a couple of fat ones, along with some winter mushrooms I gathered during the last trial in the forest. Miss Mo, please try it. If you like it, feel free to have more. He offered her a bowl and chopsticks. Mo Wanyun accepted without hesitation, sipping a few spoonfuls of soup, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She pointed to the winter cake on the table and said, Gu Yuxing, this is made from 18 varieties of literary fruits collected by the students of the Sacred Academy during the Laba Festival. With a peculiar date placed in the center. You should give it a try. Literary fruits? Such a thing exists? Gu Yuxing queried, intrigued, as he picked up a square piece of cake, noticing the unique fruit at its core. Exuding a familiar aroma, Mo Wanyun chuckled softly. Gu Yuxing, the world is vast and filled with wonders. There are all kinds of strange things. Don't just smell it. Taste it. Are you afraid I poisoned it? No, it's just too precious. Jiu Yuxing hesitated, glancing at Mo Wanyun, who was already enjoying a piece of cake, though hers lacked the special fruit. He dismissed the thought and placed the cake into his mouth, savoring the unfamiliar flavor. The fruit within melted upon contact, its fragrant essence mingling with a peculiar energy that flowed into his being. Mo Wanyun, noticing Gu Yuxing relishing her cake, narrowed her eyes slightly, took a sip of the fish soup, and stood up. I must return. If grandfather finds out, I will be scolded again. You're leaving already? Gu Yuxing looked at the unfinished dishes and fish in the jar, momentarily taken aback, as Mo Wanyun retrieved her oiled paper umbrella from the wall and opened it in the courtyard, allowing the snowflakes to fall softly upon it. Surely, you cannot stay? Mo Wanyun chuckled, taking a few steps before pausing to glance back. Grandfather wishes to guide my cultivation. I must enter seclusion for several months. By the time the peach blossoms bloom next year, you may not even see me." At her words, Gu Yuxing felt an inexplicable emptiness within him, so she was not merely passing by. "Miss Imo, wait a moment." He turned and stepped into the side room. This girl, who had come through the wind and snow to share food with him, left him with nothing of worth to offer in return. He glanced around and decided to pour a bowl of peach blossom wine. While its fragrance was delightful, he sensed it lacked something. After a moment's hesitation, he dissolved the Bodhi fruit into the peach blossom wine. "Miss Imo, this is the peach blossom wine you enjoy." Oh Wanyun lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. A faint dimple appearing on her face, sweeter than last time. Jiu Yuxing accepted the bowl she handed back, watching her turn to leave. "Miss Imoha, you are indeed in possession of the red string from my hair, which I have kept all this while. Please return it to me the next time you come." Mo Wanyun, holding an umbrella, walked away into the distance, leaving the small courtyard in tranquil silence. Jiu Yuxing gazed at the delicacies within the earthen jar, consuming a few bites alone while sipping a pot of wine, only to find the taste lacking, not as delightful as before. After a while, Gu Yuxing felt an unrelenting force burgeoning within him, as if it were coursing through his bones. Startled, he settled into a meditative position in the small courtyard and began to cultivate the bone-refining technique. The vital energy from his dantian, mingled with chaotic spiritual energy, was continuously guided into his limbs. He could sense his bones undergoing a silent transformation. The following morning, Gu Yuxing opened his eyes, moved his arms and legs, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. In just one night, he could feel a layer of glistening bone membrane forming over his skeletal structure, the speed of his bone refining far surpassing his expectations. Even more astonishing was the unceasing emergence of that peculiar force from within his dantian. Curious, Gu Yuxing prepared his daily necessities and headed to the cold cave for further training. He planned to complete the bone refining of his limbs before spring arrived. Time flew by swiftly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, at the peach blossom peak within the warm pavilion of the separate courtyard, Imo Wanyun emerged, appearing slightly taller than a month ago. Her figure graceful, akin to tender willow shoots sprouting anew, in the outer courtyard. The esteemed scholar Imo Fanching stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed, in the span of a month, you have not only opened a separate meridian but also condensed a layer of jade-like bone membrane upon your skeletal structure." It's no wonder that disciples from the Holy Institute's library sought to obtain the Bodhi fruit from Xinhu Prefecture, yearning for a stroke of fortune. Evidently, the effects of the Bodhi fruit are extraordinary. Bodhi fruit? Imo Wanyun's eyes glimmered. She refrained from revealing to her grandfather that she had secretly given away the precious fruit to another. "Grandfather, I am indeed gifted and diligent." Imo Fanching shook his head in response. "Of course, your hard work is commendable, but you must not underestimate the effects of the Bodhi fruit. Living on Qingping Mountain while learning at the Qingyun sect, the elders there treat you quite well. You must understand that the entire Qingyun sect has only managed to obtain 2 Bodhi fruits, and even the 9th prince of the Qianlong dynasty was unable to procure 1. Wanyun. The energy contained within the Bodhi fruit is remarkably unique. You might try directing your inner energy through the Shengguan, Tian Xiao, Jingmen, and Shenke. It will generate a searing energy that nourishes your spirit, making it less susceptible to malevolent thoughts. And it even has rejuvenating properties." Oh, Imo Wanyun felt a twinge of unease. Under the watchful gaze of Imo Fanching, she could only circulate her inner energy, attempting to guide the energy into these acupoints. Moments later, she indeed felt a surge of energy rising from her dantian, and even a phantom of a Bodhi tree appeared between her brows. Imo Fanching laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wanyun, it seems you have gained another opportunity from the Bodhi fruit." Known as the clear heart enlightenment, it is said that only by meditating beneath the Bodhi tree can one hope to comprehend such wisdom. You possess this enlightened essence, which will surely make your cultivation efforts yield greater results. At this moment, Imo Wanyun's eyes widened. "Grandfather, did I eat the Bodhi fruit?" "Huh. Why would you ask that? The manifestation of the Bodhi tree clearly indicates that you must have consumed the Bodhi fruit." Imo Fanching, in good spirits, failed to notice the unusual expression on his granddaughter's face. Turning away, Imo Wanyun pondered for a while, her eyes suddenly lighting up, followed by an inexplicable blush as she muttered, "That fellow, could he have secretly taken that fruit and infused it into the peach blossom brew? But then again, How could he have acquired a Bodhi fruit? Could it be that the sect elder mistakenly gave it to him? Did he discreetly turn that fruit into water for me to drink, just to sweeten it? As this thought crossed her mind, a complex expression surfaced on Mo Wanyun's face as she stood frozen in place. To confirm her suspicions, she went on to inquire about the whereabouts of the other Bodhi fruit, which remained unaccounted for. Yu Yusheng, Mo Wanyun sat by the window, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. The breeze caressed her face, carrying the scent of early spring. You big fool, she spoke to the wind. Yet, recalling that she had also surreptitiously fed her own Bodhi fruit to Gu Yusheng, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Round and round it went. One for you, one for me. Like indulging in sweets. Chapter 50. Another year of peach blossoms, Gu Yusheng finally becomes a sword disciple. As February arrived, the border between Xianhu Prefecture and Qingping Mountain was adorned with lush willows. Heralding the season of blooming grass and chirping orioles, the countryside exuded the fragrance of freshly turned soil. Generations of guardians of the border paid little heed to the rampages of great demons and ferocious beasts. Vegetables, fruits, seeds, and the fragrant rice harvest months later were their true aspirations. As for the cultivators soaring through the skies, or the legendary immortals passed down through the ages, and the demon slayers protecting their realm, they remained distant dreams for the common folk. Beneath an old willow tree stood a dilapidated tea shed, selling only coarse bowls of bitter tea. The elderly tea vendor, with wrinkles etched upon his face by the passage of time, wore patched clothing that had faded to a pale hue. A few aged wine gourds hung in disarray before the tea shed, with the only tidy spot being a wooden shelf displaying a traveler's book box, containing a few tomes. On the official road between Qingping Prefecture and Xianhu Prefecture, the occasional horse-drawn carriage would pass by. Such a tea stall could hardly retain the wandering heroes of the martial world, let alone the cultivators soaring through the At dusk. A sword-bearing elder arrived along the winding path leading to the tea shed. He settled upon a rickety wooden chair, placing a few pieces of silver on the table. One bowl of Xianyun tea, please. The tea vendor, having already lifted a scalding iron kettle, paused upon hearing the elder's request, replaced it with another kettle, and brought forth a large bowl adorned with crimson patterns. He retrieved a few tea leaves from an inconspicuous wall crevice and brewed the tea with boiling water. The elder took a sip of the tea and sighed. The peach blossom wine from Qingping Mountain and the Xianyun tea from Xianhu Prefecture. Each sip and each taste makes time seem to fly. The tea vendor leaned against a wooden pillar adorned with a tea banner, his hands tucked within his sleeves as he replied, "For the people here, a year is no small matter. Mr. Qin, you guard the peace between the two prefectures. I shall not charge you for this bowl of tea." The elder, serious in demeanor, insisted, "What should be collected must be collected. I abhor complications. Owing a bowl of tea weighs heavily on my heart, and it must be repaid. That scholar from years past cost me a year of running about for a single pot of wine. Ultimately allowing that great demon to escape, I would not wish to be trapped in this confined space for a lifetime. Please accept the payment." The tea vendor gazed with murky eyes towards Qingping Mountain and spoke, "I shall not accept your payment for tea, nor shall you repay me a favor. I heard that scholar has passed away, his name etched upon a sword. I know he was not such a person. I once heard him speak of the hardships on the path of demon slaying. Thus, when that scholar had a child, he named him Yusheng, hoping for a peaceful and trouble-free life for him. With his death, has he not become an orphan?" The elder shook his head upon hearing this. "Last year, when I was among the mortals, I delivered a couple of wind chimes to the Qingyuan sect for him. He has his own path to tread. I do not wish to visit Qingping Mountain. This year, I have been weary from slaying demons. Then teach him a few moves." The tea vendor suddenly emerged from his sleeves, pointing at the sword sheath upon the elder's back. "In case one day you also pass away, it would not sever the lineage. Wouldn't it be good to have a disciple?" The elder fell silent, neither promising nor refusing. The tea vendor, lacking an answer, hastily approached the table, overturned the tea bowl, and spilled the remaining tea upon the ground. "Then do not drink my tea. Leave. I shall make a trip." The elder replied with a wry smile, "But I fear I may not teach him well. Your teaching is your concern. If he fails to learn, that is his problem." "Understood." The elder pointed into the void, his figure drifting away. Within the cold cave of the Qingyun sect, Gu Yusheng, having undergone over 2 months of bone refining, could finally attempt to meditate upon the stone slab at the center of the cold pool. However, he still could not endure several hours of stillness like the snow ape, which possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine ape and was inherently endowed with exceptional cold resistance, though he could only endure for the duration of a single incense stick. It greatly aided his cultivation. In 2 months' time, he had successfully refined the bones of his limbs, the bone membrane now appearing silver, indicating that he could at least condense into a second-tier silver bone. Once he completed the refinement of the remaining bones, he could experience a qualitative leap in his overall capabilities. After 2 months of arduous training, with only the snow ape as his companion, Gu Yuxing, having finished the wine from his gourd, stepped out of the cold cave and was suddenly enveloped by the fragrance of peach blossoms. As if awakening from a dream, he realized, with astonishment, that early spring had indeed arrived. Breathing in the gentle floral aroma and the earthy scent of spring, Gu Yuxing strolled through the peach blossom grove. The stream flowing from the canyon babbled softly, water trickling melodiously, with fish darting about and butterflies fluttering gracefully. The warm sunlight illuminated Gu Yuxing's face as he approached a small courtyard within the grove, cupping his hands to wash his face in a basin of sweet, clear water, gazing at his reflection. Time passed quickly. A year had already elapsed since he entered the Qingyun sect. Gu Yuxing felt a surge of emotion as he unconsciously pushed open the door. In his solitary cultivation, this small courtyard remained the warmest place in his heart. The peach blossoms in the courtyard had yet to bloom, yet beneath the peach tree stood a straight silhouette. This silhouette is strikingly unfamiliar yet hauntingly familiar. Gu Yuxing instinctively rubbed his eyes. As the figure turned around, the sword sheath on the back of the old man, burdened with a sword, reflected light into Gu Yuxing's pupils. He stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes surveying Gu Yuxing with keen interest. "Sir," Gu Yuxing exclaimed, his eyes widening with joy. He hurriedly stepped forward, fell to his knees, and bowed. "I have awaited your return for a year." The old man nodded. Gu Yuxing's eyes sparkled as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, beseeching, "Might you teach me the art of swordsmanship?" The old man spoke slowly. "Do not rush. First, let us share 2 jars of peach blossom wine, one from last year, the other a new brew from this year." "Certainly." Gu Yuxing was overwhelmed with delight. He hastily entered the side room, emerging with a large jar of wine cradled in his arms, which he reverently placed before the old man. "Please enjoy the peach blossom wine from last year first. I shall fetch this year's blossoms for brewing." The youth moved like the wind, weaving through the peach blossom grove. The old man, who had maintained a stern demeanor, softened upon witnessing the boy gathering blossoms into a bamboo basket. He set his hand down from stroking his beard and allowed a smile to grace his face. "Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. In my youth, I never experienced such beauty. This grove, amidst a world overrun with weeds, serves as a rare haven." Gu Yuxing collected a basket full of peach blossoms, washed them, and placed them into the wine jar. The old man sat upright on a wooden chair beneath the eaves, his hands resting on his thighs. Gu Yuxing presented 3 cups of wine, offering them one by one to the elder. After the 3 cups were drained, the old man rose, assisting Gu Yuxing to his feet. He inscribed his name, Qin Jiu, in the earth with a twig. "Mastered." Gu Yuxing clasped his hands in respect, his eyes gleaming. "Call me Mr. Qin." The old man smoothed the wrinkles of his robe, returning to his austere demeanor. He casually picked up a bamboo stick as a cane, appearing less imposing yet far more approachable. "We share but a year of master-disciple fate. If you seek knowledge in Qingyun town, a year will only teach you a few characters in this time. You may learn merely the surface of swordsmanship. This title of master does not suit me. Since you wish to learn the sword, let us first see if you possess a heart for it this year." Qin Jiu tossed a peach branch to Gu Yuxing. "Show me a thrust." Gu Yuxing took the branch and, as usual, executed a thrust. In that moment, he felt he had unleashed his highest level of skill, his best state. Yet the old man, standing beneath the eaves, let out a faint sigh. "Not quite sufficient," Qin Jiu remarked. "You possess some talent, but it is limited. Start anew." "Understood." Gu Yuxing nodded, standing firm without a trace of discouragement. Chapter 51. The 3 Realms of Life. So is the sword when the peach blossoms of Qingping Mountain first bloom. Their hue is a deep crimson, gradually unfolding into a delicate pink. Gu Yuxing, had heard an elder of the Qingyun sect mention in passing that this land was stained red by the blood of demons, safeguarded by the blood of countless cultivators. Yet he held disdain for the color of the blossoms, as it reminded him of the day he lost his father amidst their vibrant bloom. Now, the rain once again began to fall on Qingping Mountain, showering the ground with petals. Jiu Yuxing stood before the demon suppression monument of Qingyun sect, gazing at the sword embedded in the back of a turtle. As he let a handful of yellow paper fall from his fingertips, he was unsure if the peach blossoms below were also blooming before that lonely grave. After a year in the Qingyun sect, his remembrance of his father had grown silent, more profound than ever before. A few drops of wine spilled from the jar, mingling with the rainwater, perfuming the air with the scent of alcohol. Gu Yuxing sat upon the damp, slate stones. His brow bore a hint of sorrow, yet more evident was the maturity born from a year's growth. A faint smile graced his lips as he poured a sip of wine and slowly confided, "Father, I have taken a master. He treats me well, teaching me the ways of the sword. The first lesson was how to hold the sword, much like you once taught me to grip a brush. Father, that was my final time calling you father. Just the other day, while measuring my height beneath the wooden house, I found myself as tall as your shoulder. I believe I have reached the age of maturity. I plan to put away the little wooden tiger you crafted. However, there is a girl in the house who loves to sit upon it and laugh. I shall leave it out a while longer. For in that little courtyard, it seems she is the only one who adores that small wooden tiger. Since your departure, I have been eating well. I have learned to fish, to cook, and even to brew wine. I often peruse the books you left behind during my free time, but I fear I may not have the leisure to do so in the future. Mr. Qin is a stern man. He insists that to learn the sword, I must be pure and focused and undistracted. I shall leave, but I promise to retrieve the sword you left behind." Jiu Yuxing rose, brushing the peach blossom petals from his shoulders. He did not return to the peach grove, but instead ascended Qingping Mountain. A day prior, Mr. Qin had informed Gu Yuxing that he would only teach him swordsmanship in the misty areas of Qingping Mountain. Gu Yuxing understood this as a test from Mr. Qin. Furthermore, Mr. Qin was not a member of the Qingyun sect, undoubtedly a reclusive sage who wished to keep his identity hidden from prying eyes. Gu Yuxing traversed the narrow path of Lingxiao Peak with his sword in hand. The trail, though steep, was not particularly arduous. The Demon Suppression Tower stood as the most prominent structure of Lingxiao Peak. Gu Yuxing could not approach it, but the paths leading up the mountain were plentiful. The mists of Qingping Mountain loomed far above the Demon Suppression Tower. As the sun rose, he inhaled the essence of the cosmos with each step, each movement a form of cultivation. Yet, he could always see the clouds above, forever out of reach. By the time the sun began to set, Gu Yuxing felt somewhat fatigued. Qin Jiu had been waiting for a while, and he bore no reproach towards Gu Yuxing, merely gesturing for him to sit and rest, as one would with a neighborly elder. Gu Yuxing instinctively unfastened his wine gourd from his waist, intending to drink, but he furtively glanced at Mr. Qin, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. Qin Jiu took down his own wine gourd and took a sip before casually remarking, "Neither man nor wine is at fault. Yuxing, in your youth, you should embody the spirit of youth without overthinking. A person burdened by excessive worries finds it difficult to grip the sword firmly. The day is not yet dark. Yesterday, I taught you how to hold the sword, and today, let us discuss what the sword truly is." Jiu Yuxing sat up attentively, his eyes bright with eagerness for knowledge. Qin Jiu solemnly removed the sword sheath from his back, gently caressing it with his aged hands as he assessed, "Yuxing, as you ascended the mountain, what did you observe?" Gu Yuxing pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "Sir, at the beginning of my ascent, I beheld the mountains adorned with peach blossoms. Later, as the path grew treacherous, my focus narrowed solely to the trail beneath my feet. Occasionally, during my rests, I gazed at the clouds in the sky and the towering Qingping Mountain, my heart set on reaching you at the summit." Qin Jiu smiled with satisfaction, the mountain breeze caressing his aged face, his white hair dancing in the wind. He imparted to the attentive youth, "When you mature further, you will understand the notion of seeing a mountain as merely a mountain and water as merely water. This reflects the realms of life. The Buddha speaks of the three realms of existence. Those who can penetrate them are either innocent youths with pure hearts, wise scholars, or wandering monks who comprehend the nature of all beings. The same applies to the art of the sword." Qin Jiu pointed at the wooden sword at Gu Yuxing's waist, his expression grave. Remember, the sword is simply a sword. If your heart does not harbor such intent, even if the sword's aura is like a rainbow and its might like a mountain, it remains soulless. The sword is first and foremost a tool controlled by man. Only later does it become a companion of the heart. Before you practice swordsmanship, you must understand why you draw the sword. If such conviction is absent from your heart, you cannot even be considered a basic swordsman. At this point, fearing his words might be too obscure, he smiled slightly and reassured Gu Yusheng, of course. These principles will become clearer as you journey further. You possess a sword and are my disciple. I will impart all that I know. However, bear in mind that mountains vary in height, just as people differ. The sword also has its nuances. What I teach may not be entirely correct. Learn from it first, and one day, when your swordsmanship surpasses mine, you may correct it as you see fit. Understood, sir, I shall remember. Gu Yusheng replied promptly, bowing, very well. From this day forth, I shall impart 2 hours of swordsmanship to you, ensuring it does not hinder your daily training. I possess 14 foundational sword techniques, including thrusts, slashes, chops, hooks, interceptions, guards, and more. I will first demonstrate the foundational 3 techniques. You must grasp their essence. Remember, in the initial practice of swordsmanship, the foundation lies in the heart, not in strength or energy. You may have executed countless thrusts in the past, but understand that what nurtures your growth is not the number of thrusts, but the perseverance you maintain. Qin Jiao fetched a wooden stick to serve as a sword, demonstrating the thrust, chop, and slash for Gu Yusheng, then gestured for him to replicate the movements. Once Gu Yusheng matched his rhythm, Qin Jiao observed attentively from the side, scrutinizing every detail of Gu Yusheng's swordplay and correcting him as needed. Through repeated adjustments to his technique, Gu Yusheng gradually began to appreciate the significance of each simple move in the foundational practice. As night fell, Qin Jiao signaled Gu Yusheng to halt and advised, "It is dark now. Descend the mountain. The path is treacherous, so tread carefully as you did on the ascent." Understood. Gu Yusheng felt that he still had the strength to practice his swordsmanship. However, he adhered to Mr. Qin's teachings, taking each step with care as he descended the mountain. Upon returning to the peach blossom courtyard, Gu Yusheng immersed himself in a wooden tub, reflecting on every detail taught by his master throughout the day. Only allowing himself to drift into slumber once he felt he had not forgotten anything at dawn. Although Gu Yusheng longed to ascend the mountain early to see Mr. Qin, he restrained his fervent heart and instead focused on refining his bones within the cold cave. Unlike before, this time he approached the process of bone tempering with a calm and collected demeanor, allowing himself to fully appreciate the subtle changes that occurred as his vital energy flowed. It was not that he had become more meticulous than before, but rather that Mr. Qin's earnest guidance and patience had taught him the virtue of slowing down in youth. One often feels the urge to act with haste, aware that time is limited for gradual progress. Yet, the presence of Mr. Qin instilled in Gu Yusheng a rare sense of tranquility. He slowed his breathing and moderated the pace at which he cultivated his true essence. To his astonishment, Gu Yusheng discovered that his speed in tempering his bones had not diminished. The bone-chilling cold rising from the icy spring revealed, upon careful contemplation, an underlying warmth that invigorated him, preventing him from being entirely frozen. Recognizing this detail, Gu Yusheng again slowed his training, attempting to harness and absorb that warmth hidden within the extreme cold. Gradually, a gentle warmth began to rise within his primordial essence, flowing from his dantian to his limbs. The bones throughout his body began to emanate a fiery luster, no longer retaining the cold silvery sheen. Chapter 52. Earnest Teachings, Walking One's Own Path in Swordsmanship Since he began his sword training. Gu Yusheng arrived at the misty peaks of Qingping Mountain a half-hour earlier each day than the last. Mr. Qin, carrying his sword case, would always be seated on a stone in the clearing. Awaiting him, Mr. Qin was a man of few words. Aside from offering guidance during Gu Yusheng's practice, he mostly sat in silence, gazing at the heavens. He was exceedingly rigorous regarding Gu Yusheng's swordsmanship, allowing no flaws or errors in the foundational techniques. His keen eyes followed the movements of Gu Yusheng's wooden sword tirelessly. Gu Yusheng, in turn, never entertained thoughts of laziness. He practiced diligently every day, with unwavering focus. Only after half a month of rigorous training did Mr. Qin finally gestured for Gu Yusheng to halt, stating, "As spring gives way to summer, the days lengthen. Since your first day of training, the time you dedicate to practice has steadily increased. Have you noticed that the peach blossoms in the mountains have reached their fullest bloom? Gu Yuxing replied, Yes, master, I have seen it. After a fortnight of diligent practice, it is essential to allow for some relaxation. Let us conclude today's session here. At your age, it is natural to appreciate the beauty of the mountains and waters. Take half a day to rest. With a respectful bow, Gu Yuxing answered, Master, the mountains remain steadfast year after year, spring after spring. But while the mountains do not age, I grow each day. I dare not afford the slightest negligence. So I humbly request that you continue to teach me the ways of the sword. Mr. Qin regarded Gu Yuxing for a considerable time before responding, Very well, your youthful spirit is vibrant and exuberant. If you wish to learn more, I shall teach you more. I will impart to you a technique of perception, enabling you to grasp the true essence of the sword swiftly. Whenever you have leisure, you may sit and observe the sword. Remember, the mountain is the sword, and the water is also the sword. Do not be confined by the world you see, nor overlook the world before your eyes. Mr. Qin then took a bamboo stick and inscribed the technique of perception word by word upon the ground. Once Gu Yuxing had memorized it, he wiped away the marks he had made. This technique contained only a few hundred characters, and Gu Yuxing quickly committed it to memory. Mr. Qin was quite pleased with Gu Yuxing's retention and understanding. Rising from his seated position, he stood at the edge of a precipice and remarked, In recent days, I have observed your sword practice. Your mastery over sword chi has reached a critical juncture, and your sword's momentum is as solid as a mountain. With time and persistence, you shall succeed. Your rate of cultivation is exceedingly rapid, yet you still have a long journey ahead to truly comprehend the way of the sword. Once your sword's momentum is established, the next step is to grasp the intent of the sword. You must understand the sword, and the sword must connect with your spirit. Gu Yuxing listened intently, and when the moment was right, he spoke, Master, must I begin my sword training anew? Mr. Qin patiently replied, One must let things unfold naturally. Sword practice also requires that things come to fruition in due time. The efforts of an individual will not be in vain. I am merely reinforcing your foundation. The way of the sword encompasses not only the duels of common folk, but also the art of wielding the sword to traverse great distances and vanquish foes. Practitioners of the world, whether they practice martial arts or swordsmanship, pursue either the strength to overpower their enemies or the skill to strike them down. There is no inherent superiority in this. Once one reaches the realm of soul condensation, victories among practitioners are often determined by their respective realms. Mastering one or two extraordinary techniques may enable one to slay demons or achieve greatness. However, swordsmanship is different, though take up the sword as a path is not merely a technique. Where it leads is not necessarily the way in this world. There are myriad arts, and swordsmanship is but one of them. Among the multitude of practitioners, how many truly comprehend the way? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing instinctively straightened his posture, his eyes gradually brightening as he gripped his wooden sword, feeling its weight and depth for the first time. His gaze brimmed with curiosity as he earnestly said, Master, please teach me. Sunlight fell upon Mr. Qin's face, gradually revealing its clarity and brightness, accentuating his defined features. Mr. Qin led Gu Yuxing step by step up the slopes of Qingping Mountain, imparting his wisdom along the way. In this world, there are many who practice swordsmanship, often governed by their cultivation level, wielding their swords with lethal intent and commanding presence. Yet, those who can grasp the essence of the sword are few and far between. Many believe that the sharpness of their sword is a direct result of profound cultivation, but in truth, this notion is contrary to the way of the sword. When one first begins to learn the sword, it is entirely natural to seek sharpness. However, you must remember that if you wish to pursue the way of the sword, you must forge your own path and realize your own sword intent. At this point, Mr. Qin let out a soft sigh, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, tinged with melancholy in the face of adversity. I too have fought for survival beneath the claws of beasts. In my youth, I sought to slay demons with the sharpness of my sword. But as my understanding deepened, I found there was no turning back. Gu Yuxing sensed the regret in Mr. Qin's words. Yet he struggled to find the right words to console the elder before him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, Perhaps without your past struggles, we would not have the continuation of our kind today. Your sword has once saved countless lives. Upon hearing Gu Yuxing's words, Mr. Qin halted, his expression turning serious. Child, I am not so great. Remember, in life and in deeds, it is essential to remain true to one's heart. Never entertain grand notions of saving the world in the eyes of others. A person's worth is not measured by their intentions, but by their actions. As your abilities grow, you may feel the weight of responsibility increase. But one day, it could overwhelm you. The concepts of good and evil are not determined by the sword one wields. Being true to oneself is what truly matters. With a flick of his hand, Mr. Qin plucked a peach blossom from the air, presenting it delicately in his palm. What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it? Gu Yuxing nodded in agreement. Mr. Qin turned his palm over, letting the blossom fall to the ground. People admire peach blossoms for their beauty and fragrance, often neglecting the wild grasses and weeds nearby. They perceive the peach blossom as good. Yet, if one day you find yourself in need of wild grasses and weeds for healing, you would come to see them as beneficial as well. Thus, the notions of good and evil in the human heart can shift with time and circumstance. Jiyu Yuxing listened thoughtfully, though his youth prevented him from fully grasping the depth of Mr. Qin's words. Mr. Qin was unfazed. He continued forward, teaching Gu Yuxing as if discussing commonplace matters. Earlier, you spoke of my sword vanquishing demons for the benefit of humanity, yet you must understand that in the eyes of the demon clan, I am but a great villain, a slayer of their kin. We practitioners, in learning the sword to combat the strong and protect the weak, must not be shackled by notions of righteousness. Demons and humans alike have never truly ceased their conflicts. Demons feed on demons and humans. Do they discern good from evil? How many among the populace consider themselves righteous or claim to be heroes for slaying demons? Yet, do they know that the demons they have slain may have never harmed anyone? Likewise, among kin, how often do we witness betrayal over petty gains? If one day, this world is rid of rampant demons, will that truly bring about peace? Mr. Qin spoke with earnestness. Thus, at all times and in all places, wielding the sword must be rooted in one's heart. When the sword is drawn, let it follow your convictions. Should one need to slay, then slay without hesitation. But when sheathed, allow a portion of kindness to remain. To grant this cold world a touch of warmth, I know you carry a heavy burden. Yet I hope you can approach the way of the sword with purity. Chapter 53. Testing the primordial essence invokes heavenly punishment. Concealing malice, Gu Yuxing followed closely behind Mr. Qin from the afternoon until dusk, only realizing the distance they had traveled when the demon-suppressing monument within the Qingyun sect appeared minuscule in the distance. At that moment, an unusual force bore down upon him like a mountain, nearly robbing him of breath. Master, he gasped, his complexion pale as he gritted his teeth to endure. In that instant, he truly grasped the peril of ascending Qingping Mountain. Noting his condition, Mr. Qin raised his sleeve and with a gentle sweep, the weight on Gu Yuxing's shoulders vanished. Yet even with this relief, Gu Yuxing found himself unable to carry on, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for air. Let us descend, Mr. Qin said calmly, extending his hand to help Gu Yuxing back to his feet. This time, he allowed Gu Yuxing to lead the way while he provided protection from behind. If you do not look back, you should still be able to walk for a while longer. Once Mr. Qin observed that Gu Yuxing's breathing had steadied somewhat, he spoke to him. Jiyu Yuxing was perplexed. For even though he felt he had reached his limit, the heights of Qingping Mountain remained insurmountable in his eyes. He could not believe what he saw, sir, no matter how high a mountain may be. It must have a summit, does it not? What, then, is the source of such power? Mr. Qin did not directly answer Gu Yuxing's inquiry but continued, in truth, the process of your ascent mirrors the gathering of sword intent. It requires the invisible accumulation of strength, layer upon layer, until it is shattered in an instant. The height of Qingping Mountain is not solely a matter of perception. It resides within your heart as well. After descending, you must reflect deeply upon this and apply it to your swordsmanship. Remember, although the path of the sword may seem ethereal, the study of the sword itself is grounded in practicality, a pursuit of truth and knowledge, to be integrated and applied in every move and stance. I shall remember this, Master. Mr. Qin nodded silently. Once he had ensured Gu Yuxing's safety, his form faded away, vanishing into thin air. Gu Yuxing had long grown accustomed to the ephemeral nature of Mr. Qin's presence. Today's lessons in swordsmanship had proven to be his most rewarding. As he returned from Lingxiao Peak to Taowan, He noticed an unusual number of disciples along the way. Stirring his curiosity, it was only upon overhearing the casual chatter among the sect's disciples that he learned of the recent assessments of last year's disciples Yuan Tai. Those who had failed to coalesce their Yuan Tai would be ruthlessly expelled from Qingyun's sect, Gu Yuxing. Just as Gu Yuxing approached the Zhenyao monument to pay his respects, a sharp voice rang out behind him. Turning around, he saw Elder Lu Zhan of Qingyun's sect standing not far away, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Elder Lu, Gu Yuxing replied, maintaining his composure, though his demeanor was notably cold. Once upon a time, he had referred to this elder as Uncle Lu, before he ascended to the position of elder within the sect. However, the current Lu Zhan wielded considerable power in Qingyun's sect, and the animosity stemming from his feud with Lu Chun had set them as adversaries. Since that fateful incident when Zhao Zi's covert attack had failed, and his dying words hinted at the suspicious circumstances surrounding his father's death, Gu Yuxing had kept a wary eye on Elder Lu. Many matters remained unproven. The year has come to an end. Have you managed to coalesce your Yuan Tai? Gu Yuxing answered truthfully, I have. Oh? Lu Zhan's gaze deepened. You should be aware that the penalty for lying is severe. In the past, it was indeed easy to remain in Qingyun's sect, but last year, the sect leader established rules, and rules must be adhered to. Do you understand? I understand, Gu Yuxing replied. Lu Zhan let out a cold chuckle and turned to the man beside him. Zhao Shidi, take him for the Yuan Tai assessment. Understood. Zhao Jing stepped forward, casting a frosty glance at Gu Yuxing. Come with me to the Ningyuan Hall. Gu Yuxing followed Zhao Jing closely. After walking for a while, Zhao Jing suddenly halted and remarked, You must have coalesced your Yuan Tai by now, correct? Gu Yuxing, feeling a sense of caution, neither affirmed nor denied it. Zhao Jing smiled, saying, I deduced it. That night, someone witnessed your swordplay at Yunshui Gorge. An individual without a coalesced Yuan Tai would not possess such capability. Logically, you should be able to remain in Qingyun's sect, but you must understand that every step you take from now on will be fraught with difficulty. Your youth is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Wai Zhao family operates a security agency in Qingyun town. Are you considering descending the mountain to seek some work? Gu Yuxing began to grasp the implications of Zhao Jing's words and replied, I intend to stay in Qingyun's sect and have no plans to descend the mountain. I can offer you a substantial sum of silver, ensuring your lifetime of wealth. Zhao Jing coaxed. Gu Yuxing ceased to respond, resolutely making his way to the Ningyuan Hall. Zhao Jing was left standing aside, initially expressionless, but soon his eyes betrayed a hint of coldness. This disciple has come for the Yuan Tai assessment. I presume. A young disciple noticed Gu Yuxing's entrance and courteously led him to a dark stone tablet. Please, could you register your sect token for me? Gu Yuxing handed over his sect token. After the young disciple verified it, his expression shifted to one of peculiar surprise. Ah, it is Gu Shidi. I have heard you have practiced swordsmanship in Taowan for a year. I wonder if your training has been hindered? Not particularly, Gu Yuxing replied, aware of the underlying meaning behind the disciple's smile. However, having devoted himself to swordsmanship under Mr. Qin's guidance, his heart was already set on the sword, leaving little room for doubt. Should you fail to coalesce your Yuan Tai, you would be expelled from the mountain. Of course, if you are merely 1 or 2 steps short, there might be room for negotiation. The young disciple smirked, lowering his voice. The fate of the Yuan Tai assessment is decided by Elder Lu and Elder Zhao. If you happen to possess something of value, he gestured with his hands, half concealing his words in his sleeves. His smile becoming more approachable. Gu Yuxing sighed inwardly. It was no wonder Mr. Qin remarked that in this world, there are demons that prey on demons and humans that prey on humans. Such occurrences are hardly surprising. Despite Qingyun's sect's commitment to slaying demons, they were not exempt from human folly. In the realm of human affairs, the sect bore no distinction from the small town beyond its borders. Gu Yuxing silently approached the stone tablet and placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the tablet radiated a blue light. The previously smiling disciple's expression turned to one of fury and astonishment. After a moment, he asked incredulously, Are you certain there was no cheating involved? Gu Yuxing placed his hand back on the tablet. The disciple circled the stone tablet once more and summoned Zhao Jing, who had been waiting outside. 3rd grade Yuan Tai? Zhao Jing squinted. Zhao Shishu. Hemph. Zhao Jing flung his hand and walked out. The disciple begrudgingly inscribed 3rd grade Yuan Tai on Gu Yuxing's sect token, his eyes betraying jealousy, as he sarcastically remarked, It seems your year of sword practice was not in vain, Shidi. Place your hand upon it again. I will need to confirm once more. This time, Gu Yuxing shook his head in refusal, stating, Shi Xiang, one may allow a second chance, but not a third. Ji Yuxing, are you afraid? Have you resorted to tricks? Gu Yuxing smiled indifferently, withdrew his sect token, and silently walked towards the exit. Just as he reached the threshold, the stone tablet behind him suddenly transformed from blue to silver, and then from silver to gold. The dazzling beam of light emanating from the tablet blinded the disciple, rendering him unable to open his eyes. This is impossible, he exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face, hastily waving his hand to shut the door. The suspicion in his eyes had morphed into palpable jealousy. A first-grade Yuan Tai, if this is true, he would be above me. He sprinted to the stone tablet, placing his hand upon it in a desperate attempt to obscure the radiance. Yet, at that moment, a pillar of light erupted from above the tablet, soaring towards the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, and a force of destruction obliterated the assessing disciple, leaving him lifeless, blood streaming from his orifices. Not only that, but the entire Ningyuan Hall was torn asunder by this mysterious force, while Qingyun sect's Zhenyao monument exuded an ancient light that mitigated much of that celestial power. In no time, the sect leader, Xian Jizi, arrived, and Lu Zhan and Zhao Jing exchanged glances. What transpired? Xian Jizi inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhao Jing remained silent to Lu Zhan, wearing a forced smile, replied, Sect leader, I am uncertain how it happened. Suddenly, a mysterious force destroyed the Tianyuan stone used for assessing Yuan Tai. Xian Jizi stepped into the Ningyuan Hall, his gaze shifting slightly as he approached the registration ledger. Picking it up, he scanned its contents, his eyes landing on the name Gu Yuxing. Upon seeing the notation of third-grade Yuan Tai, his eyelids drooped and one hand, previously concealed within his sleeve, revealed itself as he casually flipped through the pages, casting a penetrating glance at Lu Zhan. Elder Lu, have you received a considerable number of disciples at your Yuanfeng manor in recent days? Have they come to offer you gifts? Lu Zhan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly denied, Sect leader, that is not the case, absolutely not. That is good to hear. Xian Jizi set the ledger down and turned to exit the hall. Qingyun sect has suffered significant losses among its disciples. Those who are slightly lacking in assessment may remain for another 2 years. By the way, the sect will be closed for a year, and there are insufficient funds to carry out repairs here. Elder Lu, I entrust this matter to you. Though Lu Zhan wished to refuse, the sect leader had already walked away, leaving him to understand that this was not a negotiation but a command. It was clear that he was being warned about the benefits he had received. Repairing the Ningyuan Hall would require a substantial amount of talismanic materials. Moreover, those disciples who were originally to be expelled had been allowed to remain, which in itself was not an issue. The problem arose with those who were on the cusp of being retained. After having accepted their benefits, they realized they were no different from others. The items they had received could not be returned. Yet he had accepted them, and many disciples were related to the sect elders. The intrigue among the elders was already fraught with competition. And now, his attempts to seize benefits had been laid bare by the sect leader's mere words. Elder Lu, I still have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhao Jing clapped his hands and departed, wary of Lu Zhan's potential retribution. Humph! Lu Zhan's expression darkened, but soon a glint of coldness and a sinister smile flickered in his eyes. Xiao Reng, you won't be able to keep this up for much longer. Lu Zhan's gaze fell upon the dark stone tablet, his brows gradually knitting together as he muttered to himself, how peculiar. This Tianyuan divine stone is a sacred object of the demon clan and serves as the sole stone for supervising the practitioners of the heavens set by the celestial messengers. It should not have shattered, unless someone has angered the rules established by the celestial messengers. Ji Yuxing? Could it be this young man? In the past, Gu Bai dared to verbally spar with the banished immortal in Xinhu Prefecture, displaying unparalleled arrogance. Does this little wretch possess such capabilities? Lu Zhan picked up the ledger and scrutinized it closely, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. A third-grade primordial embryo? I truly cannot underestimate him. This means he has already reached the pulse-opening realm. I wonder how many meridians he has unblocked. With such a pace of cultivation, he is caught up with most geniuses, despite my best efforts. I was only able to refine Lu Chun into a fourth-grade primordial embryo. He was initially intended to be a stepping stone for my son, but it appears this stepping stone has grown rather tall. I must tread carefully to avoid stumbling. Thus, I am compelled to make some preparations. Chapter 54. The celestial realm descends with golden claws. Gu Yuxing comprehends the sword in tint that night. The starry sky shimmered brilliantly. Above Qingping Mountain, amidst the clouds, Qin Jiao, bearing a sword box, stood motionless, gazing at the swirling heavens with a contemplative demeanor. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light, akin to a flash of lightning, surged forth from the depths of the vortex. As a golden dragon claw appeared to shatter the celestial starry expanse, breaking through realms, Qingping Mountain remained silent, and the Qingyun sect continued as usual. Yet, deep within the stars, a tempest brewed, accompanied by thunder and lightning. As a luminous sphere of energy gathered within the claw, infused with an aura of destruction. From the depths of the heavens, a colossal eye slowly opened, and beneath the night sky, a chilling visage began to materialize. Buzz! The sword box on Qinjia's back emitted waves of azure light. The ancient sword resonated with a clear clang. One sword was drawn, vanishing into the sky. Moments later, a flash of sword light appeared in the distant realm. The incompletely formed face cracked open a fissure, rapidly expanding, its distorted mask suffused with rage, as one eye transformed into a luminous dark red star. The golden dragon claw dissipated within the depths of the stars, resembling a breathtaking night scene cascading down like the Milky Way, lingering for a long time. Is this the boundary keeper disrupting the order? Such audacity, a whisper echoed through the celestial expanse, eventually fading into nothingness. The sword returned to Qin Jiao's sword box. After a brief moment, his figure reappeared on Qingping Mountain, seated cross-legged, his posture upright, yet his countenance seemed to bear the weight of age that night. Gu Yuxing found his sleep somewhat restless, a mysterious agitation stirring within him. It was not due to the trivial matters encountered during the assessment of the primordial embryo within the sect, but rather an indescribable sensation. Unable to sleep in the dead of night, Gu Yuxing resolved to rise, making his way to the peach blossom courtyard, where he sat alone beneath the eaves, staring blankly at the starry sky. The words of Mr. Qin from earlier in the day echoed in his mind, becoming increasingly vivid. The clouds under the starry sky obscured his vision, yet the demon suppression tablet remained clear in his eyes. He gazed intently, feeling as though the tablet resembled a sword, a sharp blade directed at the heavens. Though it stood tall, in comparison to the vast sky, it appeared insignificantly small, and he, in relation to that tablet, felt infinitely smaller. What is a sword? Gu Yuxing silently pondered, as if questioning the stars themselves. Subconsciously, he grasped the wooden sword at his waist. As he held the wooden sword, the fleeting sense of ethereality within him instantly solidified. He gradually raised the wooden sword, reflecting on the days it had accompanied him. It was so ordinary, so common that the sect's master had publicly broken it and trampled it underfoot. Yet it was also extraordinary, having been shaped from the branches severed by his father when vanquishing the peach demon. Recalling the years spent wielding the wooden sword in the Qingyun sect, practicing swordsmanship, undergoing trials, facing dangers, it had once been cherished by Missimo, who returned it to him, rekindling his motivation during his darkest days. Gradually, a glimmer of light appeared in Gu Yuxing's eyes as he began to understand. What is a sword? No need to question the heavens. It is simply a sword. He had once harbored resentment towards his father's unsheathed sword, vowing to draw it and seek revenge. He had also repeatedly asked himself if his father's protective sword had truly safeguarded him. Now, Gu Yuxing realized, yes, it had always been there, silently accompanying him. He had never discarded the wooden sword in his hand. Thus, it was indeed the protective sword his father had spoken of. It had long since been drawn, silently facing the heavens, akin to the demon suppression tablet. Gradually, Gu Yuxing stood up, gripping the wooden sword tightly, raising it little by little. A newfound brilliance sparkled in his eyes. In that instant, he was no longer lost. He comprehended the true meaning of the wooden sword in his possession. It embodied the sword intent he had been searching for. The protective sword, not to guard the living or the path of righteousness. Not something profound or grand. It was the heavy bond of blood passed from father to son. What was lost was forever lost. Go protect what one truly wishes to guard within their heart and to boldly draw the sword. That is the significance of wielding a sword. A smile gradually graced Gu Yuxing's face. In this life, he would live fully, seeking the meaning of existence, unbound by worldly constraints, untrapped in a confined space. Residing within this peach blossom grove, his heart yearned for the vast world beyond. Should he encounter injustice in this world, he would confront it with his sword. If there were demons, he would sever them with a single strike. If there were still precious individuals worth cherishing, he would cherish them deeply. Jiyu Yuxing turned his gaze away from the heavens and hurried to the thatched cottage, by the wooden bed, secretly clasping the red string and the hairpin in his palm. Whispering to himself, Qingping Mountain, Miss Amo has treated me well, and my master has also been very kind. I am no longer an orphan with no one to care for me. The young man stood dazedly in place, unable to hold back the moisture in his eyes. The following noon, Gu Yuxing brought along freshly brewed peach blossom wine, walking briskly through the mountain stream on a gentle breeze. His steps were light as he climbed the mountain. Arriving at the familiar flat ground where he had practiced swordsmanship, he ran towards the stone and offered a full jug of wine with both hands. Sir, this year's newly brewed peach blossom wine has been uncorked. Please have some. As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of peach blossom cake from the basket slung over his left arm. Sir, I made this myself, adding a bit of honey. I believe it should taste good. Miss Amo has tried it and praised it highly. Qingjiu, seated upon the stone, slowly opened his eyes, extending his hand to accept the wine Gu Yuxing offered, taking a hearty gulp before placing a piece of peach cake in his mouth to chew. The wine is delightful, and this cake is quite good as well, though a tad sweet. Young girls tend to enjoy it. As for this old man, I'll just savor the flavor. Qingjiu spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. As long as Gu Yuxing did not hold his sword during practice, his gaze towards Gu Yuxing was always gentle, devoid of any pretense. Jiyu Yuxing sat down on the ground, leaning against the stone. Feeling as if he were nestled beside Mr. Qin, his heart at peace, he placed a piece of peach cake in his mouth while taking a sip from his gourd of wine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Qingjiu's face while drinking, and suddenly, his motion of holding the peach cake froze. He widened his eyes and turned abruptly. His mentor, overnight, had turned gray, his features aged. Sir, Gu Yuxing's voice trembled, his eyes filled with complexity as he set down the wine gourd. The taste of the peach cake now lost to him. I am fine. Qingjiu gently patted Gu Yuxing's shoulder. Everyone ages, and I, too, will grow old. The winds on Qingping Mountain can be fierce. It happened overnight. Rising from the stone, Qingjiu took a few steps forward, stroking his beard, and said, Child, I sense the wooden sword at your waist is humming softly. You must have found your own path, which is wonderful. Qingjiu smiled. Jiyu Yuxing drew the wooden sword from his waist, holding it in his hand, and bowed to Qingjiu. Qingjiu accepted this gesture graciously and pondered. You possess a sword now, a sharp weapon at your side. When I have time, I shall seek a sheath for you. A sword can harm others as well as oneself. Once your cultivation deepens, you will understand this. For today, you need not practice your sword techniques. Sit down, and I shall teach you the art of concealing the sword. Chapter 55. The first sword technique of Gu Yuxing's cultivation. The winds of Qingping Mountain always rise subtly, stirring the tempest within the sky. After the peach blossoms bloom to their fullest, they seem to wither overnight, as the grass flourishes and the mountains remain verdant on the flat stone. The old man with the sword on his back and the ever-diligent youth bore witness to the arrival of spring and the subsequent storms of thunder and lightning. As autumn descended, painting the mountains with frost-kissed leaves, Gu Yuxing noticed that Mr. Qin's attire appeared too thin to withstand the chill of autumn's deep dew. Qingjiu's brow was etched with the lines of time. His figure slightly hunched, his eyes sunken deep within their sockets, and his long, pale hands bore thick calluses. He had grown accustomed to teaching the youth, who moved like the wind, day after day. The stone beneath him bore unintentional marks, remnants of the young man's reach, gradually ascending higher. The flat ground and the walls bore traces of sword marks, evidence of the youth's daily persistence in leaving his marks of growth. The once rough stone had become smooth from prolonged sitting. Yet the old man with the sword remained tireless, day after day. On an autumn afternoon, as the wind howled through Qingping Mountain, the youth walked as if carried by the breeze. Qingjiu uncorked a bottle of wine. Taking a gentle sip, a faint smile gracing his face as Gu Yuxing approached, he slowed his pace, smoothing his clothes and hair, not daring to show any hint of disrespect. In the span of 6 months, Gu Yuxing had grown taller, his demeanor more refined, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. The youth hastily approached the stone, refraining from unsheathing his sword as he usually would instead. He retrieved a cerulean cloak and meticulously draped it around the shoulders of the elderly gentleman who bore the sword. Qingjiu tightened the cloak around himself and gently caressed the fabric, sighing, "This cloth is of exquisite quality. The Raimi from Qingping Prefecture cannot rival such craftsmanship. It must be finely woven from the cotton and linen of Xianhu Prefecture, meticulously crafted after being delicately stripped and enhanced with silk. It feels truly splendid." Standing tall, the youth endeavored to shield the gentleman from the biting wind. Yet, the wind was relentless, stirring the silver strands of the old man's hair. As the chilling gust seeped into his bones, the youth first pursed his lips, then summoned his courage to speak. "Sir, I shall not come tomorrow." Qingjiu, who had been smoothing the cloak repeatedly, slowly lifted his gaze. The young man before him had indeed grown significantly taller, now surpassing him even while seated. "Is it because the weather has turned cold?" Gu Yuxing nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Sir, I am not afraid of the cold. I fear that you might catch a chill. I do not wish to come anymore. Look at the mountain top. Fresh snow has already settled." Qingjiu turned to gaze at the summit of Qingping Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Indeed, time flies swiftly. The peach blossoms seem to have bloomed just yesterday. Yuxing, you have grown considerably over these past 6 months, yet your swordsmanship remains unrefined. You must continue to come daily. I shall be here waiting for you." Jiyu Yuxing fell silent, his pure gaze fixed upon the elderly gentleman. "Then I shall bring you some thicker garments tomorrow." Qingjiu stroked his beard thoughtfully, saying, "I have wandered throughout my life, long accustomed to the tempests of this world. Whether the sun shines or the snow falls, it matters not to me. However, today I sense an unusual chill, perhaps due to my advancing years. My body has indeed grown weaker. This cloak feels rather warm upon me. Stand straight. I have something to say to you." Jiyu Yuxing stood at attention. Qingjiu circled the stone before finally raising his hand and retrieving a sword sheath from his ample sleeve. Presenting it to Gu Yuxing, "Try it and see if it fits your wooden sword." With both hands, Gu Yuxing accepted the sheath and examined it closely. It was also crafted from wood, polished to a smooth finish, and felt delightful to the touch, adorned with several peculiar runes. A few days prior, he had witnessed the old gentleman meticulously carving with a small sword while seated on the stone. He drew forth his wooden sword and fitted it into the sheath. Feeling its weight increase slightly, Jiyu Yuxing was quite pleased. "Thank you, sir, I'm glad you like it." Qingjiu replied with a benevolent smile, gesturing toward the hilt of Gu Yuxing's wooden sword with a hint of regret. "It merely lacks a decorative tassel. As a young man, one should have a certain flair." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxing hesitated, instinctively touching the red cord at his chest before shyly lowering his hand and casting a furtive glance at the old gentleman. Fearing reproach, his gaze became somewhat distant, recalling the parting amidst the wind and snow from the previous night. It had nearly been a year since he last saw Missimo, noticing the youth's moment of distraction and despondency. Qingjiu remained unfazed. Once Gu Yuxing regained his composure, he spoke. "In the past 6 months, you have grasped the essence of the sword path. With winter approaching, it is time to impart a valuable sword technique to you." Gu Yuxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sir, are you going to teach me a sword technique? What rank is it?" "Very high," Qingjiu affirmed, extracting a scroll from his sleeve. With a flick of his finger, the scroll gradually unfurled in his hand. Jiyu Yuxing focused intently, and within the scroll, he beheld a figure bearing a sword. A mere silhouette, yet the profound, ancient aura emanating from it seemed to pull him into its world. It reminded him of the countless times he had trailed behind his father, whose imposing stature mirrored that of the figure in the scroll. However, Gu Yuxing could only see the figure's back and was left puzzled by the absence of the sword technique. As Qingjiu carefully rolled the scroll back, handing it to Gu Yuxing, he explained, "This is a brushwork left by the great painter of the Holy Institute's Book Mountain, titled The Human Back. It has existed for millennia. In times of peril when the demon clan ravaged the land, many figures like this emerged, carrying swords from the mountains. Thus, this painting has been revered by countless generations. Some say it contains the highest truths of swordsmanship. Yet I, being of dull wits, have failed to comprehend it. 60 years ago, I personally journeyed to Book Mountain in search of its mysteries, but alas, I found no answers. Fortunately, I did not return empty-handed. This revelation. Gu Yuxing's impression of the Holy Institute's book mountain deepened. What kind of place could it be, seemingly more enigmatic than the three great holy sites? Qinzhou continued. I discovered a sword technique there called the Fuyan technique, comprising 9 swords. I shall first teach you the sword movements, followed by the mental formula. Pay close attention. With a casual flick, Qinzhou transformed a wooden stick into a sword. In an instant, he stood tall and straight. His movements fluid and graceful. Each action, executed with the stick as a sword, was deliberate yet gentle, embodying the foundational sword techniques and hidden principles of sword mastery. That moment, the elderly Qinzhou infused the wooden stick with a lifetime of honor, transforming it into a formidable weapon, each strike intricate and profound. Jiyu Yuxing stood motionless, his eyes wide with astonishment. His lips moved several times, yearning to speak, yet no words escaped. For the 9 sword techniques that Qinzhou was teaching him were familiar. They were the very ones Missimo had brought to him in the past. However, when he had practiced those techniques before, he had paid little heed to them, lacking the exquisite essence that Qinzhou now displayed. He had been devoid of the core, the sword technique's mental formula. Yuxing, did you see it clearly? Gu Yuxing nodded. Qinzhou set the wooden stick aside and resumed his seat, stating, I will impart to you the mental formula of this Fuyan sword technique. Remember it well and do not hastily share it with others, as it is not merely a trivial matter. I shall remember, Master. Chapter 56. Early Snow in Late Autumn. Miss Imo delivers a cloak late autumn. Dusk. Jiyu Yuxing returned from his training amidst the rain and wind. The path through the peach blossom grove was one he traversed daily, where the grass and trees thrived, dew dampening his attire. The door to the small courtyard stood firmly shut. Gently pushing it open, he felt the warmth of home. Inside, a pot of earthly warmth simmered as he sat alone gazing out at the rain cascading down. A sense of solitude enveloped him. Over the past 6 months, besides his interactions with Qinzhou, he had spent his days and nights in the company of his sword. Whether returning from practice or taking a brief respite, he would retreat to the cold cave for bone-tempering training. It had grown somewhat monotonous. Silently, Gu Yuxing retrieved his wooden sword. After a moment's thought, he decided against tying the red cord he had kept close to his chest around the sword sheath. Instead, he gathered several strands of red cord and, in the dimming light, crafted a somewhat crude tassel for the sword. In the little courtyard, he twirled the wooden sword, satisfied with his handiwork. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh resonated from beyond the door. Gu Yuxing jolted, instinctively rushing to the small courtyard gate, flinging it open with both hands, only to find the space outside empty. Had he misheard? Still in a daze, Gu Yuxing turned back, and a wave of fragrance wafted toward him. Startled, he beheld the familiar figure of Miss Imo, who had not graced him with her presence for nearly a year. Clad in a white muslin gown, a snow-white shawl cascading down her waist. Her hair adorned with delicate tassels, 2 strands of dark hair danced about her exquisitely petite face. Her eyes sparkled like jewels, her nose proud, her lips curved into a gentle smile, and her brows arched playfully. Miss Imo had become even more striking over the year, her figure tall and graceful, her complexion radiant as snow. She wore no heavy makeup, her beauty subtle yet alluring, causing Gu Yuxing's heart to race and leaving him at a loss for words. While she appeared unfazed, he felt a flush of shyness, daring not to meet her gaze. Miss Imo, Gu Yuxing stammered, stepping back unsteadily, nearly losing his balance and grasping the doorframe to steady himself. Feeling a wave of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose awkwardly. You mustn't appear so suddenly in the courtyard. You startled me, Wanyun observed Gu Yuxing's clumsiness, noting how he had grown taller than her despite his current unsteady demeanor. Akin to a dazed goose, she could not help but chuckle again. Jiyu Yuxing, after a year, you remain the same. Wanyun instinctively lifted her foot, intending to step on Gu Yuxing's shoe, but upon seeing how much he had matured in the past year, with his eyes sparkling yet still holding a trace of youthfulness, she hesitated. Her heart raced as she quickly rose onto her toes, concealing her foot beneath her gown, pretending to step closer, her hand brushing over her head before lightly touching Gu Yuxing's forehead, only to withdraw it immediately. Have you been sneaking bites of meat? You've grown so much taller. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Imo Wanyun revealed a folded cloak she had been concealing behind her back. A few days ago, my grandfather insisted I learn needlework, And I even had some cotton and silk sent from Xinhu Prefecture. I spent a great deal of fabric trying to make decent garments. But alas, I think I am fated only to wield swords. Sewing clothes seems beyond my reach. I managed to make a simple cloak. Why don't you try it on and see if it fits? If it does, wear it for me to see. If not, I shall discard it. Smo Wanyun spoke. She gradually opened her cloak, revealing its substantial fabric. A gentle drizzle fell upon the small courtyard, droplets cascading onto her hair tips. Yet she seemed entirely unconcerned. Her eyes flitted playfully to Gu Yusheng, and with a graceful step, she circled behind him, draping the cloak over his shoulders and presenting him with the ties on either side. It's a tad loose, but you'll surely grow taller, she remarked, moving back a few steps to assess him. Her arms crossed, one hand resting on her delicate cheek, two fingers gently pressing into her shallow dimples. Now, Gu Yusheng, don't just stand there. Turn around so I can have a good look. It's a loss for words. Gu Yusheng resembled a marionette, spinning left and then right. Miss Mo, is it fitting? He asked, tying the strings before him and stealing a glance at her. Their eyes met, sparking like electricity, and Gu Yusheng felt as though his heart had skipped a beat, his mind momentarily blank, leaving only a foolish grin. Mo Wanyun's gaze wandered elsewhere, then she glanced down at her toes, a hint of pride in her voice as she declared, I told you, I have a modicum of talent. It was then that Gu Yusheng seemed to snap back to reality. Ah, Miss Mo, don't linger in the rain. Come inside quickly. He extended his hand to shield her hairdo, though his palm offered little protection against the rain. Nevertheless, Mo Wanyun leaned slightly forward, dashing toward the eaves. I am not that delicate. She shot him a sidelong glance, noticing the tassel of his wooden sword, and burst into laughter. I just mocked the tassel you made. It's quite ugly. Gu Yusheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and boldly suggested. Why not help me make a nicer one? Dream on, she replied, walking over to the small wooden tiger, intending to sit upon it, but paused to stroke its ear, laughing as she said, just a year or two. And these childhood toys feel so distant. We should put them away as keepsakes for when we grow up. Indeed, Gu Yusheng nodded in agreement, yet his gaze remained fixed on Mo Wanyun. Are you hungry? Miss Mo? She nodded slightly, a little. Upon hearing this, Gu Yusheng picked up a bamboo basket and ventured into the autumn rain. The droplets fell steadily, mostly landing on the lightly lifted cloak draped over his shoulders. Mo Wanyun watched his figure intently, a secret smile creeping onto her lips. Fool, she murmured. Before long, Gu Yusheng returned with 2 fish, lifting them from the basket with a hint of shyness. I've been busy with my training lately, and we haven't stocked up on good ingredients at home. Luckily, this deep-water autumn fish makes the warmest soup. I'll brew a pot of honey wine as well. I hope you won't mind. I insist on minding. Mo Wanyun raised an eyebrow. I'll drink all the soup myself. Gu Yusheng, puzzled by her words, continued to admire her graceful figure, muttering, Miss Mo, your waist is slender, but is your belly quite large? As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Wanyun stepped forward and playfully slapped him on the head, her hands on her hips, fuming. Am I fat? Not at all, Gu Yusheng hurriedly replied, quickly preparing a pot of delicious fish soup. Hey, it's warm inside. You should take off your cloak. He chuckled. Wearing it like this gives you the air of a practitioner. Mo Wanyun found his teasing amusing and sipped half a bowl of fish soup before gently placing the bowl down. Hey, Gu Yusheng, I've been refining my bones for nearly half a year now. In another 6 months, I'll be able to fly. When that time comes, don't you dare look up at me. Just envy me. Gu Yusheng paused, contemplating, and then looked at her, saying, But Miss Mo, don't wear such a thin skirt. What do you mean? Mo Wanyun's eyes widened in confusion, but suddenly her face flushed crimson, nearly knocking over the earthen jar in her surprise. She glared at Gu Yusheng, fists clenched. You little mud eel, do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out and stomp them to bits? Gu Yusheng quickly steadied the jar, clasping his hands together in supplication, murmuring, Miss Mo, don't be angry. This jar is the only one I have for cooking. If it breaks, it won't be good. If anyone dares to look at you, I'll help you gouge their eyes out. How does that sound? Just leave, Mo Wanyun pouted. Gu Yusheng, where did you learn such slick talk? Gu Yusheng's expression dimmed instantly. Miss Mo, I've encountered disciples from the sect, but have never spoken with them. I feel as though I'm turning mute. Mo Wanyun regarded him thoughtfully, whispering, talking every day isn't necessarily a good thing. I've been reading with my grandfather lately, realizing that silence can be more profound. People on both sides of the mountain have their own struggles. There's little to say. Jiu Yuxing felt a ripple in his heart, silently nodding as he picked up a spoon and placed a fish head in Mo Wanyun's bowl. Miss Mo, have some more. She lifted the bowl and delicately finished the fish head, leaving only a bare skeleton. Setting down the bowl, she stood, saying, I must leave now. I was just passing through. Don't see me off, and by the way, don't tell anyone that the cloak on your shoulders is my handiwork. It's hideous, and I'd be ridiculed. Jiu Yuxing stood, one foot on the threshold, the other inside, stubbornly stating, No, if anyone asks, I'll insist it was made by you. Suit yourself, Mo Wanyun replied, walking step by step to the small courtyard. Opening the door without pausing, Jiu Yuxing gazed at her gradually fading figure, reminiscent of their first encounter. As the autumn rain pattered against the banana leaves, the maiden gracefully departing, he stood there, only the lofty mountains and the shadows of peach trees in his sight. The scattered autumn leaves reminiscent of the mundane world, witnessing the girl approach and then depart, fearing the day when youthful beauty would wither, turning into white hair. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing dashed out of the courtyard. Rushing toward the peach blossom grove, he began, his voice barely audible. Miss, he lifted his hand, but could not capture her fleeting silhouette. Not even the mountain breeze left a trace. That moment, the sky drizzled softly. The autumn rain had turned to snow, each flake landing in his palm. Jiu Yuxing stood amidst the peach grove, lingering for a long time. The cloak draped over his shoulders sheltered his body. That year, his shoulders had broadened slightly, no longer so frail, yet his voice remained a secret only he could hear. The peach trees might have listened, but Gu Yuxing snapped a branch in frustration. Obstructing my view. Chapter 57. A toast to the minter. Farewells uncontrolled by fate. On the night of the first snow, Gu Yuxing encountered Mo Wanyun in the days that followed. The snow fell heavier each day, transforming the entire Qingyun sect into a vast expanse of white. This delighted the snow monkeys that had been stealthily surviving in the valley, allowing them to frolic boldly in the snow. They would joyfully leap to catch the snowballs Gu Yuxing threw, performing somersaults in midair. Their snowy fur became thicker than ever, and naturally, their thieving of Gu Yuxing's jars of wine became bolder as well. However, their dependence on him went beyond just the wine. Whenever he practiced atop the stone by the cold pool, they would faithfully guard the entrance, alert to any rustle of leaves in the deep of night. Under the solitary moon hanging high, Gu Yuxing sat cross-legged on the stone above the cold pool, his entire body shrouded in frost. Occasionally, the bones in his body would crack, emitting a silvery glow from within. Over the past few months, aside from practicing his swordplay, he had not neglected his own cultivation, yet the difficulty of refining his bones surpassed his expectations. Even though he consumed spirit wine from the gourd every few days, he could only refine a piece of bone every few days. Now, aside from his skull, the rest of his body's bones had been successfully tempered. According to the bone refining technique, his current speed could be deemed remarkably swift. But Gu Yuxing always believed that in any endeavor, one should strive for perfection. Beyond silver bones, there were golden bones. The skull, being the most intricate part of the human body, was both the strongest and the most fragile. He had been refining his skull for several days, not growing impatient, but rather guiding the celestial energy into his meridians bit by bit, patiently channeling the gentlest force for tempering. Even so, Gu Yuxing still felt a bit dizzy, as if an invisible shackle was compressing his spiritual sea. After persevering for 2 hours, feeling his body reaching its limits, Gu Yuxing ceased his cultivation. During these days, he had been making good progress in his swordsmanship, yet his overall cultivation level had not seen significant improvement. However, Mr. Qin's diligent guidance had not only been applied to his sword techniques but had also permeated his entire cultivation journey. Gu Yuxing exhaled a breath of frosty air. Rising, he brushed the frost off his cloak and was about to step over the cold pool when a gurgling sound beneath his feet caught his attention. The snow monkey, which had been guarding the cave entrance, suddenly became restless, scratching its ears and chattering, its snowy fur standing on end like sharp needles. Gu Yuxing felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He focused his gaze, only to see the once tranquil surface of the cold pool bubbling slightly, the bubbles growing larger, gurgling and rolling in an instant. Gu Yuxing sensed a massive surge of spiritual energy erupting from deep within the earth. This energy was extraordinarily pure, autonomously entering his body and directly infusing into his bones. What is happening? A sudden influx of benefits, however, instinctively instilled a sense of danger within Gu Yuxing. He swiftly distanced himself from the cold pool, cautiously observing his surroundings while gathering his vital energy in his feet, ready to flee the icy cavern at the slightest sign of trouble. Bubbles began to multiply within the water, and the spiritual energy in the cold cave grew increasingly abundant. Gu Yuxing felt a stir in his heart as he removed the gourd from his waist and uncorked in the next moment. The spiritual energy within the cave seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, surging into Gu Yuxing's gourd like a swarm. Under the dim glow of the fluorite, he observed the gourd in his hand transforming to a pale azure hue, its weight gradually increasing as it absorbed the spiritual energy. As time passed, the surge of energy from the ground continued unabated, yet no ominous signs of danger emerged. Gu Yuxing felt somewhat reassured as he slowly siphoned off the energy from the earth vein. On Qingping Mountain, a thin veil of clouds lingered near the cold moon in a certain part of the mountain. The reclusive Qin Jiu opened his eyes. His hand brushed over the frost-covered sword sheath, which he then slung across his back. He rose slowly, gazing into the distant firmament. Gradually, his brows sharpened like a sword, poised to unsheath at any moment. His left hand concealed within his sleeve, he discreetly formed a seal. Suddenly, a rune on the sword sheath radiated an extraordinary brightness. Qin Jiu's expression shifted slightly. Moments later, he smoothed out the luminous rune, muttering, "Is another demon emperor about to emerge? So close to Qingping Mountain. I truly am a man of misfortune." A gust of cold wind swept across Qingping Mountain. Qin Jiu tightened his clothing. At that moment, a figure clad in azure appeared in midair, the great scholar Mo Fanqing surrounded by ancient glyphs. Upon recognizing Qin Jiu, he was momentarily startled, yet refrained from speaking, instead scrutinizing the nearby flat expanse of land, a smooth stone upon which the aura of righteousness dissipated. With a solemn expression, he remarked, "For the past 2 years, I have pondered who wielded the sword that could cleave the heavens and intimidate demon emperors on the day Qinjianmen was founded. It turns out to be you." "Mr. Qin," Qin Jiu, standing with his sword slung over his shoulder, coldly replied, "Why abandon the tranquil mountains of books to come to Qingping Prefecture to catch the wind? The world labels you a bookworm. Yet I find it hard to believe. Among the exquisite sceneries of this world, Jingting Mountain claims a share, the mountains of books claim another, and all that remains is right here in Qingping Mountain. You ought not to seek me out. You know my aversion to the Sacred Academy's mountains of books." Mo Fanqing gently brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders and turned to gaze at the snow-laden ground below. Where the peach blossom grove had transformed into a sea of white, he said, "I have encountered that cunning peach demon. It once lost a branch to a human and has been secretly plotting revenge against the disciples of Qinjianmen, quietly accumulating power. The peach blossoms have flourished these past 2 years, and it has regained much strength. Just days ago, I noticed it had lost another branch. I couldn't help but wonder who within Qinjianmen could quietly sever its limbs. The options are indeed few." Qin Jiu approached the stone, leaning against its cold surface, and stated, "I did not sever it. I merely wished to serve as a sheath for my sword, and it willingly broke itself." Mo Fanqing chuckled. When encountering Mr. Qin, how could it not be willing? If there were even the slightest hint of reluctance, it would be risking its life. Qin Jiu showed little interest in the musings of this bookish old scholar. Yet Mo Fanqing eagerly stepped forward, gazing at the sky, and declared, "Mr. Qin, a great wind is about to rise, and the tempest from the demon clan is set to descend upon Qingping Mountain. With you here, I can afford to read a bit more. Everyone carries their own burdens. Bookworm, that formidable demon from Qingping Mountain 3 years ago did not perish. It has broken through to a new realm. I will not intervene on your behalf." On Mo Fanqing's side, "I am not adept at fighting, nor skilled at slaying demons. Mr. Qin, with your sword's icy brilliance, would you not resolve this trouble for me?" Qin Jiu turned his face, meeting Mo Fanqing's gaze. After a long pause, he spoke, "Do you think there is only one great demon in the world? A sacred demon has been born in Heavenly Demon City, and the human race will not enjoy many good days. In a few years, you and I may both be captured by the demon clan, our heads turned into goblets, and your sacred academy's mountains of books trampled by those demons. That day will not be far off. Mo Fanqing's expression stiffened. Is that true? Qinju nodded. I share this with you to ask for a favor. Even if I do not need it, one day my disciple will. You are a scholar. Do not renege on your debts. Mo Fanqing looked astonished. Since when did Mr. Qin, who traverses the world alone, take on disciples? A hint of warmth appeared on Qinju's icy visage. There is always some connection between people. Mo Fanqing furrowed his brow, his expression turning cautious. His garments billowed as he spoke in a low tone. In Qinjianmen, could there truly be a paragon worthy of Mo's admiration? Is it perhaps the 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty? A paragon? Qinju scoffed. I had thought you different from those old fellows in the sacred academy. Yet you too are superficial. What true paragons exist in this world? When I, Qinju, take on a disciple, do I care about their innate talent? What Xinlong dynasty, 9th prince? These identities are but burdens in life. Can they truly gauge a person's character? That is good to hear. Mo Fanqing exhaled in relief, clasping his hands in respect to Qinju before turning to leave. But Qinju called out, please, hold on. Mo Fanqing halted. Qinju continued, you may know of my affairs on Qingping Mountain, but do not let others learn of them. Mo Fanqing floated away. Understood. Once a person forms attachments, they become hesitant. Mr. Qin, the great demons outside are fierce. Your sword must not become dulled because of this. The joys and sorrows of a scholar are found between the lines. They are quite shallowed. I do not wish to one day stand before your lonely grave to pay my respects. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Qinju replied with indifference, taking a step forward to bow to Mo Fanqing. This startled Mo Fanqing, causing him to retreat a step, unwilling to meet Qinju's gaze directly. Mr. Qin, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I cannot bear it. Qinju said, my disciple will come of age next year. Reaching the age to slay demons, I require a person of good character to bestow him with his cap. Consider this matter seriously. Life is fleeting. He has no parents nearby, and I have not asked him to call me master. With no one close to him, after much contemplation, I find you, as a scholar, to be the most suitable. The following morning, Gu Yuxing opened the door to find a tall figure standing straight in the courtyard. Qinju, covered in frost and snow, appeared as if he had been standing there for quite some time, resembling an ice sculpture. Gu Yuxing rubbed his eyes, and in the next moment, his eyes reddened. Trembling as he said, Sir, why are you in the snow? He hurriedly approached, his legs weakening as he knelt in the snow, burying his head to hide his reddened eyes. A pair of pale, bony hands reached out to help Gu Yuxing up. The frost-laden Qinju brushed the snowflakes off Gu Yuxing's shoulders and clothing. His gaze softened as he spoke, Yuxing, I must leave Qingping Mountain. Gu Yuxing, already feeling a whirlwind of emotions, lifted his head slightly to gaze at the aging Qinju. Gritting his teeth, he found himself at a loss for words. Snowflakes fell upon his brows, and with his eyelids drooping, he stepped on the snow beneath him, murmuring, Sir, it hasn't even been a year yet. The peach blossoms have yet to bloom. Look, the courtyard is filled with plum blossoms, and I am dull-witted. I have yet to master the sword techniques you taught me. Qinju stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing up at the overcast sky for a moment before slowly responding, Child, I must eventually depart. Whether I leave while the plum blossoms bloom or when the peach blossoms bloom matters not. You warm a pot of wine. I shall partake of it on my journey. Gu Yuxing lowered his head. He did not want his master to leave, nor to warm the wine. Yet he dashed into the house. Igniting the fire pit and rushing to the brewing room, he stumbled a few steps, opening jar after jar of the wine brewed last year and this year, tasting them one by one. Standing behind the door, the resolute youth felt tears welling up as he spoke with a hint of a sob. Sir, this wine isn't good. It tastes bitter. Please stay until next year when the peach blossoms bloom. And I promise to brew the finest wine. Qinju approached, casually picking up a jar, taking a sip, and filling his gourd, offering words of comfort. The flavor is quite pleasant. Only then did Gu Yuxing fill a bowl and place it over the fire to warm. He feared the flames were insufficient, that he might neglect his master. Yet he also worried the flames were too fierce, that the moment the wine heated, Qinju would depart. Qinju remained standing in the snow, Placing a hand on Gu Yuxing's head, sighing, "Child, the matters of gathering and parting are as dictated by fate, beyond our control. We are ever guided by destiny. Do not let this bring you sorrow. Walk your own path. I hope your life is not filled with too much tumult. Should you encounter troubles, seek the gentle spring breeze. If that fails, consult the sword in your hand. When the wine is warm, serve it to me." Jiyu Yuxing cradled the bowl brimming with wine in both hands. Qin Jiu accepted it and drank it all in one go, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. "I am off." Qin Jiu's figure transformed into a streak of azure, like a wisp of wind. Drifting away, he vanished into thin air before Gu Yuxing's eyes. Jiyu Yuxing remained rooted to the spot, holding the empty bowl, staring blankly for a long while without blinking as the wind and snow swept past his feet and brushed against his face. It took some time for him to awaken from his reverie. Wandering into the house alone, climbing onto the bed, and covering himself with a blanket, he thought to himself that upon awakening, he would see his master again. Chapter 58. The chiming of bells amidst the snowfall. The snow upon Qingping Mountain has persisted from the depths of autumn into the heart of winter. In the valleys, a solitary bird occasionally breaks the silence, singing its heart out. Standing on the cloud bridge that weaves through the 6 peaks, the once vibrant scene of the peach blossom grove below is now obscured. As is the elusive little courtyard in the early morning, snowflakes dance gracefully through the ard. Jiyu Yuxing stands in the courtyard, gazing up at the sorrowful gray sky. The melodious chime of the Qingyun sect's bell seems to resonate from the very depths of the heavens. Almost instantly, the sect token at his waist begins to emit a soft azure glow, signaling a mandatory assembly. Without delay, Gu Yuxing retrieves his cloak from the wall, closes the courtyard door, and with a light step, he glides forward like a wild goose treading on the snow. Since Mr. Qin's departure, Gu Yuxing has spoken to no one, adhering to a routine of timely meals, sword practice, and meditation. His life remains unchanged, yet he has not ascended to the flatlands of Qingping Mountain again. His sole obsession is the arduous path of cultivation. It's the martial arts arena. Gu Yuxing arrives first in the vast expanse of white to the north. Elder Yu Qingshan stands motionless in the swirling snow, his sword resting at his side as he cultivates his spirit. Upon noticing Gu Yuxing's arrival, he suddenly opens his eyes, a glimmer of appreciation evident within. He gestures toward the demon suppression steel not far from Gu Yuxing. "You have arrived too early. There is no need to stand in the snow waiting for others. The steel's presence is unmistakable. Walk over, and the snow shall not fall upon you." Jiyu Yuxing bows respectfully to Yu Qingshan, but does not approach the steel, allowing the snowflakes to settle atop his head and shoulders. Yu Qingshan blinks in surprise but refrains from further persuasion. The wind and snow are fierce, and the disciples of the 6 peaks arrive in haste. Over the span of 2 years, they have learned to harness their vital energy to form a protective barrier, shielding themselves from the elements. Despite the frigid air, the disciples of Qingyun sect are particularly animated, chatting and gossiping in clusters. Many eyes fall upon Gu Yuxing, and seeing him standing motionless amidst the falling snow, they cannot help but chuckle. Though Qingyun sect is vast, discussions on cultivation are scarce. Thus, seeing Gu Yuxing in such a state invites whispers and speculation. That lad can't possibly have formed his primordial essence yet. He can't even fend off the snow. How could that be? The condensation hall was struck by heavenly punishment last time, and it was said that he was the one who triggered it. If he hadn't formed his primordial essence, Elder Lu would have let him off. Indeed, as the female disciples of Luoqing Peak traverse the snow, they are like a chorus of birds, clad in diverse attire, fur coats, silken garments, delicate ornaments, and flowing skirts, gracefully sweeping across the snowy expanse. Were it not for this snowfall, their exquisite beauty would remain hidden. The young male disciples of the 6 peaks, witnessing this scene, inevitably join in the ruckus, calling out and whistling. Although Qingyun sect transcends worldly affairs, its practitioners remain entrenched in the mundane, in a world fraught with difficulties, where demonic creatures lurk, beauty is fleeting, and valiant youths wield their swords across distant lands. This is a tale that unfolds both in stories and in the lives of many. The saying goes that red flowers must have green leaves, and fair maidens are destined for heroes. In the days of youth, amidst the ebb and flow of life, who has the leisure to make promises? With the myriad joys and sorrows of the human experience, the younger generation learns to showcase their essence in their prime. They seek partners not for eternal life, but to share in the perils of life alongside great adversaries. Qingyun's sect permits such melancholy ballads and romances to flourish, and the elders do not hinder the budding affections between young men and women. Consequently, individuals within the sect find their counterparts, embarking on journeys together, cultivating side by side. Soon, a curious scene unfolds in the martial arts arena. Disciples from Luoqing Peak, initially a group of sisters, find themselves gradually led away by disciples from other peaks. It seems that on such a snowy day, pairing off is the norm. Groups of 3 or 5 venture towards their respective opposite sexes in search of companionship. Jiyu Yuxing, standing alone, with snow accumulating on his cloak, presents a unique sight. The female disciples of Luoqing Peak, even those yet to find their other halves, would never feign indifference as they pass by Gu Yuxing. For one, he is still quite young, and they have no desire to look after him. For another, the stigma of the dishonor associated with the demon suppression still lingers, marking him in an invisible way that deters potential friendships. When the proud Chu Qian appears, he is surrounded by a throng of admirers, their voices ringing out in excitement, not for any other reason than his title as the 9th prince of the Xinlong dynasty. Such a title would grant even a mere dog the audacity to stride confidently. Amidst the snowfall, Gu Yuxing meditates on his sword, drawing inspiration from the world around him. Suddenly, he feels a piercing gaze directed his way, akin to a sword, colder than the frost and snow. Sensing this, he glances sideways to find Chu Qian at the forefront of the crowd, clad in opulent attire, his hawkish nose and sharp gaze resembling an unsheathed sword, perpetually yearning to strike. Jiyu Yuxing remains unfazed. On this snowy day, he awaits but one person, yearning for a singular figure. A gentle tap on his shoulder draws his attention. He turns to see a pair of bright, clear eyes fixed upon him. A small cherry-red mouth curving into a playful smile. One hand rests behind her back, while the other playfully gestures to her nose, conveying a teasing challenge. Little Mudfish, Wanyun appears to be in high spirits. Dressed in a pristine white ensemble with a red cloak draped over her shoulders, her hair styled in a simple knot, and 2 strands cascading down her temples, a slender waist supports a white jade sword, its hilt adorned with a striking red tassel, while her attire flows gracefully, exuding an air of enchantment. Miss Imo, Gu Yuxing replies, his eyes brightening. Inwardly, he muses that the 9th prince must resent him for this encounter. But what of it? Imo Wanyun is free to associate with whomever she pleases. Her affections are her own, and any animosity from others will only sharpen his resolve. Are you lost in thought? Imo Wanyun inquires, her long eyelashes fluttering as if she can see straight through to Gu Yuxing's heart. Not at all. I was pondering about you, Miss Imo, he retorts without hesitation. Humph. Imo Wanyun shoots him a glance, her eyelashes fluttering again as a smile creeps to her lips. You don't mean to tell me you stood in the snow, letting it fall on you, just because of that shabby cloak? They all laughing at you. Can't you hear? I don't mind, Gu Yuxing smiles. I actually fear they don't know. After all, Miss Imo, you've never bestowed such kindness upon anyone else, have you? What nonsense, Imo Wanyun exclaims, slightly flustered, before calming herself. I never gave you anything. Don't get ahead of yourself. I must take my leave now, lest I draw your ire. You know how small Qingyun's sect is. There's no shortage of trouble. As Imo Wanyun takes a few steps away, noticing all eyes upon Gu Yuxing, she crosses her arms and chuckles. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize your fellow sect members? At that moment, Chu Qian strides up to Imo Wanyun, a smirk gracing his lips as he speaks. Miss Wanyun, it seems we meet again. Don't say again. We hardly know each other, Imo Wanyun replies, finding her path blocked by Chu Qian. Unable to pass easily, she decides to return to Gu Yuxing's side, playfully saying, Hey, I'll stand in the snow with you. Sounds good, Gu Yuxing responds, removing the shawl Imo Wanyun had given him and draping it over her shoulders. This way, watching the snow be so cold, Wanyun nods, but then takes a step back, her eyes sparkling. Wait, don't reach out. Jiyu Yuxing's expression falters as he retracts his hand, brushing a snowflake from her hair. Miss Imo, why are you so tense? Tense? Not at all, she scoffs, playfully stepping on his foot in the snow, raising an eyebrow at him. Shoo, don't speak. Listen to the sound of the snow. Chapter 59. Conflict at the Martial Arts Arena. A sword's halt. Gu Yuxing and Imo Wanyun share a moment of silence, standing together in the snow as the flakes descend naturally upon their hair, shoulders, and garments. While Gu Yuxing stood alone in the snow, many regarded him as foolish. However, when he and Imo Wanyun stand together, the disciples of Qingyun's sect begin to realize that their shared experience amidst the snowfall embodies the romance befitting youth. The intertwining of wind and snow evokes a sense of unity, reminiscent of the cold, imposing demon suppression steel. Once, 1,000 disciples ventured out from Qingyun, but upon their return, only their names were etched upon the stone. Now, the snowflakes fall upon the steel. Once, many faced death together. Today, they too are covered in snow. Some envy, while others harbor jealousy. Chu Chen's expression turns frigid, his fists clenched, and the crowd of admirers around him gaze at Gu Yuxing with hostility. Deep down, they resent Imo Wanyun, for they understand that being by Chu Chen's side offers no sanctuary for their hearts, merely the trappings of worldly wealth that are difficult to relinquish. In contrast, Imo Wanyun's status grants her freedom within Qingyun's sect, with little to confine her. Her reputation as a scholar is formidable, inspiring both caution and envy among them, yet they dare not express their feelings openly, redirecting their animosity toward Gu Yuxing. Throughout history, the oppressed have often trampled upon their peers with a cruelty that surpasses the strong's oppression of the weak, devoid of any internal burden or risk. That lad truly has stumbled upon a stroke of luck, many disciples murmur in indignation. Even someone as powerful as the ninth prince must contend with Imo Wanyun's indifference, while Gu Yuxing stands there, seemingly reaping the rewards without effort. At the outset, many believe that Imo Wanyun's actions were merely coincidental, an attempt to give Chu Chen some face. However, when Gu Yuxing draped his cloak across Imo Wanyun's shoulders, a wave of tumultuous emotions surged within many onlookers. This was not solely due to the tender feelings shared between the youthful pair, but rather because of Imo Wanyun's extraordinarily noble status, so exalted that she resembled a celestial being, as unattainable as the clouds in the sky. Yet here she was, as if traversing the mortal realm, ultimately favored by Gu Yuxing. This was a reality too difficult for many to accept. Chu Chen's countenance darkened to an extreme. He instinctively quickened his pace, his royal sword hanging at his waist, gripped tightly by its hilt. In the grand courtyard, he harbored thoughts of murder against Gu Yuxing. Suddenly, a chilling wind surged, swirling the snowflakes that brushed past Gu Yuxing's eyes. Imo Wanyun stood beside him, motionless, her brows knitting slightly, as if on the verge of anger. Yet Gu Yuxing was already enraged, his hand discreetly tightening around the sword's hilt. He poised himself, and the snowflakes danced violently in response. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out as Chu Chen drew his blade, fury driving him to strike at Gu Yuxing's vital points. In an instant, as Gu Yuxing's wooden sword was brandished, he had already positioned himself before Imo Wanyun. Stop! At that critical moment, 3 commanding voices erupted. The agile Master Xuanji floated in, alongside the snow-blanketed Yu Qingshan. Chu Chen's sword did not falter. Golden light pierced through the falling snowflakes. One after another, a sharp sword energy, almost eerie in its presence, coiled around him. A mournful hum echoed as Chu Chen's sword trembled violently, and he was forced back several steps, his stance becoming somewhat disheveled. His gaze shifted, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent and provocation. For the one who had thwarted his strike was Yu Qingshan, who had refused to teach him the sword technique. Meanwhile, another surge of sharp sword energy gathered ominously, cutting through the air. The assailant was Lei Jiangheng, the master of Yunfeng, and his target was none other than Gu Yuxing. That streak of sword energy seemed intent on severing Gu Yuxing's grip on his sword. Clang! Gu Yuxing's wooden sword was now unsheathed, silently piercing forth. The snowflakes swirling around him vanished inexplicably as the invisible sword energy dispersed outward, erasing the thick ice shards on the ground and leaving behind a long, slashing scar. Suddenly, Gu Yuxing's complexion paled. His feet retreated slightly, as if a tremendous force pressed against him, compelling him backward. Yet Gu Yuxing did not yield, for he knew Imo Wanyun stood behind him. Crack! His body abruptly felt heavier. The ice beneath him silently cracked, extending hundreds of fissures for dozens of meters. Impudent! It was Master Xuanji's voice. He appeared between Chu Chen and Gu Yuxing, his sleeve sweeping with a darkened expression. Master Xuanji's gaze did not linger on Gu Yuxing or Chu Chun, but rather fixed on Lei Jiangheng, who approached with his sword. Amidst the astonished looks of the elders, He Hongnian, the Taoist from Luoqing Peak, furrowed her brow slightly, for she understood to whom the rebuke of impudent was directed. Lei Jiangheng landed. A twitch of his facial muscles betrayed his discomfort. Chu Qian, come back, however. Chu Chun paid no heed to Lei Jiangheng. His eyes still fixated on Gu Yuxing, a sinister grin curling at his lips. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Gu Yuxing remained silent, stunned by the residual force of the previous sword strike. He felt a deep trepidation, realizing that Lei Jiangheng's strike had nearly cost him his life. How could a mere peak master possess such a narrow temperament? It was inconceivable. Even if he disapproved of Gu Yuxing, it should not have escalated to this extent. Such behavior was unbecoming of his status. If it were not mere pettiness, it was clearly intentional. There must be a reason behind this. It could not simply be due to a conflict with the ninth prince of the Xinlong dynasty. A slender hand rested on his arm. Wanyun's eyes were filled with concern, her gaze fierce as she stared at Chu Chun, evidently unaware of Gu Yuxing's perilous situation moments ago. Are you all right? Gu Yuxing shook his head gently. At that moment, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Wanyun had returned his cloak to him. Just then, a flash of white light swept past his vision. Snap! Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out in the training arena as Wanyun, employing her uncanny agility, appeared before Chu Chun and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Ninth Prince? What a pity for that title. Wanyun scoffed coldly. I will stand wherever I choose, and certainly not beside you. You draw your sword to harm others. What kind of reasoning is that? Chu Qian stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. You hit me? Indeed, I did. Wanyun unsheathed her jade sword from her waist. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to draw your sword and give it a try. Chu Qian's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions playing across his face. Enough, my dear little ancestor. Don't stir up trouble. A majestic projection of the erudite Fanching appeared above the training ground. In an instant, all present, including Gu Yuxing, were pushed aside by an invisible force, leaving only Master Xuanji standing still. The projection of Fanching declared, Ninth Prince, my granddaughter was merely jesting with you. Do not take it to heart. Wanyun, upon your return, you shall be punished with 3 days of copying texts and reflecting in solitude. Apologies to you, Master Xuanji, for the trouble caused. It is entirely normal for young people to engage in playful scuffles. Indeed, young folks will be young folks. Even the typically stern Master Xuanji revealed a kind smile. His gaze shifting to He Hongnian. At this moment, He Hongnian stepped forward, using her inner energy to amplify her voice, stating, the purpose of gathering everyone today is to announce an important matter. The conversation deftly shifted at a crucial moment. Skillfully defusing the tension between Gu Yuxing and Chu Qian, Gu Yuxing remained rooted in place, his complexion slightly pale, yet he secretly circulated his inner energy through a small cycle, dissipating the lingering sword energy within him without significant harm. Chu Qian's eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, still seething with rage, when a bony hand grasped him. It was the enigmatic eunuch Yang Gonggong by his side. His sinister gaze did not fall upon Gu Yuxing but rather on the back of Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji strolled through the training arena, appearing calm, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lei Jiangheng. Initially standing motionless, Lei Jiangheng's demeanor changed as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He obediently stepped back. Stating in a low voice, Master Brother, Master Xuanji halted, remarking nonchalantly, the Qingyun sect has its own regulations. Disciplinary measures must be taken against disciples who do not adhere to the rules. Lei Shidi, as an elder of the sect and a peak master, do you not think that those two should be expelled from the sect for drawing swords in the forbidden area? Lei Jiangheng's gaze flickered between Gu Yuxing and Chu Chun, forcing a strained smile. Master Brother, let us consider this matter settled. Then how do you propose we handle it fairly? Master Xuanji's eyes were profoundly deep, and the surrounding elders felt an inexplicable pressure, their hearts racing. Historically, this master had been strict but not overly harsh. Yet many of his decisions remained inscrutable. What was Master Xuanji implying? Was he truly considering expelling Gu Yuxing from the Qingyun sect? Why emphasize the term fair so pointedly? It was unfathomable. Lei Jiangheng's upright posture faltered slightly as he gritted his teeth. saying, "Master brother, regarding the matters of the Sacred Academy, while it was indeed Chu Qin's impulse that initiated this, it has not escalated significantly." Master Xuanji nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Strangely, he raised his hand and patted Lei Jiangheng's shoulder, speaking with a meaningful tone. "He is fortunate, and you are fortunate as well, Lei Shidi. Let us downplay this and instead deduct their sect contribution points for a year." Lei Jiangheng's eyelids twitched. What sort of punishment was this? Gu Yuxing had no contributions to the sect, and this penalty, decided by you personally, effectively meant that only Chu Chun would bear the brunt of the punishment. His thoughts raced, yet he dared not voice any dissent, mustering a forced smile. "As you wish, Master brother." Master Xuanji clasped his hands behind his back, stating indifferently, "From this day forth, the disciples of the sect shall be strictly supervised." "Yes, Master brother." Master Xuanji folded his hands back into his sleeves, gesturing, "He Shimi, please continue addressing the disciples. I will observe." He Hongyan's expression was peculiar, but she resumed, "Disciples, recently, Qingyun town has been besieged by several demonic beasts, resulting in the loss of dozens of lives. Although our sect's elders have vanquished those beasts, this indicates that the foot of Qingyun Mountain is no longer safe. Henceforth, you must diligently train to enhance your combat abilities. The Affairs Hall will soon open tasks for descents from the mountain, primarily involving slaying demons or safeguarding peace. You must grow swiftly, for the Master has decided to open the Demon Suppression Tower soon. Each disciple must enter, either to observe or to engage in combat with the beasts. Those who perform excellently shall receive rewards, while those who perform poorly will face no rewards or punishments, yet they may forever lose their lives." Chapter 60. Facing mockery from the world again. Unaware of the imminent peril, the news of the opening of the Demon Suppression Tower sent waves of concern rippling through the disciples of Qingyun sect. Their faces etched with deep worry. For the vast majority, joining the Qingyun sect had merely been a means to acquire skills, to venture forth into the world and amass wealth, to become someone of significance, or to enjoy endless riches. The notion of slaying demons had always seemed like a tale spun from stories of Oeldai in the early days of the trials in the Back Mountains demon hunting grounds. Although some unforeseen incidents occurred, they were merely minor disturbances. Had it not been for the intrusion of two traitorous cultivators who claimed the lives of numerous disciples, the trials would have continued unabated. While conflicts among the sect's disciples were not uncommon, they rarely escalated to matters of life and death. However, the situation within the Demon Suppression Tower is vastly different. It houses countless demonic beasts and ferocious creatures, some of which have existed for as long as the Qingyun sect itself. Over the endless passage of time, even the weakest of these beasts have evolved into formidable foes. This is a deadly affair. Some astute disciples caught nuances in He Hongyan's words. The notion of observing or engaging in battle with the beasts hinted that while some individuals might not need to confront the demons directly, others would have to step into the fray personally. If that is the case, beyond mere fortune, might there be room for maneuvering? After all, as long as one possesses influence and status, luck is unlikely to be adverse. Among the elders, Lu Zhan, positioned inconspicuously, fell into contemplation as soon as He Hongyan finished speaking. His deep-set eyes pierced through the crowd, landing on Gu Yuxing. He had just discerned the nuances in Lei Jiangheng's sword strike, realizing that Gu Yuxing appeared to possess some genuine skill. Yet, he was uncertain whether the majority of the power behind that strike was dissipated by the sect leader, or if it was truly Gu Yuxing's own defense. If it was the former, why would the sect leader protect a disgrace of the sect? Was it merely a matter of fairness? If it was the latter, then this young man was indeed extraordinary. Lu Zhan was all too aware of Lei Jiangheng's mastery in swordsmanship. Even without employing true spiritual power, Lei Jiangheng's sword skills ranked among the top 3 in the sect. Could this young man have reached the bone-forging stage? Lu Zhan's thoughts startled him. How could that be possible? Even a genius like Chu Chun had recently encountered a bottleneck while refining his limbs, expending a significant amount of resources, leaving even Lu Zhan, an elder, somewhat envious. The thought of his son Lu Chun clashing with Gu Yuxing stirred a sense of restlessness within him. The opening of the Demon Suppression Tower? He had longed for an opportunity. And now it had arrived. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Upon hearing this news, Gu Yuxing's first reaction was to recall the spiritual energy that had recently been surging from the cold cave. coupled with He Hongnian's mention of demonic beasts harassing Qingyun town and the hasty departure of his mentor. All these signs suggested that something significant was brewing, as if a storm were imminent. Gu Yuxing felt no fear of the demonic beasts. On the contrary, the turmoil in the mortal realm sparked an undercurrent of anticipation within him. His steadfast belief was not to slay demons for glory, but to draw closer to the truth of that fateful year. When the world becomes embroiled in chaos once more, those who conspired against his father will inevitably surface. With his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Gu Yuxing contemplated the demon suppression tower. He yearned to venture inside, not only to test the sharpness of his blade, but also to expedite his own growth through battle with the beasts. Under the guidance of Mr. Qin over the past 6 months, he had tasted rare joys in the mortal realm and experienced fulfilling moments. With Mr. Qin's departure, he was no longer willing to cower under the eaves, seeking shelter from the rain point 3 days hence. All disciples are to gather at Lingxiao Peak without fail. The voice of sect leader Xuanzi echoed in everyone's ears. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Xuanzi's cold gaze first fell upon Gu Yuxing, then shifted to Chu Qian, stating, "You two intended to engage in a duel in the training grounds. When the demon suppression tower opens in 3 days, you shall lead the charge, setting an example for the disciples of Qingyun sect." With a face ashen as lead, Chu Qian stepped forward, declaring with pride, "I shall not disappoint the sect leader." He then cast a provocative glance at Gu Yuxing. Gu Yuxing merely clasped his hands in a salute. Disregarding Chu Qian's taunt, Xuanzi's indifferent gaze bore into Gu Yuxing. "All disciples of Qingyun sect hope you possess the courage to draw your sword, rather than cower like your father. This is the sole value of your presence in the sect. Do you understand?" Gu Yuxing gritted his teeth and replied, "If the need arises, I shall draw my sword." "Arrogance!" Lu Zhan bellowed, glaring at Gu Yuxing. "Is this how you speak to the sect leader? Are you implying that the beasts within the demon suppression tower are so feeble that you need not draw your sword? If you are fearful, like your father, then it would be best for you to leave the mountain early, lest you bring shame upon the Gu family's name." Hearing Lu Zhan's words, Gu Yuxing stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "I offer this sentiment to Elder Lu as well. Should a great demon invade one day, I hope you do not flee at that time. Do not forget what name you bear." "Presumptuous," Lu Zhan exclaimed, his eyes narrowing, as if Gu Yuxing's words had wounded his pride, ready to reprimand him. "Enough." Xuanzi's single glance quelled Lu Zhan's fury. "As an elder, speaking without regard for the world's dignity, attacking others based on their surname to flaunt your Lu family's honor? I doubt it would prove anything. Can you not endure a mere sentence? Have you ever fled from demons?" Lu Zhan's gaze flickered, stepping back in alarm, hastily asserting, "Sect leader, such a thing could never happen to me." "Of course, I believe you." Xuanzi's expression remained impassive, his eyes fixed on the unsheathed sword beneath the demon suppression monument, his countenance growing colder. "How goes the restoration of the—" Lu Zhan's expression darkened once more. "It's almost finished." "Almost?" Xuanzi's gaze sharpened. "I shall attend to it immediately." Lu Zhan, begrudgingly lowering his head, turned to leave, casting one last intense look at Gu Yuxing. "Disperse. Return and prepare accordingly." Xuanzi waved his sleeve, placing his hands behind his back as he approached the demon suppression monument, bowing deeply before in the training grounds. The disciples of Qingyun sect scattered in various directions. The elders gathered in small groups, deliberating on how to ensure their disciples receive training after the opening of the demon suppression tower without losing their lives. With a stern face, Lei Jiangheng cut through the crowd of elders, leaving behind a remark. "You all have failed to educate your disciples properly, and now you seek to remedy it? It's too late. Brother Lei, not all of us are as fortunate as you. After all, none of us possess the genius of the ninth prince. Speaking of which, I recall that you were the only one to remain in the demon suppression tower for over 3 days. Right, Brother Lei?" Immediately, an elder chimed in, "Brother Mu, you are mistaken. There was indeed another who stayed over 3 days in the tower, surpassing Brother Lei's duration." Upon the elder's words, some initially fell into contemplation, their expressions revealing surprise. Yet others quickly responded with mockery, most shaking their heads. "This matter, Gu Bai is dead. His sword has become a disgrace to the sect. Brother Mu, why do you still bring this up?" Indeed, Gu Bai did remain in the demon suppression tower for over 7 days, but he merely fell asleep. Other elders joined in the discussion about Gu Bai's escapade in the demon suppression tower. And the elders from various peaks suddenly became animated, their faces alight with smiles, as if they had found a source of joy. Not speak of it. That child has not gone far. Ha ha, indeed. The matters of the previous generation should not be shouldered by the next. Is that not so? Ha ha ha. The jarring voices pierced through the wind and snow, reaching Gu Yuxing's ears. He walked forward step by step until he stood before the cold sword. His fingers turning pale, Wanyun quietly approached Gu Yuxing, offering no words of comfort but standing with him in silence for a long while. Only when she sensed his tranquility did she slip away quietly. Thank you. Gu Yuxing inhaled deeply, turning to leave. As he was about to exit the training grounds, Yu Qingshan awaited him around the corner. Standing with his sword, he said softly, "There are 3 days left. Do you wish to learn some skills from me?" Gu Yuxing clasped his hands in salute, shaking his head silently. Why? Yu Qingshan blinked in surprise, watching Gu Yuxing depart step by step without pursuing him. He Hongyan approached silently, remarking, "Junior brother, you remain so out of sync. Have you heard them speaking of Gu Bai?" A hint of an unfathomable emotion crossed Yu Qingshan's face as he sighed. The current Qingyun sect seems to lack any matters worthy of discussion. They delight in recounting trivialities, unaware that fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Each of our fates is like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Where they settle today, they may drift elsewhere tomorrow. Perhaps those with backbone and integrity are etched upon that monument, leaving only a group of tasteless individuals behind. While I am not a person of lofty ideals, I refuse to wallow in the mire. Senior sister, having known Gu Bai, why do you not stand up to speak a word for him? He Hongyan twirled her beads, replying, "Junior brother, I have entered the realm of Zen. My heart is already empty. Is that so?" Yu Qingshan countered, gazing into the distance. As long as senior sister believes it, that is enough. Life is filled with regrets like the flowing waters of the East. Matters of the heart are akin to falling flowers and flowing streams. Often one is earnest while the other is indifferent. Yet, throughout my life, I have understood little of emotions. I only know to love the house and its crows. Brother Lei's actions toward the child today were indeed excessive, while perhaps I have misunderstood the sect leader in the past. He Hongyan stood at the edge of the cloud bridge, watching the snowflakes dance around Qingping Mountain. After a while, she softly remarked, "Does junior brother you truly believe that child suffered a loss after drawing his sword? Today, it was fortunate that you intervened. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated dramatically. Others may not perceive it, but I find it hard to believe you do not see it either." His reluctance to learn the sword from you likely stems from Master Lu personally imparting his swordsmanship to him. Does it not? Yu Qingshan, his expression inscrutable, replied. Master Lu mentioned that the child declined to learn from him. He Hongyan's expression stiffened. Is that so? Then who taught him his swordsmanship? Chapter 61. Tempering Golden Bones. Entering the demon suppression tower in the Peach Blossom Grove, Gu Yuxing had not drawn his sword for a long time. Yet today, he practiced swordplay in the courtyard, the blade ringing out sharply. Its shadow slicing through the air, a myriad of unresolved grievances swirled within him. He had not forgotten Mr. Qin's words. When faced with indecision, ask the spring breeze. Yet, it was still the depths of winter, and the spring breeze could not reach Qingping Mountain. Thus, he sought counsel from the sword in his hand. How should one address the injustices of this world? It was then that Gu Yuxing found his answer. He struggled to suppress his burgeoning wrath, yet the killing intent within him grew ever more potent. Today, in the martial arena, his life hung by a thread. What perilous stakes! Whether it be the Ninth Prince or the formidable Lei Jiangheng of the Qingyun sect. These individuals wished for his demise, and he, in turn, wished for theirs. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the inadequacy of the sword in his grasp. Were the sword sharp enough, it could cleave through the world, rendering all of its principles comprehensible. Still not strong enough. Gu Yuxing gripped his sword tightly, the wooden blade humming as if resonating with his very soul. At that moment, the mountain winds were cold. And so too was Gu Yuxing's heart. Yet deep within, there remained a warm ember of hope. He had not forgotten Miss Mo's righteous defense, nor her quiet companionship when others cruelly mocked him behind his back. In this life, having one person by his side was perhaps sufficient. The malice within Gu Yuxing receded. With each move of his sword, he gradually unveiled its brilliance. The sword's tip stirred the snowflakes, which swirled throughout the courtyard, dissipating into nothingness under the sword's aura. This was the Hidden Day sword technique, comprising 9 moves. Jiyu Yuxing recited the incantation softly, the swordlight dazzling. The branch of the bright moon trembles. Yin and Yang intertwine to give birth to the 2 forms. The 3 origins and 5 energies birth the purple haze. The bull and the dipper whirl amidst the myriad forms. The jade wheel and the northern dipper count the sands. The heavens are high and the earth vast, filled with stars, embracing immortals, soaring through the clouds. The echoes of sorrowful winds return to the path. The gourd and the wine, fleeting as mayflies. Each phrase corresponded to a move. The first was the bright moon's branch. The second, heaven's dawn and earth's dusk. The third, the 3 origins and 5 energies. The fourth, the myriad forms. The fifth, the first glimpse of the northern sands. The sixth, the galaxy full of stars. The seventh, embracing immortals and soaring. The eighth, the echoes of sorrowful winds. The ninth, the vastness of heaven and earth. Jiyu Yuxing had only comprehended the first 4 moves. The subsequent techniques, devoid of form and force, could not unleash their true power. Mr. Qin had once told him that this Hidden Day sword technique concealed the aspiration to slay immortals and perceive the wonders of the universe, urging him to wield it with caution. Balancing sharpness with simplicity. Now, consumed by indignation, Gu Yuxing sought only to question his heart through the sword, unafraid of heaven and earth. When one walks alone for too long, the convictions held within grow ever fewer. Gu Yuxing had his own tenacity. His heart was dedicated to the path of the sword. The events of today stirred tumultuous waves within him, difficult to quell. After a lengthy silence, Gu Yuxing finally ceased his practice, bitterly smiling as he spoke. Mr. Qin, my heart ultimately finds it hard to embrace the world. What I guard is but a mere patch of ground, and my desires are merely the joys of childhood, which I will not allow anyone to trample upon. In this world, there are demons. I have not experienced their perilous claws, but have endured the pain of ridicule from others. If the sword in my hand cannot quell the fury within, then perhaps I need not practice at all. Jiyu Yuxing sheathed his sword and ventured alone into the cold cave for cultivation and bone tempering. Since the Qingyun sect held demons, he wished to discover whether the demons were more vicious or humanity more malevolent. Within the cold cave, Gu Yuxing stationed the snow ape outside the waterfall. He retrieved the heavy wine gourd from his waist. Upon uncorking it, the peach blossom wine within shimmered with a starry blue light. He hesitated, fearing the risks and reluctant to sample it. However, today's events had extinguished all such reservations. If Mr. Qin were present, he would ensure his safety. With Mr. Qin away, only the sword could safeguard him. Having burned his bridges the moment he entered the Qingyun sect, he must now forge ahead fearlessly. A drop of wine slid down his throat. The terrifying energy contained within the starry blue light rendered Gu Yuxing's body as heavy as a mountain. He felt the chilling aura of the spiritual wine seep into him, causing pain, yet he remained indifferent. The wounds inflicted by words could pierce to the depths of one's soul. Today, the wine merely brought the pain of flesh and bone. As it reached his marrow, Gu Yuxing continued to endure in silence. The resilience in his eyes stood tall and majestic, akin to Qingping Mountain. The mysterious spiritual energy was guided into every bone of his body, first tempering his limbs, then his ribs, spine, and finally, his skull. Gritting his teeth, Gu Yuxing watched as the silvery glow of his bones gradually transformed into golden bones, spreading from his limbs to his ribs. He felt no joy. He replaced pain with hatred. After another drop of wine, he clenched his teeth and persevered, enduring yet again. The radiance emanating from him startled the snow ape, which stood guard at the cave entrance. Its eyes fixed on Gu Yuxing, perplexed. It could not understand why its usually serene master now exuded such intense malice. It had once trained on that very stone, managing only a few hours of perseverance. Yet Gu Yuxing had endured for 2 days and nights. Aside from his skull, the other bones of his body had turned golden. The half-gourd of wine, once settled, was now nearly empty. Gu Yuxing rose. Silently stroking the snow ape's head, he offered it a sip of wine. After drinking, the snow ape suddenly erupted into a frenzy, bounding and leaping, before plunging into the cold pool, roaring furiously. Don't die! Gu Yuxing uttered that single sentence before exiting the cold cave. He changed into fresh attire and set off alone towards Lingxiao Peak, the demon suppression tower. He had arrived. The ancient seal tower was gradually being unfastened by 18 elders, while Xuanji held the sect leader's token to maintain the formation. No one noticed Gu Yuxing's arrival, for the disciples of Qingyun's sect felt an inexplicable pressure. Indeed, the aura of demons truly existed. Bloodshed, savagery, and madness incessantly eroded reason and the heart. This was still under the premise that the seal of the demon suppression tower had not been completely unraveled. The intricate runes flickered like lightning, crackling ominously. Faintly, the sounds of demonic beasts echoed from within the tower, causing many disciples to turn pale, struggling to maintain their footing. At that moment, Gu Yuxing stood unmoving. Appearing somewhat like a crane among chickens, he was neither tall, nor did he have any renowned masters guiding him. Yet numerous disciples of Qingyun's sect were retreating. The fear within their hearts compelled their bodies to instinctively react. Gu Yuxing did not seek out that familiar figure among the crowd. He did not wish to assert his courage by being the first to enter the demon suppression tower, especially with Miss Emo occasionally occupying his thoughts. His path to swordsmanship could not possibly be so narrow. He came to witness the ferocity of the demonic beasts, hoping to see if their visages were as grotesque as those of the elders of Qingyun's sect when they mocked his father. With a resounding boom, a mystical rune gate swung open, revealing the passage into the demon suppression tower. It was dark, profound, and seemingly endless. Xuanji appeared before Gu Yuxing, his gaze fixed upon him, devoid of any emotion. Gu Yuxing raised his head to meet his gaze. This was the same sect leader who had once shattered his wooden sword, yet within him, there was no trace of resentment. That dishonor had become his greatest motivation. What Gu Yuxing did not realize was whether the disciples of Qingyun's sect had discovered the courage to slay demons from that very dishonor. He turned back, only to find countless eyes staring at him, mocking him with expressions of schadenfreude. Xuanji opened his mouth to speak, but Gu Yuxing had already lifted his foot, taking the first step forward. He stepped into the path of the demon suppression tower. Filled with uncertainty, Xuanji remained expressionless, his gaze shifting to Chu Chun, coldly stating, "Follow." Just as Chu Chun was secretly relieved, upon hearing Xuanji's words, his expression darkened. He took larger strides than Gu Yuxing, sneering, "If he doesn't go, I will still be the first to step forward." Xuanji's eyes, deep as the ocean, remained silent. He silently observed the disciples of Qingyun's sect trailing behind Chu Chun, rushing forward as if they were truly fearless and undaunted. As the gate was about to close, Xuanji slowly lowered his eyelids, a flicker of pain and a sigh crossing his face, leaving his complexion pallid and dim. As the sect leader, he felt fortunate that someone walked ahead of Chu Chun. Yet, he was pained that so many disciples of Qingyun's sect took Chu Chun's identity as their courage, clustering behind him. But this was the demon suppression tower. The beasts within bore no discerning eyes. They knew only that the flesh of cultivators was exquisitely delicious. "Master, wait. I wish to enter the demon suppression tower as well." Wan Yun approached gracefully, clad in a delicate robe and wielding a jade sword. Xuanji advised, "Miss Emo, this place is perilous. It is best not to venture recklessly." Wan Yun clasped her hands, replying, "Master, I too am a disciple of Qingyun's sect. I had actually arrived long ago, but I was afraid of the demonic beasts and worried about being ridiculed. Now, I am no longer afraid. I must go in and take a look." "Very well." Xuanji continued to maintain the gate to the demon suppression tower. Mo Wan Yun stepped inside. The mystical gate slowly began to close. Xuanji stood before the gate for a long while, motionless. After some time, as if sensing something, he turned and bowed, saying, "Senior Mo, what brings you here as well?" "With my granddaughter having developed her own opinions. I, as her grandfather, cannot help but feel concerned and have come specifically to check on her." Mo Fanqing held a book in his hand, but lacked the leisure to read it. He gazed intently at the already closed sealed door and remarked with significant meaning, "It is deadly." Chapter 62. The Land of the Cage, the initial trial of the sword against the demon Lingxiao Peak. The winding mountain path stretched upward as Lei Jiangheng, carrying the Tianzong sword on his back, ascended slowly. Not far ahead stood the demon suppression tower, which had already been activated and was radiating with runic light. Lei Jiangheng's gaze was electrifying, fixed upon the tower without a flicker of movement. A soft sound of footsteps approached from behind. Upon turning, he saw Lu Zhan, clad in black, walking toward him. "Brother Lei," Lu Zhan said, his eyes flickering as he pretended to bow. However, Lei Jiangheng merely snorted coldly, his disdain unmistakable in his gaze. "There are no outsiders here, so spare me the theatrics and my eyes. You, Lu Zhan, will always be just that outer sect disciple who scrambles for favors. Don't think that because you've achieved a bit of merit and become an elder, calling me brother will earn my respect. Speak if you have something to say." In response to Lei Jiangheng's ruthless words, Lu Zhan wore a fawning expression, his face beaming as he presented a box before Lei Jiangheng. "Brother Lei, not long ago, while repairing the Ningyuan Hall, I stumbled upon this piece of Shangyuan stone. It is most suitable for honing swords. Given my limited talent, I believe it would be better utilized by you." Brother Lei. 1 does not strike a smiling face. Upon hearing Shangyuan stone, Lei Jiangheng's expression shifted slightly. He swiftly seized the box, opened it with a snap, revealing a bright blue stone radiating a luminous glow. Lei Jiangheng appeared somewhat satisfied, yet he still looked down upon Lu Zhan, coldly stating, "Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. Your petty schemes cannot escape my perception. The matter concerning your son and that wretched creature is a personal grudge. One of them is destined to perish. Your son, lacking the strength, should refrain from resorting to tricks lest he be caught red-handed. You should understand that the sect rules established by the 3 great sacred lands carry severe consequences for elders." Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes and bent his body in a seemingly humble and obedient manner, clasping his hands together. "Brother Lei, I merely wish to know which direction the door of the Demon Suppression Tower has opened this time. I have no other intentions." Lei Jiangheng scrutinized Lu Zhan for a moment, and Lu Zhan, at an opportune moment, raised his gaze. Their eyes intertwined, and after a brief silence, Lei Jiangheng finally spoke. "In the past, Gu Bai traversed an unusual path. His son follows in his father's footsteps, a cycle of reincarnation." Lu Zhan's expression brightened, and he clasped his hands again, saying, "Thank you, brother." Having received the answer he sought, Lu Zhan turned and descended the mountain, the obsequious smile fading from his face, replaced by a sinister and vengeful expression. Lei Jiangheng narrowed his eyes, watching Lu Zhan's departing figure with a cold smirk before sweeping his sleeves and continuing up the mountain. The ascent had become significantly steeper. With every step, an invisible force pressed down upon him. Despite his strength, every stride became increasingly arduous, his steps heavy. The sword behind him buzzed ominously. Before long, his complexion turned as pale as death, beads of sweat rolling down like raindrops. Yet, he pressed on, murmuring to himself, "Xiao Rang, can you, in this moment, ascend to this place and behold the unique scenery of Qingyun's sect? Just how far has your cultivation progressed?" With a finger forming seals, Lei Jiangheng pulled his foot from the deep snow, and a flat platform appeared before his eyes. For him, it was a brand new world. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every stone here was astonishingly novel. "Ha ha." Lei Jiangheng laughed with pride, his voice echoing, but as he chuckled, his expression suddenly froze, for he spotted a stone marked with signs of long-term occupancy. Not only that, but there were also sword scars etched into the stone wall nearby. Lei Jiangheng stood petrified, the wind tousling his hair for what felt like an eternity. In the Demon Suppression Tower, Gu Yusheng walked at the forefront. The air was thick with a suffocating silence, the stench of decay palpable. Ahead, what appeared to be a dim expanse unexpectedly revealed a radiant beam of light, piercing through the heavens down to the abyss. From the outside, the Demon Suppression Tower seemed modest in size, yet within, it appeared immeasurably vast, larger than the demon-hunting forest he had previously visited. However, it was not truly so expansive. The tower itself was a wondrous artifact of the heavens and earth, deeply rooted in Qingping Mountain, with any beast sealed within shrinking in size and losing strength. There were no records of the Demon Suppression Tower within Qingyun's sect, only that it predates the existence of the sect itself. Above was not the true sky, yet thunder roared and lightning flashed, with storm clouds gathering. In certain areas, rain fell in torrents. The scenes unfolding before Gu Yusheng completely surpassed his understanding. Nevertheless, he did not allow any signs of confusion to surface. Observing the bizarre sights, he felt an odd notion arise within him. Was this realm truly the essence of the world, or was the outside world merely an immense cage? At the end of the light, 8 distinct beams of radiance swirled, resembling a colossal mysterious formation. The moment Gu Yusheng stepped onto it, The formation began to whirl madly. He focused on the continuously shifting array, his mind fixated on the life gate of the mysterious art of Qimeng. Though he was not well versed in it during his childhood, his father had played a game of hide-and-seek involving similar mazes in their small courtyard. His steps remained light, consistently landing on the life gate. The speed of the Qimeng formation gradually slowed. Just as it seemed about to halt, a figure appeared, fortuitously displacing Gu Yuxing from the life gate, shifting the 8 gates toward the death gate. "Are you the disciples here for training? I am an elder from Tianling Peak, responsible for guarding this gate. Present your sect tokens. I must verify them one by one," spoke an elderly man, his gray-white eyes and aged skin indicating a long existence in the shadows. Gu Yuxing produced his sect token, and the elder cast a glance at him, saying, "Enter and wait, not wander aimlessly without my command." "Who is Chu Chun?" Gu Yuxing felt a peculiar force emanate from the elder's sleeve. The formation beneath his feet shifted, and an extraordinary power of teleportation surged forth. In the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar location, a dimly lit arena surrounded by cold and eerie iron walls and bars. Positioned in the center of an arena layout, glimmers of ghostly light illuminated various places, but directly in front of Gu Yuxing stood a massive, pitch-black door, tightly shut, emanating a dangerous aura from behind it. Tap, tap. Gu Yuxing could not discern whether the sound was of rain or footsteps approaching. He looked up to see disciples of Qing Yun's sect recently teleported in, standing behind the railing above. Clack, clack, clack. Ancient mechanisms sprang into action. Gu Yuxing frowned. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted, and a partition descended from above, simultaneously revealing Chu Qian on the other side of the barrier. A voice, aged and resonant, echoed from above. "You two are fighting privately in the training ground? Violating sect rules. The sect master has decreed that during the trial in the Demon Suppression Tower, you two shall take the lead and demonstrate for the other disciples. Allow me to remind you both. You must defeat the demon beasts to obtain the keys needed to unlock the hidden door of the arena." Upon finishing his words, the elder raised his hands, each holding a key. Disciples assigned to guard brought forth 2 bloodied pieces of meat, and he embedded the keys within the flesh, with a flick of his fingers. The 2 pieces of meat soared above Gu Yuxing and Chu Chen's heads, thrown into the darkness behind the door. Howl! Instantly, a cacophony of roars erupted from behind the door, the sounds of various demon beasts intertwining in a fierce and chaotic chorus, sending shivers down the spines of those outside the arena. The disciples of Qing Yun's sect, hearing the sounds of the demon beasts, turned pale. In that moment, they finally comprehended the true nature of their training. Were they truly to release the demon beasts for one-on-one combat? How powerful were the beasts lurking behind that door? Were they genuinely faced with such a brutal trial? Beside the partition, Chu Qian maintained an air of composure, casting a sideways glance at Gu Yuxing. He sneered, "Gu Yuxing, you are merely a mud-legged peasant from the outskirts of Kanglan. Yet here you are, sharing the arena with a prince like me, even if you are slain by a demon beast. The world will still remember your name because of my existence. The name Gu Yuxing will occasionally be mentioned in this regard. You are far luckier than your cowardly father." Gu Yuxing's gaze remained fixed on the dark, abyssal door before him, and he replied nonchalantly, "You are not in a much better position. If you truly hailed from nobility, would you find yourself trapped in a cage? Even if your status were genuinely exalted, what of it? You would still be akin to a monkey confined within a cage. Who is cowardly and who is brave will be revealed in due time." In the darkness, 2 ghostly lights flickered, not true light, but the form of a demon beast. It surged forth from the shadowy realm, launching a sudden attack on Gu Yuxing, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the dim light. A first-tier demon beast. The ghost tiger, its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs, and its extended claws were as keen as the wind. The ferocious beast had broken free, its target for the hunt being Gu Yuxing in the arena. In that instant, all breaths ceased. Eyes were locked on the airborne ghost tiger. Mo Wanyun was among the onlookers, her hand nestled within her sleeve, her gaze fixed on Gu Yuxing. Her lips moved slightly, wishing to speak, yet fearing it might distract him. Swish! Gu Yuxing gripped the wooden sword at his waist. The sword remained sheathed, yet a glimmer of sword light flickered. The spectral tiger in the sky was eerily cleaved in twain. Bang! Immediately following were 2 muffled thuds. A first-tier demon beast met its demise with an ethereal grace beside Gu Yuxing. its body severed into left and right halves, its claws still extended, yet its blood had already stained the ground crimson. Saturating the air with a metallic stench, Jiu Yuxing remained unmoving. Hiss! Someone inhaled sharply, Wan Yun muttered. He has learned to show off. Though she spoke such words in jest, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upwards. As if she took pride in his feat on the other side of the barrier, Chu Chen's expression of schadenfreude suddenly stiffened. Though he stood closest and had witnessed Gu Yuxing strike, the spectral tiger lay dead at it was merely a first-tier demon beast. Chu Chen scoffed at Gu Yuxing, who was busy searching for a key at it that moment. Two ghostly lights flickered from the dark portal beside him. Come forth! Chu Chen unsheathed his Xinlong sword, his voice rising sharply, tinged with an edge of excitement, his hands trembling. Roar! Out sprang another spectral tiger, but this one was in a state of fury, its fur bristling. Not leaping but charging like a rampaging bull around the circular arena, accelerating and appearing behind Chu Chen. Leaping into the air. Chapter 63. Since there is no fairness, let the sword protect oneself. Ninth Prince, behind you! An elder shouted urgently. A sharp sword aura surged from outside the arena, severing the spectral tiger's claws before Chu Chen could react. Suddenly awakened, he unleashed a brilliant sword light from his Xinlong sword, cleaving the spectral tiger into fragments, the powerful sword energy erupting like a tornado, soaring several fathoms high, exuding an exquisite and formidable display. The heavenly sword technique. The elders safeguarding the Qingyun sect were taken aback upon witnessing Chu Chen wield such potent sword energy. The renowned swordsmanship of Brother Lei had been passed down to the ninth prince. Hearing the elders' astonishment, the disciples of the Qingyun sect displayed deep envy or concealed jealousy. Was this what it meant to be a genius? The ninth prince was awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a voice rang out loudly. It was Lu Zhan's son, Lu Chun. The ninth prince is remarkable. Immediately, disciples from Yunfeng echoed in agreement. Although they too believed it was the elders' warning that had saved him, they felt compelled to praise him since even the elders were astonished. Some disciples from Qingyun sect remained silent, disappointment flickering in their eyes. They were not concerned about whether the earlier events were fair to Gu Yuxing or Chu Chen, but rather lamented that the spectral tiger had not killed Chu Chen. Had he perished, the Qingyun sect would have surely witnessed a spectacle. The monotonous training had become exceedingly dull, and many harbored resentment towards Chu Chen's arrogance. Should he die, their foray into the demon tower would be halted, allowing for a period of peace rather than dancing on the edge of a blade. Elder Ji, an elder stationed at the demon tower, furrowed his brow, aware that many matters were unsuitable for discussion in this context. Furthermore, when Ji Tianqing had opened the demon tower's gates, he had not consulted with the other elders, but had unilaterally altered the teleportation array's orientation. Such a minor transgression might usually be overlooked, but the demon tower was of utmost importance, directly impacting the safety of the Qingyun sect. If any demon beasts were to escape, countless lives in the entire Qingping prefecture would be in jeopardy. Nevertheless, Ji Tianqing merely chuckled dismissively, saying, Elder Gu, he is a prince of the Xinlong dynasty. Should anything happen, neither of us would bear the consequences. Elder Gu frowned slightly, gazing towards the dark portal where the key had been lost, and pointedly remarked, I merely remind you that one must ensure fairness in all endeavors. As he spoke, Chu Chen had already discovered the key from the belly of the spectral tiger. He turned to Gu Yuxing, who had yet to find his key, and mockingly said, Gu Yuxing, your father's cowardice has robbed you of your fortune for a lifetime. Ha ha ha. With that, he opened a concealed door behind him and successfully exited the arena. At that moment, the vast arena was left with Gu Yuxing alone. This fellow truly had the worst luck. Indeed, the spectral tiger had been the most ferocious earlier. The piece of meat it had been fed should have been claimed by it. Yet, unexpectedly, there was no key. He would have to continue battling demon beasts. What sort of beast would emerge next? Hisses. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from below. Long shadows intertwined on the ground. A snake? A female disciple of the Qingyun sect exclaimed loudly, evidently more fearful of snakes by nature. While a fierce python in the forest might not intimidate a cultivator, the snakes imprisoned within the demon tower were no ordinary serpents, even if they were not classified as demon beasts. They were akin to ferocious beasts, harboring potent venom in their fangs, rendering them more dangerous than first-tier demon beasts. From the shadows, A multitude of venomous snakes gradually revealed their true forms, their bodies adorned with dark red patterns. Resembling fiery spots, their heads significantly smaller than their serpentine bodies, leaving long trails of flame-like marks on the ground as they slithered. The flame python? The elders guarding the demon tower displayed astonishment. How could such ferocious beasts from the lower tiers appear at this level? As he spoke, he prepared to strike the snakes but was halted by Ji Tianqing, who interjected, "This is not surprising. During the last disturbance in the demon tower, some sealed demon beasts inevitably escaped. While many were soon hunted down by stronger beasts, this is not entirely a negative occurrence if Elder Gu is concerned. He may report this, but retrieving all the escaped demon beasts back to their original confinement is no simple task." Elder Gu's brow furrowed. The venom of these snakes was highly potent, and that young man could lose his life. "Elder Gu, I must remind you that these snakes do not exceed second-tier demon beast strength. Only when they surpass second-tier can we intervene. Do not forget. We took this enormous risk to open the demon tower for the rapid growth of the Qingyun sect disciples, to expose them to the dangers of the outside world, rather than rushing in to shield them at the slightest disturbance." This young man, eager to compete within the sect, evidently bears the arrogance of youth. Thus, encountering these snakes should pose no significant issue. As Ji Tianqing concluded, his gaze fell upon Gu Yusheng, glancing at the elders beside him. He nonchalantly added, "If real danger arises, you may intervene to spare his life." With such words, the other elders found it difficult to voice any objections. Indeed, the outside world was fraught with peril. As cultivators, they must always be prepared for the possibility of death. Hissus! The flame pythons surged forth from the shadows, their heads raised high, flicking their crimson tongues. It seemed the flame pythons sensed a power within Gu Yusheng that could aid their rapid evolution. Their bodies suddenly swelled, their scales gleaming with a brilliant light. Witnessing this scene, many inhaled sharply. If it were only one, there might be a chance to evade, but with these flame pythons numbering over 10, and with 2 more crimson glimmers lurking in the shadows, it was evident that a leader was orchestrating these flame pythons. In the arena, Gu Yusheng observed the agitated flame pythons and understood the situation. He had previously consumed a python's gallbladder, which had significantly enhanced his cultivation. Although he had since digested the energy within, these flame pythons must have sensed the power of their kin within his blood. Were there no other demon beasts? Gu Yusheng shook his head slightly. During his time in the demon hunting forest, he had hunted the most creatures of the python variety. Facing the approaching 10 or so flame pythons, Gu Yusheng did not retreat, but instead advanced step by step. As the flame pythons lunged at him, he raised his hand. A surge of sword energy manifesting at his fingertips. Swish! The formless sword energy instantaneously pierced through the heads of the 10 or so pythons, severing them cleanly. With a flick of his hand, his figure mysteriously appeared behind the dark portal. The crimson glow behind him suddenly surged higher, and moments later, it was revealed within the light. Thud, thud, thud. Behind Gu Yusheng, the bodies of the flame pythons fell to the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of something scraping against the ground. Ji Yusheng emerged from the dark portal, dragging a massive flame python that spanned dozens of feet. The head of the flame python had vanished, soaring high in the air, tracing a long arc of fire. Ji Yusheng reached into the flame python's body and retrieved a gallbladder radiating a fiery, glass-like glow. Thud! The head of the massive python fell to the ground. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, who had just been gasping in astonishment, now stood with vacant expressions, as if they had forgotten to breathe. "Kid, hand over the gallbladder." Ji Tianqing was the first to react, a glimmer of intense greed in his eyes. Asked the guarding elder. He understood better than anyone that the powerful demon beasts imprisoned below were treasure troves. And this flame python, which had thrived in the molten depths of the demon tower, was rarely seen. The gallbladder, resembling fiery glass, was a coveted treasure, granting immunity to both heat and cold. An invaluable asset for those cultivating in the snow-laden Qingping Mountain. Chapter 64. Missimo, I saw you when I looked up from the abyss. Yes, hand over the gallbladder. The other elders instantly regained their composure, nearly leaping down to seize it. I can offer you rewards. One elder, realizing he was too late, deemed it better to promise Gu Yusheng benefits. I apologize. It is mine. Ji Yusheng's expression remained calm as the serpent's gall, resembling a flame of glass, was clenched in his palm. Warm blood trickling from his fingertips, he raised his hand, his gaze sweeping over the assembled elders, and spoke. You have cast the key into the maw of the beast to measure a man's courage and strength. What do you desire? The life or death of a disciple of the Qingyun sect? You are nothing but a group of hypocrites, trampling on the dignity of others and belittling their lives. Compared to the beasts, you are the true culprits in the slaughter of your own kind. If your rules are indeed rules, then I too wish to establish my own. If you refuse, then that shall be my rule. Impudent, Ji Tianqing's face turned ashen, and he seemed poised to take flight. Yet, at that moment, Gu Yuxing executed an unexpected maneuver, hurling the serpent's gall towards the ominous door. The gall shattered in midair, releasing a surge of energy. Boom, boom. Behind that dark portal, a multitude of beasts erupted forth, their footsteps chaotic and heavy as they fought and killed indiscriminately in an instant. The arena was strewn with the severed limbs of the beasts, countless in number. As they clashed, they gradually closed in on Gu Yuxing, their prey. At this juncture, all the elders fell into silence, none daring to step forward. Gu Yuxing lifted his head, slowly raising his wooden sword in the face of so many beasts. He appeared utterly helpless and alone in that moment. Even the disciples of Qingyun's sect felt that this scene was far too cruel for Gu Yuxing. A man could die, but not in such a manner. It turned out that the ninth prince faced only a single beast, while Gu Yuxing confronted hundreds, creating an inescapable deadlock. Let me down, a voice abruptly rang out. The elders turned to see a petite figure. Her gaze serene and pure, seemingly penetrating their hearts to expose their inner filth. If this is the situation, then I too should possess the power of choice. Wanyun approached the frigid edge of the bars. She wished to call the boy's name but held back. Yet, the elders remained silent, none willing to allow her to descend. Miss Mo, that is not permissible. An elder shook his head slightly, then sighed, secretly reinforcing the seal on the bars in front of him. Wanyun, blocking any possibility of her aiding Gu Yuxing below. Ji Yuxing's voice echoed, reminiscent of a sound emerging from a well. Is this your version of fairness? From the outset, I have never held the qualifications to stand on the side of fairness. I know that Qi is merely a convenient excuse to eliminate me. Someone desires my demise, to render me as insignificant as a speck of dust, seeking to turn my lack of ability and poor fortune into fodder for your idle gossip. No one could answer Gu Yuxing's words, or rather, they found themselves unable to respond to his inquiries. Gu Yuxing took a step forward, standing beneath the shadow of the demon suppression tower, yet feeling as if he were enveloped in the darkest abyss. If someone wishes for my death, then I shall defy that desire. My life is not so easily cast aside. The beasts cannot take my life, nor can you. It is merely a key, and I, Gu Yuxing, have my own methods to retrieve it. Open your eyes and behold. Gu Yuxing gripped the sword hilt with determination, his gaze sweeping over the blurred faces, suddenly pausing at a particular spot. His eyes gleaming with clarity. The wooden sword was unsheathed in an instant. A surge of azure sword light erupted forth, devoid of any extravagant technique, merely a single stroke, cultivating the sword with heart, concealing it with spirit, sharpening its edge with energy, and seizing the opportunity. He did not employ the Futu sword but rather executed the sword concealment technique, known to all sword cultivators in that fleeting moment. The sword energy manifested as a blue curtain, slicing through the air, instantly tinged with a crimson hue. Accompanied by the wails and struggles of the beasts, countless severed limbs and gory remnants flew through the air. The sword light dissipated, and Gu Yuxing's figure reappeared, clutching a bloodied key. The wooden sword was slowly returned to its sheath. Ji Yuxing spoke with indifference. The materials from these beasts are worth 1,000. 10,000 times more than the serpent's gall from earlier. Should you desire them, feel free to take them. The hidden door swung open, the key once more raised into the air and cast behind the deeper gate. As Gu Yuxing's figure approached, Mo Wanyun moved to a place unnoticed, as if her earlier plea had never transpired. The disciples of Qingyun's sect instinctively stepped aside, regarding Gu Yuxing with the eyes of one observing a monster. Chu Chun tightened his grip on the Xinlong sword, his expression as dark as water. Meanwhile, Lu Qian trembled incessantly, pointing at Gu Yuxing with a look of unwillingness, accusingly stating, Gu Yuxing, do you dare defy the elder's orders? Is there a fault in slaying beasts? Gu Yusheng squinted. Why not join the fray yourself and test it? The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Lu Qin's face turned pale, instinctively waving his hands. Very well, very well. Ji Tianqing's eyelids twitched, his gaze flickering as the other elders regarded him with peculiar expressions, all while observing the youth before them. A chill crept down Ji Tianqing's spine. He was astonished not only by Gu Yusheng's strength, but also by the fact that Gu Yusheng had managed to unravel his scheme in this manner. With so many beasts, who would believe that no foul play was involved? What he once deemed a trivial matter was now laid bare before the other elders. Ji Tianqing hastily retrieved a massive container filled with over 1,000 keys and declared, "Do not stand there in a daze. Each of you shall select a key. Only those who survive shall be qualified to leave. No, I do not wish to choose." Lu Chun, already frightened by Gu Yusheng's earlier display, was further terrified by the mountain of beast corpses below and the pervasive stench of blood. He has tampered with the situation. He intends to lead us all to our doom. Ji Tianqing's hatred was wholly directed at Gu Yusheng, yet a veil had been drawn back, and Lu Qin's words completely exposed his actions to the public eye. In an instant, the disciples of Qingyun's sect began to retreat, unwilling to perish without understanding. Silence. Ji Tianqing's figure flashed as he slapped Lu Qin across the face. Who do you think you are to dare defy my will? Here, you must abide by the rules. With that, he swept Lu Qin into a closed cage. Save me. Let me out. Soon, terrified screams and the furious roars of beasts echoed from within. Choose one, unless you wish to join him in that cage. Ji Tianqing had begun to lose his grip on his sanity. His icy gaze swept over the disciples of Qingyun's sect, compelling them to step forward and select a key, hoping to find fortune in encountering a weaker beast. During this time, the other elders exchanged glances but remained silent, though they kept a noticeable distance from Ji Tianqing. Seeing the other disciples begin to comply, Ji Tianqing secretly exhaled in relief. However, he clutched a key tightly in one hand. Scanning the disciples for potential victims, as the number of disciples dwindled, a sense of urgency overcame him. That moment, a voice emerged from the corner. Are you searching for Lu Qian, elder? Ji Tianqing's gaze sharpened, and upon realizing it was Imo Wanyun, a smile spread across his face. Miss Imo, Imo Wanyun raised her slender finger and stated, the person you cast aside earlier was Lu Qian. What? Ji Tianqing's expression shifted, and without a thought for his dignity, he instinctively rushed forward. Just then, Elder Gua stepped in to block his path, his expression stern. Elder Ji, do you truly? I did not. Do not speak recklessly. Ji Tianqing hurriedly feigned a smile, concealing the key hidden in his palm. I have said nothing. Why are you so anxious? Gua Qi stood his ground, leaving Ji Tianqing unable to advance. Then explain why there are so many beasts below. How would I know? Ji Tianqing's gaze darted. Gua Qi, what do you mean? Have I offended you in some way? Some things should not be taken too far. If you act with the audacity of the first day of the month, others will retaliate on the 15th, which is only fair. Furthermore, the punishment you have inflicted upon yourself must be upheld to the end. Otherwise, the skies above Qingyun's sect will surely remain perpetually dark. Very well, very well. Ji Tianqing abruptly waved his hand, casting a deep glance at Gu Yusheng. He abandoned any concern for Lu Qin's fate. With no one by Gu Yusheng's side, Imo Wanyun retrieved a key from the container and approached him. As she passed by, a smile graced her lips, her sparkling eyes meeting Gu Yusheng's gaze for a brief moment. Miss Imo, I saw you when I was in the abyss, Gu Yusheng murmured softly. In that brief exchange, Imo Wanyun's hand holding the key trembled slightly. She smiled at Gu Yusheng, her smile akin to a plum blossom blooming in the icy snow, stirring the heart. Ji Yusheng found himself grinning foolishly, realizing the significance of persevering in life. Her smile healed him, and his response in turn granted Imo Wanyun the courage to slay beasts. Yet, neither spoke of it, and outsiders remained oblivious. You, follow me. Gua Qi approached Gu Yusheng, his gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe before he turned and advanced with his hands clasped behind his back. As he passed a prison cage, a bloodied hand reached out, an elder had opened the door. Lu Qin was dragged out, barely clinging to life, his body drenched in blood, with half of his face gnawed away by a beast, a sight that was truly harrowing. His eyes were fixed on Gu Yusheng, as if all of this was somehow his doing. Jiu Yuxing felt no stirrings within. He stepped over the bloodied hand. Had he not possessed the skill to slay demons with his sword today? He feared that not even bones would remain. Yet, Lu Qian, in such a state, still managed to cling to life. Observing the long trail of blood on the ground, Gu Yuxing came to a deeper understanding. Sometimes, humans could be far more terrifying than demons. Chapter 65. Love Unspoken. A young man's pursuit of his father's shadow, Gu Yuxing followed closely behind Guo Qi, fully aware of the elder's background. However, judging by the man's recent stance, he appeared not to be entirely malevolent. Jiu Yuxing remained silent and vigilant as he traversed a seemingly endless corridor, gazing up, yet failing to catch sight of the tower's pinnacle. This place resembled an ancient tower, but also felt like a confined world. Along the way, he witnessed ancient trees reduced to charred stumps, occasionally catching sight of snowflakes drifting down or a world blanketed in white. Do not be surprised. The mysteries of the Demon Suppression Tower far exceed your imagination. In a sense, it could be said to be the handiwork of a sage. Some say that the Qingyun sect merely serves as a gatekeeper. And they are not entirely wrong. This world is vast, so vast that you might think you can discern it with your sword, yet in reality, what you can know is but a fleeting shadow in a mirror. Guo Qi remarked, slowing his pace as he turned to glance at Gu Yuxing, as if recalling something from his expression. He sighed. This world is also quite small, small enough that in the Grand Qingyun sect, there is no place for you. Gu Yusheng.it is full of schemes and treachery. You must be thinking this way, am I correct? Gu Yuxing did not respond, uncertain as to why Elder Guo had suddenly become so fervent. Discussing matters that seemed irrelevant, he concealed his left hand within his sleeve, keeping his right hand close to his body, preparing to draw his sword at the first sign of danger. I have met your father. He was an unusual man who carried a sword yet never forgot to read a book, Guo Qi continued, his tone laden with significance. You must have sensed it already. Those of your father's generation within the Qingyun sect have either become elders or have had their names etched upon the demon suppression tablet. An outcast is unlikely to have good relations, even if he bears no fault. You are still young and may not fully grasp the true nature of people. When Gubai's name is not inscribed on that tablet, all negativity associated with him will fall upon you. As the saying goes, there is no unbroken egg beneath a collapsed nest. The cruelty of this world is starkly bloody. Jiu Yuxing raised his head and inquired. Elder Guo, why do you assist me? Assist you? Guo Qi scoffed. I am merely fulfilling my own responsibilities. If we must speak of assistance, it would be in remembrance of the time your father gifted me a piece of haoshi when he trained at the Demon Suppression Tower. Each dawn and dusk, I could behold the most beautiful light in the human realm, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Jiu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. Guo Qi suddenly quickened his pace, casually stating, who hasn't he been young? Yet, the path of life often lacks choices. Years ago, when I descended the mountain to slay demons, I encountered a beast invading Qingyun town. Out of fear, I turned to flee. And of my 10 fellow disciples, I was the sole survivor. The other 9 perished beneath the claws of the beast. Although had I remained, I too would have met my end. I nonetheless clung to life. I have been punished to guard this place for eternity, never to witness the sunrise or sunset again. Therefore, when you still have the chance to see the sun rise and set, you should be grateful that warmth still illuminates your path. Guo Qi halted before a door, its surface inscribed with glowing runes. He produced a unique token, which radiated light, causing the door to slowly open. Behind it lay a distinctive room, furnished with a table, books, and a bed. Enter. This shall be your temporary refuge, Guo Qi instructed, standing at the threshold with arms crossed. I am the Demon Suppression Tower. This is the last sanctuary. Every 4 hours, this door will open, randomly appearing somewhere within the tower. What beasts await you outside, whether they prefer vegetables or meat, depends on one's luck. Of course, you may also choose to leave, but the sole condition for departure is to use demon essence as fuel to ignite the lamp on the table. Once the lamp is lit, you will be transported outside the tower. Upon hearing Guo Qi's words, Gu Yuxing glanced at the table, where indeed a dark lamp awaited, its base inscribed with ancient, intricate runes. Moreover, the entire room was adorned with similar symbols, some of which had begun to fade due to the passage of time. I understand, Gu Yuxing replied, cupping his fists. Guo Qi nodded, turning to leave, but glanced back at Gu Yuxing once more. I almost forgot to mention, Your father once stayed in this room as well. A look of astonishment crossed Gu Yuxing's face. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire further, Elder Gua had already departed, and the runes above the door glowed, slowly sealing the chamber. Jiyu Yuxing tested the door, discovering it was indeed locked tight. Alone, he sat on the cold floor, his expression blank. Eyes vacant, a young man is often a blend of boyhood and burgeoning manhood. The yearning a son feels for his father is typically subtle, often unspoken, much like a father's love for his son. A boy's impression of his father is often steeped in fear, but this fear is not born of dread, nor of punishment with a bamboo rod. Sometimes, the sting of a rod is preferable to the weight of verbal reproach. It is an inner turmoil, a fear of disappointing his father, of causing him sorrow, of invoking silent guilt within him. Yet, Gu Yuxing had lost his father in his formative years, the one who carried a sword and a book but never uttered a word of wisdom or shared sage advice. Indeed, Gu Yuxing was beginning to forget the face that had spoken more through silence than lectures, leaving him with only the memory of a silhouette retreating into the peach blossom forest. Sword in hand, 3 years had passed, and Gu Yuxing believed he had matured significantly. Yet, he remained seated on the cold floor for a long time. He could follow the path his father had once trodden, but the figure of his father ahead would forever linger in his memory. He had restrained himself from dwelling on the past and the father he had lost, yet tears could no longer be contained. Spilling forth uncontrollably, with an open mouth, he let out a silent, hoarse cry in the shimmering tears. He seemed to glimpse the blurred visage of his father. Thus, Gu Yuxing silently raised his arm to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, forcing a resolute expression onto his youthful face, and began to laugh foolishly in the solitude of the room. In a moment of dazed reverie, the tightly shut door swung open. Startled, Gu Yuxing sprang to his feet. Reminiscent of a child quietly playing in a room, awaiting his father's return, he rushed to the doorway, only to be greeted by a fearsome beast, its icy claws tearing through the veil of his past sorrows. Shattering his memories like a mirror falling to the ground, Gu Yuxing shouted, instinctively drawing his sword. The immense sword aura surged forth, unleashing the repressed emotions of the youth. Scalding demon blood splattered across his face as he swiped a hand across it. Charging towards the next beast, ah ha 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 ha.